Chapter 1 I am your boyfriend, you asked me to have a baby with your aunt. Shu Yuqing, are you kidding me? I'm your boyfriend, and you want me to have a baby with your aunt? In the extremely luxurious villa, Lu Sun seriously doubted his ears. Just now, his school beauty girlfriend Shu Yuqing actually suggested that Lu Sun help her aunt have a child. Lu Sun, please help my aunt. Shu Yuqing pulled Lu Sun's hand and acted coquettishly, her big watery eyes filled with pitiful pleading. No, I can't accept this. Lu Sun's heartbeat quickened when Shu Yuqing's soft little hand pulled him. He was afraid that he would be soft-hearted, so he turned his face away. Lu Sun, as you know, ever since several waves of disasters caused a sharp decline in the population, the state has stipulated that anyone over 25 who hasn't opened their meridians must marry or have children, otherwise the state will force them into random marriages. Once you're randomly matched up, you'll just become a reproductive machine. You might even be matched with someone of a different race or a homeless person. For my aunt, life is worse than death. My aunt will be 25 in 3 months, but she has tried everything but hasn't been able to open her meridians. Grandpa asked a 5th-level grandmaster to come and see her, and he said that my aunt will never be able to open her meridians in her lifetime. My aunt doesn't want to marry just anyone, so she can only have a child. Shu Yuqing explained the whole story and tried her best to convince Lu Sun. If you can't open your martial meridians, why not try opening your spiritual meridians, or your demonic meridians? Lu Sun asked. After the high martial arts era begins, as long as your meridians are opened, you can embark on the path of cultivation. There are 3 types of meridian opening: martial meridians for martial arts, spiritual meridians for immortality, and demonic meridians for magic. Even the easiest martial veins to open don't work, let alone spiritual veins. As for the demon veins, those are only suitable for Westerners. We've tried all of these before, and none of them worked. Shu Yuqing shook her head. Why not use IVF? No, my aunt is a virgin and has a special physique. The doctor said the probability of IVF failure is too high. Your grandfather is so powerful and a 4th-level grandmaster, but he can't protect your aunt? Lu Sun's eyes swept across the villa worth billions. This is Shu Yuqing's aunt's villa. The decoration alone cost 100 million yuan, which is extremely extravagant. The allocation is a national regulation. Even if Grandpa breaks through to the 5th realm, let alone the 4th realm of true meaning, it can't change it. Besides, my aunt is the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. Her reputation is well known. I don't know how many eyes are staring at her. Shu Yuqing sighed. The most beautiful woman in Rongcheng? Your aunt is Morong Wan? Lu Sun was stunned. He didn't know about this. Of course, you've gotten a huge advantage. You'll definitely agree now, right? Shu Yuqing's eyes were a little evasive. Seeing Shu Yuqing's expression, Lu Sun suddenly felt that something was wrong. This matter might not be as simple as she said. No, this is a matter of principle. Lu Sun decisively refused, causing the light in Shu Yuqing's eyes to go out. You guys find another way. I'm leaving. Lu Sun turned and walked outside. It's so hot. Before he even reached the door, Lu Sun's whole body suddenly felt hot. A primitive impulse surged from within his body. The desire to open mountains and plow the land has reached its peak. Something's wrong. Shu Yuqing, what did you just give me to drink? Lu Sun turned his head suddenly and looked at Shu Yuqing with red eyes. Only then did I realize that Shu Yuqing had retreated to the back door at some point. Lu Sun, I'm sorry. After Shu Yuqing finished speaking, she left the villa and closed the door. All the lights in the villa went out. I'm sorry, Lu Sun, I can't let the beasts of the Wang family take my aunt away. Amidst whispers, Shu Yuqing's figure disappeared into the depths of the night. Shu Yuqing. Lu Sun's eyes were red as he chased after Shu Yuqing. He wanted to find her and ask her clearly. Ah! Amidst the delicate cries, a soft and boneless figure bumped into Lu Sun. The fragrance is overwhelming. Warm and soft in my arms. Lu Sun's desire was completely ignited. He lost his mind and became a beast with only primitive instincts. With a low roar, Lu Sun threw the beauty in his arms onto the sofa. 10,086 words omitted here. Omitted again here 10,086 words. Here 3 times. In the room filled with faint fragrance, Lu Sun slowly opened his eyes. It hurts. He felt like his waist was about to break. Is that Morong Wan? The remaining pleasure in his body made Lu Sun recall the madness of last night. As the lights in the villa went out and he lost his mind under the influence of drugs, he turned into a human Gatling gun who only knew how to unleash firepower. Lu Sun didn't see the person under him clearly. But that delicate skin like a baby's, the perfect and hot figure, the soft body, the seductive body fragrance, and it should be Morong Wan, right? She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Chengdu. Even Lu Sun, who has his own principles, has the urge to do it again. Although I have been here many times. Oh, now it's over. How am I going to get along with Chu Yuqing from now on? Lu Sun had a headache. Once the effect of the drug wore off, his IQ took over again, causing him to start thinking about the subsequent impact of this night. Well, Chu Yuqing only agreed to this to help her aunt. It's a foregone conclusion that she can open my meridians. Once she does, we won't be from the same world anymore. Soon, Lu Sun came to his senses. Lu Sun's pursuit of Chu Yuqing only happened recently. At the beginning, Chu Yuqing advised Lu Sun not to waste his energy, as she had no interest in falling in love. Finally, I suddenly agreed to it a few days ago. Thinking about this incident, if it weren't for her aunt, no one would believe it. From this perspective, as long as Chu Yuqing opens her pulse, it is only a matter of time before the two of them break up. As for her aunt, once she becomes pregnant, she will probably kill the father and keep the child, and will no longer have anything to do with Lu Sun, a useless person. So, take it easy. Isn't it good to be a handsome salted fish quietly? If I really can't get a pulse, I'll just find a girl I like, marry her, and live a simple life. Then dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth, and it's all over. Well, I'm not destined to be the protagonist. Lu Sun rested his head on his hands, his mind completely at peace. Okay. If it weren't for this incident, how could he be qualified to have such close contact with the most beautiful woman in Ronqing, the daughter of a master of true artistic conception? Ding! It has been detected that the host has formed a deep bond with someone, meeting the system activation conditions, activating the binding return system. This system aims to unite all beings and transform the host into an almighty supreme being who dominates the heavens. The specific effect is that when the bound object cultivates, the host will receive a multiple of the cultivation point returned. The multiplier effect is increased based on the number of bound objects. Currently bound to Morong Wan. Return multiple, 10. Note, Morong Wan possesses the innate constitution exquisite treasure body, activation progress is 15%. Exquisite treasure body is one of the 10 innate constitutions, a top-tier cultivation treasure body. It can open the exquisite meridian and absorb various dark energies, allowing for extremely fast cultivation speeds and low bottlenecks. Reminder, the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. Suddenly, a mechanical female voice sounded. What? System? Lu Sun suddenly sat up from the bed and instantly became alert. Do I, a salted fish, have the capital to turn things around? Chapter 2. Can I kiss you one last time? Exquisite body, one of the 10 innate constitutions. Does Morong Wan also have such a heaven-defying constitution? Activation progress is 15%, which means it's not activated yet, only 15%. No wonder she doesn't have any special abilities now and can't even open her meridians. Soon, Lu Sun figured out everything about the system. The function is very simple. Once you bind an object, the other party's cultivation will be returned to Lu Sun multiple times. The one currently bound to her is Morong Wan. What surprised Lu Sun was that Morong Wan possessed an exquisite body, but it had not been activated yet. Perhaps this is why Morong Wan couldn't open her pulse. Otherwise, with the power of the Morong family, even a pig could be forced to open a meridian, right? Morong Wan is only 15% activated at the age of 25. Is it possible for her to activate her exquisite body in this lifetime? Lu Sun frowned. If Morong Wan cannot activate the Linglong treasure body, won't the binding be useless? Binding reward? At this time, Lu Sun discovered that there was still a reward that he had not claimed. So Lu Sun chose to receive it. The host has obtained a wisp of innate essence. Since innate essence dissipates as soon as it leaves the body, it is integrated into the host's body. The host can transmit it to Morong Wan through kissing and other means to help activate her innate constitution. Innate essence. Good stuff, it can help Morong Wan activate her exquisite body. I just want to give this essence to Morong Wan, and I need a kiss. After last night's passion, Lu Sun and Morong Wan probably won't have any contact again in the short term. Where to kiss? We can only think of a solution. Is that the moon sleep stone? Turning around, Lu Sun saw a white stone shaped like a crescent moon on the bedside table. This stone makes people feel peaceful as soon as they see it. It should be the moon sleeping stone that has the function of calming the mind and helping sleep, and can be said to be a blessing for insomniacs. The Morong family is indeed a wealthy family. The moon sleeping stone, worth millions, is placed right next to the bed. Lu Sun thought. After the advent of the high martial arts era, the blue star's heavenly Tao awakened and began to drive the entire planet to upgrade its dimension. Every once in a while, the blue star would travel into the dark universe. After leaving the dark universe, the blue star will reach new places, and from time to time, it will reach places with rare treasures and rich resources. After research, experts discovered that the blue planet is on an ancient starry road that leads to the depths of the universe. As for where Blue Star's final destination is, no one knows. Some say it is the mythical fairyland, some say it is the realm of gods, some say it is the center of the universe, and Westerners say that the earth will definitely reach the heaven where God is. Moon sleeping stone is not rare on the ancient starry road, but it is difficult for ordinary people to obtain it. The price on Blue Star starts at 1 million. Get up. Lu Sun decided to get up and find a way to send his innate essence to Morong Wan. Aunt, I'm sorry. It was my first time giving you the medicine, and I didn't control the dosage well. I gave you a little too much, and I made you suffer. As soon as I opened the door a crack, I heard conversation coming from outside. The person who spoke was Chu Yuqing. It turned out that she was the one who drugged him. It's raining so hard. Lu Sun's head still hurts a little now. But the one who suffered the most was not Lu Sun. It should be her Aunt Morong Wan. Serves you right. Now you've screwed your own people. Lu Sun felt a little bloating. It's okay, Yuqing, I'm fine. I hope I can get pregnant. Another voice said. This should be Morong Wan's voice. She is worthy of being the most beautiful woman in Chengdu, and she speaks so nicely. Her voice was soft and warm, like the gentle spring rain caressing the newly opened petals, soft and delicate. At the same time, there was a distinct feeling of weakness. Needless to say, the reason for his weakness was naturally Lu Sun. When he heard her voice, Lu Sun couldn't help but think of the passionate moments of last night, and his mind was distracted. After thinking for a while, he opened the door and walked out. The first thing I saw was the beautiful face next to Chu Yuqing, which was so beautiful that it seemed like something out of this world. The other party obviously heard the noise and turned around to look. Their eyes met. Ah! Morong Wan's face turned red like a frightened deer. She quickly turned her head away, not daring to look at Lu Sun. This. You are already 25 years old, are you still so shy? Lu Sun, I'm sorry. I was the one who gave you the drug. If you want to blame someone, blame me, don't blame your aunt. Chu Yuqing looked apologetic. What Lu Sun? Call me uncle. Lu Sun had a stern face. Puff. Chu Yuqing couldn't hold it back and smiled like a flower. Morong Wan's face instantly turned red all the way to her neck. Mr. Lu, thank you for your help. There is 5 million in this card. It is a small gift from me. Please accept it. Morong Wan stood up and handed over a black card inlaid with diamonds with both hands. This is a black diamond card. No matter which bank it is from, the black diamond card is worth millions even if the balance is zero. Not to mention there's 5 million in it. Morong Wan was very generous. From another perspective, such generosity also shows her attitude. She didn't want to have any emotional entanglement with Lu Sun, she just wanted to borrow Lu Sun's child. Obviously, this is to kill the father and keep the son. No need. I didn't suffer any loss in this matter. Goodbye. Lu Sun didn't accept it and turned away. There was a hint of strangeness in Morong Wan's eyes. She had heard Chu Yuqing talk about Lu Sun's family background. Student Lu, let me take you out. She didn't force it. Together with Chu Yuqing, she sent Lu Sun to the gate of the villa. Lu Sun, my aunt has asked the driver to wait outside. The driver will take you back. Chu Yuqing was like a child who felt guilty about having done something wrong, and she didn't dare to leave with Lu Sun. Good. Lu Sun walked outside. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. The 2 women couldn't help but look at him. Lu Sun seemed to be hesitating. After 2 or 3 seconds, he turned around and looked at Morong Wan with a serious gaze. Can I kiss you one last time? Lu Sun asked in a hoarse voice. This question made Chu Yoqing's eyes widen instantly, and Mo Rongwan was stunned. A blush appeared on her cheeks again. Her eyes swept across Lu Sun's handsome face. After meeting Lu Sun's deep gaze with a hint of melancholy, Mo Rongwan's heart softened, and she said him softly with a complicated expression. Then she closed her eyes. Thanks. Lu Sun walked forward, held Mo Rongwan's face, and kissed her beautiful cherry lips. Mum. Mo Rongwan's whole face trembled. She thought Lu Sun's farewell kiss was on her forehead, but Lu Sun kissed her on her mouth. Not only did he kiss her on the mouth, Lu Sun also kissed her for a full minute. Finally, Lu Sun sent all of his innate essence into Mo Rongwan's body. Goodbye, Miss Mo Rong. Lu Sun left Mo Rongwan and turned to leave. Mo Rongwan stood there in a daze. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Lu Sun, look at what you've done. Chu Yuqing thought that Mo Rongwan had a kissing stiffness reaction after being kissed by Lu Sun. What she didn't know was that at this moment, after Mo Rongwan obtained the innate essence, a drastic change was taking place in her body. Her exquisite body is about to be activated. Chapter 3: Colorful clouds transform into Phoenix. Student Lu, are you going back to school? Well, back to school. A luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan carried Lu Sun towards Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. Rongqing No. 1 Middle School is a martial arts school. Lu Sun is 19 years old this year and will graduate in a month. At this rate, Mo Rongwan will be able to activate her exquisite body in just over an hour. In the back seat of the luxury car, Lu Sun was monitoring Mo Rongwan's situation through the system. Every minute or so, the activation progress of the exquisite treasure body will increase by 1%. Master, please go to the Martyrs Cemetery in the North City District. Okay, Mr. Lu. Halfway through the journey, Lu Sun suddenly changed his destination. The car changed direction and headed north. Student Lu, we're here. Do you need me to wait for you? Sorry for the trouble, Master. You don't have to wait for me. Go back. An hour later, we arrived at the Martyrs Cemetery. After a rather strict inspection, Lu Sun stepped in. The cemetery for heroes and martyrs is very large, with tombstones one after another, stretching as far as the eye can see. The space inside has been expanded and it doesn't actually take up much land. 10 minutes later, Lu Sun arrived at a joint burial tomb. Looking at the black and white photo on the tombstone, Lu Sun was a little absent-minded. In the photo, the parents are holding hands and snuggling together, smiling brightly. These are his biological parents. They died in a great catastrophe. Lu Sun sat down in front of their tombstones and waited patiently. Mo Rongwan's activation progress has reached 80%. Time passes by minute by minute. Lu Sun didn't say anything. He had said what he needed to say countless times before. How long has she been like this? It's been over an hour, Grandpa. You Chu family members are unreliable. It took you so long to inform me. Tell me quickly, what happened? A roar was heard in front of Mo Rongwan's villa door. Chu Yuqing was about to cry. More than an hour passed, and Mo Rongwan still stood there motionless. Chu Yuqing tried to push her, but was bounced back by a force and almost got injured. There had been no movement for such a long time that Chu Yuqing was worried that something might have happened, so she notified Mo Rongwan's father, her grandfather, Mo Rongzhan. A fourth-level grandmaster. In the era of high martial arts, immortal ways and magic coexisted, and different systems had different realm divisions. In order to facilitate the distinction of strength, unified numbers were used to represent them. For example, the first level of martial arts is opening the meridians, and this level is the same for immortals and martial artists. The second realm is the Qi Hai realm, which is equivalent to the Qi Ju realm in the immortal way. The third realm is the Tongqiao realm, which is equivalent to the Ning Yuan realm of the immortal way. There are actually many things to do before opening the meridians, such as body training, which is considered part of opening the meridians. What? Borrowing a child? That's ridiculous. Where's that kid? I'll twist his head off. After knowing the truth, Mo Rongzhan was furious. His vigorous blood energy made the surrounding trees tremble. Achoo! In the cemetery, Lu Sun sneezed. Is anyone thinking of me? Lu Sun had some narcissistic thoughts. Grandpa, this is not his fault, nor is it my aunt's fault. I was the one who gave my aunt the idea. Although Chu Yuqing was afraid of her grandfather, she still took on the responsibility. Morong Jean's eyes were like thunder, which made Chu Yoqing's heart beat fast. Grandpa, you don't know, my eldest cousin and his men are colluding with the Wang family. Tianer, why are you here? Chu Yuqing was interrupted by Morong Jean's loud voice halfway through her words. Uncle, I just happened to be passing by. I heard that something happened to Sister Warner, so I came to see her. A figure appeared at the gate. Chu Yuqing took a look and saw that it was the cousin she had just mentioned, Morong Tian. That is, the son of Morong Jean's younger brother. You're here so soon? You're really a night owl stalking me, you must be holding your fart in. Chu Yuqing snorted secretly, pouted, and hid behind her grandfather. She didn't want to say hello to the other party. Soon. In front of the villa, a group of people came in a hurry. The Morong family is large and Morong Wan has a lot of brothers, sisters, uncles, nephews, and nieces. In addition, Morong Jean has 2 brothers and several sisters, and the entire family is extremely large. What are all these people doing here? Go back. Xiaowan is fine. Seeing so many people coming at once, Morong Jean gave Chu Yuqing a warning look and then shouted to his many descendants. This is to prevent Chu Yuqing from telling anyone about the borrowed child. Otherwise, if the news accidentally spreads, Morong Wan's reputation will be ruined. Morong Jean, the most beautiful woman in Rongqing and the daughter of a 4th-level master, actually asked someone to borrow her child. Not only did he lend his son, but he also caused problems for himself. The face of his Morong family will be thrown onto the ancient starry sky road. In the sky, a streak of light was approaching rapidly. That was an immortal cultivator flying on a sword. And he is here. Morong Jean breathed a sigh of relief. The person who came was Gu. When she opened the spiritual vein, she opened up a magical vein of heaven and earth Lingshu Jishimai. This is a medical lineage. This made Gu's medical skills exceptionally advanced, as she could treat both martial artists and immortal cultivators. Therefore, even though flying was prohibited in Rongqing at ordinary times, Gu was not restricted. Ha! Just as Gu was about to put her hand on Morong Wan's wrist, she felt a recoil force. Even with her strength, she couldn't use her spiritual power to examine Morong Wan's body. This surprised Gu. She is a 3rd-level immortal cultivator. Morong Wan is just an ordinary person. Gu did not give up. She made a hand gesture and wiped it towards her eyes. She activated a special ability granted to her by the Lingshu Jishimai. Eye of Lingshu. It can see through the meridians of the human body and accurately diagnose the cause of the disease. Ah! When she saw this, Gu felt that her eyes were severely burning. It's like an ordinary person forcing himself to look at the sun. And what's wrong? Xiaowan, what kind of amazing adventure did this happen to you? Gu was surprised. She saw something. She's 25 and she still hasn't opened her pulse. What kind of adventure can she possibly have? Morong Jean didn't believe it. Perhaps to refute what he said. The next second, Morong Wan suddenly opened her eyes. Her body began to glow. An invisible wave spread from her body. This is... Gu noticed something unusual and her breathing gradually stagnated. Look up at the sky. Someone pointed to the sky. When everyone looked up, they saw that the sky was filled with colorful rays of light. The radiance is dazzling and multicolored. This is a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. Morong Jean took a deep breath. Vision. Strange phenomena in heaven and earth are not common and are usually caused by strong people breaking through to a great realm. When an unparalleled genius opens his meridians, he may open up some extremely rare and unique meridians of heaven and earth, which will also cause strange phenomena. For example, there was once a genius who opened up the burning heaven martial vein, which caused a strange phenomenon of thousands of feet of red clouds like fire. There were also evildoers who opened up the 9 heavens thunder veins, attracting the 9 heavens divine thunder to dance like a dragon. In this era when geniuses are constantly emerging, a brilliant ray of light is actually not a big vision. The problem is that these rays of light are colorful. That's unusual. Grandpa, it's more than 10,000 feet high, the entire Rongqing is covered in rosy clouds. Such a large area? Oh my God, has an unparalleled strong man been born? Everyone was shocked. Rongqing is a large city with a population of tens of millions, covering an area of several hundred miles. The area of this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is a bit too large. Look at Xiaowan. Attracted by the colorful rays of light, everyone looked down. Morongwon was surrounded by a layer of glass like halo, and mysterious spiritual patterns were faintly emerging under her skin. Her originally hanging black hair moved without wind, and the ends of her hair actually condensed into little starlights, as if the Milky Way was hanging down to the earth. Wow! What happened to my aunt? Everyone was shocked. The rosy glow has transformed into a phoenix. Some children clapped their hands and screamed in surprise. The colorful rays of light in the sky turned into dancing phoenixes. There was also fairy music coming from the void, as if thousands of goddesses were singing in unison in the clouds. The colorful rays of light transformed into a phoenix. Brother Morong, you have given birth to an extraordinary daughter. Higu's eyes never left Morongwon. Are you saying that this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth was caused by water? Morongjan looked at Higu suddenly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Chapter 4, Always More Awesome Than Her. This glow, is it caused by Morongwon? In the martyr's cemetery, Lu Sun also saw the colorful rays of light in the sky. This made him look forward to it. Morongwon activated the exquisite treasure body, so the system return should be coming soon, right? Dad, Mom, just wait and see. My son is going to be awesome. In a month, I'm going to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. Lu Sun said to his parents. Qing refers to Qingshu College and Bei refers to Beidu University. One is the main immortal, the other is the main warrior. These are currently the two top training academies in the country and are the lifelong dreams of countless students. His parents passed away early, and Lu Sun didn't have many memories of them. He only remembered that one day his parents asked him which university he wanted to attend in the future, and Lu Sun said Peking University or Tsinghua University. At that time, his mother caressed his head lovingly and said, "My sooner is really promising." From that time on, Lu Sun was determined to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. However, the older he got, the more Lu Sun realized that it was impossible. Until now, Lu Sun saw hope. This is also why Lu Sun came here. He wanted his parents' spirits in heaven to witness his transformation with their own eyes. Morongwon successfully activated the exquisite treasure body, and the host received a tenfold return, obtaining the chaos divine body. The system's voice sounded in my mind. The system's first return came, directly returning Morongwon's exquisite body into a more powerful chaotic divine body. It's so hot. With the arrival of the chaos divine body, earth-shaking changes took place inside Lu Sun's body. His body seemed to have turned into chaos. Then, the world was created, blood rushed like a galaxy, and billions of cells exploded into a nebula at the beginning of the universe. Universe after universe emerged from chaos. If you look closely, these are not universes, but cells. It is as if every cell in the body has become an independent universe. Fuck, that's awesome. All these changes made Lu Sun dizzy and he kept exclaiming, 666. Classmate, are you okay? Don't bother him, he comes every year. Two tomb keepers patrolled here and saw Lu Sun standing still. They did not disturb him and left quietly. As soon as they left, mist rose above Lu Sun's head and turned into a pool of mist. Pieces of chaotic green lotus bloomed. Above them, a big sun slowly rose. This is the chaos green lotus rising in the morning sun. Another vision. However, for some reason, this strange phenomenon was confined to Lu Sun's surroundings and did not cause much commotion. More than an hour later, Lu Sun opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, they seemed to be filled with stars and the endless universe. The abnormality flashed by. Lu Sun still looks like that ordinary handsome boy. Nothing seems to have changed. But in fact, Lu Sun's real change is tantamount to changing the world. Why is there no vision? Lu Sun looked up at the sky, feeling somewhat puzzled. Morongwon's exquisite body caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth covering the entire city. His chaotic divine body is even more powerful, so why is there no strange phenomenon? The chaos divine body is one of the top physiques in the universe, capable of accommodating a variety of powers and opening up the chaos meridian. Everything has its destiny, and the host is the only one that escapes. Therefore, before becoming strong enough, the host is forbidden to practice on his own, otherwise the strange phenomena will shake the starry sky and bring disaster. The host has automatically shielded the secret. Lu Sun understood. It turned out that the system blocked the secrets of heaven, no wonder there were no strange phenomena in heaven and earth. But what the hell is forbidden from practicing on your own? Then what use do I have for this chaos divine body? On second thought, Lucen felt that this was not a bad idea. They are all bound to Morong-won through the return system. Let her take care of this extremely hard and expensive task of cultivation. Anyway, her cultivation will be returned to her tenfold. Why not lie down happily and become stronger? There's still a month left. Can Morong-won open her pulse? Immediately, Lucen couldn't help but feel a little worried. There are only 31 days left until the national exam. If you want to be admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University, you must open 3 meridians before the college entrance examination. This is a hard indicator. If all the tests are performed, no matter what your other grades are or what grade you are in, you can be directly admitted to Peking University or Tsinghua University. If you can open up a unique vein of heaven and earth like the Burning Heaven Martial Vein or the Ice Soul Spiritual Vein, the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University will fight to get you. Although one focuses on immortality and the other on martial arts, the 2 top universities are attacking each other's fields, and the competition for geniuses in the college entrance examination every year is extremely fierce. The exquisite body is so amazing, and the Morong family is a wealthy family with plenty of money. A month should be no problem. After thinking about it for a while, Lucen put his worries aside. It's useless to worry. Since it's useless to worry, it's better not to worry. Lucen took out his phone and saw that the internet was flooded with discussions about the strange phenomena in the sky and earth that had occurred a few hours ago. The strange phenomenon in heaven and earth was caused by Morong-won, the most beautiful woman in Rongcheng. The news that the Morong family had produced an unparalleled genius had spread. Oh my God, God is so unfair. He opened a door for Morong-won and also opened the window. It's not just windows, it's even furnished with furniture and appliances. Just now, when the strange phenomenon appeared, my husky kowtowed 3 times to the sky, and now he's clamoring to cultivate immortality. Is this considered a work-related injury? Can I claim compensation from Morong-won? Does anyone know what happened to Morong-won? She's almost 25 and still hasn't opened her meridians. How did she suddenly become a peerless genius? If you let me marry Morong-won, I'm willing to drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and have a feast every day. Whoever urinates yellow, wake him up. Morong-won's name was all over the social platforms and chat groups. Overnight, Morong-won became the most popular person in the entire East. No one knew that an even more monstrous and extraordinary genius had been born in secret. That's fine. Lucen put away his phone. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. I'll come see you again after the exam is over. After saying goodbye to his parents, Lucen turned and left. Wow, I heard that both Qingshu Palace and Beidou Palace sent elders to compete for Morong-won. Qingshu Palace and Beidou Palace? They are among the top 5 forces in the world. Morong-won is about to soar to the sky. The news on the internet is always the most timely. Before Lucen left the Martyrs' Cemetery, new news came out. Qingshu Palace and Beidou Hall are the forces behind Qingshu College and Beidou University. Both are top forces with official backgrounds and contain countless powerful people. After the advent of the Gaowu era, Eastern culture exploded, and people tended to use classical names to name schools and forces. Morong-won is awesome now. Lucen couldn't help but smile when he thought of that stunningly beautiful woman. Naturally, he would not be jealous of Morong-won. On the contrary, Lucen wished Morong-won would become more powerful. Anyway, no matter how awesome Morong-won is, he, Lucen, is always more awesome than her. Chapter 5 Incredibly Fast. Aunt, how did you suddenly become a genius? You have a delicate body, and it sounds so powerful. On the other side, in the vast manor, Chu Yuqing finally found an opportunity to be alone with Morong-won. When the exquisite treasure body awakened, it seemed to have regained its alluring beauty. Morong-won, who was once famous in Chengdu for her human face and peach blossoms, is now even more charming than before. Glass bones, cold jade skin, peach blossom eyes, and starry eyes. Shu Yuqing was a little fascinated by it. Morong-won still looked a little dazed. Everything that happened today was like a dream to her. A few hours ago, she was still a 25-year-old loser who couldn't even open her pulse. Suddenly, the world turned upside down. She became a peerless genius who shocked the entire East. Even major forces like Qingshu Palace and Beidou Palace sent elders, not to mention other forces, big and small. The threshold of Morong's house was about to be broken down. That's good now. Even if I'm not pregnant, I don't have to worry about that scumbag from the Wang family. Shu Yuqing was happy for Morong-won from the bottom of her heart. When Morongwon heard the word pregnant, her expression changed slightly. She needed to get pregnant before, but now she can't get pregnant anymore. Hey, it seems I meant well but ended up with something worse. If I had known you would awaken your exquisite body today, I wouldn't have called Lu Sun over. Shu Yuqing noticed Morongwon's expression and felt a little annoyed. I don't blame you, Yuqing. This is Jia's meridian opening pill. Please bring it to him for me. Morongwon handed a small pill bottle to Shu Yuqing. Jia's meridian opening pill? This is something that is hard to buy even with money. Auntie, don't you want to use it yourself? I don't need it. All right. Shu Yuqing put the pill bottle away. Miss, everything is ready, you can start training now. A young girl came to report. Okay, I'll be right there. Aunt, I'll go take a look too. Good. Soon, Morongwon and Shu Yuqing arrived at a room deep in the manor. In the middle of the room, there is a bathtub made of xianling wood, filled with medicinal juices made from various spiritual objects in heaven and earth. Morongwon wants to use these medicinal juices to strengthen her body. The first stage of spiritual practice is to open the meridians. Body training is part of the meridian opening stage. Body training can not only enhance physical fitness, but also increase the chance of opening meridians and improve the effect of opening meridians. This is an expensive job. Most ordinary people use primary bodybuilding liquid, which costs 1,000 yuan per bottle. It takes several months of using one bottle every day to break through the first level of bodybuilding. If you want to be faster and better, then use mid to high level bodybuilding fluids, or treasures such as natural treasures and bodybuilding pills. That's expensive. For example, the best Jia's body strengthening pill is said to be able to make the body as clear as glass, and open the meridians as easily as taking something out of a bag. Although it is good, it also has the reputation of making people bankrupt if they take one of the pills, because one of the Jia's body strengthening pills costs tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Many ordinary people do not have the money to train their bodies, so they skip this step, or they only train their bodies to the third or fourth level at most, which results in unsatisfactory meridian opening effects and also has a certain impact on subsequent growth. Before awakening her exquisite body, Morongwon was not only unable to open her meridians, but also had mediocre results in bodybuilding. Now, Morongwon can have a good rest. She took off her clothes, took out a Jia's bodybuilding pill and swallowed it, then completely immersed her body in the bathtub. The exquisite body began to show its power. The medicinal power of the medicine was quickly absorbed by her body, continuously strengthening her body. The speed and effect of body training far exceeded Morongwon's imagination. Could it be him? After realizing the magic of the exquisite body, Morongwon couldn't help but think. She thought of Lu Sun's last kiss. During that kiss, she clearly felt something cool entering her body from Lu Sun's mouth. It was that kind of thing that caused a huge change in her body from the inside out. The exquisite body was thus awakened. Morongwon didn't dare to be sure about this. She believed that the awakening of Linglong's body must be Lu Sun's credit. Lu Sun is just an ordinary student, how could he have such magical skills? Despite this, Morongwon still asked Shu Yuqing to bring Lu Sun the extremely expensive Jia's meridian opening pill, which was hard to buy even with money. Just consider it as a reward to Lu Sun. She was not sure whether it was Lu Sun. If she was sure that it was Lu Sun, her reward would definitely be more than this. The next day, Chengdu No. 1 Middle School, on the playground. There are still 30 days until the final exam. The coming month will be the busiest month of the year. You will witness all sorts of extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth, and meet all sorts of exceptionally gifted geniuses. Just like yesterday, Morongwon from Aroncheng caused a huge, celestial phenomenon that shocked the entire country. My request to you is very simple. One lineage. If you can open one lineage this month, you will be able to enter the training school. Otherwise, you can only enter an ordinary university or even fail the entrance exam, and the possibility of opening your meridians will become increasingly lower. Starting today, each person can receive between 1 and 100 units of dark energy per day. The specific amount depends on the progress of body training and meridian opening. The principal chattered on and on. Why didn't Shu Yuqing come? Below, Lu Sun looked around for a long time but didn't see Shu Yuqing. Morongwon breaks through the 4th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Morongwon gained from body forging. Ha! A warm current entered Lu Sun's body. Morongwon's return came so soon. Why is she only at the 4th level of physical training? Lu Sun was puzzled. With the Morong family's financial resources, Lu Sun thought Morong Wan had already reached the 10th level of body forging, but he didn't know that she was only at the 3rd level before. From this perspective, before the Linglong treasure body was activated, it restricted her greatly. That's fine. Lu Sun is only at the 2nd level of body forging, so it would be nice to use this to improve his physique. Gotcha. The tenfold return had a significant impact on Lu Sun's health. His bones all over his body were crackling, as if they were growing. The students around heard the noise and looked over. Lu Sun, are you okay? It doesn't matter if you can't get the school beauty. Just don't let it get to you. On the side, his good friend Li Bufan thought Lu Sun was committing self-harm. Your father is doing some physical training. Lu Sun was annoyed. Building up your body now? Did you take some bodybuilding pills? Wow, brother, you've hooked up with a rich woman? Take your little brother with you. Li Bufan came closer in a servile manner. Roll. Lu Sun kicked him. This kid lives in a dilapidated old city area. He has a pair of poor and stubborn parents. It is said that they are so poor that they can't even make ends meet, but they still refuse to accept help from kind-hearted people. It wasn't until Lu Sun accidentally saw his parents secretly driving a luxury car and wearing precious clothes that cost millions of dollars that he suddenly realized what was going on. Isn't this just a rich young master who was raised in poverty? No wonder such a poor family could raise a genius who reached the 10th level of body forging a few months ago and has opened 4 meridians now. Body forging level 3, body forging level 4, body forging level 5, body forging level 6, body forging level 7. As for Lu Sun, thanks to the tenfold reward, he reached the 7th level of body forging in a short period of time. It has risen by 5 levels. Incredibly fast. That's awesome. Lu Sun was overjoyed. Chapter 6 Sorry, he's my boyfriend. 2 suns in the sky. The blazing light poured down, enveloping Chengdu No. 1 Middle School in a dazzling golden glow, and the campus was shining. The students were already accustomed to the 2 suns hanging in the sky. Since the advent of the high-level martial arts era and the beginning of the Blue Planet's dimensional upgrading, the people of Blue Planet have seen countless such wonders. The Blue Star has stayed in this binary system for several years, and it is unknown when it will leave. The energy sinks into the Dantian and the fire spreads all over the land. I dare to lock the Blue Dragon in the human world. The 5 senses are connected to the gods, and a thought can break the sky. The Ren and Du meridians carry dual yin and yang, and the 8 extraordinary meridians are beyond description. With the mind guiding the chi and blood through the meridians, the whole body is unobstructed and filled with boundless joy. The practice room was filled with noise. Many students memorized the methods of opening meridians and used the dark energy released by the school to open their meridians. Dark energy is the key to the practice of monks and exists in the universe in a free form. 1 month before the annual major exams, all martial arts schools will distribute varying amounts of dark energy to students every day. By absorbing dark energy into the body, under its stimulation, students' chances of opening their meridians will be greatly increased. Those rich kids who have better ways to open their meridians will also concentrate their efforts this month so that they can enter better training schools. Lu Sun didn't act too special. He pretended to be working hard, but in fact he was just lying down comfortably. The system forbids him from practicing. What else can he do? Hurry up and check out TikTok. A strange phenomenon has appeared in Haicheng. Someone at Haicheng No. 3 Middle School has opened up a strange meridian. Wow, another genius is born. There are so many geniuses in this world, why can't there be one more like me? A piece of news on the internet made the students envious. This mere heaven and earth chimai is destined to be mine, Li Bufan. Don't panic, my good brother. Once I, brother fan, open the heaven and earth chimai, I will definitely help you get the chi opening pill. Li Bufan is quite ambitious. He opened 4 meridians and received a lot of dark energy from school. Lu Sun, give me your share of dark energy. I'm almost opening my meridians. It would be best if I could ask Li Bufan for some more. You have such a good relationship with him, he won't refuse you. At this time, Lu Sun received a message. He frowned and turned off his phone, pretending not to see it. Lu Sun, I saw you looking at your phone, don't pretend you didn't see it. Another message appeared on the screen. Lu Sun took a quick glance and ignored it. Lu Sun, don't be shameless. Give me your dark energy. I can forgive you and give you another chance to pursue me.
I know you're pursuing Chu Yuqing.
Stop dreaming. You can't even pursue me, and you still want to pursue the school beauty? News pops up frequently. Lu Sun was a little annoyed. He opened his phone, clicked on the message, and clicked delete in the upper right corner. It's quiet now. Lu Sun is amazing. He licked Lu Mei for 3 years and deleted it right away. It seems that the charm of the school beauty is really great. Li Bufan accidentally glanced at the screen and gave Lu Sun a thumbs up. The person who just sent the message was Lu Mei. Something happened to Lu Sun during his high school entrance exam. The inheritance left by his parents was taken away with an IOU, and he even lost the family's old house. At that time, he was in a low mood, felt that life was bleak, and almost gave up on himself. A note handed to him by Lu Mei gave Lu Sun great encouragement. There was a picture on the note, in which Lu Sun was flying in the sky with a sword, looking very heroic. There are also beautiful small words written below, "Come on." This note was like a ray of light in a desperate situation, allowing Lu Sun to regain his confidence in life. It turns out that there are still people in this world who care about him. Lu Sun always thought that the note was sent by Lu Mei. So Lu Sun has been very good to Lu Mei for the past 3 years, and therefore he has been labeled as a bootlicker for 3 years. Until recently, Lu Sun accidentally found out that the note was actually sent by Chu Yuqing with the help of Lu Mei. Lu Mei knew that Lu Sun had misunderstood, but she kept silent. The tea couldn't be any better. In addition, she was also ambiguous with several boys at the same time, making her a typical queen of the sea. After learning the truth, Lu Sun decisively ignored her and turned to pursue the school beauty Chu Yuqing. He didn't actually expect to catch up with her, but mainly wanted to express his gratitude to her and help her block the flies. Unexpectedly, Chu Yuqing suddenly agreed. Lu Sun. Not long after leaving the training room, Lu Sun was blocked by the angry Lu Mei. Don't think I don't know you're playing hard to get. You've been chasing me for 3 years and haven't gotten me yet. You want to try a different tactic, right? Lu Mei looked as if she had seen through Lu Sun. Nerve. Lu Sun didn't want to pay any attention to Lu Mei and turned away. Lu Sun, if you leave now, I will never give you another chance, not even the chance to bring you food. Seeing Lu Sun's reaction, Lu Mei became anxious and said something harsh. She suddenly realized that Lu Sun was serious. In the past 3 years, Lu Sun has brought her all kinds of benefits and conveniences. Where else can she find such a good and handsome bootlicker? Not to mention, there are several of her younger sisters and students around her. Lu Sun kept walking without hesitation. Lu Mei was embarrassed and chased after Lu Sun to stop him. Lu Sun, keep the dark energy for yourself. Now, bring me a serving of braised chicken with rice. We can start over. Start being your lapdog again? Lu Sun smiled. If you can open your pulse, I can also give you a chance to become a regular employee. Lu Mei relaxed the conditions. There were more and more students watching, and if she really let Lu Sun leave, she would be embarrassed. I've already opened my pulse, and I still fancy a piece of trash like you? Lu Sun said something harsh. What are you pretending to be? You're just a piece of crap who's only at the 2nd level of body forging. Do you really think I care about you? I'm letting you be my bootlicker because I feel sorry for you. You're such a loser, and you still want to chase the school beauty. Even if you lick her shoes to pieces, you won't be able to touch her. Lu Mei's defense was broken, she lost her mind, and started to attack in a burst of attacks. Who are you and why are you scolding Lu Sun? At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Lu Mei looked and saw that it was Chu Yuqing who was speaking. Although she was somewhat pretty, she was far from being as pretty as the pure and lovely Chu Yuqing, and she immediately lost some of her color. Chu Yuqing, you came at the perfect time. I'm helping you scold this toad. Lu Mei couldn't continue speaking, her eyes filled with astonishment. Because Chu Yuqing naturally took Lu Sun's arm. She rubbed her eyes subconsciously, thinking she had seen it wrong. I'm sorry, he's my boyfriend, not someone's bootlicker, let alone a toad. Chu Yuqing tilted her head slightly and looked at Lu Sun, her eyes as affectionate as autumn water. I don't need him to lick me. Love is a two-way thing, not one person giving and the other taking. Her tone was gentle, but every word was like a knife, piercing Lu Mei's heart. Perhaps she was deliberately trying to anger Lu Mei, so while she was speaking, her soft little hand quietly held Lu Sun's hand. Then, clasp your fingers together. This scene.
Lu Mei's heavily made-up face instantly turned redder than pig liver.
Chapter 7, Unprecedented Bodybuilding Realm.
Lu Sun, I've told you everything, and I even helped you beat up that woman.
Please don't blame me anymore. On campus, Shu Yuqing kept pestering Lu Sun. Only now did she tell the whole truth.
The reason why she wanted to help Morongwan find Lu Sun to borrow a child was actually because someone from another big family that had a 5th-level grandmaster had set their sights on Morongwan. He was a scumbag who liked to play with women. It was said that many beautiful women were ruined by him. The scumbag colluded with the Morong family and made 2 plans.
One is to bring generous gifts to propose marriage, and use the pressure from the Morong family to make the Morong family marry Morongwan directly to the scumbag. If Morongwan refuses to comply, then we will rig the random marriage. In short, the scumbag is determined to get Morongwan. That's why Chu Yuqing and Morongwan came up with this idea together. Your grandfather is a 4th-level master, can't he control the entire family? Lu Sun asked. Grandpa was injured on the ancient Starry Sky Road a few years ago and has never recovered.
My uncle's lineage has developed rapidly in recent years. My eldest uncle has reached the peak of the 3rd realm.
Grandpa is almost unable to control them. Shu Yuqing sighed. I still have a few questions that I can't figure out. You say. You suddenly agreed to my pursuit, isn't it just for this? Otherwise, how could you, a proud white swan, be interested in a toad like me? Lu Sen turned and looked at Shu Yuqing. Of course not. Shu Yuqing's little head shook like a rattle. Then tell me, I come from such a poor family and I'm such a worthless person, what is it about me that you like? Lu Sun didn't let her go. Of course he's handsome.
As Chu Yuqing spoke, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Sun's handsome face, as if she wanted to pounce on him and take a bite.
Okay, you passed. Lu Sun was very satisfied with this answer. Then what does your aunt like about me? Lu Sun continued to ask questions. I recommended it to her. It's a good idea to keep it within the family. I asked you to take me home that day so that my aunt could take a look at you secretly. She was very satisfied with you after seeing you, so she chose you. Shu Yuqing's reason opened Lu Sun's eyes. It's a good idea to keep the wealth within the family and use it this way. How is your aunt?
After a moment of silence, Lu Sun asked.
It couldn't be better.
The elders from Qingshu Palace and Beidou Hall said that she has awakened her exquisite body, and her cultivation speed will be extremely fast in the future. My aunt is a little older and hasn't opened her meridians yet, so she can't join Qingshu Palace or Beidou Palace. However, an elder from Beidou Palace is willing to take her in as a disciple and train her at Beidou University for a few years. As long as she breaks through to the 4th level before she turns 30, she can join Beidou Palace. Shu Yuqing did not hide it from Lu Sun and told him about Morongwan's situation.
Morongwan is 25 years old and can still go to Beidou University.
As expected, only ordinary people who are high and mighty are worthy of enjoying the extremely strict rules of this world.
Oh, by the way, my aunt asked me to bring this to you. It should help you open your pulse.
Shu Yuqing handed a small jade bottle to Lu Sun.
Did Morongwan bring it to him?
No, let her keep it for herself.
Lu Sun didn't answer. This contains the Jia family's meridian opening pill, which is priceless. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Even if you have poor aptitude, you will have a high chance of opening your meridians after taking it. Then you will be able to enter the cultivation school. Shu Yuqing said quickly. It's really a good thing. I'll give it to you. Why are you still angry with me? Shu Yuqing thought Lu Sun was deliberately trying to anger her. No, I just don't need it. Why are you so stubborn? Okay, I'm going back now.
Mother has found a good friend to help me open my meridians.
Lu Sun, do you really not want the Jia family's meridian opening pill? Don't want. Then I'll return it to my aunt. Shu Yuqing sighed and left the school. Wow, Lu Sun, brother Sun, you're so awesome. You really managed to get the school beauty?
Brother Sun, no, Godfather, please teach Fan Fan how to pick up girls. Fan Fan also wants to learn how to pick up girls. You have no idea how pissed off Lu Mei was. It said her mouth was twisted with anger.
I'm so happy. While eating, Li Bufan heard about this incident from somewhere and began to admire Lu Xuanka. Ha ha ha, Lu Sun, your brother Fanzine Wei meridian is open.
The next day, Li Bufan opened his 5th martial meridian and was very proud of it.
Ha ha, my pulse is open.
Today I open my meridians and break free from the mundane world. From now on, my fate is no longer determined by fate.
Wow, a spiritual vein.
Among the students of Roncheng No. 1 Middle School, more and more people have successfully opened their meridians.
Some people even opened up spiritual veins. Wumai is the easiest to open and the most common.
Spiritual veins are relatively rare.
She was an ordinary girl in class 16.
She was originally inconspicuous, but once her spiritual vein was opened, she instantly became a well-known figure in the school.
Even the principal was alarmed and personally gave her an extremely generous reward. Moron Wan breaks through the 5th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Moron Wan gained from body forging. At noon, Lu Xin received another tenfold return.
As expected of a delicate and precious body, 1 level higher every day. Linglong body is really awesome. For ordinary people, even if they use the best resources, it will take 10 days, half a month or even longer to advance 1 level after reaching the 4th or 5th level. Moron Wan, on the other hand, just reached the 4th level of body forging yesterday, and today she has reached the 5th level of body forging.
The 10th level of body forging.
This wave of returns allowed Lu Sun to advance 3 levels in a row, reaching the 10th level of body forging.
If this continues to be returned, will I open the pulse directly? Lu Sun was curious.
The meridian opening effect of the 10th level of bodybuilding is the best. Those who have the conditions will choose to reach the 10th level of body strengthening first and then open their meridians.
Moron Wan has only reached the 5th level of body forging. If she continues to ascend and then returns tenfold, she wonders what will happen to Lu Sun. Moron Wan breaks through the 6th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Moron Wan gained from body forging. A day later, Moron Wan rose to another level. And you have the 12th level of body forging? Lu Sun knew the answer. He rushed to the 12th level of body forging. This surprised him a little. Bodybuilding usually only has 10 levels, so how could there be a 12th level? This is not over yet. 2 days later, on Friday morning, Moron Wan broke through to the 7th level of body forging. Lu Sun reached the unprecedented 14th level of body forging. Chapter 8 is Kamai very powerful? Weekend. The lower grades have already had their holidays.
Only the students who are about to graduate are still attending classes.
This month is basically all cultivation classes. The class format is relatively free. After the teacher gives a brief explanation, the students open their meridians in various ways in the practice room, while the teacher provides guidance. Lu Sun, don't think I didn't see you slacking off this week. Are you giving up on yourself? Teacher Wu, that's not true. I've been working so hard. You're still quibbling. You didn't even use the dark energy. Did you give it to Lu Mei? No, absolutely not. Don't worry, teacher. I would rather feed it to the dogs than give it to that bitch. Your parents don't want to see you like this, sigh. In the practice room, Teacher Wu shook his head and left. Teacher Wu was an old acquaintance of Lu Sun's parents. After Lu Sun transferred to Roncheng No. 1 Middle School 2 years ago, he has always been very caring towards him. He is one of the few people in this world who still cares about Lu Sun. Sure enough, any little action of the students cannot be hidden from the teacher's eyes. Lu Sun's week of lying down could not be hidden from Teacher Wu. That's fine. He could now slack off openly without having to pretend to be working hard every day, fearing that Teacher Wu would find out he was slacking off and hurt his feelings. Lao Wu, he has given up on himself, so why bother caring about him so much? Just let nature take its course and let the flowers bloom, the trees grow, and the cattle and horses grow. After all, he's Xiao Ying's child. I can't bear to see him like this. On the other hand, a teacher's dissuasion failed to dispel Teacher Wu's concern for Lu Sun. Li Bufan, what's wrong with you? 55-55, Lu Sun, my grandma is dead. Early the next morning, when Lu Sun saw Li Bufan, he found that his eyes were swollen from crying. My condolences. Lu Sun comforted him. No wonder I didn't see Li Bufan yesterday. Grandma died so suddenly. I left school early the day before yesterday, and I saw my grandma, who had been paralyzed for over a decade, dancing with other elderly people in the park. She ran away as soon as she saw me. I chased her all the way, but I couldn't catch her. After I got home, my father told me that my grandmother had passed away. What I saw was her soul. She couldn't bear to leave me. 55-55, my grandma, she loved me so much. Before she died, she was still telling me to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Li Bufan spoke tearfully.
As Lu Sun listened, his expression gradually became intriguing.
Li Bufan, your grandma probably didn't. He patted Li Bufan on the shoulder and stopped talking midway. It is better to have less trouble than more. His parents have been acting for 19 years. If they were to find out, there would be chaos.
Li Bufan's milk is probably not real milk, but the milk of an actor hired by his parents.
I'm afraid he is still a warrior with some strength. Otherwise, why couldn't Li Bufan, who had opened 5 meridians, catch up with an old man? Lu Sun, what happened to my grandma? Li Bufan raised his tearful eyes. It's nothing. You are so filial. Your grandma's spirit in heaven will definitely be pleased. Yes.
I will definitely get into Peking University or Tsinghua University and live up to grandma's expectations.
Li Bufan wiped away his tears, took out a capsule, swallowed it, and started lifting weights.
The capsule contains a unit of dark energy, which makes it easy to store and inhale.
Morong Wan breaks through the 8th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from body forging. Morong Wan broke through another level.
The 16th level of body forging.
If this continues, I'm going to become a scion.
Lu Sun clenched his fists and felt his whole body filled with strength.
Morong Wan spared no expense in training her body.
According to Chu Yuqing, Morong Zhan even prepared a large number of Jia's bodybuilding pills, each worth tens of millions.
As a result, Morong Wan's bodybuilding results were astonishingly good.
After returning 10 times the money to Lu Sun, it can be seen how much benefit Lu Sun gained.
His current body would be a standard Superman in the old times. Li Bufan, you finally have half a day off, don't you want to go out for a walk?
No, I want to take the entrance exams to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Lu Sun had half a day off on Sunday afternoon, so he decided to go out for a walk.
Here. Teacher Wu, there's really no need. Just take it if I tell you to. Listen, Lu Sun. As long as there's still a glimmer of hope, don't give up.
Before he even left the school, Teacher Wu suddenly appeared and forced a bag into Lu Sun's hand. What was inside was actually dark energy sealed in a capsule.
There are quite a few of them, several hundred units. Dark energy is not cheap. Although Teacher Wu is a warrior, he was injured in the disaster and his life is not very affluent. It's not easy for him to take out so much dark energy. Lu Sun refused to take it, but he stuffed it in his pocket and left. Teacher Wu. Looking at Teacher Wu's slightly staggering back, Lu Sun's eyes became moist. Wang Yang, he is Lu Sun.
Lu Sun, stop right there, kid.
As soon as he left the school, Lu Sun was blocked by a group of people. Boy, you are the one who made my wife cry?
A student stood in front of Lu Sun with a sullen look on his face.
Wang Yang, don't talk nonsense. She's not your wife yet.
Lu Mei pretended to be shy.
That's it in the future. When I get into college, I'll marry you. Even if you can't open a pulse, you can still live the life of a rich wife. Wang Yang patted his chest and made the promise. Boy, while I'm in a good mood today, kneel down and apologize to my wife, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it today. Immediately, Wang Yang turned his head and looked at Lu Xuandao with a ferocious look. What if I don't kneel?
Lu Sun's voice turned cold.
That's not up to you.
Brother, I opened up your Ren Meridian yesterday and today, and my strength has tripled.
You have to kneel today, whether you want to or not. Wang Yang is arrogant.
On the side, Lu Mei held her head high like a proud swan. Chu Youqing's appearance a few days ago made her lose face and she couldn't even hold her head up among her sisters.
She was so angry that she couldn't sleep for several days. Until yesterday, one of her bootlickers, Wang Yang, miraculously developed a lineage.
What surprised Lu Mei even more was that after the meridians were opened, Wang Yang not only did not despise her, but became even more fond of her.
So, Lu Mei cleverly let Wang Yang know that she was so angry with Lu Sun that she cried.
Wang Yang felt heartbroken after hearing this and decided to help her vent her anger.
The pulse has opened, no wonder.
Wang Yang is a head shorter than Lu Sun, yet he still dares to cause trouble. It turns out that he has opened his meridians. The order of opening the meridians is Ren, Du, and Xiong with double Yin and Yang, and the Ren meridian is opened first. Once the Ren meridian is opened, blood and Qi will surge, and strength will increase more than 3 times.
You have to force me to do it, right?
Seeing that Lu Sun didn't move, Wang Yang grabbed him and tried to push him down.
Lu Sun did not surrender and punched Wang Yang. You don't know your own limitations.
Wang Yang had been on guard for a long time. With a sneer, he changed his palm into a fist to meet the attack, wanting to let Lu Sun see the horror of a powerful person with open meridians.
Click. Ah, my hand, my hand.
Amidst the screams, the expression on Wang Yang's face was distorted by the severe pain. His finger bones were broken by Lu Sun's punch. He took several steps back and finally fell to the ground.
Wang Yang.
Lu Mei couldn't believe her eyes. Wang Yang, whose pulse had been opened, was knocked down by Lu Sun with just one punch.
How is this possible? How can a useless person like you with no meridians be so strong? I will fight you to the death. Wang Yang was unwilling to admit defeat and struggled desperately.
With the meridians opened and without, there is a world of difference.
How could he lose to Lu Sun? Is Kaimai very powerful?
After Lu Sun kicked him away, he chased after him and started beating him up.
I was wrong, brother son, dad, grandpa. I won't dare to do it again. Stop hitting me, I'll kneel down for you. Under Lu Sun's iron fist, Wang Yang, who was beaten black and blue, finally faced the reality and kowtowed to Lu Sun repeatedly.
As for his few bad friends, they had already fled in fear.
Only then did Lu Sun let Wang Yang go and walked towards Lu Mei. Lu Sun, whatever you want to do is his own decision, it's none of my business. Lu Mei was frightened and thought Lu Sun was going to attack her. You guys are all the same kind of people. I don't like hitting women, but don't force me to make an exception. This is my last warning.
Lu Sun stared at Lu Mei coldly.
After several seconds, Lu Sun turned and left.
Lu Mei let out a long sigh, only then realizing that her back was already soaked with cold sweat. She suddenly realized that Lu Sun had become so unfamiliar.
Is this still the Lu Sun who licked her for 3 years?
With my current strength, even someone with 5 or 6 meridians opened wouldn't be my match.
If someone opens his meridians, what will happen? Wang Yang's provocation gave Lu Sun a full understanding of his own strength. Now, he was looking forward to opening his meridians. Judging from Morong Wan's progress in bodybuilding, it will be soon. Chapter 9 Love Rival. Mr. Lin, the news is true. Chu Yuqing did admit in person that Lu Sun is her boyfriend. Lu Sun is courting death.
On campus, Lin Yan's face was filled with anger. Lin Yan comes from a large family. His family customized a pulse opening package for him, so he spends less time in school.
After achieving good results, he prepared to come to school to show off and enjoy the admiration of his students.
As a result, as soon as he arrived at school, he learned that Chu Yuqing and Lu Sun had confirmed their relationship.
This made him very angry.
Yesterday, strange phenomena appeared in several places. I wonder if someone in our school will be able to open up a strange meridian of heaven and earth and cause strange phenomena. I heard that the third young master of the Lin family in Class 1 has already started to develop 7 martial veins. If he opens one more, he will be able to attack the heaven and earth chi meridian.
Wow, he's definitely the top student in our number 1 middle school this year. Hey, isn't that the third young master of the Lin family?
Not far away, a group of students were chatting when they saw the protagonist of their conversation. The third young master of the Lin family, Lin Yan.
Mr. Lin, Lu Sun is there.
At this time, a follower discovered Lu Sun not far away.
When Lin Yan heard the word Lu Sun, he changed direction and walked over quickly. Lu Sun, it's Lin Yan.
I heard he has opened 7 martial veins. Be careful or he might cause trouble for you.
When several roommates saw Lin Yan coming, they subconsciously moved away from Lu Sun. Lin Yan has openly pursued Chu Yuqing more than once.
The way he is now, it's obvious that he is here to cause trouble for Lu Sun.
Lu Sun.
Lin Yan took a few steps to stand in front of Lu Sun, his eyes as sharp as a knife, filled with undisguised hostility.
What do you want from my brother? Li Bufan suddenly appeared and stood in front of Lu Sun. You just hide behind others? Lin Yan sneered. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Sun pushed Li Bufan behind him. That's what a man should be like.
However, you haven't opened any meridian yet, while I have already opened 7 meridians.
The heaven and earth meridian is within reach.
Lin Yan held his head high with a proud look on his face.
Then what?
Lu Sun's expression remained unchanged.
You are not worthy of Chu Yuqing.
Lin Yan said coldly.
Oh?
Lu Sun looked forward to what would happen next.
You probably don't know that Chu Yuqing detected a hidden ancient spiritual root yesterday. As long as the ancient spiritual root is activated, it is a sure thing that 9 spiritual veins and the heaven and earth meridians will be opened. She is an unparalleled genius in the entire East. And you, a fatherless, motherless, poor, and powerless low-class parasite, what qualifications do you have to be her boyfriend?
Lin Yan glared at him, his emotions fluctuating with his words.
Wow! Ancient spiritual root. Is the school beauty such a genius?
Lin Yan's words caused an uproar among the students around him. People who possess ancient spiritual roots are not just 1 in 10,000, but 1 in 100,000.
It can be said that he is born to be an immortal. She actually has ancient spiritual roots.
While Lu Sun was surprised, he was also happy for Chu Yuqing.
Although the Chu family that Chu Yuqing belongs to is not as good as the Morong family, it is not much worse.
Otherwise, how could they be qualified to marry Morong Zhan's daughter? But Chu Yuqing hasn't developed a branch yet, which is not normal.
Unexpectedly, she possessed a hidden ancient spiritual root. However, this ancient spiritual root does not seem to be activated. If I can bind to her, when her ancient spiritual roots are activated, will I also gain ancient spiritual roots? Lu Sun suddenly had an idea. The system doesn't seem to say that only one object can be bound. Host, this is possible. You need to reach the 2nd level before you can bind a second person. The system in my mind gave the answer. Lu Sun needs to break through the 2nd realm. Lu Sun understood. He came to his senses and found that Lin Yan was looking at him with contempt, as if saying, "Now you know how much trash you are, right?" So, Lu Sun nodded seriously and said, "Yeah, I'm curious too. Why would Yuqing agree to be the girlfriend of a loser like me? How about I ask her for you next time we check in? Lu Sun, you're courting death." This sentence completely angered Lin Yan. He gathered all his strength and was ready to teach Lin Yan a lesson. You want to do something to my brother? Have you asked me? Li Bufan stood in front of Lu Sun again, his fists clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. Li Bufan, this is none of your business. Don't ask for trouble. My brother's business is my business. Come and try if you dare. The two of them were at loggerheads. Mr. Lin, the teacher is here. A follower whispered. You're lucky, Lu Sun. You'd better never leave the school, otherwise, I'll let you know how flowers wither. After Lin Yan threw down a threatening remark, he left with a few followers. Bufan, thank you. Lu Sun, that's not very nice of you. What's the point of saying thank you between us? Stay away from school for the time being. Use all your strength to open a meridian, and he won't dare to touch you casually. Lu Sun and Li Bufan also left here. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to watch, the other students dispersed. Ha, wife, Lu Sun has offended Lin Yan, and he will be in big trouble in the future. Not far away, Wang Yang and Lu Mei were also there. Wang Yang was gloating, while Lu Mei looked at Lin Yan's back thoughtfully, not knowing what he was thinking. Morong Wan breaks through the 9th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from body forging. At noon that day, Morong Wan broke through another level, and Lu Sun barely reached the 18th level of body forging. Cool. The feeling of becoming stronger and stronger is really great. Ah, Lu Sun, brother fan, my Yangwei meridian is open. Inspired by his grandmother's last wish, Li Bufan worked extra hard and broke through the Yangwei meridian in one fell swoop. Now, he only has 2 martial meridians left to open. What Lu Sun couldn't understand was that his parents were so rich, and Li Bufan himself was not bad either. If they had all the resources, Li Bufan would have opened up all 8 meridians by now, right? This is just a way to endure hardship. People with a lot of money always have some weird ideas. Lu Sun expressed his understanding. At the end of the day, Lu Sun noticed that the atmosphere in the dormitory had subtly changed. Several roommates rarely spoke to Lu Sun anymore. Lu Sun knew that they were afraid of Lin Yan. The students living in the dormitory are basically from poor families and have no place to live in Chengdu. To them, a rich young man like Lin Yan was a behemoth that they could not contend with at all. It was normal for them to stay away from Lu Sun. Lu Sun's relationship with these roommates was neither good nor bad, and he didn't care too much about the changes in their attitudes. 2 days later, Morong Wan finally reached the 10th level of body forging. Lu Sun broke through the 20th level of body forging in one fell swoop. His level of bodybuilding is unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Chapter 10 Explosion on the Spot. The 10th level of body forging, she should be opening her meridian soon, right? After Morong-won reached the 10th level of body forging, the next step was to open her meridians. Lu Sun couldn't help but feel a little excited. He continued to lie down, while deliberately avoiding Teacher Wu. To avoid Teacher Wu being disappointed when he found out that he was slacking off. Let us make Teacher Wu happy after the pulse is opened. Wow, a 4th level master comes to teach you how to open your meridians? A new piece of news made the students excited. Tomorrow morning, a 4th level martial arts master will come to Rongqing No. 1 Middle School to teach the meridian opening skills. Well, it's no use to me. Lu Sun showed little interest. He couldn't practice cultivation, so even if a master of the 4th realm came, even a strong man of the 5th or 6th realm would not be of any help to him. Lu Sun, you didn't expect me to come, did you? The next day, Shu Yuqing suddenly appeared in front of Lu Sun in the auditorium. She wore a JK skirt and a crisp white shirt, looking fresh and sweet. Sister-in-law, please sit down. I'll go find another seat. Li Bufan consciously gave up his position. Mr. Lin, Shu Yuqing is here. A younger brother was sharp-eyed and saw Shu Yuqing. When Lin Yan saw that Shu Yuqing actually sat down next to Lu Sun, he immediately felt unhappy. He stood up suddenly and was about to cause trouble for Lu Sun. Mr. Lin, stay calm, the Grandmaster is coming soon. Lin Yan had no choice but to sit down unwillingly, staring at the backs of Lu Sun and Shu Yuqing with fiery eyes. I have good news for you. Beside Lu Sun, Shu Yuqing pursed her lips and said. What good news? Lu Sun had actually guessed it. I haven't been able to open my pulse for a long time. My mother's friend is the best at helping people open their pulses, but she was helpless. So she took me to find a very powerful immortal cultivator to help check it out. Guess what? I actually have ancient spiritual roots. Shu Yuqing said happily. Congratulations. Lu Sun sends his blessings. The teacher from the admissions office of Peking University and Tsinghua University said that as long as I can activate my ancient spiritual roots, I can be directly admitted even if I don't open a single meridian before the final exam. Shu Yuqing became happier as she spoke. Lu Sun was silent for a few seconds, then said, Your aunt has become a peerless genius. You don't have to worry about that scumbag causing harm. You've also become a genius, and I may not be able to open her pulse. Shu Yuqing, we. Lu Sun, stop talking. Shu Yuqing covered Lu Sun's mouth with her hand. Damn. Mr. Lin, calm down, calm down. This action made Lin Yan almost jump up. I know what you're going to say, but I'm telling you, no way. Shu Yuqing stared at him with her big watery eyes and said angrily. After a while, she suddenly realized something and her cheeks began to heat up. If you promise not to say those 2 words, I'll let you go. She said. Lu Sun nodded. Shu Yuqing then quickly moved her hand away. The lingering touch in her palm made her heart flutter like a deer. Why? Lu Sun was puzzled. He always felt that Shu Yuqing agreed to his pursuit just to help her aunt. Now that her aunt's problem has been solved, she has also become a genius with ancient spiritual roots. What reason is there to continue with him? Lu Sun didn't think that Shu Yuqing was someone who only cared about appearance. If it were in the old days, maybe it would be possible. In the era of advanced martial arts, good looks combined with something useful is still the best option. If it is played alone, it is a useless card. Why so many whys? Anyway, don't even think about getting rid of me. As for opening your meridians, I will help you. I used my own money to buy a lot of dark energy, and I also have the bottle of Jia's meridian opening pill that my aunt gave me. I also made a meridian opening plan for you. Let's work together and try to open all 3 meridians before the final exam. Shu Yuqing started planning with full confidence. Shu Yuqing, I'm very lazy. Don't waste your time on me. You should find a way to activate your ancient spiritual roots. Seeing Shu Yuqing so active, Lu Sun got scared. Anyway, he can't practice, so isn't it better to lie down comfortably every day? Why should he work hard? Is it a waste of time? I don't need to worry about Gu Lingzhen. My parents will help me find a solution. It doesn't matter if you're lazy. I will supervise you. Shu Yuqing made up her mind to help Lu Sun open his meridians. It's over, Morong-won, please open your pulse. Lu Sun had a headache. The Grandmaster is here.
At this time, a burly figure stepped in like a dragon and a tiger, with an imposing aura like a mountain pressing down on one's head, which was breathtaking. As soon as he appeared, the master's pressure swept the entire venue, making all the students feel a chill in their hearts.
The entire auditorium fell silent in an instant.
Lu Xun and Xu Yuqing also stopped talking. The immortal spirit, the martial arts will, opening the meridians is not only a challenge to the limits of the body, but also a tempering of the will. On the podium, the Grandmaster of the Four Realms began his lecture. The students sat up straight and listened attentively. For the vast majority of people here, except in occasions like this, there is no chance to get so close to the Grandmaster. Only Lu Xun felt more and more sleepy the more he listened. It's not that this fourth-level Grandmaster didn't explain it well. But he cannot practice on his own, so it is useless to listen. As he listened, Lu Xun began to doze off.
Lu Xun, don't sleep. Listen carefully. Lu Xun wanted to sleep but couldn't.
Xu Yuqing supervised him from the side and insisted that Lu Xun attend the class.
Lu Xun, come on, answer.
Not only that, she also actively raised her hand to answer questions, but it was Lu Xun's hand that was raised.
Lu Xun, I've applied for a gravity chamber for you. Here's some dark energy for you, along with this Jiashi Meridian opening pill. Take it quickly. Lu Xun, don't be lazy, I'm watching you. Lu Xun. Lu Xun, why are you so lazy?
After the lecture by the Grandmaster of the Four Realms ended, Lu Xun was forced to continue his business. Xu Yuqing was determined to help him feel his pulse, so she stayed with Lu Xun for the entire afternoon. This really made Lu Xun feel overwhelmed.
Damn it! Some people's mood is 10,000 times worse than Lu Xun's. That is Lin Yan.
Xu Yuqing and Lu Xun were so close that it made him furious.
Xu Yuqing, what's the point of you keeping such an unmotivated loser?
He can even fall asleep in the class of a fourth realm grandmaster. No matter how many Jia's meridian opening pills he takes, he can't open his meridians.
He's a pure piece of trash. Lin Yan was burning with jealousy and ran over to scold Lu Xun. He's my boyfriend, I'm happy with it. Lu Xun, let's go and ignore him. Xu Yuqing pulled Lu Xun up and left.
She hadn't opened her meridians yet, and neither had Lu Xun. She was afraid that Lu Xun would suffer a loss after a conflict with Lin Yan.
Lu Xun, don't leave. What are you doing in the training room?
Teacher Wu came, but he didn't indulge Lin Yan.
He cleverly blocked Lin Yan and prevented him from chasing Lu Xun.
Lu Xun glanced back at Lin Yan and took Xu Yuqing's little hand in his.
Ah! Lu Xun, I'm going to kill you.
This action made Lin Yan so angry that he almost exploded on the spot.
Chapter 11, Becoming a Genius in the Blink of an Eye.
Lu Xun, my mother has taken me to the capital to find a way to stimulate my ancient spiritual roots.
You must not be lazy. Train according to the schedule I've set for you.
Once you have opened up all 3 meridians before the final exam, we can go to Peking University and Tsinghua University together. In the evening, Lu Xun received a message from Xu Yuqing.
This news made Lu Xun breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally continue to lie flat. Why hasn't she opened her pulse yet?
2 days after Moron Wan reached the 10th level of physical training, she still hadn't made any progress. There is only more than half a month left before the final exam. It is impossible to say that I am not anxious at all.
Moron Wan breaks through the 11th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Moron Wan gained from body forging. Ha! The next morning, Lu Xun was extremely surprised by the new return.
Moron Wan broke through the 10th level of body forging and reached the 11th level.
Sharp! Lu Xun couldn't help but give her a thumbs up.
As expected of an exquisite body, Moron Wank was able to break through the 11th level of body forging even without a system.
Lu Xun.
In the afternoon, Lu Xun met Lin Yan again. Lin Yan came with a large group of younger brothers, and his intentions were not good.
What do you want from my brother? Li Bufan, why are you everywhere? Don't underestimate the bond between us brothers, bastard. Li Bufan's words made Lu Xun feel a chill. Lu Xun pulled him away and stood in front of Lin Yan. What's the matter? Lu Xun, if you're a man, then have a man's duel with me. Whoever loses withdraws. How about that? Lin Yan stared at Lu Xun intently. Did you get your head stuck in the door? Xu Yuqing is already Lu Xun's girlfriend. He must be crazy to be fighting you. Lu Xun, ignore this psychopath. Li Bufan pushed Lu Xun away. Stop.
Lin Yan stood in front.
Lu Sun, are you still a man? Want to fight? Lu Sun interrupted him. Lu Sun, stay calm and don't act recklessly. We'll talk after you open your meridians. Li Bufan quickly advised. Lu Sun hasn't opened his own lineage yet, how can he fight Lin Yan? That's right, if you're a man, don't be a coward.
Lin Yan provoked him.
Okay, I'll help you. That's what being a man is like. Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Lin Yan laughed. Lu Sun didn't hesitate and attacked Lin Yan. I'm waiting for you. Lin Yan was not panicked at all. With all 7 meridians opened, how could he be afraid of Lu Sun?
He swung his fist forward, intending to defeat Lu Sun with fair strength and let Lu Sun know how big the gap between them was. Fists met fists and collided instantly.
Lin Yan gave a sinister smile.
He seemed to see the scene of Lu Sun's fist being shattered and the whole person being knocked away.
How could it be?
But the next second, a huge force came from Lu Sun's fist, which made his arm numb, and he took several steps back. If he hadn't already reached the 10th level of physical training, this punch would have been enough to break his finger bones.
7 meridians, nothing more than that, you lose. Lu Sun said calmly. Wow, man, how are you so awesome? Li Bufan was shocked. How is that possible? Lin Yan couldn't believe it.
He opened 7 meridians, but was still at a disadvantage. He didn't want to believe it, but the constant pain and numbness in his arms told him that this was not a dream, this was real.
Isn't that Lu Sun? How come he is so strong? Could it be that he has already opened the 8 meridians?
The students around saw this scene and were also shocked. Lin Yan has always been a celebrity in the school, known to everyone. As for Lu Sun, he was originally unknown, but since he became Chu Youqing's boyfriend, more and more students have come to know him.
Don't go. I just didn't want to bully you with my martial arts. Mountain splitting fist.
With a light shout, Lin Yan's aura changed. He actually learned martial arts. Although it is the simplest Kaishan fist, it can greatly increase your strength when performed. A fist as big as a sandbag shattered the air and smashed towards Lu Sun, trying to knock him down with one punch. Lu Sun showed no sign of weakness and fought back with all his might.
Click.
Lin Yan's finger bones made a crisp sound. In severe pain, he took several steps back and became unsteady on his feet, about to fall to the ground.
Mr. Lin.
Several followers supported him in time. On the contrary, Lu Sun did not retreat a single step.
Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Lin Xiao felt numb all over. He is the 3rd young master of the Lin family. After reaching the 10th level of body forging, he opened 7 martial arts meridians in one breath, and it was no problem for him to defeat 10 martial arts champions of the old era. Not to mention he also learned the Kaishan fist.
Now I can't even beat Lu Sun. How could he accept this? So strong.
Mr. Lin used all his fighting skills, but still couldn't defeat Lu Sun. 8 meridians, Lu Sun must have opened the 8 meridians. More and more students gathered around, and they were all shocked by Lu Sun. Young Master Lin, 3rd young Master Lin, if you're not good at it, practice more and don't embarrass yourself by coming out.
Li Bufan, I'm going to kill you.
Li Bufan's ridicule made Lin Yan's mouth twisted with anger. Today he really lost face. I came all the way here to pick a fight, but Lu Sun turned out to be so powerful.
Isn't it said that Lu Sun is only at the 2nd level of body forging and the possibility of opening his meridians is extremely small? Is this the 2nd level of body forging without opening the meridians? Only by opening all martial meridians can one be so powerful. Otherwise, why couldn't he defeat the opponent with his 7 meridians? Who gave this information?
Lin Yan decided to teach that guy a lesson.
8 meridians, so what?
Wait until I open all 8 meridians and the Red Sun meridian is complete, and then I'll come back to settle the score with you. Looking at Lu Sun's receding back, Lin Yan did not give up. The Qiyang vein is a unique vein between heaven and earth. If you want to open the Red Yang meridian, each time you open a meridian, you need to draw the essence of the sun into your body at noon, temper the meridians for 24 hours, and when all 8 meridians are opened, you can use the power of the Red Yang to unite the 8 meridians into one and recreate the Red Yang meridian. This is a common method. Using this method, very few people can open the Qiyang meridian.
Lin Yan's family had been planning this early on.
Generally, when you are 16 years old and your skeleton is basically formed, you can start exercising. When Lin Yan first started training his body, he used his secret method to draw the essence of the sun into his body, allowing his body to adapt to the power of the red sun. In this way, his chances of developing the red yang meridian are several times higher than others.
Great, Lu Sun, I was wondering why you've been so laid back lately. Turns out you've already opened up all 8 meridians. I've been worrying about you for so long, brother. Shouldn't you compensate me for the emotional damage?
You are still wasting your time here, my dear.
I'm going to work hard. Goodbye, Lu Sun. Lu Sun's words gave Li Bufan an injection of chicken blood and he rushed into the training room. Body tempering stage 22, really impressive. Lu Sun clenched his fists.
Lin Yan had opened 7 meridians and was at the 10th level of body forging. Lu Sun had not opened any meridians, but was able to easily defeat him with his 22nd level of body forging.
This is enough to show how terrible Lu Sun's body is now. I wonder if Moron Wan will rush up again. Lu Sun was curious.
Lu Sun, I didn't expect you to have opened all 8 meridians.
It was so hard to hide it from us. Look, that's Lu Sun.
I heard he has opened up the 8 meridians, and even Lin Yan is no match for him.
Wow, how did he suddenly become so powerful?
Before it got dark, the news that Lu Sun had opened the 8 meridians spread throughout the campus. So, in the blink of an eye, he went from a useless person who had difficulty opening his meridians at the 2nd level of body forging to a genius at Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. Whenever his students met him, they would greet him with a big smile on their faces. It seemed like they were very familiar with Lu Sun. Even those roommates who had previously deliberately distanced themselves from Lu Sun became enthusiastic again and vied with each other to please Lu Sun.
The old saying is true. When you're strong, you surround yourself with good people. Lu Sun thought silently.
Even in the era of advanced martial arts, some truths in this world have remained largely unchanged.
Chapter 12. Sorry, the promise is overdue. Xiao Sun, you did a good job. Your parents in heaven will definitely be very happy.
The next day, Teacher Wu found Lu Sun and praised him. After the news spread, Teacher Wu also heard about it and was happy for a long time. Lu Sun did not tell Teacher Wu that he had not yet opened a meridian. Student Lu Sun, you're a dark horse this year at No. 1 Middle School. I'll have Director Xiang test you later.
Once we confirm that your 8 meridians are open, we can move you to a single dormitory and give you the rewards you deserve.
Principal, there are only a dozen days left, so there's no need to change dorms. As for the reward, give it to me after the final exam.
Alright, then it's up to you.
By the way, think carefully over the next couple of days about whether to go to Qingshu College or Beida University. A week before the final exam, teachers from the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University will come to pre-enroll students who have their Quanmai activated.
Yes, Principal.
The principal found Lu Sun and explained some things to him.
There's still 1 week left, Moron Wan, you must open your pulse. After the principal left, Lu Sun prayed silently. The reason why Lu Sun didn't want to change his dormitory or ask for a reward was because he couldn't stand the test. You can tell whether your pulse is open by testing it.
It would be interesting if teachers from Peking University and Tsinghua University came a week later and found out that Lu Sun had not opened his meridians at all.
Brother Sun, good morning. Brother Sun, do you need dark energy? I still have some here. Brother Sun, can you teach me some experience on opening meridians?
Lu Sun became a well-known figure in No. 1 Middle School. Wherever you go, people will greet you, and some will come up to you to get close to you or ask for advice on how to open your pulse.
Lu Sun didn't have any experience in opening meridians. Keep lying down.
He can now lie down openly without worrying about hurting Teacher Wu's feelings.
Wife, it's Lu Sun, let's go this way.
When Lu Sun was strolling around, Wang Yang and Lu Mei happened to see him.
Wang Yang immediately decided to take a detour.
After knowing that Lin Yan couldn't beat Lu Sun now became an extremely vicious man in Wang Yang's eyes.
Even if he provokes again. Wife, what are you doing over there? However, after seeing Lu Sun, Lu Mei did not avoid him, but walked towards him instead. Lu Mei looked at Lu Sun with a complicated expression.
Over the past 3 years, Lu Sun has brought her meals and provided her with countless other kinds of help, big and small.
Lu Mei enjoyed it with a clear conscience and treated Lu Sun as the most obedient lapdog.
But Lu Sun suddenly stopped licking. It doesn't matter if he doesn't lick it.
If Lu Sun has a bad life, that is fine.
But Lu Sun not only caught up with the school beauty, but now he has also opened up all 8 meridians.
This made Lu Mei feel extremely regretful.
God have mercy on her, when she heard the news yesterday, she almost regretted it so much. So, even if the two sides had already fallen out before,
Lu Mei also decided to try again.
today she dressed up deliberately, wearing the white dress that Lu Sun wore when he first met her, and then wandered around, just to find Lu Sun.
Now that I have found it, I will naturally not let it go.
She flicked her hair and walked gracefully to Lu Sun. She leaned forward slightly and handed him a heart-shaped box with both hands.
This angle just provided Lu Sun with an excellent view. You can see a faint gully between the two large thunders. Do what? Lu Sun stopped. Lu Sun, this is the chocolate you gave me on my birthday 3 years ago. I ate the chocolate, but I kept the box. Today is your birthday, so I filled it with chocolates I made myself and gave it to you. I have to say, if Lu Mei's voice is muffled, few innocent little boys can resist it. Otherwise, how could she raise a pond of fish? My birthday? Sorry, I've always celebrated my birthday according to the lunar calendar. Also, this box of yours isn't the one I gave you.
Next time you act, be more careful and change the production date on the box. Lu Sun's words made Lu Mei's face turn pale.
She finally came up with this idea and even asked one of her bootlickers in the student union to find out Lu Sun's date of birth. Who would have thought that Lu Sun actually celebrated his birthday according to the lunar calendar? Her box was also opened by Lu Sun. Lu Sun, have you forgotten the promise you made 3 years ago?
Seeing Lu Sun was about to leave, Lu Mei stamped her feet and questioned.
Promise? Lu Sun thought about it for a moment and finally remembered.
3 years ago, Lu Mei asked him if he would always be so good to her. At that time, Lu Mei was raising fish seedlings in the fish pond, which gave Lu Sun the feeling that they were in love.
Plus, Lu Sun always felt that the note was from her.
So, Lu Sun told her that as long as she didn't mind, he would always be nice to her.
Sorry, promises are time limited and will not be accepted after the expiration date. Lu Sun didn't even turn his head, threw down a sentence, and walked away.
Lu Sun, you bastard who doesn't keep his word, 55-55.
Lu Mei cried. Wife, don't cry, you still have me. Get lost, who is your wife? It took you so long to open a bloodline, what a loser. Look at your character, you look like Wu Dalong, I feel sick just by looking at you. Stay away from me. You bastard Lu Sun, do you really think I can't live without you?
Wang Yang went forward to comfort her, but was scolded by Lu Mei, and was almost crying.
Humph, I have plenty of liquors.
Lu Sun, just wait for me.
I can still live well without you.
Lu Mei wiped away the tears that didn't even fall, threw the chocolate to the ground, stomped on it a few times, and left angrily.
Chapter 13 Opening the Meridians. Morong Wan breaks through the 12th level of body forging. The host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from body forging. The next day, Morong Wan reached the 12th level of body forging. Really? Lu Sun guessed this would happen. He therefore reached the 24th stage of body forging. The higher the level of body forging, the greater the improvement and the higher the difficulty for each level. Therefore, even if it is 10 times, after the 24th level, it can only allow Lu Sun to improve 1 or 2 levels. 6 days left. Sister, please open my pulse quickly.
Now Lu Sun just hopes that Morong Wan 1T rush forward.
The 12th level of body forging is enough.
Early body training was more for strengthening the physique, making it easier to open the meridians and achieving better results. After the meridians are opened, the warrior will also have the effect of strengthening his body during the process of continuous practice. The physical strength of a 4th level master is far beyond what Lu Sun's 24th level body forging can achieve. Wow, someone from number 2 middle school has opened up a unique meridian of heaven and earth. That afternoon, strange phenomena appeared again in the sky above Chengdu. At Chengdu number 2 middle school, someone opened up a strange vein of heaven and earth, which caused strange phenomena. The scope of the phenomenon was not large, and it only appeared briefly around Rongqing number 2 middle school. It is far inferior to Morong Wan's vision, but it is also a vision, enough to make countless people envious. Lu Sun, as long as you can open the heaven and earth Chimai, just tell me what you need. The principal couldn't sit still anymore and found Lu Sun. The performance of Chengdu number 1 middle school has always been better than that of Chengdu number 2 middle school. Now a student with extraordinary talent has appeared in number 2 middle school, who has directly overshadowed number 1 middle school. Principal, I'll do my best. Lu Sun didn't want anything. In order to reassure the principal, he said he would work hard. The principal was very disappointed.
Without knowing it, Lu Sun turned over and lay down. It's just a strange vein of heaven and earth. I, Lin Yan, can get it easily. Mr. Lin V5. It's up to you to regain the dignity of our #1 middle school. That night, Lin Yan spoke a lot in the campus group, attracting many students to flatter him. He had already opened up the 8th meridian, connected all the meridians into one, and was ready to attack the Qian meridian. The next day, what no one expected was that Lin Yan came to the school and wanted to attack the Qian meridian in public. The Lin family also built a platform for Lin Yan to sit on. There were many students watching. Of course, there were also many students who were busy opening their pulses and had no time to watch the fun. This guy is such a show-off. After complaining, Li Bufan went into the training room. He still has one last vein that has not been opened. As for Lu Sun, he also went to the playground to see the excitement. After Lin Yan discovered Lu Sun, he became even more excited. Butler Lu, give me the sun essence. Yes, master. A middle-aged man who looked like a butler handed over a small piece of sun essence. This is condensed by artificially collecting the essence of the sun. The sun here does not refer to the one in the solar system, but refers to all stars. Since the blue star began to upgrade its dimension, it is now unknown how many light-years away from the solar system. Lin Yan absorbed the sun's essence and sat cross-legged in the middle of the platform. 8 concentrators on the surrounding buildings concentrated sunlight from all directions onto Lin Yan. Such dense spotlight caused smoke to come out of Lin Yan's body. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been scalded to death long ago. Lin Yan was fine. He was using sunlight to digest the sun's essence so that he could open the red sun meridian in one fell swoop. Come back tomorrow. On the first day, Lin Yan failed to open the pulse. After noon, he stopped and decided to try again tomorrow. The Qian meridian is most easily opened at noon. In addition, the blue star is now in this binary system, and the power of the sun far exceeds that of other system, which has a great promotion effect on the opening of martial veins such as the red sun vein and the Yentian martial vein. The next day, Lin Yan continued to try. Hateful. He still failed. Twice. Failing twice must have done considerable damage to his body, right? Mr. Lin is really tenacious. He hasn't given up yet. He works so hard even though he has money. No wonder he is so powerful. The admiration of his students gave Lin Yan a great sense of accomplishment. He took off the rejuvenation pill he had bought at a high price and took it to repair his injuries. Come back tomorrow. I can fail countless times, but if I succeed just once, I'll become a true genius. Lin Yan fought again and again despite repeated defeats. At the same time, on the other side of Chengdu, the Morong family's manor was bustling with activity. Except for those from other places, almost the entire Morong family came. Because Morong Wanding will open her pulse today. My little sister is truly a genius. She has reached the 12th level of body forging in just half a month. I wonder how many meridians she can open at once this time. In my opinion, my little sister can definitely open up all the martial meridians at once, and even open up the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth. My aunt is so capable, she can definitely do it. Many members of the Morong family gathered together, their faces filled with smiles. Morong Wan possesses the Linglong body, a top-notch physique for cultivation, and her future rise is inevitable. At that time, the Morong family will also benefit from it and move to a higher level. Some are happy and some are sad. For example, people from Morong Zhan's second brother's lineage. Brother Tian, what should I do? I returned the items, but Wang Yuanjie refused to accept them and insisted on asking me for them. He even threatened to tell my uncle about our plan. Morong Tian's younger brother Morong Chui had a sad face. Previously, they colluded with the scum of the Wang family and used Morong Wan in exchange for the Wang family's support. In order to find an opportunity to seize power and control the entire Morong family. Who would have thought that Morong Wan would suddenly become a peerless genius that shocked the East? All their previous tricks were useless. Morong Tian asked his brother to return the things that the scumbag had given them. But the scumbag refused to accept it and even threatened to expose them. What exactly does Wang Yuanjie want? He said that even if he couldn't marry Morong Wan, he should at least be allowed to play with her for a few days. Brother Tian, he's a pervert. Every woman he's played with has been left crippled. Let him wait for a while. Blue Star has been here for several years. It should be time to re-enter the ancient Starry Sky Road. Then, maybe there will be a chance.
A hint of coldness flashed in Morong Tian's eyes.
No matter how rebellious Morong Wan is, what does it have to do with their lineage?
On the contrary, if Morong Wanruo arises, their lineage will never be able to make a name for themselves.
If they could use Wan Yuanjie to destroy Morong Wan, it would be beneficial to them. Okay, Brother Tian. I'll send him a message right away.
You should go and tell them in person to avoid leaking the secret.
Good. Morong Chue left. A peerless genius.
Humph, a genius who fails to grow is nothing more than a meteor that dies young, only radiant for a moment.
After sneering, Morong Tian restrained his expression, put on a smiling face, and re-entered the manor. It's begun. Auntie is so beautiful.
At this time, inside the manor, Morong Wan absorbed a large amount of dark energy at once. She used the simplest method to open her meridians, absorbing the dark energy into her body like a whale. The aura around her instantly became deep and mysterious. Just a few minutes later, the air around Morong Wan trembled slightly, and an invisible wave spread from her body. The surrounding air seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming circles of faint ripples. The first martial meridian in her body was successfully opened.
Good. Morong Zhan cheered loudly. It's open, it's open. So fast. My aunt is so amazing.
The other members of the Morong family cheered.
Chapter 14, One Meridian After Another, Opening 8 Meridians. Morong Wan opens her first martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from opening her meridian. Finally the pulse is opened. At Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, Lucen finally waited for Morong Wan to open his pulse. As soon as the heat flow appeared in his body, he quickly found a deserted grove and sat down cross-legged. The heat surged like a raging tide, turning into a raging river in the body, rushing wildly and unstoppable. Buzz. The perineum was opened. I'll go.
Lucen clenched his teeth and frowned.
No one told him that opening the pulse is so painful. The heat flow is extremely fierce, starting from the perineum point and rushing towards the Guanyuan point, Shihai point, Shinkei point. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable and these acupoints were easily opened. Buzz. The last Chengjiang acupoint was opened.
All the acupoints are connected in a line, forming the Ren meridian, a martial meridian.
But after opening Lucen's Ren meridian, the heat flow was only consumed by less than 1/10. Just when Lucen thought that he could use this heat flow to disperse all the martial arts in one fell swoop, the heat flow turned around and rushed back and forth in Lucen's Ren meridian. Good fellow. Lucen was immersed in it and saw what was happening inside his body. With the continuous expansion of heat flow, his Ren meridian became wider and stronger. During this process, a slight heat flow spreads throughout the body. Lucen no longer felt any pain, but felt warm all over, as if every cell in his body was soaked in warm water, which was extremely comfortable. It's done. Finally, the heat flow was exhausted. It represents the end of the tenfold return. Lucen's first martial vein was thus opened. No one can match the effect of my meridian opening, right? I'm afraid no one can match his martial arts vein. This time the tenfold return is not in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality. His meridian opening effect is 10 times better than Morong Wan's. It is so much better than others. For the same martial vein, the wider it is, the better. The martial veins opened by ordinary people are like small streams in the fields, which can only accommodate small trickles of water, and the speed of cultivation is average. The martial vein opened by a genius is like a small river in front of the door. It can allow more water to pass through, so the speed of cultivation will naturally be much faster. Lucen's martial veins are like a great river. Not only is the water surging and rushing, but it can also accommodate 100 rivers. When practicing martial arts, he is like a fish in water and makes rapid progress. Fortunately, Lucen reached the 24th level of body forging, otherwise even if there was a tenfold return, his martial meridians would not be so wide. My strength has probably increased tenfold. Once the Ren meridian is opened, the strength will increase by more than 3 times. For example, Wang Yang, it's 3 times. Lucen now feels that his strength has increased by 7, 8, or even 10 times. This made him feel like he could blow up the blue planet with one punch. Of course, this is just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. Morong Wan opens up her second martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from opening her meridian. Here we go again. Not long after, the second stream of heat entered Lucen's body. That's amazing. Morong Wan's exquisite body is indeed amazing. It looked like she was going to open up all 8 martial meridians in one breath. Who, except a true genius, would dare to do this? She dares. The second martial meridian is the Du meridian. The Ren meridian and the Du meridian are the two most important martial meridians. In the martial arts movies and novels of the old times, the protagonist could become an invincible master by opening up the Ren and Du meridians. In the era of advanced martial arts, opening the Ren and Du meridians was merely the starting point of cultivation. After the heat flow enters the body, it rushes all the way along the acupoints of the Du meridian, such as Changxiang, Yaoshu, Mingmen, Jiang, and Lingtai. Then pass through the Fingfu, Baihui, Shangxing, Shinting, and other acupoints, go up along the spine, and finally go straight to the Yinjiao point in the mouth. At this point, the Du channel was opened up in one fell swoop. Just like the first time, after opening the Du channel, only a small amount of heat flow was consumed. It begins to move back and forth along the Du channel, making it stronger and wider. At the same time, a trace of heat spread out, nourishing his entire body, even benefiting the 12 meridians. It's so hot. After the heat flow completely disappeared, Lu Xun felt hot all over. After the Du channel is opened, the increase in strength is not that great, but the blood and qi in the whole body surges, and the spirit becomes extremely energetic. If an elderly person in his 70s or 80s can open up the Du channel, he can instantly become more than 10 years younger. Morong Wan breaks open the third martial meridian, and the host gains 10 times what Morong Wan gained from opening the meridian. What a fast speed! Lu Xun's Du meridian had just finished working when Morong Wan had already opened up the third Wu meridian. The third martial meridian is the Chong meridian. Compared with the Du meridian, the Chong meridian is the real meridian of qi and blood. The Chong meridian runs through the entire body and is known as the Sea of the 12 meridians, or the Sea of Blood. Opening the Chong meridian will cause blood and qi to surge, vitality will become more vigorous, and lifespan will be extended. The starting point of the Chong meridian is the Huiyin point, which just connects the Ren meridian and the Du meridian. Then it passes through 11 acupoints including Qichong acupoint, Hengu acupoint, etc., and ends at the Polaris acupoint. Call. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Xun's Chong meridian took shape, and its strength and width were no less than those of the Ren and Du meridians. It should be here soon. Lu Xun waited quietly. Sure enough, not long after, Morong Wan opened up another branch. This meridian is the Belt meridian. Hey, it's Lu Xun. Why is there smoke coming out of Lu Xun? Is he planning to attack the Heaven and Earth Qi meridian? Don't disturb him. At this time, several students passing by the grove saw Lu Xun. They approached curiously, but lowered their voices consciously. These students didn't know that Lu Xun was opening his meridians, and they thought that Lu Xun was preparing to attack the Heaven and Earth Qi meridian. Soon, as the news spread, more students flocked to the grove. Fuck, I almost scared Yang Wei. A couple who were deeply in love in the depths of the woods fled in panic. Stop arguing. If anyone disturbs my brother's son, I, Li Bufan, will be the first to beat him up. Li Bufan came and drove some of the students who were watching away. Why are there so many people? After more than 10 minutes, Lu Xun's Chong meridian took shape. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was being watched. Never mind. Morong Wan opened her pulse too quickly, and now it was too late to change places. In a few minutes, Morong Wan opened up the Yin Qiao meridian. Then come the Yang Qiao meridian, Yin Wei meridian, and Yang Wei meridian. Except for the last Yang Wei meridian, the next 3 meridians are relatively easy to open. The difficulty of the last meridian lies in that after it is connected, the 8 martial meridians need to be integrated with the 12 main meridians to form a meridian network throughout the body. The 12 main meridians can basically be opened at the same time during the process of opening the meridians. If you can't break through, you'll have to spend more time and effort. For Lu Xun, this was naturally not a problem. Every time the heat flow returns tenfold, it widens and consolidates the martial meridians, and at the same time connects and strengthens the 12 main meridians. And at the last pulse, the heat flow rushed into the 12 main meridians in one go, completely connecting Lu Xun's 8 extraordinary meridians. Wow, Lu Xun is glowing. So handsome. When all his martial meridians were completely opened, Lu Xun seemed to be reborn, giving people a feeling of glowing. Combined with his handsome face, some girls were staring at him with their eyes wide open. Chapter 15. Is this also called a vision? Extra, Lu Xun and Ling Yan compete with each other, attacking the Heaven and Earth Qi meridians at the same time. I heard that both of them liked the campus beauty Chu Yuqing, but Chu Yuqing chose Lu Xun.
Plus, Lin Yan lost to Lu Sun a few days ago, so he came to the school to open the Tiandi Chimai, hoping to win back the game. But Lu Sun also started it. Wow, our number 1 middle school is so lively this year. I wonder who will succeed. At Rongqing number 1 middle school, the news that Lu Sun had challenged the Heaven and Earth Chi Meridian spread completely. Not only did the news spread, but a version of the story also circulated that the two geniuses were jealous of each other and competing with each other. Now, those students who were busy opening their meridians in the practice room could no longer sit still. They all came out to watch the fun. Lu Sun and Lin Yan were actually not far away. Lin Yan is on the largest playground. Lu Sun was in the grove next to the playground. As the students rushed in, both the playground and the grove were packed with people. Everyone, please stop pushing and make way for the principal. The principal is here. After all, we are young people, full of youthful energy, and we want to win or lose in everything. That's fine. If everyone just muddles along like us, how can the world ever progress? It's still good to be young. Youth is a treasure. Our number 1 middle school is full of talented people this year. The principal and many teachers all had smiles on their faces as they watched this scene with great satisfaction. I'm fighting for it. Lu Sun discovered. I can't save face anymore. He really wanted to cry out that he was innocent. Lu Sun had no intention of competing with Lin Yan. As the destined protagonist with a golden finger, he only needs to lie down with his legs crossed every day, and Xu Yuqing has already been his girlfriend. Whatever you argue about, you're jealous of. Is it worth it? It was purely a coincidence that Morong Wan chose to open the pulse today. However, Lu Sun couldn't possibly tell others these reasons. The Linglong treasure body is so powerful. She has already opened 8 meridians. She should choose to open the Linglong meridian in one go. Lu Sun thought about it and felt relieved. Just you want to compete with me. Lin Yan on the other side also got the news. When Lin Yan learned that Lu Sun was also purging the Tiandi Chimai, he swallowed several units of solar essence in one breath. Master, take it easy. What the hell, if I don't succeed today, I'll die. Lin Yan decided to fight hard and not let Lu Sun lose. In order to open the Qiyang Meridian, his family spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy him a large number of rare treasures. What does Lu Sun have? How could he lose the wealth accumulated by his entire family for generations to Lu Sun, a man from the lower class of society who only knew how to study hard? You're worthy of being my daughter, Morong Zhan. You opened all 8 meridians in less than 2 hours. This record should be ranked in the top 10, right? On the other side. In the Morong family's manner, Morong Zhan laughed heartily. Although the meridians are opened inside the human body, Morong Zhan, as a master of the 4th realm, can naturally see that Morong Wan has opened 8 meridians. Grandpa, my aunt hasn't come down yet. Is she going to open the Heaven and Earth Chimai? One of Morong Zhan's granddaughters asked curiously. Well, the Linglong treasure body can open the Linglong meridian. The Linglong meridian is not an ordinary heavenly and earthly meridian. Among all the heavenly and earthly meridians, it can be said to be the strongest one. Morong Zhan said with some pride. The strange veins of heaven and earth are also divided into different levels. The difference between different extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth is no less than the difference between 1 meridian and 8 meridians. The specific good or bad can be seen from the scale of the strange phenomena caused in heaven and earth. Wow, then we can see strange phenomena in the sky and earth again later. The people of the Morong family became excited. Open all 8 meridians, and then open the heaven and earth meridian in one fell swoop. We must not let her grow up. Behind the crowd, Morong Tian's eyes flashed. He didn't make any move. Morong Zhan is here, what can he do? The time is not right. He wanted to wait for Blue Star to re-enter the ancient starry road. By then, the situation on Blue Star would boil like pouring a bowl of water into a boiling oil pan. Only then will there be a chance. It's almost noon. I wonder if young Master Lin can succeed today. It's good to have money. Most people would be very hurt if they failed once when trying to attack the Tiandi Chimai. But young Master Lin is so lucky. He takes the magic pills as if they are free. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, the biggest watershed in life is amniotic fluid. More and more students gathered around Rongqing number 1 middle school to watch. The windows and roofs of the buildings surrounding the playground were filled with densely packed heads. It's almost noon. Two suns hung high above, emitting an incomparably bright light.
The sunlight was collected by the concentrator, making Lin Yan's skin turn extremely red.
If the person was poor, all the clothes would have been burned to ashes by now. Lin Yan's clothes were intact, obviously a precious piece of clothing that could withstand high temperatures.
Open it for me.
When the two suns rose directly overhead, the power of the sun reached its peak. With the help of the medicinal power of the precious pill he swallowed, Lin Yan launched a final charge towards the Qiyang vein.
Buzz!
The Qiyang meridian was opened by him in one fell swoop.
Then,
above the sky of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, flames were billowing and red clouds filled the sky. Amidst the red flames and red clouds, a third red sun appeared.
Wow, a vision!
The blazing red sun appears. This is the strange phenomenon of the opening of the red sun vein.
Young Master Lin has opened up the heaven and earth Qi meridian.
Suddenly, the entire Rongqing No. 1 Middle School was filled with exclamations. After hearing the news, the students who were watching Lu Sun in the grove ran to the playground, and only a few students remained in the grove.
Lu Sun, our young Master Lin succeeded. Where is your heaven and earth Qi meridian? Young Master Lin is still the best. Shut up right there. You want to get beaten up, don't you? Lin Yan's younger brothers mocked him but were silenced by Li Bufan's loud shout.
Lu Sun looked up at the sky.
Is this also called a vision?
Lu Sun was disdainful. The scope of this vision is too small, not even as big as the vision caused by the genius of No. 2 Middle School a few days ago.
Chapter 16, so angry that he vomited blood. Hey, you still look down on young Master Lin's visions? If you have the guts, why don't you open a heaven and earth miracle meridian to surpass young Master Lin's? That's right, Lu Sun, you're not just talking big, are you?
Lin Yan's two younger brothers were very arrogant, with sarcastic expressions on their faces, as if they had already seen Lu Sun's miserable appearance.
As soon as the words fell, above the vision caused by Lin Yan, another vision of heaven and earth appeared.
The sky was clear just a moment ago, but suddenly the wind started to surge and clouds began to roll. A strong wind blew up between heaven and earth, and as dark clouds rolled, gusts of wind roared out like dragons, roaming between heaven and earth.
This is... Hey, he really opened it?
Lin Yan's two younger brothers were horrified, and the sarcasm on their faces froze instantly. This strange phenomenon in heaven and earth is much greater than the one just caused by Lin Yan, both in terms of scope and power.
How come?
On the high platform, Lin Yan stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. He had just opened the Qiyang meridian, causing strange phenomena in heaven and earth, and was in high spirits. As a result, Lu Sun caused a larger scale and more powerful phenomenon in the next second, which instantly made his achievements seem dim. 9 heavens dragon dances, wind and clouds fury, this must be the infinite wind vein.
What a grand spectacle, is it Lu Sun?
Beside the principal, a school leader looked in Lu Sun's direction with sharp eyes. The students surged again, pouring from the playground to the grove.
It wasn't Lu Sun. The one who caused the strange phenomenon was Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy. It is said that he opened the Wuji Wind Meridian. A piece of news spread quickly. Qingyun Academy? That's a school jointly run by several big families. This news disappointed the school leaders.
Unlike public schools like Chengdu No. 1 Middle School and Chengdu No. 2 Middle School, Qingyun Academy is a private school that implements elite education and ordinary people cannot get in. Rather than being a school, it is more like an independent institution jointly established by some wealthy families to train their offspring. It may not be a good thing for ordinary people to go in, unless they are born with the talent to be a lackey.
Wang Tingyun? It's him. That's all right.
The Wang family has a 5th-level grandmaster, so it's no surprise that they could cultivate a genius like this.
This news calmed Lin Yan down.
Wang Tingyun comes from a family with a 5th-level grandmaster, so it is natural that he is more powerful than him.
As long as Lu Sun, this grassroots rival, doesn't surpass him, it's fine. Wang Tingyun?
The strange phenomenon covered most of Rongqing. The Wang family did produce a talented child, but he is far from comparable to my Wanner.
Morongjaan on the other side also saw strange phenomena in the sky and earth. He only saw one level. The strange phenomenon caused by Lin Yan was not observed by Morongjaan because its scope was too small. At this time, an invisible wave was released around Morongwan. Then,
high in the sky, brilliant rainbow lights appeared. The sound was so loud and the colors were so bright that they instantly overshadowed the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by Wang Tingyun. The colorful rays of light filled the entire sky like flowers scattered by fairies, as if dyeing the entire world in colorful colors.
Even if you are 100 miles away from Chengdu, you can see it just by looking up. Success! Wow, my aunt has opened up the heaven and earth Chi meridian.
The people of Morong family cheered.
Oh my god, a triple vision. It's so exciting, today is a bit too lively.
The first level is said to be students from Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, the second level is from Qingyun Academy, and who is this third level? At this moment, the three strange phenomena in the sky above Chengdu City alarmed countless people.
Another strange vision has appeared. Could it be Lu Sun? Not really.
This is somewhat similar to the strange phenomenon that Morong Wan caused a while ago.
At Chengdu No. 1 Middle School, many teachers and students were in an uproar. It must be Morong Wan, not him. It absolutely cannot be him.
On the high platform, Lin Yan kept telling himself. Morong Wan opened the exquisite meridians, and the host gained 10 times what Morong Wan gained from opening the meridians. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth.
Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released.
In the grove, Lu Sun had just seen the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth caused by Morong Wan, and the system's tenfold return arrived as expected. A larger heat flow than before entered his body, and after traveling along his meridians for several circles, it suddenly rushed to a void place.
Buzz! Inside Lu Sun's body, a strange meridian of heaven and earth rapidly took shape.
The reason why the word heaven and earth is added to the name of the Tiandi Chimai is because this meridian can connect the heaven and earth with itself. Therefore, even the system cannot forcibly conceal the strange phenomena in heaven and earth.
Ha!
Li Bufan, who was closest to Lu Sun, noticed something unusual. When the strange meridians of heaven and earth are opened, the body communicates with heaven and earth, and an invisible wave is generated.
Lu Sun, have you opened up the heaven and earth Chi meridian? Li Bufan was overjoyed. The next second, another strange phenomenon appeared in the sky.
Above the colorful rays of light, there was suddenly a heavy mist, as if it had turned into the chaos when the world was first created. There, one green lotus after another jumped out of the chaos and bloomed one after another. Fourth level of strange phenomena, someone has opened up another strange vein of heaven and earth.
Lu Sun, it's Lu Sun. What? This strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was caused by Lu Sun? Impossible.
The students' exclamations made Lin Yan exclaim that it was impossible. The 4 layers of heaven and earth overlapped, making the sky extremely gorgeous. Also, because the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Morong Wan was too dazzling, it was difficult to see the scope of Lu Sun's strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Lu Sun's visions of heaven and earth far surpassed Lin Yan's.
How could Lin Yan accept this? Chaos. Azure Lotus. What kind of celestial phenomenon is this? This is a completely new phenomenon. Great. Lu Sun is truly a genius. The principal was very happy. They can call out some visions, but they cannot call out some visions.
They had never even heard of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth caused by Lu Sun. Even though the range was not as large as Morong Wan's, the sight of the blue lotus blooming in the chaos was so breathtaking that it could suppress the strange vision caused by Morong Wan. The principal felt that Lu Sun must have opened up a new and extraordinary meridian of heaven and earth. Now, 2 extraordinary talents were born in No. 1 Middle School this year.
It is far more popular than No. 2 Middle School. What, it's really him? Yes, Master, it is indeed Lu Sun. Puff. Master.
On the high platform, Lin Yan, who had been unwilling to believe it, became furious after receiving the exact news. In addition, the internal injuries he suffered when forcibly flushing his meridians had not yet healed, and he vomited blood in anger.
Chapter 17 Special Treatment. Extra, Lin Yan was so angry at Lu Sun that he vomited blood. Is this true? Of course it's true. Many people have witnessed it with their own eyes. Lin Yan's heavenly and earthly phenomena are far inferior to Lu Sun's. Wasn't Lin Yan very crazy before? Why isn't he crazy now? The news that Lin Yan vomited blood because of Lu Sun's anger spread quickly throughout the campus. It became a topic of conversation among students after dinner. Hateful. Lin Yan was so ashamed that he didn't dare to come to school for fear of being laughed at by his classmates. Lu Sun was given a single dormitory.
The room is wide and large, with a small hall outside.
This treatment is a world of difference compared to the previous 8-person dormitory.
Everything in the dormitory has been arranged, even the sheets are brand new.
Brother Sun, breaking news.
Lin Yan was so angry at you that he vomited blood. Li Bufan came running over excitedly and brought Lu Sun a piece of news.
Vomiting blood?
Well, someone saw it with their own eyes. He must have been injured when attacking his meridians, and then you got angry, so his blood flow couldn't be contained. These young masters who have been piled up with resources have a mentality that is more fragile than crispy sausage.
They will explode at any time. How can they practice martial arts in the future? Li Bufan was somewhat disdainful of Lin Yan.
In his opinion, this little thing was enough to make him vomit blood.
If you encounter a life and death crisis in the future, won't you vomit out all your internal organs? Li Bufan's words reminded Lu Sun.
In terms of psychological quality and resilience, Li Bufan is definitely tough enough, and is completely different from other rich young men. From this perspective, his parents' choice to raise him in poverty does make sense. At least, Li Bufan is very strong in character and will not fight to the death over a little setback. Whether practicing martial arts or cultivating immortality, character is very important. There is a saying that one should cultivate the mind first before practicing, and there is some truth to it. Today, a total of 4 visions appeared. Brother Sun, your vision is the highest and most dazzling. Next is Morong Wan's, then Wang Tingyun from Qingyun Academy, and finally Lin Yan's. It was my brother Sun who suppressed Morong Wan.
Li Bufan gave a thumbs up. His last sentence was full of ambiguity, but this ambiguity happened to hit the nail on the head. Wang Tingyun, what is his origin? Lu Sun paid attention to this matter. He had heard of Qingyun Academy. To ordinary students, it was like heaven. The daily living expenses of the students there are enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary student for a month or even a semester. I'm not sure. It's said that he comes from a family with a 5th-level grandmaster. The phenomena he caused have a wide range and are much more powerful than Lin Yan's. Li Bufan said. Grandmaster of the 5th realm. Lu Sun had a vague feeling that this Wang Tingyun was most likely from the same family as the scumbag. In the entire Rongqing, there should be no other family with the surname Wang who has a 5th-level grandmaster. Why would such a family produce such scum? Lu Sun was puzzled. Isn't it said that poverty breeds evil schemes and wealth breeds conscience? Such a family is so rich, could it be that their conscience has also been lost? Or maybe this sentence was just a way for the rich in the old times to whitewash themselves. Fourfold vision? Yes, Wanner, there are a total of 4 anomalies today, but don't worry, the anomaly you caused has the largest range, and no one is more evil than you. On the other side, at the Morong family, Morong Wan also learned about the quadruple vision. Sister, look, this is the fourfold vision. One of Morong Wan's sisters released a video. The video shows 4 strange phenomena in the same sky captured by people in Chengdu. The most amazing vision at the top was a green lotus blooming in the chaos, and below it were colorful rays of light transforming into dragons and phoenixes. Below that, there is wind rising and dragons dancing, and at the very bottom, there is red flames and red clouds reflecting the red sun. Who caused this green lotus? Morong Wan couldn't help but ask. A green lotus bloomed in the chaos. Although the range was small, this phenomenon was the most powerful. After it appeared, all other visions were suppressed. I heard it was a student named Lu Sun from Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. My sister said. Lu Sun? Morong Wan was stunned. Yes, he's a martial arts school student who's about to graduate. Morong Wan confirmed her sister's words. This Lu Sun is that Lu Sun. Is he that powerful? In Morong Wan's mind, Lu Sun's sunny and handsome face and strong physique emerged. A blush quietly appeared on her cheeks. Sister, what's wrong with your face? Ah, nothing. Morong Wan expelled the scene. Morong Wan naturally couldn't say that she had deep feelings for Lu Sun. However, a woman's memory of her first man is always the most profound. That's good too. He should be able to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Morong Wan put away her complicated thoughts. Now, all she wants to do is become stronger and make up for the time wasted in the past few years. What should I call this strange vein of heaven and earth? Chaos vein? After Li Bufan left, Lu Sun finally had time to carefully sense the changes in his body. There is no doubt that the Tiandi Qimai in his body is much more powerful than Morong Wan's Linglong Qimai.
The reason why the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth was not as large as Morongwan's was because it was restricted by the system and only a little was released. Even so, where the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Lu Sun occurred, the other three strange phenomena of heaven and earth were suppressed.
Being restricted, they are also domineering.
If there were no system restrictions, the strange phenomena in the heaven and earth he caused would have an unknown scope and would have caused a great shock. My meridians are as wide as a highway, but they can't cultivate on their own.
System, are you kidding me?
Immediately, Lu Sun felt that such wide meridians seemed useless to him.
He cannot practice on his own. Although the host cannot cultivate on their own, they can replenish their energy.
The wider the meridians, the faster the replenishment. In addition, when the host is strong enough, the restrictions can be lifted.
The system's explanation comforted Lu Sun.
Yes, if he encounters a battle in the future and consumes too much energy, his recovery speed will be more than 10 times that of others.
As for cultivation, Lu Sun didn't care. It's more comfortable to lie down.
After this incident of opening the meridians, Lu Sun became a hot figure in Rongqing No. 1 Middle School. There is a student in Rongqing No. 1 Middle School who has opened several spiritual veins, but he has overshadowed everyone else. Lu Sun received a bunch of calls. Most of the calls were from admissions teachers from cultivation schools, who promised Lu Sun various resources and wanted him to apply to their schools. They were doomed to be disappointed.
Lu Sun's goal has always been to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Qingshu College or Beidou University? Lu Sun hasn't made a final decision yet.
The next day, teachers from the admissions offices of Peking University and Tsinghua University arrived at Chengdu No. 1 Middle School in advance.
Today is Saturday. In order to compete for talents, they don't even have time to rest. 2 acceptance letters, can this be done?
Yes, classmate Lu Sun, only students who have opened the Tiandi Chimai can enjoy such treatment.
You can enter any of our schools when school starts.
After learning that Lu Sun had not yet made a decision, they decided to send him an admission letter.
Lu Sun can report to Peking University or Tsinghua University with any admission letter.
Only students who have opened the Tiandi Chimai can enjoy such treatment. This plan was good, and Lu Sun agreed.
Chapter 18 Genius Ranking. Wow, Lu Sun, you're amazing. That's great.
Now we can go to Peking University and Tsinghua University together.
How are you? It's a bit troublesome.
My mother brought me to a 5th level immortal cultivator. He said that in order to stimulate my ancient spiritual roots, I might need innate spiritual energy.
Innate spiritual energy can only be found on the ancient Starry Sky Road.
My mother is looking for it everywhere to see if she can buy it. That day, Xu Yuqing sent a message.
Lu Sun usually doesn't contact her actively.
Because Xu Yuqing's mother was very strict, she was afraid of being seen by her mother.
Don't worry about me.
As long as I activate my ancient spiritual roots before I turn 25, I can enter Qingshu College at any time.
You have opened your martial veins, so it would be best if you could enter Beidou University. Of course, if you're willing to enter Qingshu College, I'd be happy too.
Xu Yuqing was afraid that Lu Sun would worry.
After chatting for a few more sentences, the two ended the conversation. Innate spiritual energy?
Lu Sun thought about how after binding with Morongwan, the system rewarded him with innate essence, which helped Morongwan activate her exquisite body. If you can bind to Xu Yuqing, the system might reward you with innate spiritual energy.
Let's talk about it after the 2nd level.
The system requires Lu Sun to reach the 2nd realm before he can bind a second person. There's no need to rush.
Lu Sun, can you give me a definite answer? Is it Qingshu College or Beidou University? I haven't decided yet. Okay, then I'll choose first. I'm a martial artist, so I'll choose Beidou University. On Monday, Li Bufan chose Beidou University. He finally lived up to the expectations of his grandmother's spirit in heaven.
On the last day, he opened his last martial vein and was qualified to be directly admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. Chengdu No. 1 Middle School has performed well this year. A week before the final exam, Peking University and Tsinghua University admitted 8 people in advance.
In addition to Lu Sun, Li Bufan and Lin Yan, there are 5 more.
Among the 5 people, 3 opened spiritual veins, and 2, like Li Bufan, opened 8 martial veins.
Tsinghua and Peking University have lower requirements for spiritual veins.
If you can open 5 or more spiritual veins before the final exam, you can be admitted directly. Among these 5 people, 4 are from wealthy families, and only 1 is a student who works extremely hard and has decent talent for cultivation. In the era of advanced martial arts, whether one can rise or not depends only on one's own efforts and talents.
A bigger factor is resources, background, and money.
Not to mention anything else, just the physical training stage would stump countless ordinary people. Unless your talent is so strong that you can ignore everything, even if you have no money or resources, you can still rise against the sky. A few days later, the big test came. After being admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University in advance, the final exam did not mean much to Lu Sun. Brother Sun, this year's exam questions are really difficult.
Li Bufan went to take the final exam.
After being admitted in advance, you can also take the final exam to see how many points you can get.
The results of the major examination are comprehensive.
The results of opening the meridians account for half of the test, and the other half is to test various cultivation knowledge, theories, understanding, etc.
Lu Sun didn't go. He wasn't as hardworking as Li Bufan, so he definitely wouldn't meet the standards in academic subjects.
Why do you want to cause trouble?
He still lies down relaxed and happy every day, just like before. Brother Sun, the results are out. Ha, my ability is still very strong.
I can get into Peking University or Tsinghua University on my own. A week later, when the results came out, Li Bufan was overjoyed.
His exam results are good enough to get him into Peking University or Tsinghua University. Only more than 200 people in total? After the exam results came out, the authorities released more data.
This year, a total of 285 people in all the eastern provinces have opened the magical veins of heaven and earth.
Among millions of candidates, only more than 200 people opened the Tiandi Chimai. This ratio is extremely low.
This is also why the country has adopted the compulsory measure of random marriage at the age of 25.
Several disasters caused a huge population decline around the world.
The situation in the east was relatively good, but the population also decreased by nearly half.
That is hundreds of millions of people.
If the population of the east could recover to its peak level in the old era, with more than 10 million candidates every year, the number of geniuses would also increase. Of course, there are some candidates, like Li Bufan, who just haven't opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth yet.
Maybe they will be able to open it after they go to college. Can we still argue for first and second place? After the final exam, a topic on the internet became a hot topic.
That is the question of who was the number 1 genius among all the geniuses who opened the strange veins of heaven and earth this year.
This topic comes up every year.
There was not much controversy about the number 1 talent in the past few years. What is special about this year is that, in addition to Morong Wan, there is another student who has awakened a supernatural physique. He was a genius in the capital, named Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe first awakened the star holy body, and then opened up the heaven and earth wonder vein, the star martial vein.
The starry holy body is also one of the 10 innate constitutions.
The incredible thing about it is that one can cultivate by absorbing the power of the stars through the star martial vein. Every time a star in the body is lit up, the combat power will double. If one could form a star map in the body and create a star combat body, the combat power would soar to a terrifying level. Compared with Morong Wan's exquisite body, the starry holy body focuses more on combat and can exert more powerful combat power. The Linglong treasure body is a physique for cultivation, which means that its cultivation speed is extremely fast, but its combat power is not as outstanding as the starry holy body. In addition, Morong Wan is older than Lu Xinghe and is already 25 years old. Lu Xinghe was only 20 years old, and he even repeated a year in order to awaken the holy star body.
This makes many people think that Lu Xinghe should be the undisputed number 1 talent this year.
But some people also think that cultivation is the key, and excessive pursuit of combat effectiveness is putting the cart before the horse. Overall, more people support Lu Xinghe. After all, he is too young.
Some people have created several versions of genius rankings online. There are still some who know what they are talking about. Lu Sun saw his name on a ranking list, and he was actually ranked 3rd.
On another ranking list, someone actually firmly believed that Lu Sun should be ranked 1st.
Why are you only looking at the scope of the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth?
That's the azure lotus emerging from the chaos.
Can't you see such an awesome phenomenon?
The people who created the rankings are heartbroken. In other rankings, Lu Sun's ranking is relatively low. After all, the system helped him conceal the secrets of heaven, and only a few strange phenomena in heaven and earth were leaked. Although the phenomena he caused were overbearing, their scope was not large. It seems that there are still people who know what they are talking about. However, the popularity of these two rankings is not very high and not many people see them.
This is good. Lu Sun doesn't want to attract too much attention, otherwise how can he lie down happily in the future? Chapter 19 Graduation.
This year, our Chengdu No. 1 Middle School achieved very good results, with as many as 28 students admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Our Lu Sun and Lin Yan have even opened up the universe meridians of heaven and earth, becoming nationally renowned geniuses. Especially Lu Sun. Some people even ranked him number 1 on the online genius list.
2 days later, at the graduation ceremony, the principal was in high spirits and praised Lu Sun profusely. This year, Chengdu No. 1 Middle School gave birth to 2 extraordinary people and achieved the best results in history, so the principal was naturally happy.
TSK, what wild ranking! Lin Yan refused to accept.
He had also seen the ranking list that ranked Lu Sun first. That ranking list was not much different from the authoritative ranking list, except that Lu Sun was ranked at the top. On all the rankings online, Lin Yan was ranked outside the top 100.
As for Lu Sun, his ranking on other rankings was not bad either, basically in the top 20 or even top 10.
It would be strange if Lin Yan felt comfortable with this.
Graduation.
At the end of the graduation ceremony, all the students cheered and the whole campus was filled with joy. 3 years of martial arts school career came to an end.
From now on, everyone will face a new life. Regardless of whether this kind of life is good or bad, sometimes change itself is worth looking forward to. Lu Sun, you've done a great job. You're 100 times better than your parents were back then. I wonder how happy they would be if they knew about your situation.
Teacher Wu found Lu Sun, and as he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes.
Teacher Wu, the school gave me a very generous reward.
These dark energies.
You don't have to return it to me, keep it for yourself.
My meridians are damaged, and I won't be able to make any further progress in this lifetime. Lu Sun was ready to return the dark energy that Teacher Wu had given him last time.
But Teacher Wu refused. Practice well and grow up as quickly as possible.
Lu Sun nodded heavily. After the graduation ceremony, there is a graduation party. The students did not rush to leave the school, but gathered in groups of 3 or 5. Years later, they would discover that today would be the last time many of them would be together.
After parting today, many people will never meet again in their lives. Even if they are in the same city. Hey, Lu Mei, why is she involved with Lin Yan?
At this time, Li Bufan discovered that Lu Mei and Lin Yan were walking together hand in hand. Although the news that Lin Yan was so angry at Lu Sun that he vomited blood last week spread throughout the campus, not many people dared to laugh at him. On the contrary, many girls envy Lu Mei and wish that the woman around Lin Yan could become themselves.
Lu Mei really enjoyed this feeling.
When she saw Li Bufan and Lu Sun, she held her head high, like a proud swan covered in a thick layer of powder.
He's picking up stuff Lu Sun doesn't want? This third young master of the Lin family is totally disgracing the rich second generation.
Li Bufan had a very sharp tongue and spoke loudly, deliberately letting Lu Mei hear it. Well, he did it on purpose. Over the past 3 years, he has long disliked Lu Mei. When Lu Mei heard his words, her face instantly turned ugly. She looked at Lin Yan cautiously, fearing that Lin Yan would hear it.
Unfortunately, Lin Yan still heard it.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yan did not avoid him, but walked straight towards him.
Lu Sun, why do you say you don't know what's good?
You've been licking her for 3 years, but gave up at the critical moment.
You probably don't know that Lu Mei was diagnosed with a naturally charming body.
If you can cultivate with her, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yan was very proud. Lu Mei raised a lot of fish, but she was also a fish in someone else's pond. She has always wanted to get close to Lin Yan, the rich young man. However, Lin Yan ignored her and didn't think much of her. It was not until he was defeated by Lu Sun and vomited blood that Lin Yan realized that he might not be able to get back at his old self in a short time.
Only then did he begin to take Lu Mei seriously.
After all, Lu Mei was able to let Lu Sun lick her for 3 years, so maybe she has some extraordinary qualities.
Unexpectedly, this attention brought unexpected rewards. Lu Mei actually has a naturally charming body.
This made him feel less concerned about Xu Yuqing. After all, Xu Yuqing is just pretty, but Lu Mei can help him grow quickly. Lu Mei shyly snuggled up to Lin Yan, her eyes full of pleasure as she looked at Lu Sun.
It seems to be saying, "So, do you regret it now? Born with a charming body? This guy is born to be a cauldron." TSK, Lu Mei, with such a good physique, you choose such a useless guy? But I heard that there was a girl in the capital who was born with a beautiful body. She was married to a wealthy young master whose family had a 6th-level powerful person. In just a few years, she was promoted to the 3rd level. If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself how popular naturally charming bodies are among immortal cultivators. Li Bufan's eyes rolled and he spoke a lot of words in a rapid succession. Li Bufan, who are you calling useless? I have at least opened the heaven and earth chi meridian. What about you? What do you have? Lin Yan was enraged. I have a good brother named Lu Sun who makes you mad enough to vomit blood. Li Bufan decisively moved Lu Sun out. You're looking for death. Come on, let Lu Sun beat you up again and make you bleed. Don't hide behind Lu Sun if you dare. I'll just hide. While the two were arguing, Lin Yan didn't notice that Lu Mei quietly let go of Lin Yan's hand. A few minutes later, the farce came to an end. After Lin Yan said some harsh words to Li Bufan, he left with Lu Mei. He doesn't dare to provoke Lu Sun now, but he is still not afraid of Li Bufan. Lu Sun, these two are truly a match made in heaven. They broke up in one day. Li Bufan said. Break up in one day? Didn't you notice Lu Mei's expression? She's obviously planning to find a new employer. You showed her a clear path. This is not a bright path at all. I still have something to say. That naturally charming woman comes from a big family. For someone like Lu Mei, who has no power, no influence, and no background, it would be a blessing if she didn't become a plaything if she really went to such a big family. Having said this, Li Bufan suddenly looked at Lu Sun. You are not still obsessed with her, are you? Never forget? Lu Sun withdrew his gaze. Ever since he knew that the note was sent by Chu Yuqing, Lu Mei had become a stranger to him. Who would be obsessed with a green tea girl who deliberately took advantage of your misunderstanding and treated you like a bootlicker for 3 years? Chapter 20, Martial Arts can also be returned. After the final exam, Lu Sun still lived in the dormitory arranged for him by the school. He has no other place to live in Chengdu. Finally. That afternoon, the admission letter finally arrived. There are 2 letters in total. 1 letter from Qingshu College and 1 letter from Beidou University. Lu Sun, my parents have decided to take me to Beijing to live with a relative. How long do you plan to be gone? In the evening, Li Bufan sent a message. He is going to the capital. Going to live with relatives? Are his parents planning to continue acting? After chatting for a few sentences, Lu Sun felt that Li Bufan's parents were planning to continue raising him in poverty. Poor baby. Even though his family has billions of wealth, he still has to practice hard every day using the most primitive methods like ordinary people. If Li Bufan had raised his child the way Lin Yan's family did, he would probably have developed the unique meridians of heaven and earth by now. Lu Sun, the Shadow Clan has been showing up recently, assassinating geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians in many cities. Peking University and Tsinghua University have opened early registration. If you want to go to the Rongqing Wufu. They will arrange for someone to escort you. Yes, principal. By the way, try not to go out recently and just stay in school. When Lu Sun decided to go to the capital ahead of time, the principal found Lu Sun and brought him a message. The Shadow Clan members appeared. Have the Shadow Clan shown up again? The Shadow Clan is an alien race from the ancient Starry Sky Road. More than 10 years ago, when Blue Star entered a node on the ancient Starry Sky Road, it was attacked by the Shadow Clan. The strong men of Blue Star fought bloody battles and repelled the Shadow Clan. However, many members of the Shadow Clan sneaked into Blue Star and hid there. These Shadow Clan members would come from time to time to assassinate geniuses or important figures. Fortunately, after years of cleaning, their numbers have become fewer and fewer, and they have rarely appeared in recent years. Unexpectedly, it popped up again now. Do you want to go to the capital in advance? Peking University and Tsinghua University opened early registration, and Lu Sun also planned to go to Beijing. Coincidentally, Chu Yuqing was also in the capital. Tomorrow, take the acceptance letter to tell your parents the good news, say goodbye, and then go to the capital. Lu Sun thought. Moron 1 breaks through the first level of the 1,000 Steps martial art. The host gains 10 times what Moron 1 gained. You obtain the martial arts skill Wanzangbu. Ha! After nightfall, the system return came suddenly. Martial arts skills can also be returned? This time, the reward is not the harvest of training, but martial arts. Lu Sun said that Moron Wan had opened her meridians for half a month, but there was no movement. It turned out that she was practicing martial arts. Martial arts, also called combat skills, are the techniques of fighting and killing. With the arrival of the tenfold return, a large amount of information flooded into Lu Sun's mind. At the same time, there were also streams of heat. Good fellow. After Lu Sun digested everything, he exclaimed, "Wow. The martial arts that Moron Wan practices is a kind of body movement martial arts called Qianzongbu. Its characteristic is that it is fast, flexible, and deceptive. This is the most basic martial art. After growing up, it can be combined with some other martial arts to become even more powerful. For example, when combined with thunder magic, it becomes the 1,000 steps of thunder shadow. When moving, the feet step on the afterimages of lightning and instantly transform into 12 lightning clones. The lightning clones can briefly materialize an attack, and can also move instantly between the lightning clones. Not long after Moron Wan opened her meridians, she cultivated the 1,000 track steps to the first level. It seems that not only is the exquisite treasure body fast in cultivation, but the martial arts training speed is also astonishingly fast. After returning 10 times the amount to Lu Sun, a miraculous change occurred. This martial art changed from 1,000 trace steps to 10,000 trace steps. So fast. Is that my afterimage? Half an hour later, in the empty training room, Lu Sun started trying. He doesn't know whether Qianzongbu is powerful or not, but Wanzongbu is simply too awesome. After using this technique, Lu Sun's figure became extremely fast, and he became as hard to catch as a phantom. When Lu Sun exerted his full strength, he could even leave behind a trail of afterimages. It was his first time to acquire martial arts skills, and he was so excited that he couldn't let go. He practiced in the training room until he was exhausted before going back to rest. "Dad, Mom, I got the admission letter from Peking University and Tsinghua University. What do you think? Should I go to Qingshu College or Beidou University?" "Oh, this is your future daughter-in-law. She has ancient spiritual roots and is going to Qingshu Academy. If you are satisfied with her, I will go to Qingshu Academy to guard her, so that she won't be abducted." The next day. Cemetery of Heroes and Martyrs. In front of his parents' tombstone, Lu Sun kept talking. He was preparing to go to Beijing, so he came to say goodbye to his parents and tell them the good news that he had been admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University. In addition, Lu Sun also showed Chu Youqing's photo to his parents. Chu Youqing is beautiful, sensible, and considerate. Her parents will definitely be very satisfied. As for Moron Wan's matter, Lu Sun did not tell his parents, for fear that they would think that their son was playing too much and worry about him in the other world. Who? At this time, Lu Sun suddenly noticed something and looked in one direction. After his meridians were opened, his 5 senses became much sharper than before. Meow. Behind a tombstone not far away, a cream-colored cat poked its head out and looked at Lu Sun curiously. Seeing that it was a cat, Lu Sun ignored it and continued talking to his parents. This conversation lasted the entire morning. "Dad, Mom, my son is gone. I will come back every holiday." At noon, Lu Sun stood up and left reluctantly. "Why are you still here?" Turning around, Lu Sun discovered that the cat was squatting not far away, staring at him with its big, watery eyes. How cute! Lu Sun walked over and reached out to touch the cat's head. The cat's fur instantly tensed up, but it didn't resist or dodge, allowing Lu Sun's hand to touch its little head. This is a ragdoll cat, so cute. After Lu Sun touched its head, he couldn't help but pinch its face. Meow. The ragdoll cat was very well behaved and kept acting cute towards Lu Sun. It's so clean, it must be owned. What a pity. Goodbye, kitty. After petting the cat for a while, Lu Sun left. Why are you still following me? Until Lu Sun was about to leave the martyr's cemetery, the kitten was still following him. Lu Sun took a step, and it took a step. When Lu Sun stopped, it also stopped and looked at Lu Sun with its cute big eyes. No one else seems to come here. Could it be a lost or abandoned cat? After thinking for a while, Lu Sun turned around, picked up the kitten, and walked outside. Classmate, no one brought a cat in today. It must be a stray cat. If you want to adopt one, it's best to register it and get it tested to make sure it's not a species from the ancient Starry Sky Road. I will, thank you. After asking about the situation at the management office, Lu Sun left with the kitten in his arms. Little guy, follow me from now on. He decided to adopt this cat.
Chapter 21 Breaking Through the Second Realm, just in time.
Master, go to Rongqing number 1 middle school.
Okay. At the gate of the Martyrs Cemetery, Lu Xun got on an online taxi.
Master, why is this route wrong? Not long after walking, Lu Xun realized something was wrong.
Little brother, there was a car accident on North City Avenue and the road is closed, so we have to take a detour.
Car accident? What kind of car accident could cause the 8-lane North City Avenue to be closed?
It's said that someone from the Shadow Clan has sneaked into the city, specifically to assassinate geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians. That's how the car accident on North City Avenue happened. The driver was afraid that Lu Xun wouldn't believe him, so he quickly explained.
The Shadow Clan has come to Chengdu.
Don't be afraid, little brother. These Shadow Clan members only kill geniuses who have opened the heaven and earth chi meridians. We just passed by right under their noses, and they didn't even bother to look at us. The driver was worried that Lu Xun was scared, so he kindly comforted him. Lu Xun opened his mouth, but ultimately did not tell the driver that he had also opened the Tiandi Chi Mai.
Alas, it's hard for ordinary people to survive in this world. You look like you're still a student, right? Please open your pulse quickly.
If you can't open your pulse, you'll end up like me, an uncle in my 50s with 4 children at home. I need another child to get my pension. Once the driver started talking, he couldn't stop and told Lu Xun about the hardships of life. Lu Xun held the cat in one hand and took out his phone with the other to watch videos. Soon, he came across the video of the car accident on North City Avenue. The scene was filled with thick smoke and in ruins, with broken vehicles scattered around.
Such a big deal? Aren't these Shadow Clan members planning an assassination? Why are they making such a big fuss? Energy transporter, no wonder.
After reading the comments, Lu Xun understood. The target of the Shadow Clan's assassination this time was Wang Tingyun of the Wang family. However, Wang Tingyun was always protected by experts, so they cleverly used a vehicle transporting energy blocks, detonated it to create chaos, and then attacked Wang Tingyun.
Unfortunately, Wang Tingyun was still not killed.
Morong Zhan is a 4th level master.
As long as Morong Wan doesn't leave home, she shouldn't be in danger.
Lu Xun put down his phone and subconsciously became worried about Morong Wan.
Bang!
Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the taxi began to sway from side to side.
Grass!
The driver tried his best to steady the car and stopped the taxi.
It's a flat tire. Wait a minute, little brother.
I'll go change the spare tire. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car.
Both tires are dead. Who the hell put razor blades on the road? Sorry, little brother, I'm afraid you'll need to take another taxi. I'll refund the fare. After checking the situation, the driver said to Lu Xun. No need, master. It's not easy for you either. You don't need to refund the fare. Little brother, you are so kind. Lu Xun didn't ask the driver to refund the fare.
He took out his phone, called another car, and got out of the car holding the cat.
Meow.
As soon as I got off the car, the kitten in my arms suddenly stood up with all its fur standing up.
Lu Xun's brows twitched violently.
A sense of life and death crisis suddenly surged into my heart. He tilted his head subconsciously.
Whoosh!
A sharp crossbow arrow flew past, almost brushing the hairs on his face. Even though the bullet didn't hit Lu Xun, or even touch his skin, the skin on Lu Xun's face felt like it was being scratched by the strong wind. This shows the power of the crossbow. If the arrow hit Lu Xun, even though he was at the 24th level of body forging, his head would be pierced by the arrow. Master, I have the heaven and earth chi pulse, please help me call the police. After dodging the fatal arrow, Lu Xun said something and ran away with the cat in his arms.
Ah!
The driver was confused.
The young man sitting in his car turned out to be a peerless genius with extraordinary veins?
After realizing what was happening, he quickly lay on the ground, took out his cell phone and called the police.
Swish swish. Really?
Immediately after the first crossbow arrow, the second, third, and fourth crossbow arrows were shot out.
The terrain in this area is extremely open and there are no obstacles.
It is obviously a sniper site carefully selected by the other party.
10,000 track steps. The crossbow arrows came fast and accurately, and Lu Xun used the Wanzong step.
I saw his body shape constantly changing, and he always managed to dodge the crossbow arrows at the critical moment. He continued to move forward in such a winding manner, trying to escape the opponent's shooting range.
Whoosh! A crossbow arrow landed at his feet, shattering a tofu-sized stone into pieces. Warrior's crossbow. Lu Xun knew that the other party was using a warrior crossbow with extremely powerful power and high firing speed. He changed direction again, dodged several crossbow arrows, and hid behind a big rock. Is this the first realm? In the distance, the attackers armed with warrior crossbows were in disbelief. With his strength, combined with the sneak attack launched by the warrior crossbow in his hand, even an ordinary second-level warrior would not be able to escape death. Now I failed to deal with a guy in the first realm. No signal, something's wrong. This guy is probably not from the Shadow Clan. Behind the stone, Lu Xun took out his cell phone and took a look, then realized something was wrong. The Shadow Clan members shouldn't block cell phone signals in an area. In addition, the Shadow Clan members are natural assassins. If they want to kill me, they can just sneak up and stab me. There is no need to use a warrior crossbow. Swish swish. Bang bang. The attackers attacked again. The crossbow arrows kept hitting the stones, and each arrow hit the target with its feathers missing. If you keep going like this, the stone will be shot through. He's getting closer and closer. Rest for another half a minute and then escape. The attacker was quite strong and even this big rock couldn't protect him. In addition, Lu Xun felt that the other party was approaching rapidly. Because the intervals between crossbow arrows are getting shorter and shorter, their force is getting stronger and stronger. Morongwan breaks through the second realm, and you gain 10 times what Morongwan gained. At this moment, suddenly, the system's voice sounded in my mind. The heat flow follows. She broke through? A look of joy appeared on Lu Xun's face. Morongwan had just made some progress in her martial arts training yesterday, and today she had already broken through to the second level. The timing of the breakthrough is perfect. It couldn't have come at a better time. At this moment, heat was flowing into his body continuously. After entering the whole body, this heat flow forms a large circulation along the Renmai, Dumai, Chongmai, Daimai. In this process, true qi is constantly generated. If other warriors want to reach the second level, they need to stabilize their meridians, absorb dark energy and circulate it throughout the body, thereby absorbing and transforming the dark energy into true qi in the body. When there is enough true qi, it can break through the dantian and open up the qi si in one fell swoop. Therefore, the second realm of martial arts is called the qi high realm. For Lu Xun, this process was simplified. Driven by the tenfold return of heat, the speed at which the true energy in his body was generated was extremely fast. These true energies rushed along the meridians throughout his body towards his dantian. Buzz. The dantian was opened, the true qi poured in, and a huge sea of qi quickly took shape. Lu Xun thus officially entered the second realm of martial arts and achieved the cultivation level of qi high. This is not over yet. There is still a lot of heat flow, which continuously turns into true qi and flows into the qi si until the qi si can no longer hold it. At this time, the qi high begins to compress the true qi, making the quality of the true qi higher. Until it can no longer be compressed. Buzz. The qi si was further widened, and Lu Xun entered the second level of the qi si. Chapter 22 Answer Me. Only half a month after opening his meridians, he opened up his qi si and entered the second realm. In the meantime, he even learned a martial art in 2 days. Is this the exquisite treasure body? In the Morong family's manner, Morong Tian's pupil shrank slightly, and the teacup in his hand was suspended in midair. He was obviously shocked by the news. Half a month ago, Morong Wan successfully opened her meridians. After a martial artist opens his meridians, he will usually spend 1 to several months to consolidate the meridians before he can start practicing. It is not difficult to cultivate true qi after opening the meridians, but if you want to enter the second realm, you need enough true qi to open up the qi si in one fell swoop. This process takes time and depends on many factors. Like Morong Tian, he had enough resources and it took him 8 full months to open up his qi si. If it is an ordinary warrior, it will take a long time, often 1 or 2 years or even longer. Even if one only uses dark energy for cultivation, the dark energy required to open up the qi si is a huge sum of money for ordinary people. But what about Morong Wan? It only took her 15 days. During this period, because the Shadow Clan members suddenly appeared, Morong Zhan personally guided her to learn a set of martial arts skills in 2 days to protect herself. Even though I only learned the first level, it's incredible that I learned it in 2 days. In other words, it took Morong Wan only 13 days to open up her qi si. 13 days?
Even if Morong Wan was cultivating without considering the consumption of resources, this number was still a bit too shocking.
Aren't the Shadow Clan members trying to assassinate geniuses? Why are they leaving such a monstrous genius alone?
Morong Tian now particularly hopes that the Shadow Clan members can suddenly appear and kill Morong Wan. Otherwise, their lineage would probably never have a chance to succeed. On the other side, Lu Xun's tenfold return finally came to an end. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging qi within him, and whispered to himself, "Qi high level 3. If my qi high wasn't naturally several times larger than others, this return should have been able to reach level 5 or above, right?"
Meow.
The sudden cry of the kitten in his arms brought his thoughts back to reality.
Whoosh.
A crossbow arrow shot from the side. Lu Xun moved like a cute rabbit, and with a flick of his body, he avoided the crossbow arrow. His eyes were like stars, and he locked onto the attacker at a glance. He was a masked warrior in tight-fitting clothes, and the other party had rushed to within 20 meters of him. Swish swish.
Several arrows came one after another. Let us fight.
Lu Xun threw the kitten in his arms and disappeared from the spot. He did not run away again, but took the initiative to kill the masked warrior.
This is not reckless. But there is enough confidence.
After breaking through the third level of Qi High, when this masked warrior attacked with all his strength, Lu Xun vaguely sensed his strength.
The masked warrior is also at the second level and has definitely not reached the third level.
Otherwise, Lu Xun would not have had the chance to live until now.
We are all in the second realm, who is afraid of whom?
Even though Lu Xun is only at the third level of Qi High, his body forging is at the 24th level, and the advantage he has in the Qi High realm is immense. In addition, his Qi High is even bigger, so even if the opponent is at the peak of the Qi High realm, he can escape in time even if he cannot defeat him. Lu Xun dodged several crossbow arrows one after another. He clenched his fists and charged forward fiercely. The masked warrior threw away his crossbow, drew his sword and slashed at Lu Xun, who was coming towards him. Unexpectedly, Lu Xun made a feint and appeared beside him with the help of Wanzongbu, and smashed his sandbag-sized fist at the masked warrior.
The masked warrior's reaction was extremely fast.
He changed the direction of his sword and chopped Lu Xun in half.
Buzz.
The next second, a fist bigger than a sandbag hit his head, and the terrible force made him feel like a nuclear bomb exploded in his mind. At the same time, Lu Xun, who was hit by his sword, turned into shattered shadows.
That was actually Lu Xun's afterimage. How could it be?
The masked warrior's eyes narrowed, and instantly turned red.
Lu Xun's punch was too terrifying. The masked warrior brandished his sword, trying to force Lu Xun away. But after suffering a severe head injury, the masked warrior's fighting power was greatly reduced. Lu Xun easily avoided it and immediately approached with the Wanzong step. Boom! The masked warrior was hit hard again and spat out a mouthful of blood. With this level of skill, you dare to kill me?
Just a minute later, Lu Xun stepped on him to the ground. The masked warrior had been subdued by him and had no power to resist.
Lu Xun pulled off the cloth covering his face.
A strange face was revealed. "You're not from the Shadow Tribe." Lu Xun narrowed his eyes, his voice gradually becoming harsher.
Humans really are the species that loves to kill each other the most. Tell me, I have no grudge against you, why do you want to kill me? Answer me.
The last 3 words exploded like thunder, shaking the seriously injured masked man all over.
Misunderstanding, this is a misunderstanding.
The masked man stammered in his defense, "The person I wanted to kill was a student at the First Realm.
He looked a bit like you.
He happened to be at the Martyrs' Cemetery today, so I mistook you for him."
Oh?
Lu Xun squatted down and grabbed the man's collar.
Is the student you want to kill called Lu Xun? Yes, it's Lu Xun. That's unfortunate, Lu Xun grinned, revealing his white teeth. I am Lu Xun. What? The masked warrior's bloodshot eyes widened, and his voice changed tone. How is this possible? Lu Xun only opened his meridians half a month ago.
You must have at least the strength of the 5th level of Qi High now.
This is impossible. He didn't want to believe it.
Not to mention him, no one else would believe it.
That's not the point. The point is why you wanted to kill me.
Since you could mistake someone for someone else, it means we're strangers and you have no grudge against me.
So someone must have sent you here. Tell me, who sent you here? Answer me. Lu Xun started out narrating calmly, but the last 3 words came out in a loud voice, like thunderclap. The masked warrior shuddered again with fear.
Lu Sun's way of speaking was really a bit too stimulating for him.
I don't know either.
Perhaps because he was afraid that Lu Sun would do it again, and his life was in Lu Sun's hands, the masked warrior decided to confess.
Lu Sun's eyes turned cold. Are you kidding me?
No, I occasionally play the role of a killer to earn dark energy.
I took this mission on the dark web. The price offered was very high, a full 5,000 units of dark energy. You opened the heaven and earth chi meridian.
Most people are afraid of being traced and dare not take such a task.
I took it because I was short of money. The masked warrior was eager to explain and spoke very quickly. Chapter 23 Dark Web Killer. I've said everything I can.
I've also given you the card and password to access the dark energy.
You don't have anything to lose anyway, so can you let me go? The masked warrior pleaded for mercy in a trembling voice. He wants to survive.
So tell it all. He is a dark web killer who took this mission on the dark web and knew nothing about his employer.
5,000 units of dark energy.
Lu Sun tapped the hilt of the knife with his fingertips.
Am I really that valuable?
The price of dark energy is not static. When Blue Star just left the node on the ancient Starry Road, there was abundant dark energy on Blue Star and the price was relatively cheap. After leaving for a period of time, the dark energy is almost consumed and the value increases. The most important thing is, it is easy to exchange dark energy for money, but it is not easy to exchange money for dark energy, especially a lot of dark energy. 5,000 units of dark energy is not too much, and it is worth at least 5 million nowadays. In other words, someone offered 5 million to buy his life.
Who could this person be? Not many people have grudges against Lu Sun. Wang Yang, Lu Mei, Lin Yan, they can be counted on one hand.
Wang Yang, Lu Mei and Lu Sun were directly ruled out because they could not produce so much dark energy.
Is that Lin Yan? Could this guy be so vicious?
After failing in love, he actually hired someone to kill him on the dark web.
Could it be him? A person suddenly flashed through Lu Sun's mind. 3 years ago, the person who took away all his property with an IOU. Meow. The cat's voice suddenly rang out. Lu Sun's eyelids twitched wildly and he lowered his head subconsciously.
A sword passed through his hair, cutting off a few strands. The Wanzong steps were activated instantly, and Lu Sun retreated several meters before he could see the attacker clearly, a figure that was wriggling and condensing like a shadow.
Shadow Clan. This is the Shadow Clan.
The reason they are called the Shadow Clan is because they can briefly transform into shadows and launch sneak attacks, making it impossible to defend against them. Although the Shadow Clan member's sneak attack failed, he did not give up. He held the Shadow Clan's sword and launched a pursuit.
Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to mess with? Lu Sun was angry.
He encountered 2 assassination attempts in succession and was almost killed both times.
The Clayman still has some anger left.
He charged forward with the sword he had obtained from the masked warrior.
Dang!
The sound of knives colliding with each other hurts the eardrums. As soon as they fought, the Shadow Clan members discovered something was wrong. Lu Sun's strength is not at the first level at all.
It's not just an ordinary second realm.
Lu Sun's true energy is vigorous and domineering, his strength is also very terrifying, and the Wanzong steps makes Lu Sun elusive. The Shadow Clan members were beaten into a particularly passive position.
Hateful.
The Shadow Clan members regretted it very much. If he had known that Lu Sun was so difficult to deal with, he should not have been so arrogant as to kill Lu Sun alone.
It's not his fault. Who would have thought that Lu Sun, who had no background and only had his meridians open for half a month, would become so powerful? Retreat first.
The Shadow Clan members were not prepared to fight any further.
Want to escape? Lu Sun decided to fight quickly and decisively, regardless of the cost, and suddenly launched the Wanzong Steps killer move, Wanzong Miaying. He just used this trick to gain an overwhelming advantage. Court death.
The Shadow Clan member slashed at Lu Sun in front of him.
I'm here.
Lu Sun's cold voice sounded beside him. The Shadow Clan members paused. His body was hit by Lu Sun's sword. This guy, except for the ability to turn into a shadow, is not as good as the Dark Web Killer in other aspects. At the critical moment, the Shadow Tribe members' figures faded and they tried to turn into shadows and run away.
Meow.
The cream-colored kitten suddenly jumped up and bit the Shadow Clan member's calf.
Ah.
The Shadow Clan member felt pain, and his body became solid again. Lu Sun slashed down with his sword, cutting the Shadow Clan member in half.
Amazing! The dark web killer not far away was stunned.
As a warrior of the second realm, he has seen even the strongest warriors. But when he thought that it had only been half a month since Lu Xun opened his meridians, he felt that this world was too unreal.
Why didn't you take the opportunity to escape?
After searching the Shadow Clan member, Lu Xun walked towards him.
Do you think I can escape?
The dark web killer smiled bitterly. Although my identity on the dark web is kept secret, if you let me go and don't expose this failed assassination attempt, I can find a way to help you get some information about your employer.
It's not easy to access the dark web in China. If you have similar needs in the future, I can help you.
If there is another request to kill you, I can also notify you immediately.
He wants to survive. So I tried my best to impress Lu Xun.
You are violating the killer's code.
Lu Xuendo. Screw the rules. Life is what matters most.
Besides, your potential is so terrifying.
I think this is the right choice. The dark web killer's eyes showed sincerity. How can I believe you? Lu Xun pondered for a moment and said. The dark web killer gritted his teeth and said, My name is Luo Dashang. I live at number 183, Kjiaxiang, Nanqing District. If you don't believe me, you can search online. I have a good reputation in Kjiaxiang.
The signal jammer is in the bushes over there.
Dark web killers are most afraid of having their true identities known.
Some killers would rather die than reveal their identities after failing, because that might bring disaster to their families. After Lu Xun found out that the signal jammer was turned off, he really took out his cell phone and started searching.
I can't tell you're a good person. Why did you become a killer? Lu Xun asked after a few minutes.
This dark web killer has helped many people. He has sponsored more than a dozen disabled people whose lives have been affected by injuries to their meridians.
If you weren't an assassin, where would you get the money to do these things?
You're a genius that everyone admires, and you can't understand the hardships of ordinary warriors.
Really?
I thought you did this to reduce your guilt.
Lu Xun's words shocked Luo Dashang.
His expression gradually became complicated and he remained silent.
You go.
Lu Xun handed him the knife.
Thank you. I'll let you know when there's any progress. The dark web killer got up from the ground, took the knife, bowed and left. Uncle, are you okay? Little brother, I'm fine, I just have a headache. Are you okay? The driver didn't die.
He was knocked unconscious by a dark web killer who hit him with a stone. Lu Xun did not kill the dark web killer, not because he was soft-hearted or afraid of killing, nor because this dark web killer had a good side. But Lu Xun really wanted to use the other party to find the employer. By the way, understand the trends of the dark web. If someone posts a bounty on the dark web to kill him again in the future, he will be the first to know about it and be prepared. No need to be as passive as today. If Morongwan had not just broken through to the second realm today, with a dark web assassin and a member of the Shadow Clan, Lu Xun would have been in real danger. The fact that the driver survived is also one of the factors.
This dark web killer, at least, doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. At least, there is still a sense of guilt. Captain Ning, how true do you think what he said is? Why, do you suspect he's lying? I have a feeling this Shadow Clan member shouldn't be at the first realm. Shadow Clan members don't seem to use warrior crossbows very often, do they?
Half an hour later, a large number of warriors arrived in the area where a fierce battle had just taken place. They are from Wu Mansion. The Wufu is an official agency with great authority, responsibilities, and many departments. It is not only responsible for external wars and exploration, but also for internal security and defense.
Shaoli, do you know why you can't be promoted to deputy captain?
Captain Ning asked Shaoli, who had just spoken.
Is it because my cultivation is too low?
Shaoli was puzzled.
People, sometimes you have to be confused when you need to be confused. Enjoy it.
Captain Ning patted Shaoli on the shoulder and walked towards Lu Xun.
Mr. Lu, we can just take over here. There's basically nothing else to do. Can I send a car to take you back? Okay, thank you, Uncle Ning. Don't be so polite.
If you need any help in Rongqing in the future, just give me a call. Team Ning is quite powerful and is a warrior of the third realm.
When facing Lu Xun, he was smiling and very humble. Chapter 24 Princess. Lu Xun, I heard you were attacked by the Shadow Clan? Yes, Uncle Wu. Tell me honestly, were it really only the Shadow Clan who attacked you this time?
As soon as he returned to school, Lu Sun met Teacher Wu, who was waiting anxiously at the school gate.
Teacher Wu, why do you ask?
Lu Sun was puzzled.
How did Teacher Wu know that Lu Sun lied to the people in Wu Mansion and didn't reveal the secret of the dark web killer? I have a friend in Wufu.
He told me about this incident and said that there was something strange about the scene.
There might be more than one killer. Teacher Wu explained. I see.
Uncle Wu, there are indeed more than just the Shadow Clan. Lu Sun pulled Teacher Wu to a deserted place and explained the situation in general.
I knew this would happen.
Oh, it's all my fault for not reminding you earlier.
Teacher Wu was a little annoyed.
His mind was full of worries and he had no time to think about how Lu Sun could kill the second-level killer.
It's time to give you this letter.
He took out a letter and handed it to Lu Sun.
Lu Sun took it and took a look.
The letter was sealed intact. The material of the envelope was very special, probably Xianin paper. If it were ordinary paper, a powerful warrior or immortal cultivator would be able to see through the envelope and read the contents of the letter at a glance.
Xianin paper cannot do that.
Unless you are at the 5th level or above, it is difficult to see through Xianin paper.
Uncle Wu, what is this letter?
Lu Sun was not in a hurry to dismantle it.
This is a letter your parents wrote to you. I don't know what's in it.
They entrusted it to me before they died, and asked me to give it to you after you reach the 3rd realm.
If you can't reach the 3rd realm, then I will never give it to you. Teacher Wu said. I see. Lu Sun silently opened the letter.
Teacher Wu glanced to the other side without any intention of peeking. 2 minutes later, Lu Sun finished reading the letter.
Uncle Wu, can I borrow a light?
For you. The letter paper burned and turned into ash.
Teacher Wu watched all this without saying anything.
Lu Sun must have done this because of the instructions in the letter.
Uncle Wu, how is Li Shang doing now? Lu Sun asked.
Li Shang was the one who took away all of Lu Sun's property with an IOU 3 years ago. Hearing the name Li Shang, Teacher Wu's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He should be about to break through to the realm of true meaning.
What a concept!
That is the 4th level of martial arts master.
Chu Youqing's grandfather, Morong Wan's father Morong Zhan, is a master of the 4th realm.
Xiao Sun, regardless of whether he did it this time, don't think about revenge yet. Go to Peking University and Tsinghua University and practice hard. You will definitely grow many times faster than him. When you grow up in the future, it won't be too late to settle the score with him.
Teacher Wu sighed and advised. He also wanted to kill Li Shang.
But now his meridians are damaged and his strength is declining.
What can he do? I know, Uncle Wu. Lu Sun stepped on it, turning the burnt letter into ashes. Teacher Wu is gone. Meow.
The cat jumped into his arms and rubbed Lu Sun with its little head.
Little guy, you are not simple.
Lu Sun looked down at it, scratched its chin lightly with his fingertips, but a hint of inquiry flashed in his eyes. When attacked, this little guy gave 2 warnings, and may even have interfered with the Shadow Clan's ability to transform into shadows. The teeth marks on that guy's calf did not seem like a coincidence.
Is it really an ordinary cat?
Now, Lu Sun suspects that this cat is an alien species from the ancient Starry Sky Road. Lu Sun had doubts in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face and continued to stroke it gently. Even if it is really an alien species from the ancient Starry Road, since it depends on me so much, I will observe it for a while first.
Meow meow.
The cat rolled over in his palm, revealing its soft belly.
Xiao Bai, don't move, I'm taking a shower.
In the bathroom, Lu Sun held the struggling cat with one hand and held the shower head with the other, forcing it to shower.
Well, he gave the cat a nickname, Xiao Bai.
After taking a shower, Lu Sun sat on the bed, took out the dark energy, and prepared to recover. Lu Sun was forbidden from practicing by the system, but he could recover. The 2 battles today consumed a lot of energy, and Lu Sun wanted to test his recovery speed. My meridians recover really quickly.
An hour later, Lu Sun opened his eyes and stretched his muscles with satisfaction. His recovery speed is indeed amazing.
So much true energy was consumed in the Qi Hai that it was recovered in more than half an hour. If only I could cultivate this on my own. Forget it, cultivating is too tiring. Lu Sun felt bored after sitting still for more than half an hour and repeating the Qi circulation cycle over and over again. If you sit like this for a day or 2, or retreat for a year or 2, wouldn't you be bored to death?
It's more comfortable to lie down.
Lu Sun lazily leaned back, petting his cat with one hand and watching videos on his phone with the other, squinting his eyes in satisfaction.
It was getting dark.
Lu Sun's fingers slowly slid down, and the phone fell onto the bed with a bang. The ragdoll cat in his arms curled up into a ball, its tail resting lightly on his wrist.
One person and one cat, falling asleep. Time passes by little. Until midnight, 3 moons rose in the sky.
One is the original moon of the blue star, and the 2 red ones are the planets of this binary system.
Because of the appearance of the blue planet, they are constantly approaching the blue planet, thus bringing a series of gravitational changes to the blue planet.
If it happened when the high-level military era just arrived, this would become a disaster that caused the deaths of many people.
Now, it no longer has much impact on Blue Star. Suddenly, the ragdoll cat in Lu Sun's arms opened its eyes. In the darkness, its pupils glow faintly.
If someone looks into its eyes, they will feel like they are seeing a person, not a cat.
Then, as if it was thinking of something, the ragdoll cat's eyes were instantly filled with anger. That's too much. He actually let me take a bath with him. And you gave this princess such a vulgar name. You are Xiao Bai, your whole family is called Xiao Bai. I'm going to kill you.
The ragdoll cat raised its claws angrily and was about to scratch, but was suddenly grabbed by a big hand.
There's something wrong with you.
Lu Sun had woken up at some point, his eyes sharp as a knife.
Tell me, are you an alien species from the ancient Starry Sky Road? The ragdoll cat froze, then exploded. You are the alien. Your whole family is alien.
The cute and fierce girl's voice was particularly clear in the night.
Chapter 25 Chu Yoqing's Dilemma. They can speak, but they are still aliens? Lu Sun held the ragdoll cat down. What a fuss! The ragdoll cat raised its small chin, its whiskers trembling slightly. There are countless races in the starry sky. Does being able to speak mean it must be an alien species?
Remember, this princess's name is Astra, Veronica, Celeste, Moonlight, Starry Sea, Aurora, Ibisala, Fiona, Barbara. When it speaks, its baby voice sounds like it's mixed with honey, and coupled with its serious expression, the contrast is so cute that it makes people laugh.
However, that ridiculously long name made Lu Sun's temples throb. You're still a princess? He got the point. A cat, a cute cream-colored ragdoll cat, says she is a princess. Is this world going a little crazy? Of course, I am the heir to the high-level spirit planet Astra. Astra is almost 12 nodes ahead of you on the ancient star road.
If you can lead me to catch up, I will appoint you as the Grand General when I take over Astra. The ragdoll cat held his head high, a look of majestic promise on his face.
General?
Lu Sun scoffed, you're aiming too far ahead. I might as well just send money to Ying Zhang nearby. Foolish human, you don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity right in front of you.
Meow, human, don't touch my ears. The ragdoll cat was talking happily when Lu Sun petted it.
Honestly, the way it shakes its head and speaks seriously is a little too cute.
Seriously, Lu Sun said, suppressing his smile, how did you become like this? I just fell into the trap of you damned humans. Did humans make you like this?
Of course, a vicious witch took advantage of my weakness and cast a spell that turned me into a cat. I taught her so much and treated her as my most loyal servant.
Witch? Lu Sun thought about it and reacted. Ragdoll cat should be referring to a Western magician.
There are many types of magicians, and some women who practice black magic are called witches by many people.
Since you are the noble princess of Alastar, how did you end up in a remote place like ours? It's Astra. Ragdoll cat corrected angrily, I just accidentally overslept, and when I woke up, Astra was gone. Overslept? This reason, how funny. Lu Sun didn't quite believe it. Meow meow meow. The ragdoll cat let out a series of meows.
It noticed this, meowed a few times, and then gave up helplessly. After a while, the spirituality in its eyes gradually faded away, and it was no longer so vivid and anthropomorphic, as if it had turned into a real cat. Then, it jumped into Lu Sun's arms, rubbed Lu Sun affectionately, and curled up there.
What's going on?
Lu Sun stroked the ragdoll cat gently. At this time, the ragdoll cat was particularly well behaved and allowed Lu Sun to pet it without any resistance.
Instead, he seemed to be enjoying it.
Lu Sun was puzzled.
Sleep.
He decided to continue sleeping and observing.
Until the next morning, the ragdoll cat showed no abnormalities.
When Lu Sun wakes up, it will jump on him and act coquettishly.
Xiao Bai, where is the princess in your body? Meow.
Lu Xun checked it out and found that the ragdoll cat was still a ragdoll cat.
Isn't it the princess with the name that grew out of the sky, like axing? Could it be that last night was an illusion? Does it have to be late at night before that princess wakes up? Looking at the ragdoll cat happily eating breakfast, Lu Xun couldn't help but think. Let's go. I'll take you to the capital to see the world. Lu Xun is ready to leave for the capital. At this time, the cell phone rang. Lu Xun looked over and saw that it was Chu Yuqing calling. Lu Xun, are you okay?
Chu Yuqing was very concerned.
Did she know she was being attacked?
Lu Xun didn't tell her what happened yesterday because he was afraid that she would worry.
Fine. Lu Xuendo. I'm glad you're okay.
Chu Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief and continued, yesterday, the Shadow Clan sneaked into Grandpa's estate and wanted to kill my aunt. Luckily, Grandpa discovered them, but he was also injured while trying to protect my aunt.
Did the Shadow Clan sneak into the Morong family's manor? When did it happen? Lu Xun asked.
Shortly after Wang Tingyun was attacked, I suspect they deliberately made such a big noise to attract attention so they could attack my aunt.
Chu Yuqing told some details. About the same time as the attack on me. Lu Xun calculated the time. Chu Yuqing's suspicion was well founded. The main target of the Shadow Clan on this trip should be Morong Wan. Of course, Wang Tingyun and Lu Xun are also among their targets.
Wang Tingyun was protected by experts, so the Shadow Clan created chaos to facilitate their actions and attract the attention of the powerful people in Rongqing.
The strong ones among the Shadow Clan took the opportunity to attack Morong Wan.
Because Lu Xun had no power, influence, or background, and his meridians had just been opened, he was dealt with by a second-level Shadow Clan member. Originally, this arrangement was impeccable, and if everything went well, it could deal with 3 geniuses at the same time. As a result, all 3 groups of Shadow Clan members failed. Although they failed, the group of Shadow Clan members who attacked Morong Wan actually injured the Grandmaster Morong Zhan. It seems that there are still strong people among the Shadow Clan.
Grandpa is now even more seriously injured.
I hope that bastard Morong Tian doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Chu Yuqing was not without worry.
Where is your grandfather injured? Lu Xun was curious.
A master has abundant qi in blood, and ordinary injuries are not a problem at all. Even if it is an internal injury, as long as it does not damage the meridians in Dantian, it is not a big deal.
Poison, mainly poisoning.
The Shadow Clan coated their weapons with a poison. That poison was specially made by the Shadow Clan, and we don't have an antidote.
Chu Yuqing said. Poison?
Lu Xun suddenly remembered that after he killed the Shadow Clan member, he found a small medicine bottle on him.
There are some pills in there, could that be the antidote? Lu Xun did not throw away the small medicine bottle. He threw it into the corner after bringing it back. After searching for a while, he found it. We'll know after we send it over and try it out. Lu Xun sniffed it and put it away. How's it going over there? He began to care about Chu Yuqing. After breaking through the second realm, you can bind a second object. It's just right to bind to Chu Yuqing and help her activate her ancient spiritual roots. There are some problems. There is a family that has innate spiritual energy, but the conditions they proposed are unacceptable to me. Chu Yuqing muttered. Lu Xun, what conditions? They want me to marry into our family and marry their son before they give me innate spiritual energy. Chu Yuqing said angrily. Marriage? This is to steal my wife. Lu Xun immediately became angry. Chu Yuqing, don't agree to them. Wait for me. I have a way to help you activate your ancient spiritual roots. Ah? Chu Yuqing was a little unconvinced. Lu Xun, are you telling the truth? Don't blame her. Her ancient spiritual roots were hidden too deeply, so her mother took her to the capital to seek help from many people, but in the end, no one was able to help. Only innate spiritual energy will do. Yeah, trust me. Don't worry, I have a boyfriend and I definitely won't agree. Even if mother agrees, I won't agree. I'll wait for you in the capital. Chapter 26, Delivering Medicine, Capital. Where did you come from, you wild brat? Do you think you can break into the Morong family's manor? Outside the Morong family's manor, Lu Xun was stopped by security guards. This manor is very large, with villas one after another. Many people from the Morong family live here. Except Morong Wan.
She had not been able to open her pulse, and had been a drag on the Morong family. In order to avoid being lectured by her elders, she bought a villa and lived there alone.
I have something important to discuss with Morong Wan. Please inform her that Lu is looking for her. Lu Sun did not give up. There are so many people looking for Our Lady. If she meets everyone, she will be annoyed to death. Go away quickly. Several security guards drove them away one after another. Lu Sun didn't expect that when he came to deliver medicine, he couldn't even enter the manor. Never mind.
Lu Sun shook his head and prepared to leave. A car drove over, and Morong Wan, who was sitting in the back seat, had a worried look on her face. These past 2 days, she has been running around trying to cure Morong Jan of the poison. The poison of the Shadow Clan is quite difficult to deal with. Even if Morong Jan can suppress it forcibly now, he will not be able to afford it for a long time. Moreover, Morong Jan cannot fight with others. Every time you use your hands, the poison will become more severe. Morong Wan looked everywhere for solutions. Some families had medicine that could alleviate the symptoms, especially the Wang family. They had a medicine that could suppress the poison for quite some time. But they took the opportunity to make a request, wanting Morong Wan to marry him.
Morong Wan refused. Ding ding.
The horn sounded.
Morong Wan looked up and found that they had arrived at the manor without realizing it.
After working for most of the day, she still hasn't found a good solution. At this moment, she found a familiar figure at the gate. She rolled down the window and was stunned when she saw it was Lu Sun.
Lu Sun, what are you doing here?
After that night, even when it was late at night and everyone was asleep, the occasional image that popped up in her mind would make her blush. But she was devoted to cultivation and had no intention of having anything to do with Lu Sun anymore.
Morong Wan.
Across from her, Lu Sun also saw her.
Parking. Yes, miss. Morong Wan got out of the car.
Lu Sun walked over and looked at her beautiful face, and couldn't help but recall that enchanting night. My heart suddenly felt moved. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the change in his expression could not be hidden from Morong Wan.
Morong Wan seemed to have sensed Lu Sun's thoughts, and her expression became somewhat unnatural. The Shadow Clan launched an assassination attempt yesterday. Are you okay? She spoke first. It's okay.
I also killed a member of the Shadow Clan.
This is what I found on him. It might be useful to your father.
Lu Sun handed over the small medicine bottle. His words surprised Morong Wan a little. The Shadow Clan members were so difficult to deal with, yet Lu Sun actually managed to kill one.
How did he do it? She didn't know that Lu Sun's brilliant performance yesterday was all thanks to her diligent practice. Thank you. I'll take it back and let my father try it. Morong Wan took it gratefully. Regardless of whether the medicine in the small bottle is useful or not, Lu Sun's coming here is a very precious thought. Then, she became confused again. How did Lu Sun know that his father was injured? When Morong Wan thought of the relationship between Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing, she suddenly understood.
In addition, the news of Morong Jan's injury spread very quickly in the past 2 days, and she also heard that someone in the Morong family deliberately spread the news.
Some people wish Morong would die in battle. Then I'm leaving. After Lu Sun delivered the medicine, he prepared to leave. Why don't you come in and sit down? If this bottle of medicine works, father will definitely thank you. Morong Wan invited. No, I have to go to the capital. I heard from Chu Yuqing that you will also go to the capital in the future. See you in the capital. Lu Sun refused. Etc. Lu Sun was about to leave when Morong Wan called him. You guys, come here, did you deliberately embarrass Lu Sun just now?
Her voice turned cold as she spoke to the security guards. Several security guards' expressions changed and they hurried over.
Brother Lu, I'm sorry, we didn't recognize you. Please forgive our mistakes.
The security guards came to Lu Sun and apologized repeatedly.
You dare to stop a lady's customers? Get your wages and get out. I'm annoyed just by seeing you.
A man who looked like a butler appeared.
My dear brother, I don't know the rules, please forgive me. He looked apologetic and bowed to Lu Sun to apologize. This guy just showed up now. Lu Sun had clearly seen him looking around not far away. This Morong family is a very complicated family. After leaving Morong's house, Lu Sun thought. No wonder Morong Wan wants to live alone. I hope this medicine will be useful to Morong Jean. Morong Wan has not grown up yet, so the Morong family cannot be in chaos. It's a mess.
If Morong Wan is affected, Lu Sun will suffer a great loss.
Let's go to the capital.
Lu Sun got in the car and headed towards Wu Mansion.
Student Lu Sun, you're too late. Please stay in the hotel for one night. We will arrange for someone to escort you and the other students to the capital tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much. No need.
Geniuses always get special treatment. For example, when Lu Sun arrived today, it was already late, but the Wu Mansion still arranged Lu Sun to stay in a hotel that specializes in official receptions and is protected by strong men at all times.
Strangeness.
The next morning, Lu Sun got up in confusion.
Meow. Xiaobai also woke up. What surprised him was that Xiaobai didn't behave abnormally last night. She didn't suddenly start talking or turn into that weird princess. Could it be that the princess's consciousness would only emerge once every few days? Not an alien species.
A few hours later, Xiaobai passed the inspection at the security checkpoint of Chengdu Airport. It is not a star alien species.
There are some special energies in the bodies of star aliens, which are easy to detect. Even if they enter the city, they will be suppressed by the magic circle in the city and will not cause much destructive power in the city. If they are outside the city, they will be very fierce. Excuse me, are you Lu Sun? It's me, and you are?
I'm Song Yuan from number 2 middle school. I was the one who caused the strange phenomenon on the 28th.
Didn't you encounter assassination attempts by the Shadow Clan?
No, I went into hiding as soon as the news about the Shadow Clan came out. On the silver-white flying boat, Lu Sun met other students heading to the capital.
The flying boat is a new type of aircraft.
It looks like a boat, has no wings, but can soar into the sky.
Some top-level flying boats can even fly out of the atmosphere and travel in outer space.
There are many students on this flying boat, all of whom are preparing to report to Peking University and Tsinghua University in advance.
Wow, is that a dragon bone?
Look up there, it should be a space fortress, so spectacular.
Look, there's a tree in the cloud.
That's the cloud cotton tree planted in the Weaver Girl Palace. The cotton it produces is used to make the cloud brocade robe, which has the natural property of resisting weight.
It costs tens of millions apiece.
Along the way, the students witnessed many wonders. A bird as big as a sparrow flew towards them. When it approached the flying boat, it instantly became bigger than the boat and opened its big mouth to swallow the boat.
The fast-flying boat changed direction to avoid it. Immediately afterwards, a figure flew out and started fighting with the giant bird. It's an alien species. It's so big, I wonder what realm it is in.
This scene shocked the students. There are many star alien species hiding on the blue planet, and one or two will appear from time to time.
I just happened to be spotted by students today.
Fortunately, there were strong people on the flying boat, and the alien species was quickly dealt with.
2 hours later, we arrived in the capital.
As expected of the capital, there are so many floating islands in the sky. Many students were amazed. The capital's skyline is breathtaking. Hundreds of floating islands resemble inverted mountains, with waterfalls cascading down from the edges, evaporating into a rainbow of colors in mid-air.
These floating islands have built an extremely three-dimensional defense system for the capital. Lu Sun, this way.
At the airport, Chu Yuqing, who had been waiting there, saw Lu Sun coming and waved happily.
Chapter 27 Mother-in-law meets son-in-law. Lu Sun, you're amazing. My aunt said that after Grandpa took the medicine you gave him, the toxins have been cleared. I'm very grateful to you. As soon as they met, Chu Yuqing couldn't help but tell Lu Sun the good news. Is that bottle of medicine really the antidote? Lu Sun was confused and didn't understand why the antidote was with that second-level Shadow Clan member. On second thought, I don't care about anything else, as long as the antidote is effective. Grandpa said he wanted to thank you well, Lu Sun. Next time you go back to Rongqing, don't forget to go to Grandpa's house and give him a good payout. Grandpa is very rich.
Chu Yuqing smiled like a flower, with a hint of playfulness in her tone.
A fourth-level Grandmaster is indeed rich.
Not to mention anything else, to become a fourth-level master, the dark energy consumed must be calculated in cubic units. The standard for 1 unit of dark energy is actually the dark energy at a normal density of 1 cubic centimeter.
1 cubic meter of dark energy is equivalent to 1 million units of dark energy.
From this we can see how much money a 4th level Grandmaster, especially a veteran 4th level Grandmaster, has. In fact, dark energy cannot be simply converted into money. If the dark energy used by some top powerhouses were converted into money, it could buy most of the countries on the blue planet.
The two walked out of the airport while talking. Why don't you ask me what my solution is? Lu Sun suddenly asked.
It had been a while since Chu Yuqing received Lu Sun's call, but she still hadn't asked him about the method he mentioned to help her activate her ancient spiritual roots.
You're going to tell me, aren't you?
Chu Yuqing blinked her bright eyes and spoke in a cheerful tone. Lu Sun knew that she must be worried that her previous words of comfort were just for comfort.
That's why I didn't ask about it after we met. This method is a bit special. Lu Sun stared at her and said seriously. Chu Yuqing showed an expectant look. Yuqing, you are here. A gentle female voice suddenly interrupted.
Chu Yuqing turned around and suddenly felt like the sky was falling. Mom, why are you here?
Mom?
Lu Sun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman in her early 30s walking towards him. She looks somewhat similar to Morong Wan, but appears more mature and elegant, exuding a charming aura.
Judging from Chu Yuqing's address, she is Chu Yuqing's mother, Morong Wan's sister, and her name is Morong Yen.
No wonder her eyes are quite similar to Morong Wan's. But she is too young. She looks to be in her 30s, and it's too early to describe her as still charming.
She is so beautiful and charming now.
Her actual age is definitely more than 30 years old, probably 40. In the high martial arts era, there were too many things to maintain physical condition, so it was natural for her to maintain the condition of a 30-year-old. Some powerful people, especially immortal cultivators, are still like young boys and girls when they are over 100 years old.
You are Lu Sun, right?
Morong Yen did not answer her daughter, her eyes fell directly on Lu Sun.
Hello, Auntie. I'm Lu Sun.
Lu Sun felt like he was meeting the parents and acted very reserved. To be precise, he was caught red-handed by his parents. Although he was a little nervous, Lu Sun was not afraid at all.
He's not yellow-haired.
You are 19 years old and already in college.
What's wrong with having a relationship? There's a cafe over there, shall we go over there and talk? Morong Yen suggested. Chat? Mom, if I don't come to pick up Lu Sun, what are you doing? Chu Yuqing was dissatisfied and pouted. Yuqing, I just want to talk to Lu Sun. Morong Yen looked gentle and didn't seem like she was here to cause trouble for Lu Sun. Yes, Auntie. Lu Sun agreed. Yuqing, go wait over there. Mom. Obedient.
In the coffee shop, Chu Yuqing reluctantly sat on the other side.
What would you like to drink? Latte, please. 2 lattes, please.
After ordering coffee, Morong Yen took off her Chanel-style jacket, revealing her beautiful figure. Although her appearance is slightly inferior to Morong Wan's, the unique charm of a young woman are incomparable to Morong Wan. Lu Sun sat upright, his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, to avoid looking at things he shouldn't look at. After all, she is Chu Yuqing's mother and his future mother-in-law.
Do you know why Yuqing likes you? Morong Yen spoke again and directly pointed out the relationship between Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing. Auntie, to be honest, I don't know either. Lu Sun told the truth.
He always felt that Chu Yuqing agreed too suddenly. I originally thought she was trying to help her aunt. After helping her aunt, she still regarded herself as Lu Sun's girlfriend and treated Lu Sun well. 5 years ago, you were probably still in junior high school.
When Blue Star entered a node on the ancient Star Road, it suffered a catastrophe.
I'm sure you had a very deep impression of that catastrophe.
Morong Yen told the story slowly and leisurely. Lu Sun's expression turned serious.
He still remembers the great disaster 5 years ago. Because his parents died in that disaster. That catastrophe happened very suddenly. Many of Blue Star's experts were in the starry sky at the time and failed to return to provide assistance in time. Rongqing's protective formation was broken, and alien species and tribes took the opportunity to cause chaos.
Countless people in Rongqing were killed and injured.
Yuqing almost died in that disaster. Luckily, a kind-hearted couple who were already injured risked their lives to save her.
Morong Yen sipped her coffee. She's always remembered this incident.
That couple, are they my parents? She had already said this, how could Lu Sun not understand? The couple that Morong Yen mentioned who saved Chu Yuqing were most likely his parents.
Yes. Moron Yan nodded slightly.
Really? It was his parents who saved Chu Yuqing. This explains why Chu Yuqing suddenly agreed to be his girlfriend.
Why didn't she leave me after helping her aunt?
It is very likely that Chu Yuqing knew Lu Sun's identity at that time and knew that Lu Sun was the son of the couple who saved her.
Chapter 28 Auntie, this is my answer.
We only found out about this recently, otherwise Yuqing's father and I would have come to thank you in person a long time ago. Moron Yan pursed her red lips slightly, her tone carrying a hint of guilt, and then she smiled. Fortunately, it's not too late now. She gracefully took out a card from her handbag and gently pushed the card in front of Lu Sun with her slender fingers.
Auntie, what is this?
Lu Sun looked puzzled.
Yuqing owes your family a life. This is a small token of our appreciation. The card contains 20,000 units of dark energy. I've written the password on the back. Please accept it. Moron Yan spoke softly. 20,000 units of dark energy. This is a huge sum of money. But
at this time, Moron Yan took out a sum of dark energy and said that he wanted to repay his parents for saving Chu Yuqing's life a few years ago.
The intention is self-evident. Lu Sun could guess Moron Yan's purpose with his eyes closed.
He simply wanted to use money to end the previous favor and prevent Chu Yuqing from continuing to date Lu Sun.
Have to.
He really thinks he is a yellow-haired guy.
Why do these rich people like to use money to solve problems? Do you really think money is omnipotent? Auntie, what happened was my parents' own choice.
They saved more than just Chu Yuqing.
You don't have to thank me deliberately. Lu Sun looked indifferent and pushed the card back with his slender fingers. We can only give out so much dark energy right now. We also have a villa in Rongqing. If you want, we can transfer it to you.
Moron Yan frowned slightly and pushed the card over again.
Do you think Lu Sun thinks the money is not enough? Auntie, you misunderstood. I really don't need it. Lu Sun shook his head and laughed, then firmly pushed the card back. Lu Sun.
Moron Yan's eyes suddenly turned red, her voice choked with sobs.
Then Auntie begs you to leave Yuqing, okay?
For you, she would rather give up her ancient spiritual roots and refuse to agree to the Yi family's marriage proposal.
As long as you agree, we are willing to compensate you even if it means we go bankrupt.
Seeing that Lu Sun was unmoved, Moron Yan finally dropped her disguise and revealed a pleading look.
Finally, we get to the point.
Lu Sun knew that Moron Yan came to him this time for this matter. His relationship with Chu Yuqing must have been revealed during a quarrel between mother and daughter.
Otherwise, how would Moron Yan know? Auntie, isn't it just innate spiritual energy? Why are you so anxious?
Lu Sun was puzzled. As long as Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Sky Road next time, even if the Chu family cannot get it themselves, it will be easier to buy it. It wouldn't be like now where he's being held back by others and forced to marry Chu Yuqing before he gets the money. You don't know, a sixth realm powerhouse said that once Yuqing's ancient spiritual roots exceed the age of 18, the possibility of activation is very small.
Moron Yan's face was filled with worry. Yuqing will be 19 in 1 month. This is the last month. I see.
Lu Sun had just turned 19, and Chu Yuqing was a few months younger than him. For a month, there was no sign that Blue Star had entered the ancient Starry Road.
No wonder Moron Yan is so worried.
Perhaps, the family in the capital that possesses innate spiritual energy saw this and threatened to form an alliance through marriage. Lu Sun, for Yuqing's future, I beg you, as long as you are willing to leave Yuqing, I will agree to anything you want.
Moron Yan begged desperately. Looking at the beautiful and delicate Moron Yan, some indescribable thoughts flashed through Lu Sun's mind, and he almost blurted out, Auntie, can you really agree to anything? What are you thinking about?
Lu Sun quickly gathered his thoughts. Chu Yuqing is his girlfriend, he is not that kind of person.
Auntie, I'm just like you.
I also hope Yuqing is well.
Don't worry, Auntie, I know what to do. Lu Sun said seriously. Lu Sun, thank you so much.
Moron Yan felt relieved and hurriedly handed the card over again. Please accept this card in front of Yuqing. I will tell her that you left her for money so that she will give up.
I'm sorry to have wronged you.
Consider this dark energy as our compensation. Before she finished speaking, a clear female voice suddenly rang out.
Mom, what are you doing?
Chu Yuqing saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but rushed over like a gust of wind.
Yuqing, do you know?
I make my own decisions about my own affairs. Even if I can't activate my ancient spiritual roots in my lifetime, I won't marry someone with the surname He.
Lu Sun, let's go.
Shu Yuqing interrupted her mother.
She was really angry and pulled Lu Sun up to leave. Lu Sun didn't move at all.
He was already at the third level of Qi Hai, and Shu Yuqing hadn't opened his meridians yet, so she couldn't pull him at all.
Lu Sun?
Shu Yuqing looked at him in confusion.
Shu Yuqing, Auntie is right. The most important thing for you now is to activate your ancient spiritual roots.
Lu Sun stared at the red corners of her eyes, his voice as deep as a pool. Shu Yuqing seemed to understand something, and the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. So, Lu Sun, what is your choice?
My choice. Lu Sun looked deeply into Shu Yuqing's eyes. The next moment,
under Morong Yan's incredulous gaze, Lu Sun held her face and kissed Shu Yuqing's delicate and tempting cherry lips deeply.
Ah!
Morong Yan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes full of astonishment.
Ding dong!
The waiter holding the coffee shook his hand and the cups and plates fell to pieces.
Pa pa pa! Good job, brother!
There was a burst of booing all around. Shu Yuqing's body was stiff, her eyes were wide open, and her mind was blank. She had not expected Lu Sun to suddenly forcefully kiss her, and was completely stunned. Lu Sun kissed her wantonly.
There is no intention of stopping.
Meets the binding conditions and has been bound to Shu Yuqing.
Current return multiplier, 20. Note, Shu Yuqing possesses a top-grade ancient spiritual root, with activation progress at 9%. Ancient spiritual roots are innate spiritual roots that can open at least 9 spiritual veins in heavenly and earthly extraordinary veins. Reminder, the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. After a full minute, Lu Sun received a system prompt. Yes, the purpose of this kiss was to bind Shu Yuqing. When Morong Wan was bound to him, the system automatically bound him after the two of them had the most intimate relationship. There is another way of binding besides the most intimate of bonds. That is, after the binding object's favorability towards Lu Sun reaches 100%, they can also be bound through a long kiss. Shu Yuqing's favorability towards Lu Sun has already reached 100%. Therefore, Lu Sun's kiss naturally bound her to him. Lu Sun immediately received the binding reward. The host has obtained a ray of innate spiritual energy, which can help Shu Yuqing activate her ancient spiritual roots. Lu Sun's guess was correct. After binding with Shu Yuqing, the system would indeed reward innate spiritual energy. Without saying a word, he transferred his innate spiritual energy to Shu Yuqing through a kiss. Shu Yuqing's little head turned back on, and her face turned red all the way to her neck. She forgot to struggle and just let Lu Sun kiss her passionately. Another minute later, Lu Sun finally gave all his innate spiritual energy to her. He left Shu Yuqing. Lu Sun, what are you doing? Morong Yan finally came back to her senses from her shock, her beautiful eyes burning with anger. Lu Sun actually kissed her daughter, in front of her mother. Lu Sun licked his lips and met Morong Yan's angry gaze. Auntie, this is my answer. You. Morong Yan's still tender hands trembled with anger. Yuqing, what's wrong with you? At this time, she found that something was wrong with Shu Yuqing. Shu Yuqing stood there with a flushed face, motionless, as if she was stunned. Morong Yan hurried forward to check. Lu Sun, look at the good things you have done. Seeing this, Morong Yan became even more worried. Shu Yuqing didn't react at all, as if the computer had crashed. Just as she took out her cell phone and was about to call 120, Shu Yuqing came to her senses. Yuqing? I'm fine. A bright white halo suddenly appeared around the girl, and her hair moved without wind. She slowly raised her head, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Mom, I feel my ancient spiritual roots are awakening. Chapter 29 Ancient Spiritual Root Awakens. Wow, what a strange sight. Stay calm. This is the capital city where many geniuses gather. If something unusual doesn't happen one day, it would be abnormal. Near the Beijing airport, the sky suddenly changed color. Petals are falling all over the sky like rain, as if fairies from the sky are scattering flowers, which is extremely magnificent. In this rain of flowers, 9 phantom cranes flew from the clouds, their clear cries sounding like the music of nature. Mom, look. On a flying boat that had just arrived in Beijing, a child saw this scene and excitedly called out to his mother. 9 heavens flower rains wet immortal bones, a crane's cry breaks through the mysterious gate. Is this the awakening of a heavenly spiritual root? Above the clouds, a powerful person cast his gaze. Many people in the capital have been alarmed.
Rays of light flew from all directions towards the place where the strange vision came from.
Although there are many geniuses in the capital, this kind of strange phenomenon is still worth their investigation.
In the coffee shop, Chu Yoqing's whole body was radiant with a fairy white light, her skin was as bright as jade, her black hair moved without wind, and every strand of hair seemed to be dotted with starlight. Moron Yen clenched her hands tightly, tears of ecstasy flashing in her eyes.
These days, Moron Yen has been exhausted for her daughter's ancient spiritual roots.
She took Chu Yuqing around the capital, begging everyone for help, trying to buy innate spiritual energy. After much difficulty in finding out that the He family possessed innate spiritual energy, the He family took the opportunity to blackmail him. Because of this matter, the mother and daughter had more than one quarrel and almost fell out with each other.
Who would have thought that today would be such an unexpected turn of events? Chu Yoqing's ancient spiritual roots suddenly awakened. It seems that the level of this ancient spiritual root is not low.
Once it awakens, it triggers such a large-scale phenomenon in the world. It alarmed most of the capital. In a short period of time, many strong people have gathered around the coffee shop. Moron Yen, immersed in extreme joy, did not notice that Lu Sun was no longer there. She had suspected that Chu Yoqing's awakening was related to Lu Sun.
But subconsciously I feel that it is unlikely.
Innate spiritual energy is something that is too rare, and the He family only obtained it by accident.
In the eyes of ordinary people, how could Lu Sun, a freshman with no background and no ability, have it?
At this time, Lu Sun was hiding in the bathroom. Chu Yuqing successfully activated the ultimate spiritual root.
The host received a 20-fold reward and obtained the chaos spiritual root. The chaos spiritual root is the top spiritual root in the universe.
It can accommodate spiritual power of multiple attributes, ignore attribute restraints, and can simulate the effects of any spiritual root.
Everything has its destiny, and the host is the only one that escapes.
Therefore, before becoming strong enough, the host is forbidden to practice on his own, otherwise the strange phenomena will shake the starry sky and bring disaster.
The host has automatically shielded the secret. Following the system's prompts, Lu Sun reaped his rewards.
A vast and unfathomable force descended from within his body, and a brilliant immortal light suddenly burst out from the depths of his dantian. The immortal light gradually condensed and turned into a crystal-clear immortal root, taking root in the dantian. Despite the system blocking the secrets of heaven, Lu Sun still exuded spiritual light and had a natural charm of Taoism, as if he was a fairy descending from heaven to earth.
Here we go again.
Lu Sun glanced at the system prompts and was speechless.
After Chu Yoqing's ancient spiritual root was activated, Lu Sun received another 20-fold return and obtained an even more powerful chaos spiritual root. However, he was still forbidden from practicing by the system. Okay, lie down completely.
Lu Sun shrugged. There is Moron Wan in the martial arts world, and there is Chu Yuqing in the immortal world. His chaotic divine body can accommodate multiple powers.
When you lie down at home, you will grow in cultivation.
After the strange phenomenon on his body disappeared, Lu Sun took Xiao Bai out of his pocket and carried him out the door. I didn't expect her to be so powerful that she actually awakened her ancient spiritual roots on her own. Judging from this strange phenomenon, this spiritual root is not simple and may even reach the standard of a heavenly spiritual root. Yes, it would be great if such a genius was born in our family. At this moment, Chu Yuqing became the absolute focus in the coffee shop. The original customers of the coffee shop had been cleared out, and the only ones who came were prominent monks in the capital. Madam Chu, as long as the Chu family is willing to marry into the He family, the conditions previously promised will be increased tenfold. A middle-aged man with a square face added eagerly with a scorching gaze. Not only that, my He family will devote all our strength to help the Chu family gain a firm foothold in the capital. As for the innate spiritual energy, as long as my niece Chu needs it, my He family's treasury is at her disposal to help her open up more spiritual veins.
Moron Yen couldn't help but be moved by the middle-aged man's words.
The other party is none other than the family that possesses innate spiritual energy, the He family in Beijing. After Chu Yoqing's ancient spiritual roots were stimulated, the people of the He family in the capital saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth and rushed over immediately. When they discovered that Chu Yuqing had awakened her ancient spiritual roots on her own, the He family immediately raised the stakes and wanted to form an alliance through marriage with the Chu family.
Moron Yen had some things she didn't tell Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing. She actually wanted to marry into the He family.
On the one hand, she felt that this would be good for Chu Yoqing's growth. The He family in the capital is a larger family than the Morong family and the Wang family in Rongqing. There are naturally many benefits to marrying into such a family.
Cultivation is not just about talent.
Without sufficient resources, even if you have the unique veins of heaven and earth, you may not be able to rise. Not to mention that there are all kinds of difficulties and obstacles during the cultivation process, and there are many geniuses who die along the way. The He family is powerful and can protect Chu Yuqing.
In comparison, what does Lu Sun have?
From the perspective of his mother Morong Yan, Lu Sun really has nothing, just a little yellow-haired boy. At most, he is a little yellow-haired boy with some talent, but he is also a pig who comes to steal her cabbage.
What mother doesn't want her daughter to have a good life?
On the other hand, the He family can help the Chu family gain a foothold in the capital.
Although the Chu family is a big family in Chengdu, it is just a small shrimp in Beijing. The branch of her husband, Chu Youqing's father, lost its influence in the Chu family.
At this time, if they could move to the capital and gain a foothold in the capital, it would be like rebirth from the ashes for Chu Youqing's father's lineage. In the future, he can return to Chengdu with high spirits and show off in front of other members of the Chu family.
Mom, if you want to get married, you can do it yourself. I still have to go to school.
Chu Youqing's pretty face was frosty and she flatly refused.
She didn't want to at first.
Now that her ancient spiritual roots have awakened, it is even less likely that she will agree.
Niece Chu, you've misunderstood. We don't want you to marry us right now. We just want to get engaged. We can get married after you finish your studies and return.
The middle-aged man hurriedly explained.
That won't work, I already have a boyfriend.
Having said that, Chu Yuqing looked around for Lu Sun.
You have a boyfriend? Niece Chu, are you kidding? With your talent, who in a remote place like Rongqing is worthy of you? The middle-aged man looked surprised and obviously didn't believe it. She wasn't joking. Lu Sun walked over. He walked a few steps to Chu Yuqing, and under Morong Yan's almost fiery gaze, he put his arm around Chu Youqing's waist. I'm her boyfriend. Lu Sun's tone was calm and resounding. Chapter 30. Give yourself 98.5 points. Boyfriend?
The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and swept his sharp eyes like a knife towards the boy who suddenly appeared. All the monks in the coffee shop focused their attention on Lu Sun. Lu Sun had not yet withdrawn his hand from Chu Youqing's waist, and the lingering starlight on the girl's body was flowing along his fingertips. In everyone's perception, Lu Sun was clearly an ordinary person with no cultivation.
The chaos divine body is extremely powerful. It is difficult to detect Lu Sun's strength unless he is several levels higher than Lu Sun.
Madam Chu, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed. Even if your daughter wants to refuse the marriage, she should find a decent excuse.
Master He, please forgive me. The child is ignorant. I think we should just let this matter go. Morong Yan sighed.
Although she also wanted to marry into the Yi family, Chu Yuqing was too stubborn, and Lu Sun's parents had done her family a favor, so she was not going to force it.
Madam Chu, why don't you consider it again? My He family also has an ancient spiritual root owner named He Huan.
He opened up 9 meridians 4 years ago. In just 4 years, his strength has reached the peak of the 3rd realm, and he is only 1 step away from the 4th realm. If my niece Chu marries her, and a boy with spiritual roots is born in the future, he can take the surname Chu. Upon seeing this, the head of the He family quickly increased the stakes.
Really?
These words made Morong Yan's eyes light up.
Really?
The head of the He family guarantees it. Morong Yan, who had originally planned to give up, was moved again. Mrs. Chu must also know how likely it is that when 2 people with spiritual roots unite, the offspring they produce will also have spiritual roots. The head of the He family continued to persuade. Morong Yan clasped her hands together, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes full of struggle and hesitation.
Mom! I won't get married anyway. Chu Yuqing made another statement.
She knew her mother's worries. That is, after giving birth to a daughter, she never gave birth to a second child. For large families, the more children the better. Chu Youqing's father's loss of power in the Chu family may be related to the fact that she is the only child, and a girl at that.
A grandson with the surname Chu and with ancient spiritual roots is very important to Chu Youqing's parents. If his surname is Chu, then he is a grandson, not a grandson-in-law. Therefore, Chu Yuqing felt that Morong Yan was very likely to be moved. Yuqing, you are still young and don't understand that gratitude and love are not the same thing. Sure enough, Morong Yan persuaded Chu Yuqing. Mom, don't mention love. You asked me to marry into the He family. It's an insult to the word love.
Shu Yuqing shut her mother up with just one word, and she fell silent. Niece Chu, with your talent, if you come to my He family, you will definitely be loved by everyone.
We will devote all our family's strength to help you practice.
The head of the He family promised.
That won't work either.
No matter how good your He family is, it can't compare to Lu Sun.
Anyway, I won't marry him. Shu Yuqing snorted. Master He, let me think about it. Morong Yan spoke again in a tangled tone. She had many secrets that she didn't tell Chu Yuqing.
Over the years, she had a very difficult time in the Chu family because she couldn't have children.
But actually, it's not her fault that she can't have children.
Oh, by the way, Madam Chu, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. A few years ago, our He family obtained a copy of the heavenly level martial arts, the Tianyan Tongxin Ju. If my niece Chu and He Huan practiced the Tianyan Tongxin Ju together, with He Huan's strength, my niece Chu would be able to break through to the fourth realm in 2 years at most. Seeing this, the head of the He family continued to increase the stakes.
Tianyan Tong Xin Ju?
There was some commotion among the monks watching around.
What kind of technique is this?
A heavenly grade, top-grade dual cultivation technique was found in a civilization tombstone on the ancient Starry Sky Road a few years ago. Powerful warriors from various races fought tooth and nail for it. I never thought the He family would be able to obtain a copy.
Heavenly grade upper grade?
No wonder they want to marry into the Chu family so much. The monks' whispered discussions reached the ears of several people present. The head of the He family felt that the outcome was already decided, and waited calmly for Morong Yan's reply.
Morong Yan was indeed tempted.
She had heard of the Tianyan Tongxin Ju.
This is a dual cultivation method.
Different from other dual cultivation techniques, Tianyan Tongxin Ju is a serious dual cultivation technique that is beneficial to both parties. He Huan of the He family is almost at the 4th level. If he practices dual cultivation with Chu Yuqing and is willing to contribute his cultivation to Chu Yuqing, the benefits Chu Yuqing will gain will be unimaginable.
What patriarch he said about breaking through to the 4th realm in 2 years was not necessarily false. Morong Yan was completely moved this time.
As a mother, she ultimately wants the best for her daughter.
Mom, how could you do this? If it weren't for Lu Sun, my ancient spiritual roots wouldn't have awakened.
Seeing that Morong Yan was about to be moved, Chu Yuqing hurriedly said. When Lu Sun kissed her just now, she felt something entering her body. She guessed that the innate spiritual energy was most likely given to her by Lu Sun. Although Chu Yuqing didn't know why Lu Sun had innate spiritual energy, Lu Sun's miraculous performance during this period made her believe in him without a second thought.
Yuqing, are you telling the truth?
These words suppressed Morong Yan, who had just been moved. After all, she is not an ungrateful person.
Niece Chu, are you kidding?
Although ancient spiritual roots have a certain chance of awakening naturally, you are already 18 years old and still haven't awakened.
Without innate spiritual energy, it is impossible for you to awaken on your own.
As for innate spiritual energy, I'm afraid no one else in the East has it except our He family.
Even if someone does, you can't access it. How can a country boy like him get it?
The He family patriarch sneered. If he doesn't speak up, Morong Yan will change her mind.
This sentence really works. Morong Yan also felt that it was unlikely that Lu Sun had innate spiritual energy.
She had seen Lu Sun's back clearly. Even if he was lucky enough to win the lottery every day, he would not be able to obtain innate spiritual energy. Morong Yan turned to look at Lu Sun and pleaded, Lu Sun, Yuqing owes your parents a favor. When our situation improves, I will give you 100,000 dark energy at once.
Will you please leave Yuqing? The Chu family is not as good as the Morong family.
After her husband lost power, he could no longer produce much dark energy. Little brother, as long as you are willing to leave niece Chu, our He family will give you 1 million dark energy. The head of the He family saw something was going on and immediately delivered a powerful blow.
Millions of units of dark energy.
This is a whole cubic meter of dark energy, worth at least 10 billion. In order to get Chu Yuqing, the He family was willing to spend a lot of money.
Lu Sun. Don't worry.
Lu Sun patted his girlfriend and glanced at Morong Yan and the head of the He family. Little brother, just nod your head, and millions of dark energies will be added to your card immediately. The head of the He family promised. Lu Sun's voice was low and calm, yet as cold and firm as 10,000 years of black ice.
Feel sorry. Don't talk about 1 million dark energies.
Even if it's 10 million, 100 million, or even 1 billion, as long as Yuqing doesn't abandon me, Lu Sun, will never leave her side. Every word he said was as strong as iron and had a resounding impact.
Lu Sun's words touched Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing held Lu Sun's hand tightly. I won't leave Lu Sun either, never. Yuqing, you disappoint me so much. Morong Yan's face was full of disappointment.
In her opinion, her daughter has been completely brainwashed by Huang Mao and is beyond redemption.
Chu Yuqing, you've grown too independent, haven't you? I don't care about you anymore.
Just take care of yourself.
In extreme rage, Morong Yan turned around and left the cafe and entered the airport. He actually wanted to go back to Chengdu. Have to. Did this make your mother-in-law angry and go home?
Lu Sun said that his first meeting with his mother-in-law was very successful. Out of a full score of 100, Lu Sun gave himself 98.5 points. The reason why I didn't give him 100 points is not because I'm afraid of being proud, but because Lu Sun only has 1.5 English.
Chapter 31 Gossip, one hit makes you vomit blood. Let's go.
Lu Sun said softly, reaching out and naturally holding Chu Yuqing's hand.
Yeah.
Chu Yuqing nodded vigorously, and her fingertips gently squeezed his palm. The cafe returned to peace. The cultivators and the family members who came to investigate have dispersed, leaving only a few lingering energy fluctuations. Among them, there was also a school leader from Qingshu College and Beidou University. After learning about Chu Yuqing's situation, they specially left a gilded token, indicating that Chu Yuqing could report directly to the two schools. After all, Chu Yuqing missed the big exam and only now awakened her ancient spiritual roots.
Dad also said he doesn't care about me anymore. Why are they doing this?
At this time, Chu Yuqing received a phone call and stomped her feet angrily. Her father probably also knew about this and called to blame her, and the father and daughter had a quarrel.
Yuqing. No more preaching. She turned around abruptly, her hair curling in the air in a stubborn arc. I'd been able to be independent for a long time. Her eyes flickered, clearly indicating she was afraid that Lu Sun would blame himself. Lu Sun laughed and raised his hand to gently stroke her head. I'm asking, is it not good to offend your future mother-in-law like this?
No, she was so willful back then, and now she wants to arrange things for me.
I won't do it.
Chu Yuqing curled her lips.
Your mother is such a gentle person, was she also willful back then?
Lu Sun developed a curious mind.
Well, back then, the Chu family hadn't risen to prominence, and my dad wasn't very accomplished.
My grandfather didn't want her to marry him, but she insisted. Chu Yuqing talked about her parents' past with shining eyes. She was surprisingly lively when she talked about her parents' gossip.
Deep down in everyone's heart, there is indeed a gossip gene. When Lu Sun heard this, he was like, wow.
Chu Yuqing's father, Chu Yuping, was a typical yellow-haired man back then. Back then, the Chu family was poor and broke, and Chu Yuqing's father simply relied on his handsome face and sweet words to trick Morong Yan into his heart. Morong Zhan naturally disagreed. The father and daughter had a quarrel because of this, and Morong Yan was almost kicked out of the house.
Chu Yuqing's father was really at his wit's end, so he used a trick to deal with Morong Zhan. That's a 3-month-old belly.
Seeing that his daughter's belly was getting bigger, Morong Zhan had no choice but to agree to their marriage.
Lu Sun enjoyed listening to it very much. Was that beautiful woman who now looks gentle and mature ever so rebellious? Then don't blame Chu Yuqing. What kind of mother you are, what kind of daughter you will have.
If you set an example yourself, don't blame others for imitating you.
Besides, Chu Yuqing's father was a typical blonde back then. Lu Sun is 100 times stronger than him. He is the system host, the chosen one. Hey, Xiaobai, give me a hug.
As Chu Yuqing was talking, she wanted to hug Xiaobai again.
Xiaobai nestled in Lu Sun's arms, not wanting to move at all.
When he saw Chu Yuqing reaching out her hand, he waved his little paws non-stop, looking very cute.
Ah, he stopped my supplementary card.
At this time, Chu Yuqing received a text message. Her father suspended his supplementary card.
Alright.
Now she is completely following the same path as her mother. When Morong Yan insisted on being with Chu Yuping, Morong Zhan also suspended Morong Yan's secondary card. Many rich girls who have been cheated by Huang Mao will often become obedient after their secondary cards are suspended for a few days.
It's okay, I'll support you.
Lu Sun took out a card and handed it to Chu Yuqing.
He is not an ordinary yellow-haired guy. He is a rich yellow-haired man.
After opening the Heaven and Earth Miracle Meridian and being admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University, Rongqing No. 1 Middle School gave Lu Sun many rewards. Lu Sun doesn't need to practice himself, so all the training resources he obtains in the future can be given to Chu Yuqing. Enough to raise Chu Yuqing beautifully.
Lu Sun, I can't use your money. Here, you don't want your parents to laugh at you, do you?
My strength is increasing so fast, I will have plenty of resources in the future.
Lu Sun forced the card into Chu Yuqing's hand. Okay, but let me be clear, this is just a loan. Okay, you have the final say. Chu Yuqing didn't refuse again.
But she secretly made up her mind to practice hard and let her parents see that she made the right choice in choosing Lu Sun. As they were talking, the two walked out of the coffee shop and prepared to take a taxi to Qingshu College to first arrange for Chu Yuqing's admission.
Sudden.
Accompanied by the harsh sound of brakes, a cool sports car drifted handsomely and stopped in front of the two people.
Lu Sun took Chu Yuqing's hand and prepared to wait for the bus at another place. Wait.
A young man in a white shirt with gold patterns got out of the sports car. He strode towards Lu Sun, and with every step he took, a flaming red lotus bloomed on the ground.
My name is He Xiao.
I completed my physical training at the age of 18, opened my red lotus veins at the age of 19, and am only 20 this year. I have already reached the 4th level of Qi cultivation. A red flame ignited at the young man's fingertips, and the shadow of a dragon hovered in the flames.
I wonder what qualifications this friend has to stand by Chu Yuqing's side. He Xiao. Someone from the He family. This guy is here to cause trouble. 20 years old, and the 4th level of Qi High?
Lu Sun looked He Xiao up and down. A 20-year-old who has reached the 4th level of Qi High is indeed impressive. Like that dark web killer, he is in his 30s, but he is only at the 6th or 7th level of Qi High. However, compared with Beijing and Peking University, which are full of talented people, it is not considered outstanding.
Why are the people from your He family haunting us? Chu Yuqing was dissatisfied and stood in front of Lu Sun.
He Xiao is at the 4th level of Qi High, and she is afraid that he will harm Lu Sun.
Mr. Lu, all you can do is hide behind women.
After all, you're just a country bumpkin who can only deceive naive girls with sweet words. He Xiao's tone was full of disdain.
What are you going to do? Lu Sun asked calmly. It's simple. If you're a man, come fight me. I'll teach you a lesson and let you know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. He Xiao looked arrogant. Oh, come on. Lu Sun took a step to the side. You asked for it.
He Xiao attacked without saying a word. He held a red lotus in his palm and wanted to knock Lu Sun down with one blow.
Humph. Lu Sun's eyes turned cold and his figure flashed suddenly. Wan Zongbu. In a flash, Lu Sun's body strangely split into 3. Boom. Lu Sun's figure was shattered by He Xiao.
But the sound of vomiting blood that He Xiao imagined did not come.
The next second, a huge force hit his chest.
Even though he had his true qi protecting him, Lu Sun's palm strike caused his qi to churn and his internal organs to shift.
Puff.
Amidst the sound of vomiting blood, He Xiao's body suddenly flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground.
Lu Sun, how are you so powerful?
Chu Yuqing covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes sparkling with stars.
What a loser.
With this little strength, you dare to cause trouble. Lu Sun said this coldly, and took Chu Yuqing into the online taxi that had just arrived.
Puff.
Ah Xiao, who had just sat up from the ground, was so angry that he vomited blood again.
Chapter 32 will be conquered by us. Qingshu College. A taxi stopped steadily at the school gate. Wow.
Chu Yuqing pushed open the car door, looked up, and couldn't help but exclaimed. I saw a towering white marble archway standing 100 meters away, as white as snow, with a faint glow in the morning sun. In the middle of the archway, the 4 large gilded characters Qingshu Academy are written in a flamboyant style. Every stroke seems to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, making people feel peaceful when looking at it.
This school gate looks like a magical weapon. It's worthy of being a top-tier institution. Lu Sun got out of the car. It was already afternoon. After the commotion at the airport, the two came straight here to arrange admission for Chu Yuqing. A lot of people. Due to the trouble caused by the Shadow Clan, Peking University and Tsinghua University opened early reporting, and the gate of Qingshu College has been particularly busy these days. The number of martial artists is far greater than that of immortal artists. However, the number of students at Qingshu College is not much less than that of Beidou University. Gathered here are talented students from all over the country. Xu Yuqing is a little special.
Because she was taken to the capital by her mother to look for innate spiritual energy, she did not take the final exam and was not admitted in advance. Fortunately, the teacher at the admissions office of Qingshu College had promised her that she could be directly admitted if she activated her ancient spiritual roots before the final exam. Now that she has passed the big test, it is not a big problem for her with her natural spiritual roots. In the coffee shop, the old man should be a school leader of Qingshu College. The token he gave allowed Xu Yuqing to report directly.
Xu Yuqing? You're finally here. Please come this way. Sure enough, after Xu Yuqing handed over the token and reported her name, a special teacher came to deal with it. Lu Sun accompanied him throughout the whole process. In less than an hour, Xu Yuqing's admission procedures were completed. Incredibly efficient. You know, this is an exceptional admission. It's worthy of being the top institution for immortal cultivation. There are so many geniuses.
Look at this senior sister Ran Jia, she's already reached the 4th level in her junior year.
She's amazing.
Then look at the one ahead of her, they're even more powerful. Last year's Rookie of the Year, Luo Peng, was truly impressive. He reached the 3rd level in just 1 year. On campus, a ranking list was surrounded by a large number of students. Lu Sun and Xu Yuqing went to see what was going on. It's truly a gathering of geniuses. Lu Sun had to admit that there were too many geniuses in Qingshu Academy. This is a stage for geniuses. In other places, those in the 3rd realm are already masters, and those in the 4th realm are big figures. At Peking University and Tsinghua University, that is just the standard for genius. Of course, not everyone is so evil. The students who can make it onto these rankings are geniuses among geniuses and geniuses among geniuses.
Lu Sun, there are so many geniuses here. Xu Yuqing clicked her tongue. Her grandfather didn't break through to the 4th realm until he was almost 50, but the geniuses here were already at the 4th realm at the age of 22 or 23. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. Believe me, we will conquer these rankings in the future. Lu Sun said affirmatively. Xu Yuqing nodded heavily. Mom, didn't you go back to Rongcheng? Why are you here again?
The two were happily strolling around Qingshu College when Xu Yuqing suddenly spotted her mother.
I'll help you set up your dorm.
Moran Yan had a blank expression on her face and was carrying a lot of things.
Didn't she return to Rongcheng? Lu Sun naturally wouldn't say this out loud. He walked over and helped her carry it. Moran Yan didn't refuse, but she didn't talk to Lu Sun either. Are you still worried about my daughter? Are you afraid that I'll have a done deal with her? Lu Sun couldn't help but think. Moran Yan was angry before and wanted to go back to Rongcheng. Xu Yuqing's father also suspended the secondary card she was using. He looked like he wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship with Xu Yuqing. But not long after that, Moran Yan came to school again. Lu Sun felt that she was probably thinking about what happened to her in the past, and was afraid that Lu Sun and Xu Yuqing would copy what Xu Yuqing's father did and get Xu Yuqing pregnant. Aunt, what do you think I am?
I am much more capable than your husband. Lu Sun was secretly complaining in his heart, but on the surface he still did what he was supposed to do beautifully. Students at Qingshu College are treated well. Xu Yuqing's dormitory is a single room, and it is protected by a special formation.
Yuqing, I'm leaving first. Okay, I'll go to Beidou University with you tomorrow.
After helping her move her things to the downstairs of the dormitory, Lu Sun said goodbye to Xu Yuqing.
It's late. Lu Sun found a hotel nearby and stayed there. He decided to go to Beidou University the next day to take a look at the situation before deciding which school to attend. Strangeness. Xiaobai did not behave abnormally that night. That princess didn't show up. Lu Sun decided to observe further. Lu Sun. The next morning, Xu Yuqing was waiting in front of the gate of Beidou University. Where's your mother? Don't talk about her anymore. She'll get angry if you do.
Oh, and the instructor I applied to yesterday has replied.
She'll be coming to school the day after tomorrow. I'll have to focus on my training then. We can go shopping for the next 2 days.
It seemed that Xu Yuqing had another quarrel with her mother. I don't know whether her frozen supplementary card has been unfrozen.
Lu Sun took out the admission letter and the two entered the school. The school is very lively.
Although it was vacation time, there were not many students leaving school. As the two most outstanding training schools in China, Tsinghua and Peking University left Lu Sun with only one impression, that is, the exam.
Quite rawly. The students here practice all day long. Many students practice during the New Year and other holidays. Each of them is simply a cultivation maniac.
The resources that students enjoy are unmatched by other schools. Every student can receive a lot of dark energy every month. The school also has various assessments of varying sizes.
The better the assessment results, the more resources you will enjoy.
There are also some competitions every year, such as the Rookie of the Year competition for freshmen. If you can win these competitions, you can get generous rewards. In addition, Peking University and Tsinghua University have given special attention to students who have opened the Tiandi Chimai. As soon as every student enters the school, he or she needs to choose a mentor that suits him or her. After selection, the instructor will tailor a practice plan for you based on your situation and will also send an assistant to supervise your practice. This put Lu Sun, who just wanted to lie down, in a difficult position.
This instructor is great.
After spending a whole morning at Beidou University, Lu Sun finally found out from his seniors that he had a mentor who was quite good for him. He was a mentor named Fei Taie, who was quite powerful and had reached the 5th level of cultivation.
That's not the point. The key point is that Fei Taie is very Buddhist.
A few years ago, some students chose him, but in the end they only saw him a few times throughout the year.
Fei Taie didn't care whether he practiced or not, or how he practiced.
After the student received poor grades in 2 consecutive assessments, he could no longer bear it and applied to change his supervisor. He is simply a dream lover. For others, Fei Taiyegu would not be an option. But in Lu Sun's eyes, this is simply his dream lover.
It's him. Chapter 33, Big Beautiful Sister, please let me go. Student, this is your student card. The dark energy for the enrollment subsidy has been issued.
Just go to the logistics department and swipe your card to claim it.
Thanks. At Beidou University, Lu Sun completed his enrollment registration. After discovering Fei Taie, a treasured mentor, Lu Sun finally chose Beidou University. He actually preferred Beidou University at the beginning.
Qingshu Academy is the world of immortal cultivators. The spiritual awareness of immortal cultivators is too powerful. Lu Sun is worried that he will be secretly observed by some powerful people. He lies down every day and his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds.
What if the secret of the system is exposed?
Qingshu College is just across the road from Beidou University, not far away, so Lu Sun and Xu Yuqing are not in a long-distance relationship.
Good schools are different.
The dark energy they emit every month is the ceiling for countless ordinary people. Lu Sun held his student card in his hand, feeling deeply moved. The resources enjoyed by students at Beidou University are divided into 5 levels. Students who possess the unique meridians of heaven and earth enjoy the highest first tier. As soon as he entered school, Lu Sun received 1,000 units of dark energy.
After school officially starts, there will be a cultivation level test. For the same resource level, the higher the cultivation level, the more dark energy you will receive each month. From then on, it depends on the assessment results.
Even if you have a unique vein of heaven and earth, if you fail the assessment 3 times in a row, the resources you enjoy will be downgraded.
After registering, Lu Sun selected a tutor on the app.
He simply made a resume and submitted it to Fei Taie.
The selection of a mentor is a 2-way process. Next, just wait for the reply. Lu Sun, a senior student, just said that this instructor isn't very responsible. Why don't you submit a few more applications?
When Xu Yuqing found out that Lu Sun chose Fei Taie, she frowned slightly and felt a little worried.
Nonsense, they just don't know what they're talking about.
I have a friend who knows Professor Fei.
He's amazing and very responsible to his students.
Lu Sun praised Fei Taie without blushing or getting nervous.
Xu Yuqing was skeptical.
Okay, I'll go with you to decorate the dormitory. Students at Peking University and Tsinghua University are treated well. Each student has a single dormitory, and the dormitory conditions for students who have opened the Tiandi Chimai are even better. Basically, they have 1 bedroom and 1 living room, and are also equipped with a small practice room.
Wow, brother, you're awesome.
You have such a beautiful girlfriend.
With Xu Yuqing's help, Lu Sun attracted the envy of many students. By the time everything was done, it was already noon.
Lu Sun looked over and saw that Fei Taie had not replied yet.
Wait.
After having a meal together, the two of them walked around the campus.
Li Bufan, if you're a man, don't be a coward. If you have the guts, come to the ring with me. Who's afraid of who? Wait until I open the heaven and earth chi meridian, and I'll beat you to death. A familiar quarrel could be heard in the distance. Li Bufan and Lin Yan were in a tense confrontation. Lu Sun.
Li Bufan's eyes lit up when he saw Lu Sun, and he said with great joy, "You're finally here."
This kid couldn't even look after Lu Mei, and instead came to trouble me. It's hilarious. Li Bufan. You're looking for death. Lin Yan was so angry that his face turned blue. Come on.
Li Bufan leaned forward with a smug look on his face. "If you have the guts, come here and hit me, and see if the school will punish you."
Damn it. Just wait.
Lin Yan gritted his teeth and uttered harsh words, then walked away in disgrace.
What else can I do if I don't leave?
Peking University and Tsinghua University have strict school rules and regulations, and fighting is prohibited in school. If Li Bufan doesn't fight him, he will have no way to deal with Li Bufan. What's more, Chu Yuqing is here. If he continues to argue, he will be the only one to be embarrassed. When he was in Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, Lin Yan had a few little followers who could help him with verbal battles.
Now that he was at Beidou University, the students here were all chosen ones by heaven.
His title as the third son of the Lin family was not worthy of others being his followers.
What happened to Lu Mei? After Lin Yan left, Lu Sun couldn't help but ask.
He was not concerned about Lu Mei, he was just gossiping. As soon as Lu Mei arrived in the capital, she hooked up with a new young man and dumped Lin Yan.
Lin Yan couldn't do anything about her, so he had to blame me. Li Bufan gloated over other people's misfortune. Really? Lu Sun knew this was the case. Li Bufan was absolutely right when he said they would break up in one day.
The Lin family is considered a wealthy family in Chengdu, but it is not very well known in Beijing. A woman like Lu Mei would definitely run away if she met someone better.
Lu Sun, I won't disturb your world of two.
I have to go practice and try to open the heaven and earth chi meridians as soon as possible.
Without the heaven and earth chi meridians, you can't be considered a genius here. Li Bufan left.
Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing continued to walk around the school. Although there are many people in the school, most of them are freshmen. The senior students are basically practicing and rarely come out to hang out.
Lu Sun, it's Wang Tingyun.
Chu Yuqing saw Wang Tingyun from afar. Lu Sun looked over and saw a man with fierce eyes and a storm in his eyes. He opened the Wuji Fengmai, which is a martial meridian with wind attributes.
The people in the Wang family are not good people.
Lu Sun, you have to be careful of them.
Chu Yuqing reminded. Brother Sun, are you also coming to Beidou University? I thought you were going to Qingshu College.
In addition to Wang Tingyun, Lu Sun met some other students from Rongqing No. 1 Middle School one after another.
Are you Lu Sun?
At this moment, a stream of light fell from the sky and landed directly in front of Lu Sun. Lu Sun looked up and saw that the woman who was speaking had picturesque features, skin as white as cream, and was dressed in plain clothes, yet she looked elegant and beautiful. He looks to be about 24 or 25 years old, about the same age as Morong Wan.
Judging from the way he arrived, his actual age was definitely much older than Morong Wan. Being able to fly is a symbol of strength, not to mention that this is Beidou University. It must be someone simple who can fly here. Teacher, I'm Lu Sun. Lu Sun felt that the other party was most likely a teacher from Beidou University. I'm Fu Shui. From today on, I'll be your mentor.
The woman in plain clothes said lightly.
Ah. Lu Sun was stunned. Fu Shui. Wow, it's her. Have you heard of her?
Of course, she is an elder of Beidou Palace, a powerful person in the Tongxian realm.
It is said that she is only one step away from the Tianxiang realm. She actually took the initiative to accept a disciple.
There were screams of surprise all around.
It just so happened that a student knew Fu Shui, a powerful person in Tongxian realm. This is the 6th realm. Wow, a powerful person in the 6th realm took the initiative to come and be his mentor. Could it be that she saw something? Lu Sun, agree quickly.
Chu Yuqing heard the discussions of the students around her and kept pulling at the corner of his clothes.
Teacher Fu, I'm sorry, I've already voted for Teacher Fei. How could Lu Sun agree?
Judging from Fu Shui's attitude, if Lu Sun really became her student, she would probably fill his schedule with cultivation courses and might even arrange for an assistant to watch him 24 hours a day.
He wouldn't be able to slack off even if he wanted to. How can you lie down happily? Teacher Fei? It's Teacher Fei Taie. Fei Taie?
Fu Shui raised her eyebrows slightly.
Did he promise you? I submitted it a few hours ago. Teacher Fei must be busy. That's all right.
Fu Shui interrupted, I'll tell him that you're already my student. Report to the Qinya building tomorrow morning, and I'll make a training plan for you. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave.
Teacher Fu, wait. Lu Sun shouted quickly. What else? Fu Shui looked back. I think Mr. Fei is great. I've decided to follow him. Lu Sun insisted. It's okay, that's it. This matter is settled.
Fu Shui did not give Lu Sun any room for negotiation.
Teacher, please think about it again. I'm a lazy person. It's okay if you're lazy.
I'll send an assistant to supervise your training.
Why don't you consider other people, such as Wang Tingyun and Lu Xinghe? They are much better than me. We'll talk about it later. I came here just for you. Okay, that's it.
Lu Sun struggled for a while, but Fu Shui refused to budge and insisted on being his mentor.
Do you have to be so persistent?
Sister, I am a kind, beautiful, gentle, generous and virtuous big sister, please let me go.
And that Fei Taie, why hasn't he replied yet at this time? Chapter 34. It's really awesome. Who wants to steal my students? A lazy voice suddenly sounded. Lu Sun looked in the direction of the voice and saw a scruffy, unkempt old man who appeared not far away. Lu Sun, right?
I drank a little too much last night and just saw your resume.
I agree to be your mentor. Elder Fu, you can go back now. After explaining to Lu Sun, the old man turned to Fu Shui. Drink wine? Lu Sun took a look and saw that the old man had a gourd-shaped wine pot on his waist, and the aroma of wine wafting from it was refreshing. Is this Fei Taie, who has reached the 5th level of Grandmaster cultivation? This image is so out of place. On second thought, it's better to be out of tune. Isn't this the kind of mentor Lu Sun wants? Do you really want to choose Fei Taie?
He's been hurt by love, his heart is broken, he spends his days drunk, and he'll make no progress in his life.
Such a decadent mentor won't be of any help to you.
Fu Shui's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Sun's ears. The voice was very soft, as if Fu Shui was whispering softly in Lu Sun's ear. It was a secret method of transmission, so only Lu Sun could hear it.
Hurt by love, has your heart for Taoism been broken? Fu Shui's words immediately made Lu Sun understand why Fei Taie looked like this. Wonderful.
Now Lu Sun became more determined. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he would still choose Fei Taie.
Teacher Fei. Lu Sun took 2 steps at a time and walked over to him, shaking the old man's hand enthusiastically. I've finally waited for you. Hey, my good student. Fei Taie smiled and patted Lu Sun on the shoulder. From now on, I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully you, please tell me your name.
Fu Shui was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that even after telling Lu Sun about the interests involved, he still chose Fei Taie.
That's all.
Looking at the old man and the young man who seemed to be friends who felt they had met too late, as if they were close friends regardless of age, Fu Shui shook her head and quietly disappeared from the spot. Lu Sun, Teacher Fei doesn't seem very reliable to me.
Teacher Fu is so amazing and she came all the way here just for you. Why did you reject her?
Half an hour later, Chu Yuqing asked in great confusion. In her opinion, Fu Shui is the best solution for Lu Sun. A powerful being in the 6 realms. Chu Yuqing's mentor was not a 6th level powerful being, but only a 5th level immortal cultivator. The powerful people in the 6th realm usually spend most of their time practicing, and only a few of them have the leisure to come and act as mentors. Not to mention, Fu Shui is a powerful person in the 6th realm, only 1 step away from the 7th realm. Such a strong man came to him personally to accept him as a disciple, but Lu Sun actually refused.
Just refuse it.
It would be fine if Lu Sun chose a normal mentor.
But what did Lu Sun choose? Fei Taie is unreliable at first glance.
I'm afraid that beard hasn't been trimmed for several years. A 5th level grandmaster carries a wine jug with him.
How can he act like a grandmaster? Yuqing, you don't understand. Teacher Fei is a man of hidden talents.
Think about how people like him have always been incredibly talented in movies and TV shows.
Aren't they? It seems so. That's right. Just wait and see.
My cultivation will surely improve rapidly.
But you Qing, you have to work hard and don't let me leave you too far behind. Shu Yuqing was successfully fooled by Lu Sun.
The next day, Shu Yuqing tried hard to go. Her mentor came to see her in advance.
Li Bufan was also concentrating on practicing.
Lu Sun found that he was left alone with nothing to do again.
It doesn't matter where you lie down, Xiao Bai, don't you think? Lu Sun teased Xiao Bai. Last night, Xiao Bai still showed no abnormality. That princess didn't come out. Lu Sun, since you chose this old man, I can't just say nothing.
This card has some dark energy, so consider it a gift.
In the afternoon, Fei Taiye called Lu Sun out and handed him a card.
Lu Sun took a look and saw that it was a special energy card, equivalent to a shopping cart in a supermarket, except that it recorded the amount of dark energy.
Thank you, teacher.
By the way, there is also a local level technique here that should be of some use to you. Practice well and don't let Elder Fu laugh at you.
Fei Taiye threw another martial arts manual to Lu Sun and staggered away.
It looked like he drank again last night.
It's really Buddhist.
Lu Sun felt that his choice was very wise. If it were another instructor, he would have chosen the appropriate exercises and formulated a training plan for the student based on the student's situation.
Where is Fei Taiye?
He threw a card with dark energy and a book of skills and left.
As for the rest, I don't care about anything else. So much.
Lu Sun took the card to the machine and checked it, and couldn't help but be shocked.
Because there are 10,000 units of dark energy in the card. He didn't expect Fei Taiye to be so generous. Comfortable.
Lu Sun put the card away, feeling extremely satisfied with his wise choice. Now, even if Chu Yoqing's family continues to cut off her credit card, Lu Sun can still keep his girlfriend well off.
Fu Shui became Lu Xing his mentor?
A few days later, Lu Sun accidentally learned that Fu Shui had become Lu Xing his mentor. This incident caused a lot of discussion on the campus network.
Even in Peking University and Tsinghua University, it is rare to see a person in the 6th realm coming to serve as a tutor.
Not to mention that Fu Shui is not far from the 7th realm and is a top-notch beauty herself.
Does she have to be a mentor? Lu Sun expressed his incomprehension.
I heard that Elder Fu Shui originally chose Lu Sun, but Lu Sun refused and insisted on choosing Fei Taiye. Elder Fu Shui had no choice but to change to Lu Xinghe.
Lu Sun? Which Lu Sun?
It is said that he graduated from Rongqing No. 1 Middle School and also opened the Heaven and Earth Qi Meridian, but the range of the strange phenomena he caused was not large.
Why would Fu Shui choose such an unknown student? Oh my god, is Lu Sun blind? He actually chose Fei Taiye as his teacher.
He's going to cry when the assessment comes. I just checked Fei Taiye, this is not a Buddhist style, it's directly the Buddha himself. Lu Sun discovered that the news that he had abandoned Fu Shui and chosen Fei Taiye had spread on the campus network.
Many freshmen are discussing this matter.
Many people were originally curious about why Fu Shui took the initiative to find Lu Sun. When the incident about Fei Taiye's Buddhist system came to light, all students thought that Lu Sun must have lost his mind. Otherwise, how could someone do such a stupid thing? I was just thinking about how to surpass you, but you came up and stabbed yourself twice. In the training room, Lin Yan, who had been practicing for most of the day, was overjoyed when he saw the news. He chose a mentor who also had the Red Sun vein, and the other party was a 5th-level Grandmaster. The mentor was very responsible to him and taught Lin Yan a method to widen the Qiyang Meridian. Lin Yan was overjoyed and has been practicing hard these days. Now, he is like the protagonist in an inspirational movie, studying hard and practicing diligently. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will seek revenge on Lu Sun and avenge his previous humiliation. As a result, Lu Sun actually chose Fei Taiye, which was simply destroying his own martial arts and destroying his own Great Wall.
Did Lu Sun think that having a unique vein of heaven and earth would be enough to solve all problems, and that he didn't even need a good mentor?
If it were in other cultivation schools, having the unique meridians of heaven and earth would be a great achievement. Even without a good mentor, other students would find it difficult to match. But where is this place?
This is Beidou University.
Everyone has a unique meridian of heaven and earth, and at this time the role of the mentor becomes very important. Apart from anything else, cultivation is a very difficult thing.
Without supervision and guidance, some students will be surpassed by others if they are a little lazy. People are lazy. Lu Sun, are you okay? Li Bufan got the news from somewhere and came here in a panic. What can happen to me? I'm fine. Lu Sun opened his hand that was trying to touch his forehead. It's okay, why would you give up a flower and choose a pile of cow dung? Now the whole school is waiting to laugh at you. What flowers and cow dung? That's Fu Shui, a powerful being of the sixth realm, once the most beautiful woman in the capital. She came to you on her own initiative, and you actually rejected her. Li Bufan was heartbroken and felt sorry for his good friend. So what if he's a sixth realm powerhouse? Extraordinary, you don't know that Fei Taie is the real treasure mentor. He even gave me the earth level skills and taught me how to practice them personally. Look, I have already entered the Qi Si realm. Lu Sun used his true energy, and the air around him shook. Hiss. Li Bufan's eyes suddenly widened larger than a cow's. Brother Sun, you are so awesome. Li Bufan was extremely envious. He hasn't even opened up the heaven and earth Qi meridians yet, and Lu Sun is already at the Qi Si realm. Chapter 35, The Spiritual Vein Opened. Looking at it this way, these guys are blind to the true power. Brother Sun, I've decided. When I open up the heaven and earth Qi Mai, I'll also invest in Fei Taie. Li Bufan slapped his thigh suddenly, his eyes shining. You have no chance. Teacher Fei clearly stated that I am the only student he will accept. Lu Sun dispelled his thoughts. Fei Taie's treasure is only for Lu Sun. If Li Bufan chose Fei Taie, he would have nothing to do but cry. Okay, I'm going to practice. I will definitely be able to open the heaven and earth Qi meridians. Then I will surrender to Fu Shui. Such a great beauty, if you don't want her, I will. Li Bufan ran away as if he had been injected with chicken blood. This kid. Then you're probably going to be disappointed. There is no option for Fu Shui on the app for selecting a tutor. After Li Bufan left, Lu Sun continued to lie down. Lu Sun discovered that lying down in different places was really different. Lying down in Chengdu No. 1 Middle School is not as comfortable as lying down in a top university like Beidou University. The food at Beidou University is 10 blocks better than that at Chengdu No. 1 Middle School. The campus is big and beautiful, and Lu Sun feels more comfortable walking around. In addition, it is really pleasing to watch others practicing hard every day while Lu Sun's cultivation level is rising without any practice. Comparison is more valuable. I don't know when Morong Wan will come to the capital. Morong Wan has been silent these days. Morong Wan has been accepted as a disciple by an elder of Beidou Palace and will be trained at Beidou University. She will come sooner or later. The reason he hasn't come now might be that Morong Zhan's injury hasn't fully healed yet. Xu Yuqing hasn't sent any messages to Lu Sun in the past few days. She must be in seclusion practicing to open her meridians. Xu Yuqing breaks through the 10th level of body forging. The host gains 20 times what Xu Yuqing gained from body forging. This is not. The harvest is coming. Xu Yuqing's body training has reached the 10th level. She was at the 9th level of body forging before, and now she has made a further breakthrough. 20 times. After binding the second person, the system's return multiplier was increased from 10 times to 20 times. The return became more powerful, and Lu Sun's body forging realm rose 4 levels, reaching the 28th level of body forging. Lu Sun, I've reached the 10th level of physical training and am planning to open my meridians tomorrow. Shall we go shopping at Qingbei Street tonight? Xu Yuqing sent a message. Good. Lu Sun agreed. Qingbei Street is located between Qingshu College and Beidou University, and is the first choice for students in cross-school relationships to hang out. Yuqing, why is your mother following us? Leave her alone. Lu Sun discovered that he and Xu Yuqing had a follower. Murong Yan. These days, the mother and daughter are still in a stalemate. The conditions offered by the Yi family were too generous, especially the heavenly level martial arts, which made Morong Yan inclined to marry into the Yi family, but she did not force Xu Yuqing. Morong Yan bought a shop and rented a house on a street in Tsinghua and Peking University, and it seems that she is planning to accompany her child to study for a long time. To be precise, it was to prevent Xu Yuqing from repeating her old path and suddenly coming home one day with a big belly to force the emperor to abdicate. Xu Yuqing's secondary card is still suspended. After she enrolled in Qingshu College, she also received a subsidy of 1,000 dark energies. Although 1,000 dark energies is a lot for ordinary people,
it is actually far from enough when it comes to real cultivation.
Especially for geniuses who cultivate quickly. 10,000 dark energies. Lu Sun, is Teacher Fei so generous that he can give you so much dark energy at once? Well, I told you long ago that Teacher Fei is a treasure instructor. Now you believe it, right? Well, you found a treasure this time. Here. Too many. Take it if I tell you to.
Once your meridians are opened, your demand for dark energy will increase. If your cultivation level doesn't improve, it will prove that you made a mistake in choosing me.
You don't want to be laughed at by your parents, do you? Okay, but this is just a loan. I'll pay you back when I have money.
Lu Sun handed the card with 10,000 dark energy to Chu Yuqing. Not far away, Morong Yen saw Lu Sun's actions and anger appeared in her beautiful eyes. After Lu Sun inserted the card, he took Chu Yuqing's hand.
This is equivalent to watching the cabbages you raised being eaten by pigs. Lu Sun put his arm around Chu Yuqing's waist, and the two of them leaned against each other tightly, talking as they walked on the road.
Only the beautiful woman Morong Yen was left there sulking.
Miss, you look like my first love, can you add me on WeChat? Roll. Have mercy, I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again.
A young man who wanted to avoid detours became Morong Yan's punching bag, and was forced to kneel down and beg for mercy by her pressure as a third-level warrior.
Is your mother so hot-tempered? She looks so young.
When she walks with me, people always mistake her for my sister. When we were in Chengdu, many people would chat her up whenever we went shopping.
Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing noticed this scene.
Morong Yen does look young, but she is in her 40s. Her life experience has given her maturity and charm that a girl does not have. In addition, she comes from a wealthy family, has an elegant temperament, and her appearance and figure are first class. Her lethality to some young people is comparable to that of nuclear weapons. The two of them walked on the street all night under Morong Yan's murderous gaze.
Lu Sun, see you next weekend.
At 8 o'clock in the evening, Chu Yuqing said goodbye to Lu Sun and returned to Qingshu College. After Lu Sun sent her to the school gate, he turned around to glance at Morong Yen who was following him not far away, and then leisurely returned to Beta University.
Xiao Bai, it's been a week. Where is the princess in your body?
In the middle of the night, Lu Sun woke Xiao Bai up and looked at it over and over again. A week passed and the princess seemed to have disappeared. This made Lu Sun less entertained.
Meow. Xiao Bai rubbed Lu Sun affectionately. Well, that's not bad. Yuqing, let's start.
Yes, teacher.
Early the next morning.
Chu Yuqing arrived at the training room early.
She is ready to open the pulse.
The composition of dark energy is very complex. Use your spiritual roots to filter it and store it in your dantian. When you feel your lower abdomen warm and your dantian slightly swell, you can impact the first spiritual vein. Chu Yuqing's mentor was there to supervise and guide her throughout the whole process. If you have spiritual roots, you can actually practice directly.
However, the reason why the word ancient is added to the word spiritual root is because the exercises practiced directly through spiritual roots are basically incomplete. Moreover, using spiritual roots to absorb dark energy for cultivation is very inefficient and slow. There are many components in dark energy, and different monks absorb different components.
Martial artists can actually utilize more dark energy components than immortal practitioners, and much more. Just like a car, martial artists can add 92, 95, or 98, but immortal artists can only add 98 and eat refined grains. Therefore, the demand for dark energy by immortal cultivators is much greater than that by martial cultivators. The benefit of opening spiritual veins is that through the spiritual veins, the immortal cultivator can absorb more dark energy and the speed of cultivation will become faster.
This is equivalent to installing a turbocharger and expander on the spiritual root.
Therefore, even if you have ancient spiritual roots, you still need to open your meridians. The spiritual veins are different from the martial veins. They are not the 8 extraordinary meridians, but are created by the flow of dark energy in the body. The spiritual veins created in each person's body are different. The advantage of having ancient spiritual roots is that the spiritual veins are based on the ancient spiritual roots, and the probability of opening them is 100%, and more spiritual veins can be opened.
The more spiritual veins you have, the faster your cultivation will naturally be.
Chu Yuqing took out the dark energy and absorbed it, and through the ancient spiritual roots, she absorbed all the components of the dark energy that could be absorbed by her.
Teacher, my lower abdomen is getting hot. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Yuqing felt heat in her lower abdomen. So soon?
Her mentor Qin Rulan was a little surprised. Qin Rulan also had ancient spiritual roots, but when she opened her first spiritual vein, it took her more than 40 minutes to absorb enough spiritual energy from the dark energy. Now use the breathing method I taught you to control the spread of spiritual energy in your body and find the fastest spreading route. Shu Yuqing did as she was told.
Teacher, I found it.
It didn't take long before results were achieved. Okay, mobilize all your spiritual energy and attack with all your strength.
Qin Rulan's eyes showed shock and her voice rose an octave. Shu Yuqing is simply a genius born for cultivating immortals. Her speed is too fast.
Upon hearing this, Shu Yuqing mobilized all her spiritual energy and rushed forward.
Buzz.
She opened the first spiritual vein with ease.
Chapter 36, 180 Spiritual Veins, Awesome.
Shu Yuqing breaks through the first spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained from opening the meridian.
Coming? At Beidou University, Lu Sun sat up suddenly.
Shu Yuqing got up too early, and Lu Sun hadn't gotten up yet.
With a 20-fold return, the heat flow in the body is much larger than before. After the hot current entered the dantian, it suddenly rushed in one direction. Buzz. Lu Sun's first spiritual vein opened.
After the spiritual vein was opened, just like when the martial vein was opened, the heat flow collided repeatedly, expanding the spiritual vein even wider. Soon, the spiritual vein could no longer expand.
Buzz. Then, the heat flow opened up the second spiritual vein, and then the third and fourth. Why is it different?
Lu Sun discovered the difference. When the martial meridian is opened, the heat flow will repeatedly flow in the martial meridian until it is completely exhausted. Spiritual veins are different.
They seem to have a width limit.
When it is no longer possible to expand further, the heat flow will open up new spiritual veins.
Yes, the martial meridian utilizes the 8 extraordinary meridians in the human body. The spiritual meridian is created out of nothing, so it is normal that its width is limited. Lu Sun thought.
Although he was forbidden to practice by the system, Lu Sun would still learn and understand these basic theoretical knowledge. Lu Sun would check in for some school courses from time to time. Even if he doesn't practice, he still needs to pretend.
Otherwise, it would be telling others that he is dead. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Do you really think that this world is beautiful, harmonious, and full of sunshine, and that everyone loves and respects each other?
If the system is really exposed, not to mention aliens, even humans themselves, who knows how many people will do anything to get Lu Sun?
Then try various ways to strip away the system, or simply lock Lu Sun up for research. Go Joe. The heat in Lu Sun's body finally ran out after opening 5 spiritual veins for him.
With just this one move, he surpassed nearly half of the immortal cultivators.
Many immortal cultivators have gone through their entire lives without even having 5 spiritual veins. If the immortal cultivators knew this, I wonder how jealous they would be.
Shu Yuqing breaks open a second spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained from opening the vein.
Not long after the breakthrough, the second return came.
Shu Yuqing breaks through the third spiritual vein, and the host gains 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained from opening the meridians. Not long after, Shu Yuqing broke through the third spiritual vein. This speed is not much slower than Moron Wan's opening of her martial meridians.
But you have to know that spiritual veins are more difficult to open than martial veins, and the speed of opening spiritual veins is much slower than martial veins. The fact that Shu Yuqing can still maintain such a speed is enough to show her talent in the way of immortality. It is absolutely correct to say that she is a natural immortal cultivator. Yuqing, don't go too fast. Stay steady to avoid getting hurt. Yes, teacher, I am sure.
In Qingshu College, Qin Rulan was a little worried about Shu Yuqing.
It was really because Shu Yuqing opened her spiritual veins too quickly. One after another.
This speed made Qin Rulan amazed but also a little frightened.
Opening the pulse is actually a very risky thing.
Every year, many people are injured due to opening of the meridians, and some of the serious ones cannot even take care of themselves.
The risk of spiritual veins is much greater than that of martial veins.
After all, the martial vein has a vein that can be escaped. Spiritual veins come out of nothing, and without a vein to rely on, they are more easily injured. Qin Rulan was worried that Shu Yuqing might accidentally hurt herself, which would be troublesome. Shu Yuqing listened to the advice and slowed down a little. But it didn't slow down too much. It was because her ancient spiritual roots absorbed dark energy too quickly. A steady stream of spiritual energy was converted into it, and she couldn't slow down even if she wanted to. Article 4, Article 5, Article 6, Article 7, Article 8, Article 9. Although Chu Yuqing controlled her speed, she still opened 9 spiritual veins in one breath after a few hours.
Yuqing, here comes the key. Don't think about opening the heaven and earth chi vein yet. 9 spiritual veins are far from the limit.
These 9 are large spiritual veins. If you can open 9 or more small spiritual veins, you can connect them into a spiritual wheel. Then it won't be too late to attack the heaven and earth chi vein.
Yes, teacher.
Take this spirit wheel pill, it will help you open your small spiritual veins.
Xin Ruolin gave timely guidance and also gave Chu Yuqing a pill.
This is when the mentor's role becomes valuable. Chu Yuqing took the Lingluan pill and continued to open her meridians.
Buzz.
Another spiritual vein was opened.
This is a small spiritual vein.
It is actually more difficult to open a small spiritual vein than a large spiritual vein.
And if you're not careful, you could get hurt. Because it's easy to use too much force.
This is like capillaries, which can only hold a limited amount of blood. If you use floodwater to flush them, it would be strange if the blood vessels are not burst. So, Chu Yuqing slowed down.
It takes about half an hour to open a meridian. Hasn't it stopped yet? At Beidou University, Lu Sun sat there, waiting for the harvest.
Xiaobai was lying not far away, looking at Lu Sun curiously. Lu Sun's body vibrated with energy from time to time, which made Xiaobai, who liked to be close to Lu Sun, afraid to go over.
From morning to noon, and then to afternoon.
This time, Chu Yuqing opened the pulse for a whole day.
Teacher, I seem to have reached my limit.
Chu Yuqing discovered that she could no longer open new spiritual veins in her body.
How many are there in total? Xin Ruolin asked. 36. Okay, connect them into a spirit wheel.
Chu Yuqing mobilized her spiritual energy and connected the spiritual veins in her body to form a spiritual wheel.
Oh my god. So many. So many spirit veins, it's amazing.
On the other side, Lu Sun was shocked after feeling the number of spiritual veins in his body. There were a total of 180 spiritual veins of various sizes in his body. 180 spiritual veins, it is so terrifying to tell others about it, even Lu Sun himself was scared.
Chapter 37 hits someone in the face.
Not only are there many spiritual veins, but when the last vein opens, the remaining heat flow connects these spiritual veins into an extremely huge spiritual wheel. This spiritual wheel connected Lu Sun's spiritual veins throughout his body.
Its existence can turn the spiritual vein into a whole, making the practice faster. What if I practice cultivation?
Feeling the huge spiritual wheel in his body, Lu Sun couldn't help but think.
With such a large spiritual wheel, wouldn't he be in the 4th realm at the age of 20, the 5th realm at the age of 30, and the 6th realm at the age of 40?
Generally speaking, whether it is a martial artist or an immortal cultivator, if one wants to break through the 6th realm, it will take at least dozens or even hundreds of years unless there is a special opportunity.
It is not ruled out that there is some luck. For example, there are some tombstones of civilizations on the ancient Starry Road. This is what was left behind by a planet that failed to upgrade its dimension. These civilization tombstones often contain some inheritance or opportunities. Of course, there is also the danger of losing your life. If you are lucky enough to obtain things like cultivation relics and martial arts crystals in the tombstone of civilization, you will soar to the sky. Every time you encounter a tombstone of civilization, some lucky people are born. However, some people also say that things that are not yours will eventually have hidden dangers. For example, there was once an immortal cultivator who had a fortuitous encounter after entering the civilization tombstone. In just a few years, he rushed from the 3rd realm to the 6th realm. Later people discovered that this immortal cultivator must have been possessed by someone or his soul merged with someone else's. He was in a state of schizophrenia from time to time, and his cultivation level was regressing instead of improving. In the end, he became possessed and his bright future was ruined. The host is forbidden to practice on his own. Otherwise, every time Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, the host will die. As if fearing that Lu Sun would not be able to figure it out and practice on his own, the system gave a timely warning. Well, I wouldn't be that stupid. Lu Sun was just talking. It's so comfortable to lie down. I have free time and can do whatever I want. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to. Only those who have gone mad would practice cultivation. There shouldn't be any more, right?
Lu Xun felt that Chu Yoqing's meridian opening should have come to an end. Next, she should prepare to open the strange meridians of heaven and earth. It is difficult to open spiritual veins in itself, and it is even more difficult to open the extraordinary veins of heaven and earth.
Shu Yuqing, you can do it.
Lu Xun has confidence in his girlfriend.
Yuqing, how about this? If you're tired, you can come back tomorrow.
No, teacher, I feel like now is the best time to open it.
Okay, take this Jia's Chimai pill, it should help you. Teacher, this is too precious. It's nothing to me.
At Qingshu College, Shu Yuqing was somewhat moved.
Xin Roland gave her 2 extremely precious pills one after another.
In the East, the Jia group's elixirs are well known. Especially the pills such as body strengthening pill, meridian opening pill and Chimai pill. The effects are very good and most people cannot buy them even if they have money. For Qin Rulan, a 5th-level immortal cultivator, it is not difficult to buy it, but as a mentor, this friendship is extremely deep. After Chu Yuqing took the Chimai Dan, she closed her eyes and began to attack the Chimai of heaven and earth. There are many types of strange veins of heaven and earth. If classified by attributes, there will be several strange veins of heaven and earth for each attribute. Such as the strange veins of heaven and earth with fire attributes, there are the red sun vein, the red lotus vein, the burning sky martial vein, the red sky vein and so on.
Among them, the Qiyang vein and the Honglian vein have both martial veins and spiritual veins. What kind of extraordinary veins of heaven and earth a cultivator can open depends on many factors. If you have spiritual roots, it depends on the properties of the spiritual roots. For example, the fire spiritual root will basically bloom the heaven and earth strange veins of fire attribute, while the water spiritual root will bloom the heaven and earth strange veins of water attribute. Even if one does not have spiritual roots, if one can open 9 spiritual veins, there is a small chance of opening a unique vein of heaven and earth. There is a certain degree of randomness at this time. Shu Yoqing's spiritual root is a top-grade spiritual root with some special properties. It is an attributeless spiritual root. In other words, theoretically, she has the possibility to open up every kind of strange meridian in the world. No one can say for sure which one will be issued. Being without attributes does not mean being truly without attributes. It may be a hidden attribute that is difficult to detect with current detection methods. Chu Yuqing hopes that what will be opened is a heavenly and earthly meridian with fire attribute. The resources needed to cultivate the fire-attributed heaven and earth Chimai are relatively easy to find, and they are also extremely powerful in battle. Although her father had stopped using her secondary card, her mother Morong Yen had already prepared the solar essence and fire energy stones needed to open her meridians. As parents, it is one thing that they don't want Chu Yuqing to be deceived by Huang Mao, but they will definitely not completely ignore their daughter's future. When Chu Yuqing was opening her meridians, she had used a lot of solar essence to refine her spiritual veins, making it easier to open the fire-attributed meridians of heaven and earth. She did not go out into the sun like Lin Yan did when he opened the Qiyang meridian. Unnecessary. This training room had already gathered the surrounding sunlight, creating an environment that was most conducive to Chu Yuqing opening her meridians. Qingshu College is the top institution of higher learning in the country, so this is no joke. Both the hardware and software facilities are far superior to other training schools. At this moment, Chu Yuqing's whole body was bathed in light, and her skin turned red. She closed her eyes tightly and absorbed the sun's essence and fire crystal with all her strength. The fire crystal comes from the ancient starry road. The energy inside is a kind of dark energy, not the ordinary energy like energy blocks used as living energy. Therefore, the price is extremely expensive. A small piece the size of a palm can cost hundreds of millions. Moreover, it is difficult to buy even if you have money, and you can only exchange it for dark energy. Auntie, that's enough. I can't eat anymore. Xiao Lu, did you include my daughter?
I've added it, but she still hasn't passed it. On the other side, Lu Xun waited for a long time, but Chu Yuqing still didn't open the heaven and earth Qi meridian, so he thought Chu Yuqing would not make an attack today. He was a little hungry, so he went to the cafeteria to eat. The canteens at Peking University and Tsinghua University are rare, where the aunties not only don't shake when serving food, but are also worried that you won't have enough to eat. Just like this aunt, not only did she give Lu Xun a lot of gifts every time, she also introduced her daughter to Lu Xun.
Xiao Bai, come and eat.
Lu Xun brought a bowl of special rice to Xiao Bai. The reason why he always got food from the aunt to whom he was introducing his daughter was because the aunt would silently give Xiao Bai a bowl of food as well.
One person and one cat started eating happily.
Master Lu Sun is just a country bumpkin. He was lucky enough to have a chance encounter, which is how he opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth.
With Master He's ability, it would only take one kick to crush Lu Sun to death. While enjoying his meal, Lu Sun suddenly heard his name. Lu Sun raised his eyebrows and looked over, seeing two familiar faces. Lin Yan and He Xiao. The one who spoke was Lin Yan. He Xiao was asking him for his own information. Lu Sun is a jerk. I've been annoyed with him for a long time. I'll try to trick him out of school. Master He can teach him a lesson. Who the hell threw me?
Lin Yan was enjoying his talk when his shoe flew towards him with a baya sound and hit him right on the back of the head.
He turned around angrily and saw Lu Sun. Lu Sun, is it you? It was your grandfather who threw it. Lu Sun interrupted him and threw another shoe at Lin Yan's face. If you hit someone, hit them in the face. Baiyu.
Lin Yan clearly saw the shoes and wanted to hide, but his brain told him that he could avoid them.
But the shoe came too fast and he couldn't dodge it.
He was hit so hard that his nose and face were bruised and swollen, and there was a clear shoe print on his face.
Chapter 38. Are you afraid of me, a freshman? Lu Sun, how dare you throw your shoes at me?
Lin Yan was so angry that he was shaking all over. The shoe prints on his face were burning with pain, and the strange looks from the students around him made him even more ashamed and angry.
Lu Sun. He Xiao also saw Lu Sun. The scene outside the cafe a few days ago is still vivid in my mind.
That time, Lu Sun hit him so hard that he vomited blood and also suffered some internal injuries. After a few days, with the help of medicine, his injuries were almost recovered.
This guy wanted to take revenge.
Then he found Lin Yan, who was from the same school as Lu Sun, and wanted to find out about Lu Sun's background.
Unexpectedly, Lu Sun heard it.
Why, you're only allowed to plot against me behind my back, but I'm not allowed to teach you a lesson in person?
Lu Sun stood up barefoot. Xiaobai cleverly picked up the slippers he had thrown away.
He rubbed the cat's head and said, Mr. Lin, people who talk behind others' backs will be punished.
You.
In anger, Lin Yan was about to say that if he had the guts, he would go to the ring, but then he thought again, he seemed no match for Lu Sun.
Lin Yan's expression changed again and again, and finally he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Sun, don't think I can't do anything to you.
Senior He, please give me justice and teach this ignorant guy a lesson.
That's enough.
He Xiao interrupted Lin Yan and said coldly, Lu Sun, you are so arrogant, but I want to remind you that Article 3 of the school rules prohibits private fighting in public areas.
Senior He.
He Xiao's words caught Lin Yan completely off guard. Lin Yan originally expected He Xiao to teach Lu Sun a lesson, but He Xiao, a sophomore with the 4th level of Qi High cultivation, used school rules to pressure Lu Sun. This made him confused.
Why, you want to stand out?
Lu Sun raised his eyebrows and pointed his finger at He Xiao. I'm a freshman and you're a sophomore, so don't accuse me of bullying you.
Let's go, we'll meet in the ring. Lu Sun, you're courting death. Senior quickly agreed to his request. Lin Yan was overjoyed. It's He Xiao.
He opened his red lotus meridian at the age of 18, and his cultivation has even reached the 4th level of Qi Si.
Who is this Lu Sun?
He's only a freshman and yet he dares to challenge He Xiao.
Who gave him the courage, Fish Liang?
More and more students are paying attention to this conflict. Hearing Lu Sun's words, more students looked at him in surprise. A freshman actually took the initiative to ask the sophomore to set up the stage. The students were puzzled by Lu Sun's arrogance. If a freshman who has opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth challenges an old student who has not opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth, it is understandable. But He Xiao also possesses the unique veins of heaven and earth, and his cultivation is even more impressive. This freshman must be so bold and courageous, or he must be so fearless as to dare to challenge him.
Lu Sun. Could he be the Lu Sun who chose Fei Taie? It's him. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it was him. That makes sense. Since everyone chose Fei Taie, it wouldn't be surprising if there were more bizarre moves. He's going to get beaten now. When a student recognized Lu Sun, many students in the cafeteria suddenly realized what was going on. What a shame. With such a handsome face, why does he always do such ridiculous things?
Some senior students who sympathized with Lu Sun felt sorry for him.
Senior?
Just as Lin Yan was imagining Lu Sun being beaten up by He Xiao in the ring, He Xiao didn't react for a long time. Lin Yan took a look and found that He Xiao's eyes were gloomy and his face was changing from gloomy to cheerful, as if he was struggling.
This puzzled Lin Yan.
For someone who has the fourth level of Qi Hai and possesses the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth, it is not easy to suppress a newcomer who has just opened his meridians.
Why is he taking so long? Why, you don't dare. Lu Sun took a step forward, his eyes full of provocation. Lu Sun, I don't want to bully you. Don't say that. I just want you to bully me. Come on, bully me.
He Xiao wanted to say something polite, but Lu Sun interrupted him.
Lu Sun, don't go too far.
He Xiao's eyes were spitting fire. He really wanted to take revenge and get back at the place himself. After he went back and reviewed the battle a few days ago, he felt that Lu Sun had defeated him by relying on his powerful body skills. He Xiao plans to practice hard to improve his physical skills and make up for his shortcomings. His injuries haven't fully healed yet, and his physical skills are still far from Lu Sun's. Therefore, facing Lu Sun's challenge, He Xiao really didn't dare to accept it.
What's going on?
Why doesn't He Xiao even dare to accept Lu Sun's challenge? This scene left the surrounding students confused. Lin Yan's mind was full of questions.
Did I get the wrong script? Shouldn't He Xiao take up the challenge and beat up Lu Sun?
Why is Lu Sun being so aggressive now, but He Xiao is backing off again and again, even saying something like, "This is too much.
This is not right. Something is wrong. You're a sophomore and I'm a freshman. Did I bully you?" Lu Sun smiled. You. He Xiao was furious. What's wrong with me?
You're a sophomore, a fourth level Qi Hai realm student.
You wouldn't be afraid of a freshman like me, right?
At this point, Lu Sun changed the subject. Yes, a few days ago, I seem to have beaten you to the point of vomiting blood.
You were defeated. Did I break your courage? Wow.
Lu Sun's words caused an uproar among the surrounding students.
What? A few days ago, He Xiao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Lu Sun? How is this possible? The students couldn't believe it. Senior.
Lin Yan looked at He Xiao suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief.
He instinctively didn't believe it.
But when He Xiao faced Lu Sun's challenge, his dark look told Lin Yan that what Lu Sun said was very likely true.
Damn it.
He Xiao was filled with grief and indignation. Lu Sun did not initially reveal the fight outside the coffee shop a few days ago, but instead pressed him step by step, forcing him into an extremely embarrassing situation before suddenly revealing the truth. At this moment, the area was surrounded by students.
This is done on purpose to embarrass him. You're just relying on your agility to launch a sneak attack.
Lu Sun, just wait until I recover, and then we'll fight again. He Xiao's face turned visibly red and warm, and he had to say something harsh to save face.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Lu Sun said calmly. Walk. He Xiao couldn't stay any longer. Today, he was completely disgraced. It seems that it's true that He Xiao is so cowardly. Isn't he at the fourth level of Qi Hai? How come he can't even beat Lu Sun? He's so useless. Haven't you heard of using sneak attacks with body movements?
Lu Sun just graduated from the martial arts school, and he was able to pull off a sneak attack.
Either Lu Sun is too awesome or He Xiao is too weak.
The students' discussions reached He Xiao's ears. Lu Sun, this revenge must be avenged. He Xiao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode and he hurriedly fled the cafeteria.
Senior, wait for me. As soon as He Xiao left, Lin Yan took a look at Lu Sun, who seemed to be smiling, and didn't dare to stay any longer.
He chased after him with shoe prints all over his face.
Look at that guy. Puff. Did he fall on the sole of his shoe?
Some students burst into laughter when they saw the shoe prints on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan collapsed and rubbed his face violently.
But the shoe print was so deep into the flesh that it couldn't be wiped off like this.
Lin Yan had no choice but to cover his face and run wildly on the campus.
He didn't even bother to chase He Xiao. He just wanted to get back to the dormitory quickly to get rid of the shoe prints. As a result, he accidentally bumped into a little fairy. Girls, this is a speechless incident. Is Chinese male performance art so abstract now?
He has a shoe sole tattoo on his face and dares to pounce on girls. Then, Lin Yan discovered that his beautiful photos were taken by the little fairy and posted on the campus network. He was also given the nickname Shoe Man.
Lu Sun, I will never forgive you.
Lin Yan was completely torn apart.
Chapter 39, Immortal Phoenix Vein, Second Life. Xiao Bai, are you full? Meow.
In the Beta University cafeteria, one person and one cat finished their meal.
Junior, can you give me a V?
I need a sparring partner for my swordplay.
No thanks. Lu Sun carried Xiaobai out of the cafeteria. Brother Lu Sun, are you interested in joining our Ancient Road Expeditionary Force?
As soon as I left the cafeteria, more students caught up with me.
Ancient Road Expeditionary Force? It's a club. More than a dozen of us have entered the nodes of the ancient Starry Sky Road. If you have the opportunity to set foot in the Starry Sky in the future, we can form a group. Oh, I'll think about it. This is my business card. If you have any ideas, feel free to contact me. This student is a club cadre. There are also many clubs in the training schools. Compared with clubs in ordinary schools, these clubs have greater practical significance. For example, if there is an opportunity to enter a node of the ancient Starry Sky Road, students in the club can huddle together for warmth. Lu Sun has no idea yet. With the current strength, even if Blue Star re-enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, it will not have the opportunity to set foot on the ancient road node. It was getting dark. Although the blue planet is no longer in the solar system, the length of day and night is not much different from when it was in the solar system. Lu Sun held Xiaobai in his arms and prepared to take a walk before going back to sleep. Have you heard? That Lu Sun is really good. He actually beat a sophomore who was at the 4th level of Chi Hai until he vomited blood. Is this true? Didn't Lu Sun just graduate? It was said that it was a sneak attack. That's more like it, but even a sneak attack is pretty powerful. I don't understand why he chose Fei Tai. Several students who were walking towards us happened to be talking about Lu Sun. The news spread so quickly? Lu Sun took out his phone and saw that there was indeed a post on the campus website. It just so happened that this period was the most active time for freshmen, so the news spread quickly. These students are also freshmen. As for the sophomores and above, most of them are busy with their cultivation, and far fewer of them pay attention to this matter. Wow, Lu Sun, you're so awesome. You can even make someone at the 4th level of Chi Hai vomit blood. Come and take care of your brother. Your heaven and earth Chi meridian is open? No, this dog's strange meridians in heaven and earth can't be open no matter what. I went shopping with a senior student to find some inspiration. Didn't you say before that senior sisters don't even talk about dogs? Well, that was because I was young and ignorant. Lu Sun, you don't know how fragrant my body is, and how soft my hands are. The message sent by Li Bufan opened Lu Sun's eyes. I don't know which senior sister is so powerful that she actually managed to take down this guy. Meow. The little white cat in my arms meowed. Then, the sky, which had been dark just a moment ago, suddenly became extremely bright. Lu Sun looked up and saw that the sky was as if on fire, with rolling red clouds and boiling red light. In the scorching red sky, huge suns jumped out of the sea of fire one after another like awakening gods, illuminating the entire capital city red. The moment of each sun's birth is accompanied by the earth-shaking cry of a phoenix. One can see a phoenix with a body of red gold flapping its wings from the blazing flames, circling around the newborn sun in mysterious trajectories. Wow! It's a vision. How astonishing! This vision is incredible. There were exclamations from the campus. In a place like the capital where geniuses gather and powerful people are like clouds, strange phenomena in heaven and earth are not uncommon. Not to say that they happen every day, but basically there is one every few days. Sometimes, it is possible for strange phenomena in heaven and earth to occur several times a day. However, most of the strange phenomena in the sky and earth are not large in scope and their momentum is not that shocking. This time, the strange phenomena in heaven and earth were a bit shocking. Mainly the sun. Common phenomena in heaven and earth, such as the rising of a red sun when Lin Yan opened the red sun vein. But this time, the strange phenomenon in the sky and earth was that the sun rose up one after another as if it was free. In visions involving the sun, the more suns that appear, the more astonishing the vision becomes. The more genius that causes the vision, the more evil he is. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds. Some students tilted their necks 90 degrees to count the number of rising suns. 6 rounds, 7 rounds, 8 rounds, 9 rounds? When the 9th sun rose from the red flames, the entire capital seemed to be plunged into a doomsday-like heat. The sky was no longer covered with red clouds, but had completely turned into a boiling sea of fire. 9 brilliant suns hung in the sky, each emitting a suffocating pressure. 9 great suns. This is the 9 light spiritual vein.
Red flames burn the sky, 9 suns hang in the sky, and the phoenix dances with golden feathers, splitting the azure sky. It's been a long time since I saw the 9 lights spiritual vein. In the sky, several streaks of light stopped and stared at the 9 suns in the sky and exclaimed. However, the visions did not stop.
Boom! The 10th sun rose slowly in full view of everyone. 10 rounds? One person's voice trembled, showing extreme restlessness.
But this is not the end. The 11th and 12th suns rise one after another.
The 12 lights of the holy vein. The 12 lights of the holy vein.
In the capital, more people could no longer sit still and rushed to the center of the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth.
The 9 light spiritual veins is not the name of a certain type of spiritual vein.
The strange veins of heaven and earth, such as the red sun vein and the red lotus vein, have their own levels. If they can be opened to the extreme, they may also trigger the 9 lights phenomenon.
Jodio is already extremely powerful.
Now, 12 big suns have appeared.
These are the legendary 12 holy veins of the sun. Since Blue Star set foot on the ancient starry road, the vision of the 12 holy veins has only appeared once.
Shu Yuqing opened the burning sky scarlet phoenix vein, and the host gained 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained from opening the vein. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth.
Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released.
As the suns rose into the sky, Lu Sun also reaped his rewards.
What, 13 rounds? Then,
above the sky, the 13th sun emerged. No, 13 rounds is not the limit. There are 14 rounds, 15 rounds, 16 rounds, and so on until 17 or 18 rounds.
A full 18 suns. Pa!
In the principal's office of Qingshu College, the old principal's teacup shattered to the ground with a bang.
Sure Ba Yao. How is this possible? 18 Yao, hiss. How can there be 18 luminaries? The direction that the wave came from is Tsinghua and Peking University.
The sight of 18 suns rising into the sky was truly astonishing, illuminating the entire capital city even brighter than daytime. This also caused a stir in the capital.
Countless powerful people were alarmed.
Rays of light shot up into the sky and flew towards Peking University and Tsinghua University.
18 luminaries. No, this is a double vision.
Above the sky, a powerful person cast his gaze. The strong man saw at a glance that this was a double vision.
This means,
this time the vision was caused by 2 people, not 1 person. But the 2 visions were too close to be easily distinguished. Even so, it is still amazing that the 18 stars can appear in the double vision.
Ha!
The strong man suddenly let out a light exclamation. Because, after the 18 luminaries appeared, misfortune occurred again.
Clang clang.
With the clanging cry of the phoenix, a colorful phoenix rose into the sky, carrying a huge golden sun on its back.
Phoenix carrying the sun. What kind of pulse is this?
The strong man above the sky looked thoughtful.
Let's call you the immortal phoenix vein. Very good, now I have a second life. At Beta University, in an open space near Qingshu College, Lu Sun's whispers were heard.
What Shu Yuqing opened was the Funxiao Red Phoenix vein, which can also be called the Red Phoenix vein. After returning the money 20 times, Lu Sun named it the Immortal Phoenix vein.
The special thing about the Heaven and Earth Chimai is that it gives the owner a special ability. The special ability that the Immortal Phoenix vein gave Lu Sun was the power of Nirvana. It was equivalent to giving Lu Sun a second life. Chapter 40 alarmed the whole school, genius or madman. How did it come together? At this time,
Lu Sun discovered that the immortal phoenix vein that had just been opened, under the 20-fold return of heat, actually merged with the previous heaven and earth wonder vein.
To be precise, they are connected together and gradually become the same vein.
You should know that the strange vein of heaven and earth that was opened before was the martial vein. This time it's the spiritual vein.
Can the martial vein and the spiritual vein be merged?
The heaven and earth chi meridians were created by seizing the creation of heaven and earth. It is best to combine them into one, otherwise they will easily be targeted by heaven and earth. Since the host possesses a chaos divine body, and the first heavenly and earthly extraordinary vein possesses chaos attributes, there will be no conflict after merging, nor will it affect the functions of the 2 heavenly and earthly extraordinary veins.
Instead, it will produce even more magical effects.
The system's prompt put Lu Sun's worries to rest.
So, it's thanks to Morong who was the first to be bound?
Lu Sun was relieved.
Morong Wan's exquisite body and exquisite veins can accommodate multiple energies. Note, this is energy. For example, Moron 1 can practice thunder-based skills, fire-based skills, ice-based skills, and so on. All lanes of the martial arts world are open to her. Unlike the Qi-Yang Meridian, only practicing fire-based exercises will produce the best results. Practicing other types of exercises will result in half the effort and twice the results. But it must be the martial arts path. Moron 1 cannot take the path of immortality. The exquisite treasure body was returned to Lu Xun tenfold, and after turning into a chaotic divine body, it was upgraded. From being compatible with multiple energies, it has become compatible with multiple forces. This allows Lu Xun to pursue the path of martial arts, the path of immortality, or other paths. If the first person he bound to was not Moron 1, it would be a bit troublesome if he didn't have the chaos divine body. Because there will be power compatibility issues. It may not be a big deal at first, but once you become stronger, it will be fatal if this problem cannot be solved. Practicing both immortality and martial arts is beautiful to say but very difficult to do. Some immortal cultivators practice martial arts, which is actually body training, which belongs to the physical training among immortal cultivators, and is not the same concept as martial arts. The true dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts is to open both the martial meridians and the spiritual meridians. It's not that no one has tried it on the blue planet in the past. A brilliant genius opened his martial vein and then forcibly opened his spiritual vein. The final result was that this genius suffered severe damage due to an imbalance of power after growing to the 4th level, and it was basically impossible for him to make further progress. The Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Divine Veins perfectly solve this problem. This is a double vision. There's one at Tsinghua College and one at Beidou University. Everyone, Tsinghua and Peking University have restricted airspace. Please do not approach. At this time, the monks who came from heaven finally made a discovery. This time the vision was twofold. Streams of light are approaching. However, cultivators from Tsinghua College and Beidou University took off into the air and kept the approaching cultivators out. This made it difficult for many monks to approach, and they could only watch from afar. It turns out he's from Peking University or Tsinghua University, no chance. There were people from other cultivation schools or forces who originally wanted to see if they could poach the students, but when they saw that both of them were at Peking University or Tsinghua University, they knew there was no hope. Here. Look at his head. At this time, several students discovered Lu Xun and exclaimed in surprise. A strange vision also appeared above Lu Xun's head, mirroring the visions in the sky and the earth. This was enough to show that Lu Xun had contributed to the vision in the sky. He seems to be Lu Xun. What, the Lu Xun who chose Fei Taiye as his mentor? Hasn't he already opened the heaven and earth Qi meridian? Why did it cause another strange phenomenon? These students were a little confused. Quiet. At this time, a man in green clothes fell from the sky and blocked the students. It's him. The man in green had been to the coffee shop and met Lu Xun. Principal Ning, didn't Lu Xun open the heaven and earth Qi meridian? How did he cause another strange phenomenon in heaven and earth? A student who knew the man in green asked in a low voice. If my guess is correct, he should have opened the heaven and earth Qi in his spiritual veins. The man in green said in a deep voice. What, spiritual vein? Hiss. After opening the martial vein, can I also open the spiritual vein? Not only that, whether it's the martial vein or the spiritual vein, he has opened the heaven and earth meridians. What kind of monster is this? Principal Ning's words shocked all the students. Even in places like Peking University and Tsinghua University where geniuses gather, only a small number of students possess the unique veins of heaven and earth. None of these students have the unique meridians of heaven and earth. As a result, now, Lu Xun not only opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth in martial arts, but also opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth again in the way of immortality. Even in Peking University and Tsinghua University, where there are many geniuses, this is extremely rare. It is enough to make these geniuses feel incredible. Lu Xun opened the spiritual veins and also opened the heaven and earth meridians? Oh my god, is this true? Is he so unbelievable? If it's true, he might be the most monstrous talent in our class this year. Soon, the news spread through these students. It caused a great shock among the student community of Beidou University. A large number of students began to come here, blocking the waterside pavilion. The campus network and student groups are even more lively. The situation is clear. The 12 luminaries phenomenon was probably caused by the students of Tsinghua Academy,
while the 6 luminaries in Phoenix carrying the sun were caused by Lu Sun. The heaven and earth chi meridians that Lu Sun opened should be very powerful, but the scope is far less than that of Qingshu Academy.
Someone got the latest news.
Even if the scope is small, Lu Sun's ability to open 2 extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth can still be called astonishing.
Indeed, I don't have any heavenly and earthly miraculous meridians, but he actually has 2. I really can't understand why such a genius would choose Fei Tai. The students were shocked and talked about it. Damn it, how could he? This news left Lin Yan stunned.
After being slapped in the face by Lu Sun with his Shusol, Lin Yan has been studying and practicing diligently these past few days, hoping to find Lu Sun one day to avenge his previous humiliation. As a result, Lu Sun actually opened up the strange veins of heaven and earth again.
It is also the magical vein of heaven and earth of the immortal way. The strange pulses of heaven and earth are free. You can open them just by asking. How could it be?
In a training room, He Xiao was also somewhat caught off guard by the news. He was currently practicing his physical skills, and now he had no mood to continue practicing.
What genius!
He's more like a madman. At this time, a discordant voice appeared in a student group.
It's Senior Su Feng. Senior Su Feng, what do you say?
When He Xiao saw the news, he became excited and hurried to ask for advice. The other party was a junior student, and his strength and knowledge far surpassed his. The immortal and martial dual universe meridians, this requires practicing the dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts.
It sounds impressive, but since Blue Star embarked on the ancient Starry Sky Road, have you ever heard of anyone succeeding?
Senior Su Feng asked.
It seems so. I've never heard of anyone succeeding.
Some immortal cultivators have exceptionally strong bodies, and can fight martial cultivators on equal terms with their physical strength alone.
It turns out their magic is also exceptionally powerful.
That's dual cultivation of Dharma and body, both are immortal ways, different from dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts.
The other people in the group started talking one after another. Senior Su Feng, are there any hidden dangers in practicing both immortal and martial arts?
He Xiao was afraid that these people would go off topic, so he asked quickly.
Of course, these are 2 completely different power systems.
The immortal way emphasizes the primordial spirit, taking the primordial spirit as its foundation and using spiritual power as its application. The martial way emphasizes the will, taking the body as its foundation and using true energy as its application. He wants to practice both immortal and martial arts cultivation. The most difficult problem to solve is the conflict of power. It might be okay in the first 5 realms, but once he breaks through the 5th realm, if this problem is not properly resolved, it will be enough to cost him his life. The heaven and earth's miraculous meridians are meant to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. He opened 2 of them at once.
Does this mean that the way of heaven doesn't exist?
When he suffers a heavenly tribulation, his tribulation will be more than 10 times greater than that of others.
A person's energy is limited. Cultivation is not easy.
Reaching perfection on one path is already extremely difficult.
Dividing his attention into 2 things is tantamount to creating obstacles for himself. He is so greedy and wants to achieve everything. I'm afraid.
Senior Su Feng spoke eloquently about the various hidden dangers of practicing both immortality and martial arts. Oh my God, 10 times the heavenly tribulation. So, he really is a lunatic. No, I still think he is a true genius.
Aren't genius and madness sometimes the same thing? Senior Su Feng's words sparked discussion among the group members.
Some people think that Lu Sun is a true genius, while others think that Lu Sun is too crazy and is playing with his own life.
That puts my mind at ease.
He Xiao's heart finally calmed down a little.
The discussion in this group was quickly spread and sparked heated discussions among the freshman group of Beidou University. Chapter 41 Teacher, you should continue to be decadent.
Lu Sun didn't know it yet, but he had already caused a big discussion.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't care too much.
He is neither a genius nor a madman, but just an ordinary system host. Lu Sun now has his own troubles.
There is no other reason. The beautiful sister Fu Shui is here again. Teacher Fu.
Seeing Fu Shui's sparkling eyes staring at him without blinking as if appreciating a rare treasure, Lu Sun began to feel overwhelmed.
Lu Sun, is the strange vein you just opened a spiritual vein? Fu Shui asked.
Yes, sir.
Lu Sun answered.
You've opened both your martial and spiritual meridians, and even the extraordinary meridians of heaven and earth.
Your talent is rare in this world, but do you know how dangerous it is to do so? Fu Shui asked again. Teacher, I feel okay. Lu Sun answered again. I have a technique that might be able to help you solve this problem. The school leaders are all here. From today on, I will be your instructor. I will be responsible for you from now on. Fu Shui's voice became louder, and his words were firm and unquestionable. Here she comes. The seat on Lu Sun's head became bigger than a pumpkin. Don't you already have a star body, student? Why are you staring at me all the time? Beautiful sister, you deserve better. Elder Fu, this is really not nice of you. Fei Tai's lazy voice sounded. The rescue has arrived. Teacher Fei, you came just in time. Lu Sun gave him a thumbs up. Teacher, you are here. How is my pulse? Lu Sun ran over quickly. Not bad, not bad, you are worthy of being my student, Fei Tai. Fei Tai's face was full of smiles. After praising Lu Sun, he took out a card and handed it to Lu Sun. This card contains 100,000 units of dark energy. Consider it a reward for opening your meridians this time. From now on, I will give you another 20,000 units every month. I don't have much else, but I have a lot of dark energy. 100,000 units of dark energy. Wow! The students around were so envious that their eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Not to mention the students, even the teachers are envious. Ordinary lecturers at Peking University and Tsinghua University are basically cultivators at the third level, and 100,000 units of dark energy is a huge sum of money for them. Thank you, teacher. Lu Sun quickly took it with joy. Here comes another benefit of choosing Fei Tai. Fei Tai's heart for Taoism was broken, and he would never make any progress in his life. He just muddled through life and did not strive for improvement. This allows Fei Tai to store dark energy. Otherwise, like other grandmasters of the five realms, even if it is easier to obtain dark energy, the consumption of one's own cultivation will also be great. My dear disciple, I, your master, must also cheer up and make sure to train you into a talent. I cannot let others laugh at our relationship as master and disciple. Fei Tai's next sentence was not quite right. Teacher, why are you here too? Go and exchange some pills or something to strengthen your body first. Come to the training room in Qinya building in 3 days. I will personally supervise your training. Fei Tai continued. It's over, he's going to move on. Yes, teacher. Lu Sun couldn't show any abnormality to the teachers around him at this time, so he could only swallow his anger. That's all. Seeing this scene, Fu Shui knew that she was doomed again. She shook her head and left quietly. Wow, Lu Sun rejected Fu Shui again and firmly chose Fei Tai. But Fei Tai was also very generous and gave him 100,000 units of dark energy. Oh my god, 100,000 units. Is it too late for me to choose Fei Tai now? Wake up, you don't even have the heaven and earth chi meridians, how can you choose? The news that Lu Sun rejected Fu Shui for the second time quickly spread. This time, because Fei Tai was so generous, many students envied Lu Sun. Look, that's Lu Sun. Is he Lu Sun? He's so handsome. Lu Sun became completely famous on campus, and more people recognized him. Brother Sun, living father, godfather, please give me one of your heavenly and earthly meridians. Li Bufan ran over excitedly and asked Lu Sun to share his experience. He has been so obsessed with opening the strange meridians of heaven and earth recently that he is almost going crazy. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Chu Yuqing sent Lu Sun a message to announce the good news, but the two did not meet. When the 3 days were up, Lu Sun had to go to Qinya building early in the morning with a sad face. There are a large number of training rooms in this building. Fei Tai had already been waiting for Lu Sun in a training room. Lu Sun discovered that Fei Tai had changed into new clothes today and even trimmed his beard, looking as if he was ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh no! Lu Sun's heart sank. Teacher, what kind of wine is in your gourd? It smells so good. Lu Sun suddenly had an idea and spoke before Fei Tai. This is Shengxi Anzui. This is the best spiritual wine. I brewed it myself. You can't buy it even if you have money. Fei Tai looked pleased. So it was brewed by the teacher himself. I was wondering why it was so fragrant and intoxicating. Teacher, can I have a taste? Lu Sun showed a look of longing. For you. Fei Tai threw the gourd over. As soon as Lu Sun opened the cork, The rich aroma of wine instantly filled the entire training room. Delicious. After Lu Sun poured a glass and drank it, he immediately drank the second glass. Teacher, what did you use to make this wine? It's so delicious. Teacher, I'll toast you a glass. Teacher, let me toast you again. So, in the training room, Lu Sun and Fei Taye took turns drinking, toasting each other and having a great time. Lu Sun, remember to practice according to the schedule. As Fei Taye drank, his head tilted and he fell asleep. Before going to bed, I didn't forget to let Lu Sun practice. My chaos divine body is truly amazing. I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Lu Sun was not drunk at all. After thinking about it, Lu Sun found a thin blanket and covered Fei Taye with it. Then he clapped his hands and left. It is impossible to practice cultivation. It is impossible to practice in this lifetime. Lu Sun, you were gone when I woke up yesterday. Where were you? Teacher, I'm practicing martial arts. How about I show you how to use it? The next day, Fei Taye came again. Lu Sun was overwhelmed. He finally chose a Buddhist mentor, and the mentor was so moved by him that he decided to work harder. Who the hell can I go to for justice? Fortunately, Lu Sun used the Wanzong step to fool him. Teacher, is there still a divine drunk? Lu Sun started asking for wine again. As expected, Fei Taye got drunk again. Lu Sun, there's no record of this training room being used. Are you being lazy? No, absolutely not, teacher. You don't need to stare at me like that. I'm making rapid progress. If you don't believe me, just look at me. My Wanzong step has improved again. Indeed, physical skills alone are not enough. This is the Taya sword technique I created based on an unnamed sword manual. It only has the first 5 moves, so I'll leave it to you to develop and expand upon. Fei Taye handed a sword manual to Lu Sun. It's over. Lu Sun was completely overwhelmed. For the next 2 days, although Lu Sun would get Fei Taye drunk every day, Fei Taye would arrive on time early the next morning. Lu Sun felt so regretful. Other instructors just let teaching assistants supervise. Fei Taye was so good that he came to supervise in person. And he comes here every day. Fortunately, Lu Sun had hidden something and was able to deal with it. But this is not a solution. Teacher, the wine you brew is so delicious. Your wife must be the happiest person in the world. Seeing that drinking didn't work, Lu Sun tried another approach. In other words, you are bringing up something that is not related to the topic. But as soon as Lu Sun opened his mouth, Fei Taye became unwell. He picked up the wine gourd and gulped it down. Come, drink. Fei Taye took the initiative to pour wine for Lu Sun. Did I say something wrong? Lu Sun thought. The next day, Fei Taye didn't come. On the 3rd day, Fei Taye was still nowhere to be seen. Is the lethality so great? I'm sorry, teacher, you should just continue to be decadent. Lu Sun apologized, but he felt relieved in his heart. Finally, I can lie down peacefully again. Chapter 42 Breakthrough, the Second Realm of Immortality. Comfortable. Fei Taye didn't come for the next few days. This made Lu Sun feel very comfortable. This Taye sword technique can be given to Morong Wan. As for the dark energy, let's see if she needs it. Lu Sun now has a lot of good things in his hands. Lu Sun took a look at the Taya swordsmanship given by Fei Taya and found it to be very advanced and extremely difficult. In comparison, the local level skills that Fei Taye gave to students at the beginning were actually nothing to students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. The levels of martial arts are as follows: Heaven, Earth, and Yellow, with Heaven level being the highest and Earth level being the second. In the outside world, Earth level skills are precious. But not everyone can practice it. If your martial and spiritual meridians are not strong enough, practicing too high a level of martial arts will be counterproductive. Lu Sun originally planned to give all the 100,000 units of dark energy given by Fei Taye to Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing's family has cut off her credit card and is trying to force her to make concessions. But after thinking about it, Lu Sun decided to give Morong Wan some dark energy as well. The situation of the Morong family has been unstable recently. Morong Zhan has consumed a lot of dark energy in his healing, but Morong Wan may not also need it. Half of the holiday has passed, and Morong Wan has not yet come to the capital. It looks like he won't come until school starts. Lu Sun continued to lie flat.
Shu Yuqing would send him a message every few days to tell him about her recent situation. She was practicing with all her might in order to reach the second realm before school started, so that she could receive more dark energy after the cultivation level test at the beginning of the school year. As for elixirs, spiritual objects, or other resources, they can all be exchanged for dark energy. Dark energy can be used for personal cultivation and is also the currency among cultivators.
There is still nothing unusual on Xiaobai's side.
Lu Sun was not in a hurry.
He lay down leisurely every day.
From time to time, he would go to a theoretical class or go to the training room to pretend to practice.
Ha, Lu Sun, your brother Fan has opened up the universe meridian of heaven and earth.
A week later, after a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, Li Bufan happily told Lu Sun the good news.
He finally opened up the unique meridians of heaven and earth.
His unique meridian of heaven and earth is called Xianhuang Wumai, which is an earth-based meridian of heaven and earth that emphasizes defense and strength.
Lin Yan, come on, brother, let you make the first move. You asked for it.
As soon as the strange meridians of heaven and earth were opened, Li Bufan excitedly went to find Lin Yan and wanted to meet him in a duel.
The arena is a place for schools to compete and exchange ideas.
When Li Bufan opened up the Xianhuang martial vein, the range of the strange phenomena in heaven and earth was larger than that of Lin Yan. Lin Yan has widened the Qiyang meridian a little these days, and with the Qiyang meridian's heavy attack, he has enough confidence in defeating Li Bufan. With many students watching, the two of them were fighting back and forth on the ring, which was very lively.
This guy. Lu Sun was also watching the battle.
This battle was quite interesting.
Li Bufan was just defending, while Lin Yan was just attacking.
After Lin Yan was exhausted, Li Bufan attacked and decided the outcome with one blow, knocking Lin Yan off the stage.
Are you convinced? Sister, what else can you do besides being a turtle?
You can't even break my defense, and you're still barking like a dog. After the two finished fighting, they started arguing with each other. Lin Yan was not convinced.
Not only could he not beat Lu Sun, but now he couldn't even beat Li Bufan. Hey, isn't that the shoe guy? It's him. Just when I was feeling depressed, a girl recognized Lin Yan.
Ha, so you are the shoe man.
Are you going to make me die of laughter so that you can inherit my slippers? Li Bufan mocked loudly. I'm going to kill you.
Lin Yan exploded on the spot.
Brother Lu, there is some clue.
On the second day after Li Bufan opened the strange veins of heaven and earth, Lu Sun suddenly received a message.
This message was sent by the dark web killer named Luo Dasheng.
How do you say that?
The man who wants to kill you is in Rongcheng. He must have a history with you and knows that you often go to the martyrs' cemetery.
He recently raised the price and increased the commission to 30,000 dark energy. You have to be careful, because this price will tempt a cultivator in the third realm.
30,000 dark energies. This is not a small amount of money.
It is indeed possible that cultivators in the third realm would be tempted, especially those who have spent time and effort to reach the third realm.
Li Shang. Luo Dasheng's words made Lu Sun completely certain.
The one who wanted to kill him must be Li Shang, who had taken away all his property. After knowing that he had opened up the strange veins of heaven and earth, the other party was afraid that Lu Sun would rise to power and come after him in the future, so he wanted to kill Lu Sun. Shu Yuqing breaks through the second realm, and you gain 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained. 2 days later, Shu Yuqing broke through the second realm.
Lu Sun therefore received a 20-fold return.
The second realm of the immortal path is to gather energy, absorbing dark energy through spiritual veins and converting it into gaseous spiritual power. When there is enough spiritual power, you can open up a spiritual palace in your dantian and break through to the second realm. This realm is somewhat similar to martial arts, but the nature of the power is different.
Buzz.
As his spiritual power continued to increase, a huge spiritual palace was opened up in Lu Sun's dantian.
Spiritual power continued to flow into it.
Unlike martial arts, spiritual power is not compressed and upgraded through the spiritual palace. The spiritual palace is only a place to store spiritual power. If the spiritual power wants to become more pure, the immortal cultivator needs to do it himself. At this time, if there is a spirit wheel, it will be much simpler. When spiritual power circulates in the spiritual wheel, it can be compressed with the help of small spiritual veins, becoming more refined, until it turns into mist, semi-liquid, and liquid, and finally condenses into a pill. Then one can step into the fifth realm, the Shandan realm. The first 5 realms of immortal cultivation mainly revolve around spiritual power.
For Lu Sun, the process was much simpler. He doesn't need to do anything himself. That heat flow solved everything on its own. The spiritual power in his body continued to increase, and when it became too much for his spiritual palace to contain, the density began to rise. His strength also continued to rise from the first level of chi gathering to the second level, the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level, until he reached the sixth level of chi gathering, where he stopped. 20 times the return is indeed more powerful. Morong Wan's breakthrough only allowed Lu Sun to reach the third level of chi high. Shu Yuqing broke through and reached the sixth level of chi gathering. You know, whether it is martial arts or immortality, Lu Sun is stronger than other cultivators of the same level. This also means that Lu Xuanqing needs to pay more to reach the next level. In addition, each level up becomes much stronger, and he still managed to reach the sixth level of chi gathering, which is enough to show how powerful the 20-fold return is. Just this one move is equivalent to half a year of hard training for some peerless geniuses, 1 or 2 years for ordinary geniuses, and several years for ordinary immortal cultivators. Lu Sun, I've broken through to the second realm. Shu Yuqing happily called the video. Congratulations. Lu Sun sent his blessings. Shall we meet at Qingbei Street tonight? Shu Yuqing missed Lu Sun a little. For the past half-month, she has been practicing hard. Good. It just so happened that Lu Sun was about to give her the dark energy. Chapter 43 Morong Wan is here. As dusk falls, the lights in the capital city light up one after another, and neon lights flow between the buildings like colorful streams. Under the illumination of 3 moons, the car lights on the long street drew golden tracks. The whole city gradually woke up in the night, flashing a hazy and prosperous halo. Lu Sun. At the gate of Beta University, Shu Yuqing ran up happily and naturally took Lu Sun's hand. It's Lu Sun. Wow, his girlfriend is so beautiful. This scene happened to be seen by a student who knew Lu Sun. What, Lu Sun has a girlfriend? Calm down. What's wrong with having a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, you need to compete with a lot of people. If you have a girlfriend, you only need to compete with his girlfriend. A girl seriously explains science to her best friend. His girlfriend is so beautiful, how can I compete with her? Her best friend has no confidence. You don't need to compete with her in terms of beauty, understand? Then what? Sexy. Screw you. The 2 best friends started fighting as if they were playing. Lu Sun and Shu Yuqing walked hand in hand into Liqing North Street. It's south very close to the official start of school, and in the past 2 days, there have been many couples walking on the streets. The entire Qingbei Street is mostly filled with students in pairs. If singles want to come, they need to have a strong stomach. Otherwise you will be filled with dog food. Is your mother still here? Leave her alone. Morong Yan is still here. The shop she bought specializes in selling gadgets from the ancient Starry Road. For example, moonstone bracelets, star sand necklaces, Star Trek concentric knots, moon dew earrings, etc. There is also the broken star glass bottle. The small glass bottle is filled with stardust that changes color with temperature. When held in the palm of your hand, it will emit a faint blue light, as if capturing a ray of the Milky Way. Although this little gadget comes from the ancient Starry Sky Road, it is not very expensive and students from Peking University and Tsinghua University can basically afford it. It is also suitable for gifts between couples. In addition, as the proprietress, she is so charming, her business is getting more and more prosperous. However, her main purpose was to keep an eye on Shu Yuqing. As soon as Lu Sun and Shu Yuqing arrived, Morong Yan left the shop and ran over to follow them. When dealing with her mother, Shu Yuqing still has 4 words, don't care. In order to anger Morong Yan, she even deliberately got close to Lu Sun, with her hands tightly intertwined with Lu Sun's. Morong Yan was so angry that her plump breasts kept rising and falling. Lu Sun, I heard that you also opened your spiritual veins. Do you want to practice both immortality and martial arts? But they say practicing both immortal and martial arts is very dangerous. It's okay, don't worry about me, just practice well. Well, I believe you. Shu Yuqing also heard about Lu Sun's situation. She had an inexplicable confidence in Lu Sun. Wow, that's a lot? This is what teacher Fei gave me. He gave me so much that I can't use it all. Your cultivation consumes a lot of energy. Take it. Okay, I'll pay you back later. Lu Sun gave her 80,000 units of dark energy. Shu Yuqing took out a small notebook, made a note, and then accepted the card.
Lu Sun took a look and saw that she was recording the amount of dark energy he had given. This little girl. That's good. She's not the kind of girl who only knows how to ask for things. If Lu Sun doesn't let her do that, she won't feel at ease. This kid is really a senior. While walking around, Lu Sun saw Li Bufan from afar. Li Bufan was walking happily on the street with a pretty senior schoolmate. He, who once vowed not to be a bootlicker, bought drinks and gifts for the senior student, and even squatted down to help her tie her shoelaces. A dog licker. Lu Sun expressed his contempt. Even though Lu Mei had deliberately concealed it, he had never licked her like this in the 3 years he had been with her. However, although this boy was licking, he seemed to be making good progress with the senior student. While walking around, I actually pulled my senior sister into a taxi. I wonder if we were going to KFC. At least he didn't embarrass his adoptive father. Lu Sun and Chu Yuqing stayed out for a walk until late at night and had a midnight snack before parting ways. Moron Yen watched over him all night, acted as a light bulb all night, and was sulking all night. No, she would be angry until tomorrow, or even the day after tomorrow. After sending Chu Yuqing back to school, Lu Sun looked back and saw Moron Yen looking at him angrily from more than 10 meters away. Such a beautiful woman looks even more charming when she gets angry. After thinking for a while, Lu Sun walked towards her, wanting to tell her that she didn't need to stare at him like that, and that he wouldn't drag Chu Yuqing to get a room. However, Moron Yen was in no mood to talk to Lu Sun. After snorting at him, she returned to her shop. All right. Let's go back. Lu Sun carried Xiaobai back to Beidou University. School is about to start, why hasn't Moron Wan come yet, and why is there no movement? Lu Sun was curious about Moron Wan's movements. Moron Wan breaks through the second level of Qi Hai. You gain 20 times what Moron Wan gained. Just as I was curious, the harvest came this evening. So fast. It's only been over a month since Moron Wan broke through to the Qi Hai realm, right? You know, the Moron family has been busy lately, and Moron Wan's energy has been greatly diverted. Good fellow. Lu Sun's martial arts skills also began to increase rapidly. He rushed all the way up from the 3rd level of Qi Hai and stopped at the 8th level of Qi Hai. He rushed to the 5th floor in one go. It seems that the gains from it are not as great as those from Chu Yuqing, but the higher you go, the harder it is to upgrade. You've already reached the 8th level of Qi Hai before school even starts. Will you be treated like a monster when your level is measured? Lu Sun clicked his tongue. The martial arts Qi Si is at the 8th level, and the immortal Qi Ju is at the 6th level. If this were to be told to others, it would scare a lot of people to death. No, I can't show them all, otherwise I'll definitely be noticed. For martial arts, I can just show the 3rd level of Qi Hai, and for immortals, the 1st level of Qi Ju is enough. Lu Sun pondered. After school officially starts, you will face a cultivation level assessment. After the measurement, the school will distribute dark energy every month based on the cultivation level. Of course, there are also different grades. With the same level of cultivation, there is a big gap between the 1st and 2nd levels. It cannot be completely hidden either, some information must be revealed gradually. It has been more than 2 months since he first opened his pulse. The 3rd level of martial arts and the 1st level of immortality are relatively stable. We are not strong enough now, so we have to stay low and not attract too much attention. It has only been more than half a month since his spiritual veins were opened. If he were to let people know his true level of cultivation, he would definitely be targeted. Not to mention the risk of exposing the system, it would be fatal if a more powerful mentor insisted on teaching me. That's all. Lu Sun touched Xiaobai's head and came up with a plan. Meow. Xiaobai rubbed Lu Sun out of habit. The princess in its body seemed to have disappeared, and no one knew when she would appear again. 2 days later. In the morning, Moron Yen waited at the gate of Qingshu College. A few minutes later, Chu Yuqing came out. Yuqing. I'll take the car myself. Chu Yuqing got straight into a ride-hailing car. Moron Yan's expression froze on her face. After Chu Yuqing left, Moron Yan sighed and drove to the airport. Today is the day Moron Wan arrives in the capital. As the elder sister, Moron Yan naturally had to pick her up. And 2 hours later, at the airport pickup area, Chu Yuqing happily threw herself into Moron Wan's arms. Because of the small age difference between them, she and Moron Wan have always had a good relationship. Moron Wan was dressed very exquisitely today, attracting a lot of people's attention. With the arrival of Chu Yuqing and Morong Yan, the three beauties stood together, competing with each other for beauty, and immediately became the focus of the whole audience.
Warner, you've been on the plane for such a long time, are you tired? It's okay, sister. School doesn't officially start until tomorrow. Why don't you stay at my place tonight?
It's a rare opportunity for us sisters to spend some time together alone.
Let's have a good chat. Yeah, okay.
After Chu Yuqing finished talking to Morong Wan, Morong Yan came forward and invited Morong Wan to live with her. The two sisters are more than 10 years apart in age, but their relationship is not as close as that of Chu Yuqing and Morong Wan. However, Morong Wan still agreed to her sister's invitation.
Chapter 44 Morong Yan's Beauty Trap. Morong Wan is here? Lu Sun received a message from Chu Yuqing. Morong Wan came to the capital.
In the 2 months since her pulse was opened, she has gained a lot. In a short period of time, he broke through the second realm and reached the second level of Qi Hai.
This is even when the Morong family is distracted by some issues.
Now that she has come to the capital and is focusing on cultivation, her strength should increase rapidly. I believe that it won't be long before Lu Sun's martial arts skills will rise rapidly again.
Auntie, goodbye. I'll accompany you to school tomorrow.
On the other side, Chu Yuqing said goodbye to Morong Wan.
Morong Wan was a little puzzled. Why didn't Chu Yuqing go to Morong Yan?
She didn't know yet that the relationship between mother and daughter had become a little strained because of Lu Sun. Morong Yan took on the responsibility of being an older sister and spent the entire afternoon with Morong Wan to buy daily necessities, preparing to send them to school the next day.
I will live in the capital for a long time in the future. If you get bored at school, you can come over anytime. We sisters haven't talked like this for many years. Morong Yan's eyes were filled with reminiscence.
She held her sister's hand and the two sisters started talking.
She said a lot.
When she was a child, she loved to carry Morong Wan on her back. When Morong Wan grew up, she became her follower. Then, a few years after she gave birth to Chu Yuqing, Morong Wan fell in love with Chu Yuqing and pushed Chu Yuqing everywhere every day.
As he spoke, the memories of Morong Wan also came to mind. Childhood is always so beautiful.
The world was not so complicated back then, and the feelings between sisters were purer.
Unfortunately, childhood can never be returned.
Precisely because we can't go back, that memory is so special and precious.
So the two sisters talked until late at night. Most of the time, Morong Yan was talking and Morong Wan was listening. Sister, Yuqing seems to have a conflict with you?
After the sisters exchanged heartfelt words for so long, their relationship became closer, and Morong Wan then asked this question.
Yes. Morong Yan was just waiting for Morong Wan to ask.
So, when Morong Wan asked, Morong Yan couldn't wait to talk about Lu Sun in a serious tone.
Lu Sun. Morong Yan didn't notice that Morong Wan's expression became a little complicated when Lu Sun was mentioned. After all, he was her first man. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be the last one.
After opening the Linglong Meridian, Morong Wan decided to devote herself to cultivation and no longer consider matters of the heart.
Even if I grow up in the future, I will never get married again. Warner, you also know how important background is in today's society.
Lu Sun has no parents and no family support. If Yuqing follows him, she will only make a mistake.
Morong Yan sighed. But sister, didn't Lu Sun open the heaven and earth Qi Mai?
Not only did he open the heaven and earth Qi Meridian, but half a month ago, he also opened the spiritual meridian and the second heaven and earth Qi Meridian.
Morong Wan couldn't help but be a little surprised by Morong Yan's words. She has been in Chengdu and doesn't know about this.
From the looks of it, he intends to cultivate both immortality and martial arts. If he didn't do that, he might still have a future, but he chose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, which is self-destructive.
The cultivation speed of dual cultivation is too slow. No one has succeeded since the beginning of the new era. Morong Yan didn't think highly of Lu Sun at all. Morong Wan was silent.
She also didn't expect that Lu Sun would choose to practice both immortality and martial arts. It is indeed difficult to practice both immortality and martial arts.
Not to mention anything else, just the speed of cultivation is much slower than others. Warner, he's already like this. If Yuqing continues to follow him, wouldn't that be a mistake for her?
Morong Yan looked at her sister and asked. After a few seconds of silence, Morong Wan said, Sister, it's normal for young people to fall in love.
I don't think Lu Sun is as bad as you say. Why don't you respect Yoqing's choice and observe for a while before making a decision? What do you think? Morong Yen was a little surprised. Why does it feel like my sister is speaking in Lu Sun's favor? Sister, you don't know how generous the conditions offered by the He family are. They promised a heavenly level technique and a vast amount of resources. If Yu Qing were to marry them, she would soon be even more powerful than our father. In comparison, what does Lu Sun have? Morong Yen wanted to persuade her sister. Sister, I think it's better to respect Yu Qing. Morong Wan was not convinced by her. I didn't force her. I just have a feeling that if she follows Lu Sun, she'll ruin herself. Lu Sun doesn't seem reliable to me at all. How about you do me a favor and let's find out Lu Sun's true face together so Yu Qing can give up on him? Morong Yen grabbed Morong Wan's hands, her eyes pleading. Help! Morong Wan didn't know what Morong Yen was up to. However, since my sister has begged me like this, it would be bad to refuse. So, Morong Wan said, Sister, tell me how you need my help. If I can help, I will definitely help. Morong Yen was very happy to see her sister agreed. The method is very simple, that is the honey trap. Honey trap? Well, it's a honey trap. You help me seduce Lu Sun. As long as Lu Sun falls for it and is moved by you, Yu Qing will see his true colors and dump him. Morong Yen talked about her plan. Sister, you are so beautiful, and the most beautiful girl in Rongqing. Even I am not as pretty as you. I don't know how many men in Rongqing are dreaming of you. If you make a move, Lu Sun will definitely get you. Once she started talking about it, Morong Yen couldn't stop. She seemed to see the scene where Lu Sun couldn't control himself under Morong Wan's seduction. By then, her daughter would be extremely disappointed with Lu Sun and would obey her arrangements. She didn't notice how shocked and complicated Morong Wan's expression was at this moment. Wanner, don't worry. I'm not really asking you to have anything happen to him. I just want to reveal Lu Sun's true face. After Morong Yen found out, she thought it was her sister who was worried, so she comforted her. Sister, Yu Qing is your daughter. Is this appropriate? Morong Wan asked. In her opinion, Lu Sun was not that bad. Although he and Chu Yu Qing were not a good match, this problem would be solved if Lu Sun could grow up. Why is Morong Yen so determined to break them up? And you have to use the beauty trap. The key point is that the target of the beauty trap is her. But the most intimate thing had already happened between her and Lu Sun. I'm thinking about her future. If she follows Lu Sun, nothing good will happen. Morong Yen said affirmatively. Morong Wan put down her phone and shook her head. No, sister, you are thinking about the future of the Chu family. You know? Morong Yan's expression changed, and then she defended herself. That factor did exist, but I also sincerely wanted to do what was best for Yu Qing. Morong Wan sighed. Sister, I have respected you since I was a child, but you did the wrong thing in this matter. I can't help you with this. I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go to rest first. After that, she stood up and walked towards another bedroom. When she was almost at the bedroom door, Morong Wan turned around, looked at her sister, and said softly, I won't tell Yu Qing about what happened tonight. Sister, I also want to advise you that Yoqing's spiritual roots have awakened and opened the 12 light sacred veins. Her future achievements are limitless. You should be patient and wait a few more years until Yu Qing grows up. All problems will be solved. Morong Wan entered the bedroom. Seeing that her sister was unwilling to help, Morong Yen sat down helplessly. She sat in the living room for a long time, her expression changing constantly, as if she was struggling and hesitating. She has actually been working very hard these days. For example, there are always beautiful girls around Lu Sun who show their affection for him. This is actually the work of Morong Yen. As long as she is willing to pay, she can find a girl willing to help her even in Peking University or Tsinghua University. Morong Yen wanted to test Lu Sun. As long as Lu Sun couldn't control himself, the problem would be solved, and she would also help her daughter avoid a scumbag. But Lu Sun was unmoved and didn't even glance at these pretty girls. Morong Yen felt that it must be because those girls were not pretty or special enough, and were far inferior to Chu Yu Qing. When her sister Morong Wan arrived, she thought of her sister. But my sister didn't cooperate. But she couldn't invite those particularly outstanding girls in Beidou University. But apart from this method, she couldn't think of any other way to make Chu Yu Qing leave Lu Sun. It's impossible to find someone to kill Lu Sun, right? She still couldn't do such a thing. No matter what, Lu Sun's parents have done Chu Yuqing a favor.
Although she is only concerned about the future of the Chu family, she will not do such a thing of repaying kindness with enmity.
Slowly, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and her expression became firm. Chapter 45: The Princess's Curse. Late at night,
Lu Sun was lying on the wide, soft bed, soundly sleeping.
Xiaobai curled up on his chest, like a milky white snowball, and slept very soundly.
The evening breeze blew the curtains, bringing the pale red moonlight into the room.
Suddenly, Xiaobai opened his eyes.
The eyes are still its eyes.
But if someone looks at it at this time, they will feel that what they see is not a cat, but a person. I'm so pissed. He actually let me, the princess, carry his shoes to him. You, a lowly being, what qualifications do you have to share the same bed with this princess? Ah, even going to the restroom requires the princess's company. Damn human, I'm going to kill you.
After being stunned for a few seconds, Xiaobai was filled with murderous intent, and his little claws were shining coldly as he grabbed Lu Sun.
Just when it was about to be caught, a strong hand suddenly appeared and picked it up. It's been a month.
Lu Sun sat up from the bed.
The princess hasn't appeared these days.
Lu Sun guessed that the pattern was either a week, half a month, or a month.
Sure enough, it was exactly 1 month since the last time. Let me go, stupid human. Xiaobai struggled after turning back into a princess. Lu Sun put her down. Princess Barbara, we meet again. Next time we meet, could you please not be so fierce?
Lu Sun greeted him in a friendly manner. Of her long string of names, Lu Sun only remembered the 3 words Barbara.
This name happened to appear in many game movies of the old times. Of course, the pronunciation just happens to be similar.
The Barbara mentioned by this princess may not mean the same thing as the Barbara on the blue planet. You damned human, you are not allowed to bathe or sleep with me anymore, you are not allowed to take me with you to the bathroom, and most importantly, you are not allowed to let me hold your slippers in my mouth anymore. Barbara raised her paw and said 3 no's in a serious tone.
This has nothing to do with me. Think about it, aren't these things your own doing?
Lu Sun spread his hands.
Hateful.
When Barbara thought back, it seemed as if she had done it herself. Even when taking a bath, Xiaobai would run into the bathroom after seeing Lu Sun taking a bath and let Lu Sun help him wash.
Xiaobai is actually the body's instinct after her consciousness falls asleep.
In other words, her body instinctively made her particularly close to Lu Sun.
Damn Maleficent. Barbara has a headache. Alright, my time is limited, so I won't go into details. Now I'll teach you a spell as a reward for your service over the past few days. If you can learn it, I can give you more benefits next month.
When it came to business, Barbara decided not to bother with these details.
A spell? Yes, it's a magic spell. This is the ultimate weapon of us Astra people.
Only the royal family possesses such powerful spells. If it weren't for this princess falling into this state, you would never have been able to learn these spells.
It's so precious, so I'd better not learn it. Lu Sun showed little interest. What can he do if the system doesn't allow him to practice?
This spell can make a person stand still for a while.
The specific duration depends on the difference in strength between you and the opponent. Even if it's short, it's still a moment. It can save your life or even turn the tide at a critical moment. Are you really not going to learn it? Lu Sun didn't want to learn, but Barbara tried to persuade him. I don't like hard work like practicing. Lu Sun shook his head. Foolish human, this isn't cultivation, it's just learning a sentence. Barbara was angry that he didn't fight back. Okay, you teach me. Lu Sun finally became interested. Can one sentence make people still? Isn't this somewhat similar to the Monkey King's immobilization technique? No, it's still not as good as the immobilization technique.
Others only want 1 word, but you want a sentence.
But since it's not cultivation, there is no harm in learning it. It is always good to have many skills.
Listen carefully, this princess is going to chant a spell.
Etc. Lu Sun took out his phone and turned on the video. Read it now. The spell cannot be recorded. Your efforts are in vain. Barbara sneered. Do me ka hua bai by ni ba at hashtag?
Then Barbara uttered a long string of syllables that sounded magical.
Remember?
She asked after she finished reading.
Lu Sun clicked on the video playback and saw that there was indeed no sound. Read it again. He really didn't remember. Do me ka hua bai by ni ba at hashtag? Barbara read it again. What now? She asked. Not yet. How stupid. Barbara had to read it again several times. Do me ka hua bai by ni ba at hashtag? Finally, Lu Xuanyan came out. Why didn't it work? I recited it, but it had no effect at all. You're not a royal, so reciting it like that is useless. This is the magic diagram I drew for you. When you recite the spell, you need to use magic to pronounce it. That means vibrating the magic to make the sound. Do you understand? While Barbara was talking, her claws had drawn several extremely complicated pictures on the wall. Magic? Where do I get my magic? Lu Sun has no magic power. Magic is a power possessed only by Western magicians. Oh, how could I forget this? Now I'm in trouble. If you're in danger, you can use my blood, meow. Barbara was halfway through her speech when her voice changed back to meow. Meow meow. After making several meow sounds in succession, she gave up helplessly. Then, just like last time, the intelligence in her eyes quickly disappeared, and the vivid expression on her face disappeared with it. She became a real cat again. Became Lu Sun's Xiaobai. Meow. Xiaobai jumped into Lu Sun's arms and rubbed against him. You came here on your own. Lu Sun picked up Xiaobai and looked at the picture Barbara had drawn on the wall. He actually remembered the spell just now. These pictures are too complicated. He had no magic veins or magic power in his body, so he couldn't understand it at all. After thinking about it, Lu Sun took out his phone and took pictures of these pictures. What did her last words mean? You could use her blood to cast a spell? Lu Sun stroked Xiaobai and thought. Xiaobai is Barbara transformed. Using its blood might really be useful. Try again when you're in real danger. Xiaobai was so well behaved that Lu Sun was reluctant to use its blood for experimentation. If you really encounter a danger that you cannot handle, it is not too late to try again. Chapter 46, Flower Guardian, Mother-in-law invites you. The next day. The day to officially report to Beidou University. Although most students reported early, there are still some students who choose to come now. In addition, senior students who went home during the holidays also returned to school today. The school rules of Peking University and Tsinghua University are quite strict. It's okay during holidays, but after school officially starts, students have attendance checks every day. Wow, what a beautiful lady. My dad was right. Peking University and Tsinghua University are indeed full of beautiful women. Her beautiful figure attracted the attention of many students. The person who came was Morong Wan. Early in the morning, Morong Wan refused Morong Yan's suggestion to send her to school and entered the school alone. Today she was wearing an exquisite white dress, the sunlight dancing through her hair, making her skin look as transparent as snow. Her graceful gait exudes a cool and elegant aura, and her simple attire makes her otherworldly temperament even more breathtaking. All the students passing by couldn't help but slow down their pace, whether they were boys or girls, because they were all attracted by her stunning beauty at a glance. In the past, she had no cultivation at all, but she was able to outshine countless women in Rongqing and become the most beautiful woman in Rongqing. How could she have gained the reputation in vain? Junior, you are a freshman this year, right? I'll take you to register. A senior student was the fastest and came forward in just a few steps. Morong Wan looks very girlish and is mistaken for a schoolmate. No, thank you. Morong Wan refused calmly. You have so many things, it will be inconvenient to go upstairs later. Let me help you move them. There were a lot of things on the trailer following Morong Wan. This is a smart trailer that follows automatically. Yes, Junior, you have too many things, and the elevator in the dormitory building is not big. It's very troublesome. Let us help you. More seniors came. No, thank you. Morong Wan was getting a little impatient. Schoolmate. Sister, you are finally here. The senior was about to say something else when a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Morong Wan turned around and saw that the person coming was Lu Sun. Lu Sun smiled at her and looked at the many seniors. I'm here, so there's no need to bother you. Are you her brother? The senior's enthusiasm remains undiminished. He didn't recognize Lu Sun. It's not a kiss, you know. Lu Sun blinked. Oh, I see. Excuse me. The seniors understood Lu Sun's intention and stopped pestering Morong Wan. Lu Sun, thank you for the medicine you sent me. My father's poison has been cured. I don't have your contact information, so I haven't been able to thank you in person. After the two walked in silence for a while, Moronwan took the initiative to speak. You're welcome. I didn't expect the medicine to be so effective. By the way, let's add each other on WeChat. Lu Sen followed suit. He didn't have Moronwan's contact information, so it would be more convenient to ask for it. Good. After a few seconds of silence, Moronwan took out her cell phone. Just sweep me. The two added V. Is your father almost recovered now?
Well, it's basically healed, but the old injury still causes some trouble.
Your father is so rich, can't he buy medicine to heal his wounds?
His old injury damaged his dantian, and my father can't afford the elixir that can completely cure it. After adding V, Lu Sun and Moronwan walked while chatting.
Moronwan's words made Lu Sun curious. Are there any elixirs that a 4th level grandmaster can't afford? But it's normal when you think about it.
The higher the level of the elixir, the more precious the materials required. The price of the Kaimai pill used to open the meridians is extremely expensive.
That only applies to the first realm. A pill that could completely heal the dantian of a 4th level grandmaster must be extremely rare, and there probably aren't many alchemists who can refine it. Wow! Beautiful girl. So beautiful.
Along the way, Moronwan attracted a lot of attention. Even though there are many beautiful women in Peking University and Tsinghua University, there are not many who are as beautiful as Moronwan. Many boys are eager to make a move, especially some senior students. At this time, Lu Sun's role as the flower guardian was reflected. If it weren't for Lu Sun, Moronwan would have been approached countless times along the way. Moronwan obviously noticed this and was quite grateful to Lu Sun. Auntie, why are you here so early? At this time, Shu Yuqing came. Moronwan got up too early, and when she went over, Moronwan had already set off. Shu Yuqing then followed. Lu Sun, you are here too. Well, I just happened to see your aunt and helped her block some flies. When she saw Lu Sun, Shu Yuqing didn't think much about it. She took Moronwan's hand and chattered away. The two of them are not much different in age and have a lot of common topics. When they stood side by side, one was as beautiful as a newly blooming cherry blossom, the other as bright and dazzling as a blooming rose. They were like two lotus flowers, each blooming with a completely different but equally breathtaking beauty. Ha, Auntie, you have so many things, all thanks to Lu Sun. Yuqing, I'll be leaving first. I'm going to eat with my aunt this afternoon. Aren't you coming? No, I have something else to do. All right. An hour later, finally, all of Moronwan's things were moved into the dormitory. Lu Sun left. He discovered. My girlfriend seems to be a little bit stupid. Could it be that Shu Yuqing forgot what happened that night so quickly? Shouldn't the correct approach for her be to prevent Lu Sun and Moronwan from having too much contact and prevent any further emotional development between them? Yes. The night Lu Sun and Moronwan had sex, it was Shu Yuqing who drugged him personally. My girlfriend is really a bit of a screw-up. Unfortunately, Lu Sun did not find the opportunity to give the dark energy and martial arts to Moronwan. Given the current relationship between the two, it is not that easy to give gifts, so we can only wait until later. Student Lu Sun, someone is looking for you. Just after leaving the dormitory building, Lu Sun suddenly received a call from the Student Affairs office. Is someone looking for him? Excuse me, who is looking for me? Student Affairs office, Lu Sun asked. It's me, Lu Sun. A familiar voice sounded. Aunt? Lu Sun turned around. The person looking for him was Moronyan. Today, Moronyan was wearing an exquisite moon-white cheongsam. The slit design vaguely outlined her slender legs, and the delicate silver embroidery on the neckline meandered to her waist, which not only highlighted her proud curves, but also revealed a bit of aloofness that was not to be touched. This outfit is charming in its elegance and sexy in its nobility, making her look particularly charming. Some students passing by couldn't help but take a few more glances. Lu Sun, I just learned that you've opened your spiritual veins. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Moronyan walked over gracefully, and as soon as she opened her mouth, she began to praise Lu Sun. You're too kind, Auntie. It was just a fluke. Lu Sun didn't know Moronyan's purpose, so he said modestly. Being able to open the dual heaven and earth meridians is no fluke. You are a true genius.
Moron Yan's eyes showed admiration.
Her sudden change of attitude left Lu Sun a little confused.
Auntie, are you looking for me because of Yu Qing? After thinking for a while, Lu Sun asked straight to the point.
Moron Yan sighed softly upon hearing this, and her expression became more compassionate.
Well, it's still about this matter. But I've also figured it out. With Yu Qing's talent, she'll have reached the 3rd or 4th realm by the time she graduates from university. With her and a son-in-law like you, our Chu family will definitely rise in the future. Why should I rush into this?
Her words made Lu Sun look happy.
Auntie, do you agree that I'm with Yu Qing? Lu Sun asked, feeling somewhat happy. Well, I won't stop you anymore.
I have something going on at home, so I'll be back in Chengdu tomorrow. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on the shop on Qingbei Street for me. The shop is managed by the manager, so you just need to check the accounts every few days.
Moron Yan nodded. Watching the shop? It's not a big deal.
Anyway, Lu Sun doesn't need to practice, he has plenty of time.
Auntie, it's okay. Lu Sun agreed. I won't let you work for nothing.
I'll give you 20% of the shop's monthly revenue.
Auntie, no. It's settled.
Now, come with me to the shop and I'll explain everything to you.
Oh, okay.
Then I'll inform Yu Qing. Not yet, she's shopping with her aunt.
I'll ask her to come over in the evening and give her a surprise. All right. Amidst the conversation, Lu Sun followed Moron Yan and left the school.
Chapter 47, Drugged Again. Auntie, you are a bad woman.
Lu Sun, you must be exhausted. Come, have a glass of water.
On the 3rd floor of the shop, Moron Yan handed a glass of water to Lu Sun.
Thank you, Auntie. Lu Sun, sweating profusely, took the water and drank it down in gulps.
This shop is quite large, covering an area of more than 200 square meters, and is divided into 2 floors. The 3rd floor is a warehouse, and the 4th floor is where Moron Yan lives.
Well, she bought the entire building and named it Xingyue Building.
After Lu Sun followed Moron Yan here, he found that there was a lot to do.
Moron Yan planned to take a thorough inventory before leaving. As a result, several employees happened to take leave today, so there was a shortage of staff. Lu Sun took a look and thought, isn't this the chance to show off? He took the initiative to take on the responsibility of inventory. This game really exhausted Lu Sun.
Wow, Lu Sun never thought that this shop would do such a good business and have so much inventory. During the inventory process, because there are many students starting school today, more staff are needed on the 1st and 2nd floors. So, after a while, only Lu Sun and Moron Yan were left. How could Lu Sun let Moron Yan get tired? As a result, Lu Sun bought out the entire inventory of such a large shop by himself. If he didn't have the cultivation level of the 2nd realm, he would have died of exhaustion today and still not been able to finish it. Xiao Lu, you've worked hard. Come, let me wipe your sweat. Moron Yan took a silk handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat off Lu Sun. A fragrant breeze blows. Perhaps it smelled too good, Lu Sun subconsciously took several puffs. At close range, his eyes inadvertently swept across the bulging peaks. His heartbeat inexplicably accelerated and he quickly looked away. The other party is Chu Youqing's mother, he can't have any inappropriate thoughts. However, Moron Yan was too close, and some thoughts always popped up in her mind, making her imagination run wild. Auntie, I can do it myself. Lu Sun quickly took a step back. Okay, here you go. Moron Yan handed the handkerchief to Lu Sun. Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief, took the handkerchief and wiped the sweat off his face. Yu Qing and the others are coming soon. You're sweating all over. Why don't you just go upstairs and take a shower? There's a washing machine in the bathroom. By the time you come out, your clothes will be dry. Moron Yan suggested. All right. Lu Sun thought that Moron Wan would also be coming, so he had to maintain his image no matter what. So, under Moron Yan's guidance, he went to the 4th floor to take a shower. What's wrong with me? While taking a shower, Lu Sun discovered that something was wrong with him. Certain images always appear in my mind, and something is surging inside my body. Although he was a little confused, Lu Sun didn't think too much about it. After all, he is at the age of full vigor, and his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, so he is overly energetic. Impulse is human instinct. Xiao Lu, come, sit down, let's chat. Half an hour later, Moron Yan saw Lu Sun coming out of the bathroom and extended an invitation with a smile.
Auntie, haven't Yu Qing and the others come back yet? Almost. Lu Sun walked over and sat down opposite Morong Yen. Yu Qing has been a bit like me since she was little, willful, independent, and opinionated. Morong Yen sat in a lazy posture and talked to Lu Sun about Chu Yoqing's past. From Lu Sun's perspective, Morong Yan's beautiful figure was fully displayed. Although she is already in her 40s, time has not left any traces of the years on her face. On the contrary, it has given her an increasingly charming charm. Lu Sun's eyes were increasingly glued to her body. Lu Sun was even looking at some places that he would never have looked at before. His eyes grew redder and his body grew hotter. It felt like there was a nameless fire burning inside my body. Even he didn't notice. His eyes were staring straight at Morong Yan's red lips that looked like blazing flames. A certain desire deep in my heart is growing madly. Morong Yan seemed unaware. She seemed tired of sitting and changed her posture, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh at the slit of her cheongsam. Lu Sun's eyes widened instantly. Meow. In his arms, Xiao Bai's voice suddenly rang out. Something's wrong. Lu Sun suddenly woke up. His current condition is very wrong. It's so similar to the time when Chu Yuqing drugged him. I've been drugged. Lu Sun reacted instantly. He must have been drugged. Who did it? His mind raced back to what he had eaten today. I had breakfast and lunch in the cafeteria, so it was impossible that I was drugged. He had been staying at Morong Yan's place all afternoon and had not eaten anything yet. Oh, right, water. The glass of water given by Morong Yan. Could it be her? Lu Sun suddenly looked at Morong Yan. What's wrong with you, Xiao Xuan? Morong Yan's red lips curled up into a meaningful smile, and she stretched out her tender little hand to explore Lu Sun's forehead. As someone who had experienced this, she knew too well how powerful skin contact was in this state. That would make Lu Sun completely out of control. I'm fine, Auntie. Lu Sun stepped back suddenly. He knew it too. That's how Lu Sun lost control in Morong Wan's villa. Auntie, I have something else to do, so I'll leave for a while. He turned around and left. Although it is very likely that Morong Yan drugged him, what if it wasn't her? So Lu Sun did not choose to break up with her and just left first. Morong Yan moved and stood in front of Lu Sun. Xiao Lu, Auntie feels dizzy. She covered her head and fell towards Lu Sun. Lu Sun quickly dodged, but Morong Yan was staggering, and even if Lu Sun could dodge, his way out was blocked. Yes. She is a warrior of the third realm. Much stronger than Lu Sun. You can't do this. Lu Sun felt that he was losing control of himself. You have to rush out, otherwise, if you do something inappropriate, it will be over. Since Morong Yan dared to drug someone, she must have a backup plan. There must be surveillance cameras in the room. But Morong Yan was stronger than him and deliberately blocked the doors and windows, so Lu Sun couldn't leave at all. Meow. At this moment, Xiao Bai suddenly shouted. Lu Sun took a look and saw a drop of bright red blood on Xiao Bai's claw. Yes, blood. He suddenly remembered Princess Barbara's words. He quickly caught the drop of blood from Xiao Bai's claws and put it into his mouth. This action made Morong Yan confused, but she did not perceive the threat and did not stop it. Do me ka hua bai by ni ba at hashtag? The next second, Lu Sun uttered a string of spells in a low voice. Then they saw that Morong Yan, who was originally staggering, suddenly stood still and did not move. Lu Sun, what did you do to me? Morong Yan panicked when she realized she couldn't move. It really works. Xiao Bai, you are awesome. After praising Xiao Bai, Lu Sun took out his phone and approached her fiercely. In Morong Yan's panicked eyes, he stared at her fiercely. Auntie, you were the one who drugged her, right? What medicine are you talking about? Morong Yan pretended to be stupid. You can't move now. If I can't control myself, I'll do something to you. Lu Sun threatened. Yes, I did it. You, don't touch me. Morong Yan's pretty face was full of panic. She has the cultivation level of the third realm, so she dared to drug him. Then she just needed to make sure Lu Sun couldn't control himself and made moves on her. Then she could restrain Lu Sun and show the video to Chu Yuqing. She won't lose anything then. But now she couldn't move, and that was a big problem. It turned out to be hers. Auntie, I misjudged you. You are a bad woman. Lu Sun showed a look of disappointment. He respected the other party as his elder,
But the other party actually used such a trick to prevent him from being with Chu Yuqing. If you don't show her how powerful you are, she will think she is easy to bully. These words made Morong Yen feel a little ashamed.
Lu Sun, ah.
Morong Yen screamed after she said 2 words.
Because Lu Sun's eyes turned red and he rushed over. Chapter 48 The Screaming Ant. Ah.
Morong Yen was so scared that she closed her eyes tightly, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly like the wings of a frightened butterfly. Her plump breasts rose and fell rapidly, outlining an alluring curve under the thin fabric. A few seconds passed, but the expected touch still did not come. Morong Yen cautiously opened her eyes and met Lu Sun's face so close to her his breath was hot, and the tip of his nose was almost touching her skin. His usually cold eyes were now scarlet, and the veins on his forehead were faintly throbbing. Obviously he was trying his best to restrain himself. Seeing Lu Sun like this, Morong Yan's heart started beating fast with fear. Lu Sun is a cultivator, and ordinary medicine has no effect on him. In order to ensure the effectiveness of the medicine, Morong Yan gave Lu Sun a medicine that was naturally not an ordinary medicine, but a medicine that would harm even a cultivator of the 3rd realm. Even the grandmasters of the 4th realm have a high chance of being affected. In her opinion, Lu Sun absolutely couldn't control himself. But unexpectedly, Lu Sun braked the car abruptly. Not only did he control her, but Lu Sun also used some unknown means to control her. Although her strength is stronger than Lu Sun. But since she couldn't move, if Lu Sun couldn't control herself, she could only let Lu Sun do whatever he wanted.
Then she's done. Lu Sun, listen to me.
Morong Yan's voice trembled, with a hint of weakness. I won't stop you from being with Yu Qing, nor will I stop you from leaving.
Go back to school, and solve it yourself, okay? Auntie was wrong. Ugh. Morong Yen wanted to play the emotional card to help Lu Sun regain his sanity. Only.
Before she could finish her words, Lu Sun suddenly moved an inch closer, and his hot breath sprayed on her cheek, causing her to tremble all over. She screamed and closed her eyes again. While being immobilized by the spell, Morong Yen could not move, but she could still speak and blink. It's just that the body can't make any movements and the strength can't be mobilized at all. After Lu Sun approached again, the distance between them had become extremely dangerous. Lu Sun's lips were almost touching her rosy lips, and his hot breath wrapped around her delicate skin. Morong Yen could even smell the scent of medicine mixed with his body, burning so strongly that it seemed to burn through the last of his sanity.
Ah! Another scream.
Morong Yan's breathing almost stopped, her chest heaved violently, and even her clothes trembled slightly. Because Lu Sun's fingertips had been touching her waist without her knowing, and the scorching temperature through the thin fabric almost burned her.
Lu Sun, you, wake up.
Her voice was soft and pleading, but before she could finish her words, Lu Sun's forehead was already against hers, their noses lightly touching, their breaths completely entangled.
Ah!
Morong Yen screamed again. Today, she screamed the most in her life. Just when Morong Yen thought she was finished, Lu Sun stopped abruptly. His voice was terribly hoarse, as if he was trying hard to suppress something. Auntie, is the medicine you gave me too strong? Morong Yan's ears were burning red and her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest. She never thought that her impulsive calculation would put her in such an embarrassing situation. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lu Sun speak. At least, Lu Sun was still able to speak and had not completely lost his mind. I just... She stammered and tried to explain, but Lu Sun's fingers suddenly touched her cheek, and his fingertips gently stroked her skin, causing her whole body to tremble. Just what? He laughed softly, with a hint of danger in his voice. Just want to see me lose control? Or... Lu Sun's lips were almost touching her earlobe, and his warm breath sprayed on her ear. Or is it that Auntie is actually looking forward to something? Nonsense, nonsense. Morong Yen was embarrassed and annoyed, but she couldn't move and could only let him tease her at such a close distance. Her fingertips clenched unconsciously, but her body remained stiff and she couldn't even push him away. Lu Sun's eyes darkened, and there was an uncontrollable desire in them. But he remained restrained in his movements, his fingertips slowly sliding across her jaw, finally stopping at her lips. Since you've given me the drug, you should bear the consequences, right? Lu Sun's voice was low and contained a hint of bewitching intent. Morong Yan's heartbeat almost stopped. She closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look at him, but her senses were infinitely magnified at this moment. She could clearly feel his every breath, every heartbeat, and even the slight trembling of his fingertips. Lu Sun, you, don't mess around, 55-55. Morong Yan's voice was already filled with tears.
Lu Sun's movements suddenly stopped.
He took a deep breath, took a step back, raised his hand and pressed his temple hard, as if trying hard to calm his breathing. Of course, he was not really out of control, but did it on purpose to scare and teach Morong Yen a lesson. But if there was real physical intimacy, Lu Sun was sure that he would lose control. So, he had to control himself.
Auntie.
Lu Sun's voice was still hoarse, but his eyes were a little clearer.
Do you know that the way you look right now is very dangerous?
Morong Yen was startled, slowly opened her eyes, and met his complex and deep gaze. Only then did she realize that her clothes had become slightly disheveled, her cheeks were flushed, and there was even a thin layer of water in her eyes. She looked as if she was inviting him.
Her face flushed red instantly, and she was filled with shame and anger. What on earth did you do to me? Untie me. Lu Sun suddenly smiled, a smile that was filled with helplessness and some emotions she couldn't understand. Let you go? And then what? Let you continue to plot against me? Morong Yen was speechless, but then she became angry and said, then what do you want?
Lu Sun was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and gently brushed his fingertips across her lips, causing her whole body to tremble. Under the influence of the drug, these frivolous actions and words that had never happened before suddenly ran wild like wild horses.
In fact, just this alone was the result of Lu Sun's strenuous restraint. What do I want?
Lu Sun repeated it softly, then suddenly leaned over and whispered in her ear, Auntie, if you dare to drug me again,
I won't let you go so easily.
Lu Sun's voice was soft, but it carried a threat that could not be ignored.
As he spoke, Lu Sun turned on his phone and played a video.
In the video, Morong Yen admitted to giving the drugs, and then screamed continuously after being approached by Lu Sun.
She actually wanted a video like this too.
But what she wanted to record was the evidence of Lu Sun's ugly behavior after the effects of the drug took effect and his evil intentions towards her. But now, Lu Sun's video clearly recorded the scenes that Morong Yen was most reluctant to face: her embarrassment in admitting to drugging, her embarrassment in being forced to retreat step by step by Lu Sun, and her shameful screams that were completely out of control. Every detail made her feel ashamed.
Auntie, goodbye. Lu Sun's slender fingers swiped lightly and put the phone into his pocket.
When he turned around, the corner of his clothes brought up a breeze. He paused at the door, his Adam's apple moving slightly, and finally left quickly without saying anything else. If he didn't leave now, he was really afraid that he would do something irreparable. After Lu Sun left, a long time passed before Morong Yen finally felt that she could move again. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The cold touch made her slightly sober, but it couldn't dispel the burning temperature on her face. Today, she completely lost face in front of Lu Sun. Although her innocence was not ruined by Lu Sun in the end, she looked so ashamed with red tears in the corners of her eyes, messy hair, and fingertips that couldn't stop trembling. How could she have any dignity in front of Lu Sun? She buried her face deeply in her palms, and a few suppressed sobs escaped from between her fingers.
Chapter 49: Second Imprisonment. Damn, what kind of medicine is this? It's so strong.
On the street, Lu Sun ran for his life. He had his own bottom line. Even though he knew that it was Morong Yen who drugged him, she was Chu Yoqing's mother after all.
As long as he was still rational, he couldn't really knock her down.
Now Lu Sun just wanted to get back to the dormitory as soon as possible, and then solve the problem himself and wear off the effects of the drug.
No, I won't be able to make it back to the dormitory at this rate. Lu Sun's condition is getting worse and worse.
This place is still some distance away from the school, and the road is full of young and beautiful female college students.
Lu Sun definitely won't be able to hold on until he gets back to the dormitory.
At this time, he found a hotel and rushed in. He decided to get a room in a hotel and take care of it himself.
Get me a room with good soundproofing, quickly.
Okay. The receptionist was frightened by Lu Sun's red eyes and quickly booked a room for him.
Lu Sun? Suddenly, Morong Wan's voice rang out. Lu Sun looked back and saw Morong Wan's beautiful face. Lu Sun, what's wrong with you? Morong Wan frowned. Lu Sun looks a little scary now.
His eyes were terrifyingly red, with flames burning in them. This was not the first time Morong Wan had seen that flame.
That is the fire of desire. After seeing Morong Wan, the fire in Lu Sun's eyes seemed to be poured with gasoline, and it burned even more wildly.
Lu Sun's breathing also became extremely heavy, like the panting of a wild beast. His whole face was redder than Bao Gong's, even to his neck. In fact, it was because Morong Wan saw that Lu Sun was not in a good condition that she followed him in to check on the situation. At this time, Lu Sun was on the verge of a volcanic eruption. After seeing Moron Wan, under the influence of the drug, all kinds of scenes from that night involuntarily surfaced in his mind, making Lu Sun almost unable to control himself.
Lu Sun, are you okay?
Seeing Lu Sun staring at her, Moron Wan reached out her hand to touch Lu Sun's forehead.
The soft and delicate little hand touched Lu Sun's forehead.
This completely ignited Lu Sun's anger. Lu Sun's big hand suddenly grabbed her small hand.
Ah! Moron Wan trembled.
Fortunately, Lu Sun did not completely lose his mind and did not pounce on her in such a situation.
Come with me, I need your help. Lu Sun pulled her up and left.
His strength far exceeded Moron Wan's, and Moron Wan was a little confused, so she was pulled into the elevator by Lu Sun.
Lu Sun, let me go. What's wrong with you?
In the elevator, Moron Wan was a little flustered. Lu Sun was so strong that he held her hand tightly, and she couldn't struggle free at all. Lu Sun did not answer, still trying his best to restrain himself.
Bite. The elevator door opened. A kissing couple waited outside.
This scene made Moron Wan pause. Since this hotel is located on Qingbei Street, most of the people who come to book rooms here are college student couples. Now Lu Sun pulled her in here, what he was going to do was self-evident.
Lu Sun ignored the couple and took Moron Wan away.
He didn't dare stop or speak, because he only had a trace of rationality left, and if he was distracted even a little, he would lose it.
Soon, we arrived at the room.
Lu Sun pulled Moron Wan inside and locked the door before looking at her.
Your sister drugged me.
It's even stronger than what Yu Qing drugged me last time.
Ah? Moron Wan was shocked.
Sister, she actually did this.
Although she was shocked, Moron Wan did not doubt Lu Sun's words.
Because just yesterday, her sister found her and asked her to cooperate in using the beauty trap to deal with Lu Sun so that Chu Yu Qing would leave Lu Sun. The reason why she came to Qingbei Street was because she spent a lot of time chatting with Chu Yu Qing while shopping today. Then she wanted to come and talk to her sister again, asking Moron Yen to stop interfering in Lu Sun and Chu Yoqing's affairs. As a result, he met Lu Sun with red eyes. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Just as he was surprised by his sister's behavior, Lu Sun on the opposite side could no longer control himself. When Moron Wan looked up, she saw Lu Sun's face getting closer and closer. Before she could react, Lu Sun threw her onto the bed.
Lips touching.
With a cry of surprise, Moron Wan gave up struggling. If it weren't for that night 2 months ago, there would be no way Lu Sun would succeed today, and she wouldn't even be pulled all the way up by Lu Sun like this.
That's how women are. After the first time, the second and third times will no longer be so difficult.
Not to mention, Lu Sun had sex with her more than once that night. Besides, Lu Sun didn't look for her for no reason. She knew her sister's plan, and it was her sister who drugged her. So, with the matter being irreversible, Moron Wan chose to close her eyes, hold the corner of her clothes, and let Lu Sun do what he wanted. Then, she couldn't even pinch the corner of her clothes. Then, she originally thought that it would be over if she closed her eyes, but slowly she realized that things were not that simple.
It's like sitting in a small boat drifting with the current.
When encountering huge waves, you can't help but hold the boat's side tightly, and your hands are so tense that they can leave marks on the hull.
Qingbei Street was quite lively that night. The tide is rising, the tide is rising.
In the middle of the night, a new piece of news kept countless people awake.
The tide is rising.
On the sea hundreds of miles away from the capital, waves rose into the sky, turning into huge waves tens or hundreds of meters high.
Deep in the ocean, the tides are even more terrifying. Ah!
In the Pacific Ocean, a killer whale that was 100 meters long jumped out from the 1,000-meter high waves, forming a graceful crescent in the sky, and then fell heavily into the sea.
The tide is rising. It's finally grown.
I haven't been able to fight for so long, my sword has been thirsting for it. I wonder how many spiritual stars we can encounter during this node. No matter how many there are, as long as they are enemies, we will kill them.
Ha 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 ha. Exactly what I want.
I've been sharpening my sword for years, waiting for this moment. I'm going to kill him completely and stain the ocean with blood. High in the heavens, several figures stood in mid-air, their robes rustling in the bloody wind. They gazed down at the raging waves below, their eyes blazing with chilling murderous intent.
The tide is rising. This news spread across the entire blue planet at an unprecedented speed. This is a matter of the utmost importance. Because Every high tide means that the blue planet is about to enter the ancient starry road.
This will happen in a few months to a year, no more than a year. The blue star is so big that it needs enough time to accelerate in the starry sky, and then use the gravitational arc of the star to make a slingshot launch, and finally rush into the dark universe in one fell swoop.
All of this is blue star's spontaneous behavior. Once the blue star comes out of the dark universe, it will definitely enter a node of the ancient starry road.
By then, there will inevitably be a fierce battle. The nearest nodes involve more than one planet. When several planets that have upgraded their dimensions at the same time collide with each other, the chance of them coexisting peacefully is extremely small.
The tide is finally coming in. Chengdu. Morong Tian looked at the picture on TV and smiled. The tide is rising. In a year at most, Blue Star will be able to enter the ancient starry road. Then, their chance will come. Uncle, the Morong family has been in your hands for so many years, but there hasn't been much progress.
You're old, and it's time to give way to the younger generation.
Morong Tian looked towards Morong Jean's villa, his ambition clearly revealed in his eyes. The tide is coming.
In the sky, inside a cloud, Fei Taiye stood up from inside, holding a wine gourd, and looked at the starry sky.
Ahui!
There was a reminiscence in his eyes.
Then, this recollection turned into pain, and then into despair.
It's better to get drunk and embrace the stars, and drink away the eternal sorrow with a pot of wine. Fei Taiye muttered something, lay down in the cloud, and continued to drink his divine wine.
This night was exceptionally long. When the entire blue planet is awake all night because of the high tide. In the hotel room, the same ebb and flow continued throughout the night. Chapter 50. I will treat you well. The next day, Lu Sun didn't wake up until the afternoon.
When I opened my eyes, Morong Wan had already left.
Are you gone? Lu Sun's mind flashed back to the madness of last night.
After going crazy, he fell into a deep sleep and didn't know when Morong Wan left.
She won't blame me, will she? Lu Sun couldn't help but worry. Although if anyone is to blame for this matter, it is Morong Yenran.
But after all, he almost forced Morong Wan up here yesterday.
Now even if Morong Yen told Lu Sun that Shu Yuqing was not her biological daughter, Lu Sun would not believe it.
This mother and daughter are really of the same bloodline. The two of them were so rebellious that they both liked to drug people.
They are simply carved from the same mold.
Knock, knock, knock. Hello, it's time to check out.
Do you need to extend your stay? Someone knocks on the door. No, thank you. I'll check out right away.
Although he had a lot of money, Lu Sun didn't plan to spend it recklessly.
He got up in a hurry, checked out and left. Why are there so few people?
After returning to school, Lu Sun found the campus deserted.
No one knows where to go. There was a tide last night? No wonder. Taking out his phone, Lu Sun understood.
It turned out to be the tide. The tides here do not refer to ordinary tides, but to the huge tides caused by the blue planet accelerating in the starry sky. Such tides can bring huge waves up to thousands of meters high. A disaster in the past was caused by tides.
Now, the tide is no longer a threat to the land. The appearance of tides means that within a year, the blue planet will enter the ancient starry road.
By then, Blue Star will face major changes.
In 1 year.
I wonder how much my strength will grow, and whether I'll be qualified to enter the ancient starry sky road.
Lu Sun couldn't help but look forward to it.
He is now at the 8th level of the second realm in martial arts and the 6th level of the second realm in immortality.
If you want to leave the blue star and explore the ancient starry road, you need to cross the rainbow bridge.
It is unrealistic to fly by yourself, even for cultivators above the 6th level. The nodes of the ancient starry road are called points, but in fact their size is often measured in light years. To step onto the rainbow bridge, one must have at least the 3rd level of cultivation.
There are also quota restrictions. For a large family like the Morong family, the entire family will not have more than 3 quotas. The internal fighting between some families is actually a fight for this quota. Whoever controls the family will have the right to allocate quotas. If you want your family to be strong, entering the ancient starry road node is a must. Some families had adventures at the nodes of the ancient starry road and then soared into the sky.
For students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, it is relatively easy to get a place, but the 3rd level of cultivation is the foundation.
Lu Sun, the tide is coming. Blue Star is about to enter the ancient starry sky road. I'm going to sprint with all my might.
My teacher said that if I can break through to the third realm before Blue Star enters the ancient starry sky road, she'll give me one of her spots. At this time, Lu Sun discovered the message from Chu Yuqing. The message was sent last night, but he didn't have time to read it last night. When Lu Sun replied to Chu Yuqing, he still felt a sense of guilt after having an affair. But thinking about it, Lu Sun felt relieved since he could only blame her mother. After replying the message, Lu Sun prepared to go to the testing center to get his cultivation level measured first.
Ms. Morong.
At the entrance of the testing center, Lu Sun saw Morong Wan.
Morong Wan stopped expressionlessly, but she didn't dare to look at Lu Sun.
This shows that her heart may not be at peace.
Thank you. If it weren't for you yesterday, I would have been screwed. Lu Sun looked at her and said sincerely. A blush slowly appeared on Morong Wan's beautiful cheeks. For such a thing, Lu Sun actually thanked her. How should she respond? Should she say you're welcome? Since it has happened, I will treat you well in the future. When Morong Wan didn't answer, Lu Sun promised.
Morong Wan's pretty face turned slightly red, but she still did not answer and was about to leave. Wait, this card has some dark energy in it, and this Taya sword technique is very powerful.
It should be useful to you.
Lu Sun stopped her and handed over his card in Taya sword technique. Morong Wan didn't want it, but seeing that Lu Sun looked like he wouldn't let her go unless he accepted it, she had no choice. In the end, she took over the Taya sword technique and left. The card containing dark energy, she confiscated it.
All right. This is at least an attitude. He doesn't seem too angry. There is so much talent this year.
Yes, the school has just officially started, and I didn't expect that dozens of students have already entered the first level of Chi High.
Aren't there 2 on the second level of Chi High?
At the testing center, several teachers were chatting. It was almost dusk, and the students had already completed their cultivation assessments, so there were not many people here.
2 people at the second level of Chi High, one is Morong Wan, who is the other one? Lu Sun just came in and heard what they said. He stepped forward silently and prepared for the test. Amazing.
Yes, the fourth level of Chi High, the first level of Chi Ju, and the dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts is so fast, I don't understand. Don't forget, he has the dual heaven and earth Chi meridians. In the past, among the geniuses who chose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, who could have developed the dual heaven and earth Chi meridians? It's been a long time since such a genius has appeared. I don't know why he wants to cultivate both immortality and martial arts. If he only takes one path, he will probably reach the 6th realm in just a few years, and going beyond the 6th realm will be a piece of cake. As Lu Sun turned to leave, the teachers in the testing center exclaimed in surprise. Because Lu Sun's cultivation level was measured this time, he was at the 4th level of Chi High in martial arts and the 1st level of Chi Ju in immortality. School has just officially started, and Lu Sun is already so abnormal. They didn't know that in order not to attract too much attention, Lu Sun didn't reveal his true cultivation level all at once. Otherwise, I don't know how shocked I would be. It looks like everyone is working hard. After nightfall, the campus of Beidou University is still very quiet. As usual, after a day of practice, many people came out to move around at night. Now, it seems that they are all concentrating on their hard work. The emergence of the tide gave everyone a sense of urgency. Once Blue Star enters the ancient starry road, it means endless opportunities, but also crises. Especially for geniuses who have not grown up. On the ancient starry road, other spiritual stars that are also ascending in dimension often take the opportunity to send people to rob and kill the geniuses of Blue Star. The alien races hiding on Blue Star will also take the opportunity to cause chaos. They are more familiar with Blue Star and the threat is equally significant. Every time the Blue Star enters a node of the ancient starry road, many geniuses will fall. Where are the places with the most geniuses? Of course it's Peking University and Tsinghua University. Therefore, it is understandable why the students of Beidou University are all immersed in their cultivation. Lu Sun suddenly became the most idle person in the entire Peking University and Tsinghua University. After having a big meal in the cafeteria, he took Xiaobai back to the dormitory. Others are practicing. He was walking around everywhere, being a little too conspicuous. The cultivation level test just now will definitely attract the attention of more teachers and school leaders. It's better to keep a low profile. It doesn't matter where he lies down. The dormitory is so big, isn't it enough for him to lie down? Comfortable. After taking a bath, Lu Sun dried Xiaobai's hair and lay comfortably on the bed.
Meow.
Xiao Bai continued to lie in Lu Xun's arms like a snowball. Lu Xun stroked Xiao Bai with one hand while browsing his phone with the other.
Students, Blue Star is about to enter the ancient Starry Sky Road. This will be a severe test for students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. Almost every time, Tsinghua and Peking University are the focus of foreigners' attacks, so please don't be lazy this year, study hard. From now on, the resources each student receives each month will be doubled. In addition, a new ranking list will be added this year. The top 3 students on the ranking list each month will receive generous rewards.
The next day, a school notice appeared on the campus network.
Newcomer list?
Lu Xun took a look and found that the newcomer list was arranged according to cultivation level and was only for freshmen. In the past, Peking University and Tsinghua University would only select the strongest newcomer at the end of the freshman year, but now they have added a newcomer list.
I should be number 1.
Lu Xun felt that he was the only one who could be number 1 on the newcomer list.
The day passed in a flash.
The next morning, a new stone tablet was added in the middle of Beidou Square.
Names appeared on the stone tablet. The name at the top was Lu Xun. At the same time, the newcomer list on Beidou University's official website and campus network is also updated on time. Oh my god! Lu Xun is at the 4th level of Qi Hai? What the hell is the 1st level of Qi Ju? Oh my god, he has already broken through to the 2nd level of martial arts and immortality? Hiss. Is this still a human? I'm afraid he's secretly made a deal with Tiandapi? Qi Hai level 4? Qi Hai level 4? Qi Hai level 4.
Voice gradually breaks.
Oh my god, is this going to shock the whole school for the whole year?
As soon as the list appeared, all the students who saw it were dumbfounded, their eyes whiter than cow eyes. Truly speaking, Lu Xun's result was too freaking scary. The 4th level of Qi Si in martial arts, the 1st level of Qi gathering in immortality. Both the martial arts and the immortal ways have entered the 2nd realm. Coupled with the identity of a 19-year-old freshman. 3 words came to mind for everyone who saw it: inhuman.
Look at the newcomer list. Big breaking news. What? You'll know once you see it, it's absolutely eye-popping. Some students were shocked and quickly informed their friends. Since the students were busy with their training, not many people paid attention to the newcomer list at first. But with the spread of the students, the news of the newcomer list and Lu Xun's 4th level of Qi Hai soon spread among the freshmen. Even some sophomores and juniors noticed it. Hiss. For a moment, the sound of people gasping for air could be heard everywhere on campus. That's impossible. In the training room, Lin Yan's eyes were bigger than a cow's, and his face was full of disbelief. He is quite interested in the newcomer list and has been watching his phone since early this morning to see how he ranks. But just one glance was enough to make him unable to recover for a long time. Lu Xun. Lu Xun actually ranked 1st on the newcomer list. It would be fine if he was ranked 1st, but Lu Xun actually reached the 4th level of Qi Hai. It would be fine if he just reached the 4th level of Qi Hai, but Lu Xun was also at the 1st level of Qi Ju. How could Lin Yan dare to believe this? If it were other students, they might have imagined that Lu Xun was from a wealthy family and had a good foundation since childhood, etc. Lin Yan and Lu Xun had been in the same school for 3 years. Although he had not paid much attention to Lu Xun before, he knew that Lu Xun was definitely not from a wealthy family. This made him unable to understand why Lu Xun was so fast. After this holiday, Lin Yan still hasn't reached the 2nd level. Although it took him a long time to widen the red lotus veins, this reason could comfort him when comparing himself with other people. Compared to Lu Xun, no excuses work. The gap is like heaven and earth. Lin Yan saw no hope of catching up with Lu Xun. Even a little bit. Since there is fire, why search? Lin Yan suddenly felt that his life was bleak and there was no hope for the future. His faith in the Tao was about to be broken. Chapter 51. Mother-in-law was shocked. It took more than 10 minutes for Lin Yan to come back to his senses. Then, he decided to call Yi Xiao. When people are in bad luck, the best comfort is not from friends, but seeing others suffer together. Yi Xiao and Lin Yan have conflicts. That incident in the cafeteria, Yi Xiao lost all face. As a sophomore, he was forced by Lu Xun to the point that he didn't even dare to enter the ring. In the end, it was revealed that he was beaten by Lu Xun and vomited blood. These days, Yi Xiao has been practicing hard to get back at his old self. Lin Yan now wants Yi Xiao to know Lu Xun's results. Then, pass on the feeling of despair. This way he will feel much better. At least, Lin Yan and Lu San are freshmen of the same age.
You, He Xiao, are 1 year older than Lu Sun, and you embarked on the path of cultivation a full year earlier than Lu Sun.
As a result, Lu Sun's starting point is the end of your year. You must be in a good mood, right? What? That's impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lin Yan guessed correctly.
As soon as I called, I received 3 consecutive rejections. He Xiao didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to believe it. How so?
After looking at the newcomer list, He Xiao had to believe it.
How could the official rookie list released by Beidou University be fake? He Xiao's expression suddenly became extremely ugly.
These days, he has been practicing a movement technique called the snake step. Before the conflict with Lu Sun in the coffee shop, He Xiao's snake step had actually reached the 2nd level. He planned to practice the snake step to the 3rd level, and then go challenge Lu Sun to get back at him. But unexpectedly, Lu Sun's cultivation level actually caught up with him.
Everyone is at the 4th level of Qi Hai.
This made him uncomfortable. It took him a year to reach the 4th level of Qi Hai. Lu Sun has been here for more than a month. In just over a month, Lu Sun has even raised his immortal cultivation to the 1st level of the 2nd realm.
If Lu Sun does this, he will look like trash, okay?
Therefore, He Xiao instantly lost the mood to practice. He sat there blankly as if he had lost his soul. No matter how against the will of heaven you are, if you choose to cultivate both immortality and martial arts, it's a dead end. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later.
Finally,
He Xiao found a breakthrough point to stabilize his Dao heart.
That is Lu Sun's dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts.
His eyes flashed with a cold light. You are just a meteor streaking through the sky, shining brightly for a moment. As long as I keep moving forward step by step, my future achievements will definitely surpass yours. His belief began to strengthen. The heart of Tao, although it sounds complicated, is actually belief, confidence, the heart of Tao, and the heart of becoming stronger.
Sometimes people need some comfort.
It's like Lin Yan called He Xiao and conveyed his emotions to him. He Xiao also found this comforting point that was enough to convince himself.
Otherwise, he's doomed.
Despite this, there was still deep despair in his heart.
Lu Sun is too fast.
It was so fast that it was unbelievable, so fast that he knew he could never catch up, and could only pray that Lu Sun would die. I have to quickly cultivate the snake step to the 3rd level before I go and settle the score with him.
Otherwise, there will be no chance later.
He Xiao finally found his target. He wanted to settle the score with Lu Sun, and now was his last chance because everyone had the same cultivation level. Otherwise, based on Lu Sun's current growth rate, he will never have a chance to get back at his old self.
Wow, Brother Sun, you're so awesome. You even got 1st place. Morong Wan is once again surpassed by you. Lu Sun received a call from Li Bufan early in the morning.
This kid, how could he use such ambiguous yet precise words?
Ha ha, my good disciple, you didn't let me down. These dark energies are for you. Practice well. Fei Taiye staggered to find Lu Sun and stuffed another dark energy card into his hand. It seems that Fei Taiye also knew about this. Fortunately, Fei Taiye did not change his ways this time.
After handing the dark energy card to Lu Sun, he left on his own.
What a great mentor. Lu Sun sighed.
Such a good teacher is hard to find even with a lantern.
Xu Yuqing didn't send a message to Lu Sun. She must be practicing and didn't know about this. As for Morong Wan, she is probably practicing as well. Qi Hai level 4?
In a training room, a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes whispered.
He is Lu Xinghe. Ranked 3rd on the newcomer list. Lu Sun, no wonder Teacher Fu chose you in the 1st place. Lu Xinghe seemed to understand something.
Then he put down his phone, bathed in the starlight, and sat down again. Although Lu Sun's 4th level of Qi Hai surprised him, it did not scare him. As the owner of the holy body of the galaxy, he has absolute confidence in himself.
He sat cross-legged, with his 5 hearts facing the sky, absorbing and exhaling starlight.
The starry holy body requires the power of the stars to cultivate, so Lu Xinghe sleeps during the day and cultivates at night, with his daily routine completely reversed. It is difficult for others to meet him. After nightfall, Lu Sun discovered that his topic had almost completely flooded the campus internet. The most popular post is titled "I told you long ago that Lu Sun is the #1 genius."
Lu Sun took a look and realized that this person was the one who created the genius ranking that ranked him first. Of course, there are also many people who think that Lu Sun's dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts is a failure. What do you know? This is what we call a true evildoer. Even if no one has succeeded yet, it doesn't mean this path won't work. What if Lu Sun succeeds? No matter what, even if there will be problems with his dual cultivation of immortal and martial arts in the future, there is no doubt that he is the top genius of this year. Let's see how long he can shine. What's wrong with a shooting star? Have you ever been as bright as a shooting star in your life? How about we make a bet on whether Lu Sun can rise to prominence? If you lose, you can call me daddy. Do you dare? This person was arguing with everyone everywhere, and had become Lu Sun's little fanboy. At the same time, Xingbei Street. In Xingyue Tower, Morong Yan sighed softly after hanging up the call from her father Morong Zhan. Morong Zhan somehow found out about this and called her to scold her. Morong Yan felt that it must have been her sister Morong Wan who told her father. Morong Zhan has a very hot temper. He scolded his own daughter without mercy, and brought up the whole matter of Morong Yan's willful decision to marry Huang Mao and her pregnancy with Chu Yuqing, which forced the emperor to abdicate. Morong Yan said that she was in that situation back then, so what right did she have to care about Chu Yuqing? He also said that Lu Sun, his grandson-in-law, was 100 times better than Morong Yan's husband Chu Yuping, so Morong Zhan accepted this grandson-in-law. If Morong Yan dared to force Chu Yuqing to marry into the Yi family, he would be the first to rush to the capital. This scolding made Morong Yan feel very angry. Yenner, why don't we just forget about this? 10 minutes later, her husband Chu Yuping also called. When Morong Yan heard this, she realized that Morong Zhan had also called to scold Chu Yuping, calling Chu Yuping a loser who wanted to sell his daughter to turn his life around. Chu Yuping, a grown man, was almost crying after being scolded. Now, Morong Yan was in a state of panic. She didn't dare tell Chu Yuping that she had drugged Lu Sun, and she didn't dare tell him that her drugging failed and she was scared to death by Lu Sun. Lu Sun, it would be better if he didn't practice both immortality and martial arts. After hanging up the phone, Morong Yan sighed deeply. After going through so many things and having several contacts with Lu Sun, even she had to admit that Lu Sun was actually quite good. It's just that his background is too low. Originally, Lu Sun had opened up the heaven and earth Chimai, which could make up for his background to a certain extent, and she could barely convince herself, but who made Lu Sun choose the hellish difficulty of dual cultivation of immortals and martial arts? Wow, is this true? Is Lu Sun so powerful? Of course it's true. The news has spread everywhere. At this moment, Morong Yan suddenly heard people outside talking about Lu Sun. As a third-level warrior, she had sharp hearing and began to eavesdrop. This eavesdropping caused a storm in Morong Yan's heart. What these students were discussing was the fact that Lu Sun had topped the newcomer list with his cultivation level of the 4th level of Qi Hai and the 1st level of Ju Qi. Classmates, are you telling the truth? Morong Yan couldn't sit still anymore and ran downstairs quickly. Sister, of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just look. When the student saw such a beautiful older sister asking him, he quickly opened the campus network. Morong Yan took it and took a look. Her almond-shaped eyes gradually widened and her pretty face was full of surprise. The whole person was stunned. It took a long time for Morong Yan to come back to her senses. She returned upstairs with a complicated expression and sat motionless on the sofa until dawn. The next morning, she packed her things and went out, heading to Beta University. Chapter 52 Genius Girl Alchemist. Lu Sun, this is the Student Affairs Office. Someone's looking for you. The next morning, the Student Affairs Office called again. Lu Sun frowned slightly. If an ordinary person came to see him, the Student Affairs Office would not notify him so solemnly. As he approached the Student Affairs Office, Lu Sun paused slightly. The beautiful and charming Morong Yan was standing not far away, obviously waiting for him. Auntie, what do you want from me? Lu Sun approached calmly, his eyes a little distant. After being drugged by her, Lu Sun had this attitude, which was already very good. Lu Sun, I'm sorry. Morong Yan bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her eyes showed sincere apology. Lu Sun remained silent and just looked at her quietly. Apologize? If apologies were effective, what would the police be for? I'll be back in Rongqing today. This is the key to Xingyue Tower. From now on, Xingyue Tower will belong to Yuqing. I'll need your help to keep an eye on it. You and Yuqing will split the profits in half. Moron Yen handed over a key. Lu Sun didn't reach out. I will no longer interfere in your affairs with Yu Qing.
Moron Yen sighed, but be careful of the He family.
I have clearly rejected them. I'm afraid they will retaliate against you. Seeing her sincere expression, Lu Sun didn't seem to be pretending. After thinking for a while, he finally took the key. Auntie, I can help Yu Qing keep an eye on Xingyue Tower. As for the profits, I won't take a penny. Thank you.
Moron Yen finally revealed a relieved smile. I'm really sorry about what happened that day.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Lu Sun didn't send her off.
Lu Sun, why did my mother suddenly change her ways? Not only did she not oppose us, she even rejected the Yi family.
Oh, and she even transferred the ownership of Xingyue Tower to me. A few hours later, Zhu Yuqing called.
I don't know either. Lu Sun didn't tell her what happened that day.
Apart from Moron Yen and him, only Moron Wan knew about that matter.
Moron Yen is the instigator.
But the real victim was actually her sister Moron Wan.
Lu Sun didn't suffer any loss.
Wow, I just realized you've made it to the top of the newcomer rankings. It must be because Mom saw your potential after discovering this.
Lu Sun, you're amazing.
Zhu Yuqing made a new discovery and felt proud of her boyfriend.
Lu Sun didn't know why Moron Yen suddenly changed her personality. Did she have a change of heart after that day, or was the newcomer list also a factor? Anyway,
it's a good thing that my mother-in-law doesn't T-object anymore. You should practice well, and I will help you keep an eye on Xingyue Tower. After talking on the phone for a long time, the two of them went to rest. The next day, Lu Sun went to Xingyue Tower specifically to check and found that Moron Yen had indeed left. On the fourth floor, almost all of her personal belongings had been moved out, leaving only furniture and appliances. Lu Sun didn't have to worry about the shop, as the people Moron Yen hired were quite reliable.
Xingyue Building's business is indeed good, with monthly sales reaching millions. This is Qingbei Street.
Students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, even if they receive the lowest level of resources, can still receive hundreds of units of dark energy every month. In the world of ordinary people, this is equivalent to a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Of course, few students would exchange dark energy for money unless they really can't make ends meet.
Boss, someone's looking for you.
Lu Sun was about to leave when the store manager suddenly came over.
Who?
An alchemist said he wanted to cooperate.
Alchemist?
Lu Sun went downstairs, but saw no alchemists except for students selecting items in the store.
Are you the boss?
A pretty girl with twin ponytails suddenly jumped in front of him.
It's me. Lu Sun looked at the other person. He was so young, could he be the alchemist looking for him? My name is Bai Ling, a second-grade alchemist. I have a business that guarantees you a guaranteed profit. I wonder if the boss is interested in cooperating? The girl with twin tails asked. Second-grade alchemist?
Lu Sun didn't know much about the grades of alchemists, but he had heard a little about them.
The elixirs refined by a second-grade alchemist should correspond to the second realm.
In other words, she can refine elixirs that are useful to cultivators in the first and second realms. Alchemists are basically immortal cultivators, and it is difficult for martial artists to make elixirs.
This is because spiritual power is more gentle and tolerant. True Qi is extremely overbearing and has a murderous nature. It is easy to fail if used to control alchemy. Speaking.
Lu Sun wanted to listen.
Your shop is in a great location. Give me half of it.
I'll sell pills here and I'll give you 30% of the profit.
How about that? Bai Ling held up 3 fingers. Give her half of the shop to sell pills? Lu Sun pondered for a moment and asked, do you know what this shop used to do?
Bai Ling shook her head.
Lu Sun said, this shop used to sell elixirs. Ah?
Bai Ling was stunned.
This place was previously called Baodan Pavilion.
The owner hired 2 alchemists, 1 second rank and 1 third rank. But even so, their shop closed down after less than a year. Lu Sun was quite familiar with this shop because Li Bufan had bought pills here before. In Li Bufan's words, that pill was just a pill, and its effect was too ordinary. Blue Star's current martial arts, immortal ways, and magic are actually quite well developed, but there are still no particularly powerful alchemists. As for the reason, on the one hand, several disasters have caused considerable damage to the natural environment in the wild, and high-level alchemy materials are difficult to find, so they can only be found in the ancient Starry Road. On the other hand, the alchemists are still in the stage of feeling their way forward. There are many inheritances on the ancient Starry Road, but no good alchemist has been found yet.
Boss, why? Bai Ling was puzzled. Why? You're an alchemist, don't you know why?
Lu Xun felt that she did it on purpose.
Bai Ling shook her head, I don't know. Come on, come out. Lu Xun came to the door. After Bai Ling came out, he pointed to the bustling shop across the street and asked, Look, what kind of shop is that? Jia's elixir, with such big words, can't the boss see it?
Bai Ling looked puzzled, as if she suspected that there was something wrong with Lu Xun's eyes.
Lu Xun was speechless. Is this girl really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? You've already recognized it as Jia's elixir, but you still don't understand why Baodan Pavilion went bankrupt? Lu Xun asked back.
Bai Ling shook her head, her face full of innocence. They sell theirs, we sell ours, what does it matter?
Forehead. Did this girl come from the mountains?
She didn't know that because of the existence of Jia's medicine shop, almost no medicine shop could survive on Qingbei Street. The most profitable shop in the entire Qingbei Street is undoubtedly Jia's medicine shop.
Morongyan Xingyue Tower can't even make a fraction of what others make. Moreover, they earn more from dark energy. That is the hard currency in the world of monks. Do you think your pills can outsell the Jia group? Lu Xun didn't want to waste time talking to her.
Bai Ling nodded, yes, I can refine first and second grade pills better than them.
This. Lu Xun made a special effort to confirm that she was serious.
When she spoke, her eyes were clear, as if she was stating an ordinary fact. Boss, if you don't believe me, I have a bottle of qi gathering pills here.
You can take a look.
The pills I refine all have golden patterns on them.
The girl took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Lu Xun. Gold pattern? What are the golden patterns? Lu Xun really didn't understand.
Even alchemists of the same rank are divided into higher and lower ranks. Just like their cultivation techniques, they are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound yellow.
The worst are the yellow rank alchemists. No matter what grade the pills they refine are, they don't have any pill patterns.
Above the yellow rank, the mysterious rank has white lines, the earth rank has silver lines, and the heaven rank has gold lines.
The grade only represents the level of the pills that the alchemist can refine. What truly determines the quality of the pills is the alchemist's rank. And I am a second grade heavenly alchemist.
Bai Ling raised her chin high, her face full of pride.
Chapter 53 Heavenly Power. Second grade heavenly alchemist?
Lu Xun took out his phone and checked, and wow, Bai Ling was not lying.
This is indeed the assessment of the alchemist.
First grade, second grade, and third grade simply represent the level of elixirs you can refine.
But whether this pill is good or not depends on the level of the alchemist.
Like the 2 second and third grade alchemists that the treasure pavilion had hired before, the pills they refined had no pill patterns at all. They were the lowest level yellow grade alchemists. What is the use of this kind of alchemist even if he can refine a third grade elixir?
You're so powerful, but you can't even afford to rent a shop?
Immediately, Lu Xun showed a look of doubt. If an alchemist of this level were to go to a place like the Jia Group, people would definitely be vying for him.
Your shop has the best location. It's right across from the Jia's elixir shop you mentioned. I want to compete with him. Bai Ling Dao.
When she spoke, her eyes were always clear and sincere, without any evasion. This made Lu Xun always subconsciously feel that what she said was not a lie.
But, compared with Jia's elixir? Bai Ling is really arrogant.
They are a large group with a large number of alchemists.
With your small body, you also want to arm wrestle with others?
This bottle of qi gathering pill is given to you as a gift.
You can verify its effect.
Bai Ling handed the jade bottle to Lu Xun. Lu Xun took it, opened it, and smelled it, and a strong fragrance of elixir came out. His spirit subconsciously lifted.
It smells so good. The other students in the shop also smelled the fragrance of the elixir, and each of them showed an intoxicated look.
Lu Xun took another look and saw that, sure enough, each pill had golden lines on it. The golden pattern didn't look like it had any color and looked simple, but when you stared at it for a long time, you would feel like you were staring at the ultimate truth of heaven and earth.
This pill is not simple. I'm afraid it really is a second-grade heavenly elixir. How is it? I didn't lie to you. Bai Ling looked at Lu Sun expectantly. This shop isn't mine. I need to ask the owner first. How about you come back tomorrow?
Lu Sun was actually somewhat tempted.
If Bai Ling is really that capable, this business will definitely make money. How much can you make selling these gadgets? Pills are the real big business that makes money.
The annual income earned by the Jia Group from its shop on Qingbei Street is far, far greater than that of the Xingyue building in Dark Energy.
Xingyue building seems to be profitable, but after deducting the rent and labor costs, there is not much left. The rent is too expensive. Morong Yan's main purpose in setting up this shop was to keep an eye on Chu Yuqing, not to make money.
Now that the shop has been given to Chu Yuqing, Lu Sun has nothing to do anyway, so he might as well give it a try.
What if it really makes money?
It will also give Chu Yuqing another source of income.
Cultivation is very expensive. Chu Yuqing's father has lost power in the family.
At the rate Chu Yuqing is growing, her family will sooner or later be unable to provide her with the resources she needs for cultivation.
Once resources are insufficient, the speed of cultivation will be forced to slow down.
Many people grow slowly, not because of lack of talent, but simply because of lack of resources.
Okay, I'll come see you tomorrow. What time is that? About 10 o'clock. Okay, see you tomorrow. The girl left.
Lu Sun put away the bottle of qi gathering pill and sent a message to Chu Yuqing. Chu Yuqing's phone has a smart butler, which won't remind her unless it's something extremely important. Lu Sun didn't intend to disturb her cultivation.
Lu Sun, just do whatever you want. No need to ask me. We'll split the profits from the shop in half. The dark energy you gave me will be deducted from my half. As for the pills, I'll come out and get them right away. At noon, Chu Yuqing called Lu Sun back.
Wow, golden pattern, this is a heavenly grade elixir. At the school gate, when Chu Yuqing saw the qi gathering pill given by Bai Ling, her eyes lit up. She knows what she's doing. Heaven grade elixirs, even if they're first grade, are very expensive.
Lu Sun, that Bai Ling must have a very special background. She just casually gave me such a valuable elixir as a gift. There are 12 of them here. Chu Yuqing was surprised and had some guesses about Bai Ling's identity. Lu Sun nodded. Yeah, I also think her background is not simple. It was obvious that the girl was not simple. Although Lu Sun didn't have much experience, he could tell that the girl was wearing a very nice piece of precious clothing. His style of doing things is quick and decisive. He gave away 12 heavenly grade pills as soon as he said he would. Is this an ordinary person? Then you have to be careful. You have to be on guard against others.
I'll take one of these pills and try it out and tell you the results.
No, you take it all. Don't you need to practice?
No, she even gave me a bottle.
Ah.
Lu Sun coaxed and deceived Chu Yuqing into giving her a whole bottle of qi gathering pills.
Qi gathering pills are the favorite of the second-level immortal cultivators.
They can increase the speed of gathering qi and refining dark energy without any side effects.
Some elixirs that directly improve your cultivation level should not be taken indiscriminately.
Taking too much will accumulate a large amount of elixir poison, which will affect your future development.
How can the cultivation gained from taking drugs be compared with that gained through one's own practice?
The best choice is the qi gathering pill, a pill that assists in cultivation.
Lu Sun, the effect is amazing. It can at least triple your training speed. One pill should last for a month.
I wonder if the effect will diminish after that.
In the evening, Chu Yuqing received feedback. 3 times. The effect is indeed good. Jia's qi gathering pill, the best one on the market, is only about twice as effective.
Other unknown brands of qi gathering pills generally only increase the speed of cultivation by a few %, and may have some side effects. In addition to the effect, duration is also very important.
Otherwise, if a pill is so expensive, even if its effect is amazing, it will only last for a while, so what is the point? Then give her half. Lu Sun made a decision. Boss, how about it? Have you thought about it?
The next morning at 10 o'clock, Bai Ling arrived at the store on time.
Well, sure, but we need to discuss some details. No problem. After some discussion, the two finally decided.
Half of the first floor of the shop was given to Bai Ling, and half of the third floor was given to her for alchemy. She also wanted the fourth floor, but Lu Sun did not agree for the time being. Bai Ling does not pay rent, but will give 40% of the profits to Lu Sun. Lu Sun proposed 40%, and Bai Ling agreed readily.
This made Lu Sun feel that Bai Ling's background was not simple. She doesn't seem to be here to make money, but purely to prove herself? Is it so efficient?
3 days later, when Lu Sun came to Xingyue Tower again, he found that Xingyue Tower had been completely renovated. Bai Ling was looking for a significant other and the building had already been decorated.
The third floor has also been renovated.
Bai Ling also made a small bed in a small room.
It seems that she is planning to sleep there? The speed of decoration in this era has always been very fast, but this efficiency is a bit too high.
On the 4th day, Bai Ling's medicine shop officially opened.
She named her medicine shop Lingdan Pavilion, which fits her name very well. Wow, a heavenly grade elixir. So expensive.
It may be expensive, but this is a heavenly grade elixir. As soon as Lingdan Pavilion opened, it attracted many students from Peking University and Tsinghua University because of its top-grade elixirs. The pavilion was so crowded that even the door threshold was about to be broken. The result was that all the heavenly grade elixirs were sold out within the first hour of opening. As soon as the pills were sold out, Bai Ling ordered people to close the door.
Then hang up a sign and ask students to come back tomorrow. Oh my god, it's gone already? I should have known better than to feel bad about the money.
The students who failed to buy the tickets were heartbroken.
Boss, what do you think? I didn't lie to you, did I?
In the shop, Bai Ling clapped her hands, feeling very proud.
Sharp. Lu Sun gave a thumbs up. Okay, I'm going to go make some pills.
If you're interested, you can come and learn, but I'm not responsible for teaching. Bai Ling went into the 3rd floor, where there was an alchemy room that she had transformed.
Chapter 54, $1 billion reward, I'm targeting you. Lu Sun, Lingdan Pavilion's business is so brisk, why not give her the entire shop? Not yet.
Xingyue Tower's business has also been boosted recently.
All right.
On this weekend, Zhu Yuqing came to take a look and was shocked by the surging crowd.
The long queue at Lingdan Pavilion almost stretched out to Qingbei Street. The business of Jia's medicine shop across the street was greatly affected.
Some students who were originally planning to buy elixirs would wait a little longer instead of choosing Jia's elixirs even if they could not buy the elixirs refined by Bai Ling.
In order to get the pills refined by Bai Ling, some students would even queue up in the middle of the night.
Bai Ling's elixirs are not just qi-gathering pills and true condensation pills. There are also some very precious ones that can be used to expand the qi and meridians.
These are the most heartwarming things.
Unfortunately, the number of pills she refines every day is limited, and most people can't get them.
Lu Sun, you said she's so powerful, why did she come here to refine pills and sell them?
Zhu Yuqing was puzzled.
Lu Sun couldn't answer this question either. This girl has an extraordinary background and exudes a sense of mystery.
God knows why she came here to sell pills.
Maybe he is a kid from a top family who was bored at home and came out to play? No matter what, it doesn't do any harm to Lu Sun.
Lingdan Pavilion's business is so brisk that the daily commission is equivalent to Xingyue Tower's income for several days.
Moreover, this percentage is still dark energy. Lu Sun could also take advantage of his proximity and get the Heaven Grade Ningxin pill for Morong Wan from Bai Ling.
Ningxin Dan, like Juki Dan, is a 2nd grade elixir, but it is only for warriors. Worried that Morong Wan would not accept it, Lu Sun asked Zhu Yuqing to give it to her. This can increase Morong Wan's training speed.
In the past, Morong Wan actually used elixirs to assist in her cultivation.
She used Jia's elixirs, which were slightly less effective than those refined by Bai Ling.
Brother Lu, be careful. A new commission has appeared on the dark web targeting you.
This time, the other party is asking for 1 million dark energy.
This price is too high. I'm afraid that a 4th level cultivator will take it.
2 weeks later, Lu Sun suddenly received a message from Luo Dasheng. On the dark web, there was a new murder commission against him. The price of the previous commission was also increased from 30,000 units of dark energy to 50,000. The reason why the other party raised the price is probably that no one accepted it. Although there is a lot of dark energy, Lu Sun has been staying in Beidou University and at most he has been active in Qingbei Street. For ordinary cultivators of the 3rd realm, it is very risky to take action on Qingbei Street. Even if they kill Lu Sun, they will probably have to explain themselves. As for the cultivators in the 4th realm, 50,000 dark energies are not worth their risk, and they won't even look at it.
But now, the new commission price is 1 million units of dark energy, which is too high. That's a full cubic meter of dark energy.
The price starts at 1 billion.
All cultivators in the four realms have a certain possibility of being tempted. Who did it? Lu Xun's mind raced, and he locked onto the suspicious target without much effort. He family.
After thinking about it, Lu Xun felt that only the He family had the possibility. The person who took away all his property with an IOU could not have come up with so much dark energy.
The He family can. In order to get Lu Xun to leave Shu Yuqing, didn't the He family offer 1 million dark energy?
After Morong Yan's clear refusal, the He family seemed to be furious and immediately threw out the 1 million dark energies, looking for a killer on the dark web to kill Lu Xun.
You have to stay out of school less.
Although Lu Xun guessed it, he currently had no good solution. The He family is very wealthy and has millions of dark energies at their fingertips.
With his current strength, he is unable to compete with them. The only way is to stay out of school less.
Even if a cultivator of the fourth realm accepted the commission, he would not dare to take action at Beidou University. Qingbei Street is actually not that bad, but if a cultivator of the fourth realm really accepts the commission, the other party may take a risk. Especially some fourth-level monks who have excellent escape abilities. Thinking of this, Lu Xun walked towards the school.
He Xiao.
As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw He Xiao.
This guy was also happy when he saw Lu Xun.
After spending so much time, He Xiao finally cultivated the snake step to the third level. He was waiting for Lu Xun here just to challenge Lu Xun.
Lu Xun.
He Xiao was about to speak when he saw a figure flash by and Lu Xun approached.
Red Lotus Burning Heart Palm.
He Xiao sensed the crisis and did not choose to dodge, but instead decided to fight Lu Xun head-on. His Red Lotus veins allowed him to cultivate Red Lotus Qi, making his attacks exceptionally explosive.
Last time, Lu Xun avoided his attack and dealt him a heavy blow.
This made He Xiao feel that since they were both at the fourth level of Qi High, Lu Xun would not dare to confront him head-on.
Boom!
The two sides collided with each other.
Puff!
The sound of vomiting blood rang out again. He Xiao, who was full of confidence just now, was sent flying backwards by Lu Xun's attack. He flew more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground.
Impossible!
He Xiao was confused. He practiced his skills hard just to force Lu Xun to fight him head-on. Now, Lu Xun didn't dodge or evade, and really confronted him head-on, and he couldn't hold on anymore.
How could he believe this?
Before He Xiao could react, Lu Xun had already approached, stepped on him, and beat him up. He Xiao was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen.
It was so miserable. Classmates, please don't fight. Lu Xun didn't let him go until the school security and teachers arrived. Lu Xun, how dare you hit me?
He Xiao crawled up with blood all over his face, and at this moment he almost turned into a pig's head.
I hit you. Didn't they say you can't hit people outside of school? Lu Xun encountered a bug.
Here, just outside the school gate. Even if you get punished for fighting, the punishment is very light, not as strict as in school. The He family actually dared to secretly offer a reward of 1 million dark energy on the dark web for someone to kill him.
If he can't do anything to the He family, can he do nothing to the descendants of the He family? Today, I'm going to hit you. Chapter 55 Lu Xun is bullying. Another breakthrough. He's gotten stronger again.
When Lu Xun was praising He Xiao, Lin Yan hid behind the school gate, too scared to even look out.
Now he was completely afraid of Lu Xun.
He Xiao specifically asked him to come here today to wait for Lu Xun to come back so that they could meet in the ring. But Lu Xun had no moral principles and started fighting outside the school, beating He Xiao so badly. He Xiao's face, which barely had some good looks, was beaten beyond recognition. I guess even if I use the give me back my beauty punch, I won't be able to hit him back. Lu Xun, just wait, today's revenge, puff.
Student, please stop doing that, or we'll have to take coercive measures.
On the other side, He Xiao saw that the school security guards and teachers had arrived, and was ready to say something harsh to save his face. As a result, Lu Xun kicked him out in front of the security guard and the teacher. He Xiao fell upside down into the pool with his feet facing the air, leaving the passing students stunned.
It's so brutal. Lin Yan shuddered with fear.
At this time, he realized that his feet seemed to be still outside the school gate, so he quickly retracted his feet. Afraid that Lu Xun would find out if he was too late, Lu Xun also gave him a try. Extra, Lu Xun violently beats up He Xiao. Pfft, this He Xiao is too miserable, he has turned into a pig's head.
Look at the picture at the back.
It has turned directly into a compass. Before long, various pictures were uploaded to the campus network.
It attracted a lot of onlookers. Today is the weekend, so there are more students surfing the internet.
Some students also habitually go online for a while after practicing every day to avoid missing any important news.
It's just hitting someone. If you need any punishment, come to me. Don't make things difficult for my good student. In the school affairs office, Fei Tae looked carefree. Well, Lu Sun was brought here because he beat someone.
He didn't know where he got the news, but he came to protect Lu Sun. Fortunately, Lu Sun hit someone outside the school, and with Fei Tae's strong defense, he did not receive any punishment. He was just talked to by the school leaders. The implication is that students should live in harmony with each other and not bully others. I'm a freshman and he's a sophomore. How did I bully him? He can only blame himself for not living up to his expectations.
Lu Sun acted with full confidence, not knowing he was wrong and not planning to correct it.
So the school leader gave Lu Sun's answer a score of 98.4, and did not give it 100 because he thought Lu Sun had 1.6.
He Xiao, are you a man?
If you are, come to the ring with me.
He Xiao, does your mother know that you are such a coward? He Xiao, is that cotton or courage in your crotch? He Xiao.
In the following days, a scene occurred on campus that opened the eyes of many students. Lu Sun would go to block He Xiao whenever he had nothing to do. As soon as He Xiao showed up, Lu Sun would go up and call him to the ring. It wouldn't matter if Lu Sun was one grade higher than He Xiao, or even the same grade.
The problem is that Lu Sun is a freshman and He Xiao is a sophomore.
Faced with Lu Sun's challenge, He Xiao did not dare to accept it. Lu Sun's words were like knives piercing his heart. The fight a few days ago had already spread throughout the school.
He Xiao's reputation itself suffered a great blow.
Now that he is humiliated by Lu Sun from time to time, He Xiao feels that his whole life has lost its color.
Hateful. I'm going to kill you. Bang, bang, bang.
In the training room, He Xiao was so angry. I was angry, anxious, and helpless.
Lu Sun was as elusive as a ghost. As long as he went out, he would be caught in the way soon. Then Lu Sun would issue a challenge. Then he didn't dare to answer.
Then he would be ridiculed in public. After that, he lost all face and didn't even have the mood to practice. Only God knows how he got through these days.
He didn't dare leave school. Because whenever he appeared at the school gate, Lu Sun's figure would always appear not far away. This made He Xiao feel that if he dared to leave the school, Lu Sun would definitely rush out and beat him up.
He Xiao was desperate.
55-55, father, avenge me.
A week later, He Xiao couldn't stand it anymore, so one weekend, he called his father to pick him up at the school gate.
He wants to go home, he must go home. He doesn't want to be in school anymore. Don't stay in school anymore no matter what.
If Lu Sun continues to torture him like this, he will go crazy. As soon as he saw his father, He Xiao rushed over and started crying. Oh my God, He Xiao is so miserable.
He was even bullied to the point of crying. Although, why do I want to laugh?
What kind of hatred or grudge is this that I have to be tortured by Lu Sun like this?
Lu Sun is too bullying. There must be a story behind this, otherwise why wouldn't Lu Sun bully others? That's right.
This scene was captured by a curious person and caused heated discussion at Beidou University. The students who ate the melon said it was very interesting. They had never seen such a scene before. A sophomore senior who was a genius who had opened the heaven and earth Qi meridian and reached the 4th level of Qi Si. She was bullied by a freshman and broke down, crying and calling for her dad to pick her up.
What the hell? Many students said that they enjoyed watching it and were willing to continue. Damn it, I'll never mess with him again. Lin Yan made up his mind.
From now on, whenever you see Lu Sun, you should retreat 30 meters away from the wall. He Xiao was already on the verge of collapse because of Lu Sun.
If Lu Sun wanted to mess with him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah, brother Sun, you are so talented. If I make an enemy in the future, you must help me deal with him. Li Bufan was overjoyed. Lu Sun, I heard that you bullied He Xiao until he cried?
Oh, then you have to be careful. The people in the He family are very narrow-minded.
Shu Yuqing also heard about this.
She didn't even ask the reason, but just told Lu Sun to be careful.
Lu Sun didn't tell her about the $1 million reward,
lest she worry. After He Xiao returned home, he asked for a long vacation from the school and it seemed that he was not planning to come to school.
Lu Sun lost a source of fun.
Lu Sun has hardly left the school recently because Luo Dashing told him that the 1 million reward had been reduced to 2 million and someone had accepted it.
No one knows who answered the call.
This time the reward is a bit special, and there may be more than one person who accepts it.
It must be the He family without a doubt.
The change in the reward amount made Lu Sun certain. This bounty was 100% created by the He family. He Xiao was beaten so badly by him, so the He family increased the reward amount to vent He Xiao's anger. The He family is indeed rich. They can take out 2 million units of dark energy just by saying so. Under such circumstances, Lu Sun became more cautious.
Moron Wan breaks through the 3rd level of Qi Hai.
You gain 20 times what Moron Wan gained. A few days later, the 20-fold return came again.
Moron Wan's cultivation speed was indeed astonishingly fast, and the heavenly grade elixir given by Bai Ling made her even more powerful.
Less than a month before the official start of school, she had broken through to another level. The 3rd layer of Qi Hai.
Lu Sun's strength began to soar again.
He rushed from the 8th level of Qi Hai to the 9th level of Qi Hai, then to the 10th level of Qi Hai, and then all the way to the peak of the 10th level of Qi Hai. After reaching the peak of the 10th level of Qi Hai, Lu Sun felt that the heat flow in his body was still very huge.
Should I be able to enter the 3rd realm?
Just when Lu Sun thought that he could directly rush into the 3rd realm, the heat flow in his body continued to expand his Qi Si. Then, Lu Sun ascended to the 11th level of Qi Hai.
Good fellow. Lu Sun didn't expect that there were 11 more layers in the Qi Si.
Other martial artists only have the 10th level of Qi Hai, but he has actually reached the 11th level.
System, why didn't you break through the 3rd realm? Lu Sun asked. The Tanxiao realm requires opening all 108 secret acupoints in the body and awakening martial arts supernatural powers.
The return of the Qi Hai realm is related to the true Qi in the Qi Hai, and it is difficult to help the host break through to the 3rd realm. If the host insists on breaking through the 3rd realm now, the probability of awakening rare martial arts supernatural powers, such as clairvoyance, flaming eyes, 3 heads and 6 arms, etc., is extremely small.
The system voice sounded. Never mind, let's just leave it at that.
Lu Sun thought about it and decided to give up the idea of using the return to break through to the 3rd level now. He is already growing fast enough now, there is no need to rush for faster growth. It would be better to lay a solid foundation and be the best in every realm. What's more, realm is realm, and combat power is combat power. During the bodybuilding stage, Lu Sun could easily defeat Lin Yan, who had opened all 7 meridians. If he continues to advance in the Qi Hai realm, reaching the 17th or 18th level of Qi Hai, ordinary people in the 3 realms will not be his match. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 2nd level of Qi condensation. You gain 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained.
2 more days passed.
Shu Yuqing also made a breakthrough. With the help of the 20-fold return, Lu Sun rushed from the 6th level of Qi gathering to the 10th level of Qi gathering in one fell swoop. Only one step away from the 3rd realm.
Chapter 56, Desperate Genius, The Eternal Sword. Lu Sun, I've checked out Xingyue Tower and there's nothing wrong with it. You can practice without worry.
After Chu Yuqing broke through the 2nd level of Qi gathering, she originally planned to ask Lu Sun to go shopping. Lu Sun refused on the grounds of cultivation. The $1 million reward has been accepted, so Lu Sun cannot be careless. Seeing Lu Sun was so diligent, Chu Yuqing did not blame him and ran to Xingyue Tower to check the situation.
The situation at Xingyue Tower is naturally good. Driven by Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion, business is getting better and better. Lu Sun's scope of activities became Beidou University. Fortunately, Beidou University is very big, so it's not boring to stay there. Is she still practicing? Moron Wan is really a cultivation maniac. After Lu Sun had sex with her for the 2nd time under the influence of the drug, he had not seen Moron Wan since then. I think she must be practicing. It is understandable that Moron Wan works so hard. Different from students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. She is already 25 years old. At this age, students from Peking University and Tsinghua University have all graduated. If she did not possess an exquisite body and develop exquisite meridians, and was not accepted as a disciple by an elder of Beidou Hall, she would not have been able to enter Peking University and Tsinghua University. There are certain age restrictions for Tsinghua and Peking University. To be precise, she was not studying in Peking University or Tsinghua University, but was placed in Peking University or Tsinghua University for training by the elder of Beidou Hall. Another week passed and the monthly assessment came. The monthly exam is relatively simple.
It mainly tests your cultivation to see if you have made any progress compared to last month. Even if the cultivation level remains the same, as long as there is progress, the energy level displayed by the test column will be different, and that is also progress.
I wonder if there will be any changes in the newcomer rankings this month. Definitely, but I feel like the number 1 position won't change. Me too.
In a month, Morong and Lu Xinghe can only reach the 3rd level of Qi Hai at most.
It's impossible for them to catch up with Lu Sun. Lu Sun still has a lead. Do you think it's possible for Lu Sun to reach the 5th level of Qi Hai?
On the day of the monthly exam, students were discussing and speculating about the changes in the newcomer list after this monthly exam.
The newcomer list will change with each month's assessment. Wow!
Lu Xinghe has actually reached the 3rd level of Qi Hai.
Wang Tingyun has reached the 2nd level of Qi Hai. He's not bad.
Du Yuqi has also reached the 2nd level of Qi Hai.
She is a beauty.
At the testing center, some students were stationed there, reporting the situation online.
Ms. Morong, these dark energies. Don't give it to me, give it to Yu Qing. She needs it more than I do. Okay.
Outside the testing center, Lu Sun met Morong again.
She is here too.
The dark energy he was about to send out was still not sent out.
Morong refused to accept it, and there was nothing he could do.
Although the two had an intimate relationship for the 2nd time, it was also an accident.
Their current relationship is still at a delicate and awkward point.
Deep down in Morong heart, she was actually a little afraid of meeting Lu Sun.
Morong is here. It's so beautiful. As soon as Morong entered the testing center, she attracted everyone's attention.
She came to the testing column and delivered a full-strength blow.
Ding ding ding.
It's indeed the 3rd level of Qi Hai, the energy level is even higher than Lu Xinghe.
It's amazing, it's so beautiful and so exciting.
The students were very impressed.
Morong didn't stop and left. Lu Sun is here. The students saluted again. Lu Sun entered the testing center.
Just when the students thought he was going to take the test, Lu Sun walked towards someone.
You, a loser who doesn't dare to accept a challenge, finally dare to come to school? He looked at He Xiao and said coldly. Who are you calling trash? I've already reached the 5th level of Qi Hai.
He Xiao actually turned his grief and anger into motivation and broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai.
Really? See you in the ring later. Lu Sun said calmly.
He Xiao paused. Although he broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai, he didn't have much confidence in going on the ring. He was scared by Lu Sun's beating.
Waste.
Lu Sun said this with disdain and walked towards the test column. He Xiao's face flushed red, and he really wanted to say let's fight.
But I just don't dare say it out loud. He wanted to see Lu Sun's test results first. Ding ding ding. Wow.
5th level of Qi Hai.
Oh my god. It's only been a month since school started, and he's already reached the 5th level of Qi Hai?
The testing center was in a state of excitement.
How come?
Despair appeared in He Xiao's eyes. He finally broke through the 5th level of Qi Hai. Only a month had passed, and Lu Sun suddenly rushed up.
In another month, wouldn't he be surpassed directly?
In 1 month, it is absolutely impossible for He Xiao to break through the 6th level of Qi Hai.
This is his confidence in himself. He's not that kind of genius. Ding ding ding. This is not over yet. Qi gathering level 2. Wow. The testing center is boiling again. Is this the ultimate tough guy from Beidou University? See, I was right, my brother Lu is the only true god. What a pity, cultivating both immortality and martial arts.
The students were shocked, but some of them deliberately used the dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts to spoil the fun.
This monthly exam once again sparked quite a bit of discussion. Of course, discussions come and go quickly.
As soon as the monthly exam was over, students started practicing, and not many people wasted too much time on the internet.
Blue Star has been accelerating recently. The time to enter the ancient Starry Sky Road is getting shorter and shorter. All students felt a sense of urgency.
Morong Taya sword skill breaks through the 1st level. You gain 20 times what Morong gained.
You obtain the Wanjie Wuxian sword.
A week later, suddenly, Lu Sun gained the benefits of Morong swordsmanship training. The sword of 10,000 tribulations in no form. When the Taya sword technique came to Lu Xun, it became the Wanjie Wuxiang sword. The name has changed, but it has become much more powerful.
Chapter 57: The Princess's Purpose. Beidou University, Training Room.
Lu Xun held a long sword, his brows slightly furrowed, and he concentrated on vibrating the true energy throughout his body. He turned his wrist slightly, and the sword drew a mysterious trajectory in the air, swinging continuously at the boulder in front of him that was taller than a man. Lu Xun's sword moves looked disorganized, as if a beginner was waving them randomly. But if you look closely, you will find that there is a mystery hidden in the chaos. Each sword seems to resonate with the heaven and earth, and contains an indescribable rhythmic beauty. Call. A few seconds later, Lu Xun put away his sword and stood up. The stone in front is intact, without any damage.
Pa pa.
Lu Xun clapped his hands. The air was shaken by him.
This triggered a chain reaction.
Spider web-like cracks suddenly appeared on the surface of the boulder, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, turning into hundreds of sharp-edged pieces of rubble. What a sharp sword energy! Lu Xun leaned over to pick up a piece of gravel, and gently stroked the mirror-smooth surface with his fingertips, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The cut surfaces of these stones are extremely smooth, just like mirrors.
There is no doubt about it.
They were all cut apart by Lu Xun's sword energy. The sword energy was so sharp that after cutting the stone into hundreds of pieces, the stone still remained intact. It was not until Lu Xun clapped his hands that the stone seemed to realize that it was no longer a hole. This shows how sharp the sword energy is.
It's indeed a good sword technique.
After the Taya sword technique was returned, it turned into the Wanjie Wuxiang sword.
This sword technique is quite powerful. Just the first move makes Lu Xun's sword energy become extremely sharp.
Another powerful aspect of the Wanjie Wuxiang sword is that its sword moves are invisible and formless, and the sword penetrates the void. Its moves are like flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water, and as ethereal and unpredictable as clouds and mist. In simple terms, no moves are better than moves. I'll make a good sword later. Lu Xun sheathed his sword. He exchanged this sword for dark energy at the school's supply department.
A lot of things can be exchanged at the supplies department of Beidou University. For example, elixirs, weapons, armor, precious clothes, etc.
The quality of these things is pretty good, above average.
If you want something better, you have to spend a lot of money to buy it outside.
Or if you get good rankings in some competitions held by the school or in important year-end rankings, there is a certain chance of winning rewards in these areas. Lu Xun exchanged this sword for 2,000 dark energies, and its quality was too ordinary.
2 days later, late at night, Xiaobai turned into Princess Barbara again. She only wakes up once a month. Each session lasted only 2 or 3 minutes. Ah, I told you not to bathe me anymore.
As soon as Barbara woke up, she received the memories of last month. Her fur stood on end and she waved her 2 front paws in the air.
But this time she didn't rush over to kill Lu Xun.
Lu Xun lazily rose from the bed, propping up his cheek with one hand. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on such meaningless complaints.
That seems to be true.
Barbara tilted her head and thought for a moment, her ears twitching slightly, and her angry expression immediately subsided.
Well, I didn't lie to you, that spell is very useful.
Then she lifted her tail proudly, her blue cat eyes sparkling with pride.
Lu Xun nodded. It is indeed useful. Would you like to learn the second one?
Barbara took a few steps closer and lowered her voice mysteriously. This is a support spell that can double your combat power in a short period of time.
If you cast it repeatedly. She paused deliberately before continuing. The combat power can still be accumulated. Double the combat power? And it can be stacked? Go ahead. Lu Xun raised his eyebrows, remaining calm.
Listen carefully, this spell is very long. Barbara cleared her throat and recited seriously, Abacabebicardo.
In the moonlight, the ragdoll cat's whiskers trembled gently with the spell.
She repeated it 5 times until she was sure Lu Xun had mastered it completely.
This is my blood. Try it and I'll see if you can pronounce it correctly. Barbara held out a drop of blood with her little paw. She was so anxious that Lu Xun became suspicious. The princess is the princess, and Xiaobai is Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai is the instinct of Barbara's body after her consciousness fell asleep. But it is this instinct that is more reliable. After Barbara regains consciousness, she might play some tricks on Lu Xun. Try again later.
So, Lu Xun said lightly. The spell is very long and requires certain pronunciation skills.
If you mispronounce any syllable, it will be useless. Are you sure you don't want me to teach you? Barbara blinked. Why don't you first tell me the purpose of teaching me these spells? Nothing good in this world happens without a reason? Lu Sun stared into her eyes and asked. It's simple. I want you to help me break the curse on me. This is difficult for you right now, so I will give you more support so that you can grow up smoothly. Barbara said seriously. Help her break the curse? Lu Sun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Why choose me? If you want help, those strong men in the East are your best choice. No. Barbara shook her head firmly, the moonlight casting a mysterious shadow in her eyes. This is fate's choice, and it is also my only chance to turn things around. A choice of fate? That's right. Barbara took a step forward, her voice as soft as a whisper. After I was cast under the sleeping curse, I was never going to wake up until I met you. At this point, a strange light flashed in her cat eyes. Your aura is very special, it can even make the spell loosen a little. If this isn't fate, what is it? The special breath also loosened Barbara's sleeping spell. Could it be because of the chaos divine body? Lu Sun felt that this was very possible. As long as I can remove the triple curse on my body, meow. Before Barbara could finish her words, she was unable to speak again. Then, her consciousness fell into a deep sleep and she turned into Xiao Bai again. If nothing unexpected happens, she will regain consciousness next month. Chapter 58 Crazy Upgrade, Shadowless Flying Sword. This spell is indeed difficult. After Barbara fell asleep, Lu Sun tried using the drop of blood from Xiao Bai's paw. Barbara's second spell was more difficult. Even though Lu Sun used Xiao Bai's blood and recited the spell correctly, he was unable to perform it. When he wanted to try again, that drop of blood had been consumed. One drop of blood can only cast the spell once. I'll learn from Barbara after she wakes up next month. Lu Sun didn't take it too seriously and continued to sleep. The next morning, it was light before 5 o'clock. Recently, the blue planet has been accelerating in the starry sky with the help of the gravity of other stars. The time to enter the dark universe is getting closer and closer. This also results in the alternation of day and night on the blue planet becoming less regular. At Beidou University, there are very few students to be seen during the day. All the students were practicing with all their might. Even the number of students going to the cafeteria to eat has decreased significantly. Many students prepare high-energy foods early to avoid wasting time on eating. In the entire Beidou University, Lu Sun is still the most idle person. 2 bounties on him are still available on the dark web. Therefore, Lu Sun never left school and lay down comfortably in school every day. Xu Yuqing seemed to be practicing with all her strength. In the past, Xu Yuqing would send messages to Lu Sun almost every day. Recently the frequency has become once a week. As for Morong Wan, she would never take the initiative to contact Lu Sun. Basically, Lu Sun could only see her during the end-of-month assessment. Boom! In the training room, Lu Sun activated a talisman, which blew a stone into pieces. It's quite powerful. Lu Sun was very satisfied with the power of this talisman. Although he couldn't practice, Lu Sun would think of some methods when he was lying down. For example, talismans. This is a method belonging to the immortal way. Martial arts emphasizes oneself more. The immortal way has many ways to leverage power. If you don't make much progress in cultivation, you can also learn side skills such as alchemy, weapon refining, formations, talismans, puppetry, etc. Morong Wan breaks through the 4th level of Qi Hai. You gain 20 times what Morong Wan gained. On this day, suddenly, Lu Sun received another return. Amazing. Lu Sun liked it. Morong Wan's cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. Only half a month after opening the meridians, he broke through the Qi Hai level. Although it took her more than a month to go from the 1st level of Qi Hai to the 2nd level, that was because she was delayed by family matters. After focusing on cultivation, Morong Wan broke through the 3rd level of Qi Hai in just 20 days. Now, more than 20 days have passed, and Morong Wan has directly reached the 4th level of Qi Hai. During this period, Morong Wan also spent some time practicing martial arts. The exquisite body is indeed a top-notch physique for cultivation. This is a physique born for cultivation. Comfortable. Lu Sun rushed to the 13th level of Qi Hai in one fell swoop. His sea of Qi thus became extremely large, like a vast ocean, boundless and boundless. The power of his true Qi is comparable to that of some cultivators in the 3rd realm. Morongwan's 1000 trace steps breaks through to the second stage.
You gain 20 times what Morongwan did. Your Wanzongbu is upgraded to Shenzongbu.
A week later, another return arrived.
After breaking through the 4th level of Qi Hai, Morongwan cultivated the Qianzong step to the 2nd level. Lu Sun's Wanzong step was also upgraded again and became the Shenzong step. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 3rd level of Qi condensation. You will receive 20 times the amount of Chu Youqing's reward. A few days later, Shu Yuqing also had a breakthrough.
Lu Sun happily welcomed the return. The 11th level of Qi gathering.
Like Morongwan, Shu Youqing's breakthrough did not allow him to reach the 3rd level, but instead he reached the peak of the 11th level of Qi gathering. Oh my god, it really is 1 floor per month. He's already above level 5, and he can break through 1 level every month.
If he keeps going like this, he's going to break the Beta University record.
Don't forget, he is a dual cultivator of immortality and martial arts. He's mastered both immortal and martial arts so quickly.
How on earth did he do it? Another month's monthly exam is here. Lu Sun's performance once again attracted attention.
Many students were surprised even though they had expected it. Lu Sun's strength would increase by 1 level every month, and both his immortal and martial arts skills would increase at the same time.
Even in the history of Beidou University, this has never happened before.
Lu Sun listened to the discussions around him and just smiled faintly, without commenting. If these students knew his true strength, they would be shocked.
30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. The more proud you are now, the more miserable you will be in the future.
He Xiao sneered.
Now, he has completely lost hope of catching up with Lu Sun.
After this month, Lu Sun's cultivation level surpassed his. If he wanted to break through the 6th level of Qi Hai, it would take at least another 3 months.
Mr. He, hurry up.
Lin Yan noticed Lu Sun looking at him and urged He Xiao to leave quickly.
He Xiao's expression changed and he fled away.
He seldom comes to school recently and is even more afraid to meet Lu Sun. Abacabebicardo, your spell is correct, but the pronunciation and duration of some syllables are wrong.
How long?
Of course. When you pronounce it, the duration must be exactly the same, no longer and no shorter. The first spell was optimized by the royal family, otherwise it would be 10 times more difficult than this one. A few days later, Barbara regained consciousness. After waking up this time, Barbara did not waste time and taught Lu Sun the spell.
There are many things to pay attention to when casting spells.
It looks like just a sentence, but it is not easy to learn.
Lu Sun actually took a shortcut.
That is using Barbara's blood. Otherwise, Lu Sun would have no magic power in his body and would not be able to cast spells at all. Even if one has magic power, it is not easy to cast these spells.
It requires extraordinary magical attainments. It looks like I can't learn it. I'll try again next month, meow.
2 minutes later, Barbara's consciousness fell into sleep again. Lu Sun still hasn't learned the spell.
Lu Sun, I've put the Lingdan Pavilion's share in your account.
At the end of the month, Shu Yuqing sent a message. Lu Sun hasn't left the school for almost 2 months.
Bai Ling's Lingdan Pavilion business is becoming more and more popular.
The elixirs she refined were basically heaven-grade elixirs. Somehow the news spread on the internet, causing not only students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, but also students from other cultivation schools and cultivators from the outside world to go there to buy elixirs. The monthly share is also increasing. Shu Yuqing insisted on giving half of the share to Lu Sun. Lu Sun had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. Shu Yuqing is not short of dark energy now, so Lu Sun can save it and give it to her when she needs it in the future. Morongwan breaks through the 5th level of Qi Hai, and the host gains 20 times what Morongwan gained. After more than half of the new month had passed, Morongwan made another breakthrough. Lu Sun also broke through the 15th level of Qi Hai. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 3rd level of Qi gathering, and the host gains 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained. Not long after Morongwan achieved a breakthrough, Shu Yuqing also achieved a breakthrough.
This upgrade can't be stopped.
Lu Sun was overjoyed. In total, less than 3 months before the official start of school, Lu Sun had already reached the 15th level of Qi Hai and the 13th level of Qi Ju. This increase in strength is crazy. Shu Yuqing learns the flying sword technique, and the host gains 20 times what Shu Yuqing gained. You obtain the shadowless flying sword technique. Not long after Shu Yuqing broke through the 3rd level of Qi gathering, he learned the essential skills for the 2nd level of immortal cultivation, the flying sword technique. What she learned should be the general sword flying technique, which does not require too many tricks. The power mainly depends on the cultivation level and sword control skills. After being returned to Lu Xun 20 times, it turned into the shadowless flying sword technique. It is much more powerful than ordinary sword flying techniques.
Chapter 59 Bai Ling's Troubles. Bai Ling closed the Lingdan Pavilion?
Yes, boss,
Miss Bai has been locked up for a week. She has been staying indoors and I don't know what she is doing.
On this day, Lu Xun received an unexpected news. Bai Ling closed the Lingdan Pavilion.
It is no exaggeration to say that Lingdan Pavilion makes a fortune every day.
Lu Xun only needs to rent out half of the storefront, but he can get 40% of the profits.
It can be said that this is pie in the sky.
With Bai Ling's attainments in alchemy, no matter where she makes the elixir, her business will be good.
Now she's suddenly closed. Could it be that he felt that Lu Xun got too much? We can't let such a big money tree get away.
Not to mention, Bai Ling's elixirs also played a certain role in Xu Yuqing and Morong Wan's rapid cultivation. As long as Bai Ling is still there, Lu Xun can take advantage of his proximity to her and get the elixir from her first. After thinking about it, Lu Xun decided to go to Qingbei Street to see the situation. Although the 2 murder requests for him are still there on the dark web, his current strength is far superior to what it used to be, and a cultivator in the 3rd realm has no chance of killing him. Even if he encountered a killer at the 4th level, Lu Xun could still fight him for a few moves.
Qingbei Street is in the middle of Qingbei and Peking University, so just delay it for a while. After some disguise, Lu Xun went out.
Soon, he arrived at Xingyue Tower.
It's closed indeed.
Lu Xun stood in front of the Lingdan Pavilion, looking at the locked door with a frown on his face. Even though it has been closed for a whole week, there are still many people waiting outside the door to buy pills.
This shows how effective Bai Ling's elixir is. Lu Xun came to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door.
Who? Bai Ling's voice came from inside, with a hint of fatigue. She just closed the door and people were still inside.
It's me, Lu Xun. Oh, wait a minute.
Bai Ling's voice sounded normal, but one could vaguely hear the flurry of movement inside. From this point of view, she should be refining medicine instead of closing down the business.
Squeak.
After more than 10 minutes, the door slowly opened.
Boss, long time no see.
Bai Ling appeared behind the door, forcing a smile.
Bai Ling. What's wrong with you? When he saw her appearance, Lu Xun couldn't help but ask.
Bai Ling's appearance is not bad, she is a real beauty.
Compared to Morong Wan's stunning beauty and Xu Yuqing's purity, Bai Ling is more pretty and lively.
However, her little face was dirty now, with a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and her hair looked a little messy. What was even more difficult to hold back was that her watery eyes had obvious dark circles under them, making her look shaky.
How long has it been since you last slept?
I'm fine, Bai Ling rubbed her eyes and yawned, this is from alchemy. I want to refine a 3rd-grade elixir, but I haven't succeeded. As she spoke, her shoulders slumped in frustration.
3rd-grade elixir?
That is the elixir corresponding to the 3rd realm cultivator. As long as you can refine a 3rd-grade elixir, you can be considered a 3rd-grade alchemist. Bai Ling was able to refine 2nd-grade heavenly elixirs, so refining ordinary 3rd-grade elixirs was not difficult for her. She probably wanted to refine a higher quality 3rd-grade elixir, so she made herself like this.
I'm glad you're okay.
I heard you stayed indoors and was a little worried, so I came to check on you. Lu Xun breathed a sigh of relief and his tone softened a bit.
Thank you for your concern, boss.
Bai Ling smiled sweetly.
Boss, are you a monk?
Immediately, she asked.
Lu Xun nodded, yeah. Wow, that's great.
I wish I could practice,
she said enviously. Lu Xun paused, you are not a cultivator?
Bai Ling nodded, well, I don't have any cultivation, otherwise I would definitely be able to refine a 3rd-grade pill.
No cultivation. Lu Xun's gaze shifted back and forth between Bai Ling. He didn't quite believe it. Without any cultivation, he was able to refine a 2nd-grade elixir. It's still a 2nd-grade heavenly elixir. How is this possible? The attainment of alchemy is not directly linked to the level of cultivation, but without the support of cultivation, even slightly higher level pills cannot be refined. It's not that I have no cultivation ability at all.
I can use pills to increase my spiritual power, and I can also control this spiritual power to make pills, but there is a problem with my spiritual veins, and I can't cultivate spiritual power on my own. Seeing that Lu Sun didn't believe her, Bai Ling explained.
I see. Bai Ling, unexpectedly, can't practice either.
Her situation is different from Lu Sun's. Lu Sun was forbidden from practicing by the system, not that he couldn't practice.
Even if he is forbidden to practice, he can still absorb dark energy to replenish his spiritual power and true qi.
Bai Ling can't do that, she can only rely on taking pills to gain spiritual power.
These spiritual powers cannot exist in the body for too long. I don't know what's wrong with her spiritual veins.
However, without any cultivation, Bai Ling was able to refine second-grade heavenly elixirs simply by using the spiritual power replenished by elixirs. She was truly a genius in alchemy.
Boss, someone's looking for you.
At this time, the store manager ran up to inform.
Who is it? Someone from the Jia Group. Jia Group. This is the alchemy group that produces Jia's body strengthening pills and meridian opening pills. Boss, can I ask you for a favor?
Bai Ling on the side suddenly said. Lu Sun noticed that she looked a little nervous, biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, as if she was worried about something.
Bai Ling, tell me what it is. I will definitely help you as long as I can.
Lu Sun said in a gentle voice. They will probably want to buy your shop for a high price.
Can you refuse them?
I won't let you help me in vain. I can increase the share of Lingdan Pavilion by another 20%.
By Lingdao. Increase it by another 20%? That is 60%.
Wow, Bai Ling makes the elixir by herself, and Lu Sun only needs to provide a venue and can get 60% of it. Such a business is hard to find even with a lantern.
What's wrong with Bai Ling? Why does she have to open a store here? Okay, I promise. Lu Sun agreed. Thank you, boss. You are so kind.
Bai Ling breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sweetly.
Lu Sun turned and left.
Soon, he met people from the Jia Group downstairs. There were 3 people in total, and the leader was a middle-aged man dressed very formally. He had a strong aura and gave Lu Sun the impression that he was at least in the 3rd realm.
Boss, are you interested in doing business with us?
The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back, raised his chin slightly, and looked down on others.
What business?
Lu Sun crossed his arms and asked calmly.
Your lease is for 3 years, right?
For the remaining 2.5 years, we'll give you a lump sum of 100,000 dark energy or 200 million in cash.
How about you sell us this shop?
The middle-aged man said loudly.
It's true.
Bai Ling was right, the other party was indeed here to buy the store. 100,000 dark energies or 200 million in cash, this price is not low. Even if you can get a share from Lingdan Pavilion, it is not easy to earn 100,000 dark energy. From this perspective, Bai Ling made them feel threatened, so they came to buy it at a high price.
Wrong. Lu Sun suddenly felt something was wrong. The Jia Group is a behemoth.
The pills they refine are not only popular in China, but also in the countries surrounding China. Their store on Xingbei Street is just a small piece of the puzzle in their huge business empire. Even if Bai Ling can refine a second-grade heavenly elixir, she is only one person after all.
How much business can she take away from the Jia Group?
Not to mention, with Bai Ling's attainments in alchemy, even if Lu Sun agreed to resell the shop, Bai Ling would still be crowded with customers if she opened another shop. But Bai Ling would rather give up 60% of the profits than change the store, as if she wanted to go against the Jia Group.
The Jia Group directly spent a large sum of money to acquire Xingyue building. Is there any story behind this? Am I in a grudge situation? Lu Sun couldn't help but think. Chapter 60 Sister and Sister, Boundary Talisman. Sorry, I don't sell it in this shop.
While thinking about this, Lu Sun rejected the middle-aged man's offer.
Boss, you don't have to refuse so quickly. How about we add another bottle of Jia's Ningyuan pill or Tonqiao pill?
The middle-aged man did not give up and added another condition.
Jia's Ningyuan pill or Tonqiao pill.
If a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd realm heard about these 2 kinds of pills, his breathing would quicken. It is not easy for a cultivator in the 2nd realm to break through to the 3rd realm. Some people with average talent find it difficult to break through the peak of the 2nd realm for many years. At this time, with the help of Ningyuan Dan or Tonqiao Dan, the success rate will be greatly improved. Ningyuan pill is for immortal cultivators, and it is also called Foundation Establishment pill. The 3rd realm of the immortal path, the Ningyuan realm, is also known as the Foundation Building realm.
This realm is extremely important. Once you break through, you can be considered a top figure among the group of cultivators.
The third level of martial arts is Tongxiao, and Tongxiao pills can also make breakthroughs easier. Both of these elixirs are standard third-grade elixirs. Those with a little bit of quality are sold at extremely high prices.
Ningyuan or Tongxiao Dan from the Jia group are sold at sky-high prices and are not easy to buy.
Now, they are willing to give up a bottle for a small Xingyue tower. It's really a grudge game. Lu Sun was now even more certain that Bai Ling and the Jia group probably had some grudge.
Opposite.
After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waited calmly for Lu Sun's reply.
Judging from his expression, he seemed certain that Lu Sun would be moved. After all, those were the Ningyuan and Tongxiao pills produced by the Jia group.
Sorry, I don't sell it in this shop. To the middle-aged man's surprise, Lu Sun refused again. 50,000 dark energies plus elixirs. If you're willing to transfer, the dark energy will be deposited into your account today. The middle-aged man raised the price again. I don't want to say the same thing for the third time.
Please go back, sir. Lu Sun refused without even thinking.
50,000 dark energies is indeed a sky-high price, but for Lu Sun now, he really doesn't care about it. In addition, this shop was left to Chu Yuqing by Morongyan. Although Chu Yuqing gave all decision-making power to Lu Sun would not sell it just like that.
Boss, would you like to reconsider?
The middle-aged man's face darkened.
I think I've made myself clear enough. Lu Sun's expression turned cold and he said indifferently. I've been rejected twice and even given a cold shoulder. Who's afraid of who? The middle-aged man looked at Lu Sun's face for a few seconds, snorted, and turned away. Soon, he returned to the Jia family's medicine box opposite. Thank you, boss. I was really worried that you would agree to them.
After the middle-aged man left, Bai Ling came out from behind and said gratefully. I've already promised you, and I won't break my promise.
Just focus on refining the elixir and don't get too tired.
Bai Ling nodded heavily. On the other side, on the third floor of Jia's pharmacy, the middle-aged man who had just arrived at Xingyue Tower returned here.
Miss Third, the owner of Xingyue Tower won't sell it until things are done properly.
The middle-aged man came up to a woman in her 20s with a face as rosy as a lotus and eyebrows as thin as willows, and bowed his head respectfully to report.
Not selling?
The third young lady slowly raised her head, tapping the table lightly with her slender fingers. Yes, Miss San, he refused to sell it. I raised the price twice, but I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth.
He's not even interested in 50,000 dark energy and a bottle of foundation establishment pill.
Managerly, go investigate and find out who this guy is. Then find a way to contact the landlord and offer him a high price to force him to breach the contract and evict them.
Yes, miss.
The middle-aged man went down. After he left, the third young lady came to the window and looked at the Xingyue Tower across the street through the glass.
Hua hua. Two shop assistants opened the door of Lingdan Pavilion on the left side of the first floor of Xingyue Tower. Wow, the door is open, the door is open. Fortunately, I have been staying here. The people who had been waiting outside were overjoyed and rushed into the Lingdan Pavilion like a tide. Even those who were originally planning to come to Jia's medicine shop turned around and chose Lingdan Pavilion. Miss, isn't her Danmai useless? Why is she still so powerful? A maid beside the third young lady asked cautiously. After the advent of the high martial arts era, the gap between people has become increasingly larger. In some large families, roles such as maids and servants have revived. No matter how powerful she is, she will never be able to refine a third-grade elixir in her lifetime. She's just a bastard born of a wild woman. How can she compare to our third young lady? Another maid interrupted. That's enough. The third lady's words made the two maids shut up immediately. After staring at the Lingdan Pavilion for a long time, the third young lady finally saw a familiar figure. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a sneer. My dear sister, you didn't hide properly and deliberately came here. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. At the same time, in Xingyue Tower. After receiving a message, Lu Sun left in a hurry. The He family wants to challenge me? Yes, Lu Sun. It's said that he's He Zhao's cousin, named He Chang. He's just entered his senior year. After 6 months of seclusion, he just broke through to the third realm the day before yesterday. He wants to avenge He Xiao. Third realm? Otherwise, why do you say the He family is shameless?
They are already seniors, and they are still in the third realm, but they actually want to challenge a freshman in the second realm. On the phone, Li Bufan explained the situation. At Beidou University, someone named Dian Jin wanted to challenge Lu Sun and even placed a heavy bet of 100,000 dark energy on it. As long as Lu Sun defeats him, he can take away 100,000 dark energy. This incident has attracted considerable attention and discussion at Beidou University. On the campus network, many students were discussing whether Lu Sun would accept He Chang's challenge. Without the heaven and earth miraculous veins, how could he break through the third realm so quickly? He Chang's situation also spread on the campus network. The other party did not open the strange meridians of heaven and earth, but he broke through the third realm in his senior year. Even so, the gap between the major realms is like heaven and earth, and He Chang's strength is far beyond the reach of a second-level cultivator. He was very arrogant. He personally issued a declaration of war on the campus website and was still guarding the ring. Such behavior attracted a lot of onlookers from students. If you want to fight, then fight. After Lu Sun understood all the circumstances, he gave his reply directly under the letter of challenge. It's just the third realm. If it was a genius who had opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth, Lu Sun might still consider it. He doesn't even have the strange veins of heaven and earth, so why should Lu Sun be afraid of him? To be honest, the He family is really prosperous. He Xiao is considered the youngest genius, and He Chang is not too weak either. There is also an immortal cultivator named He Huan, who is also a genius. The He family originally wanted to use him to marry Chu Yuqing in order to produce more offspring with spiritual roots. The He family not only has many geniuses, but also has small minds. The younger generation does not hesitate to bully the weak, while the older generation secretly posts murder commissions on the dark web, aiming to kill Lu Sun. In this case, don't blame Lu Sun for being rude. After replying to the challenge, Lu Sun quickly walked towards the school. Let him see how capable He Chang is. Meow. In his arms, Xiao Baisir suddenly stood up and he made a warning sound. Wrong. Lu Sun stopped and moved his hands, and several talismans began to rotate around him. These were the defensive talismans he had drawn in his spare time. With his limited attainments in talismans, the defensive power of these talismans was not very strong, but it was better to have them than not. Lu Sun looked around. The noisy voices just now have disappeared. The surrounding scenery also became blurry. It's as if Lu Sun seemed to be isolated from the world. Boundary. Lu Sun whispered. This should be a barrier. A barrier is a type of formation, more popular in the West because it is easier to cast a barrier through magic. Many magicians cast barriers that can isolate people in a busy city. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. You have good insights. You are indeed a genius famous in Beidou University. It is worth using my barrier talisman, which costs tens of millions per piece, on you. Along with the applause, a person who was dressed simply and ordinary, like a passerby, appeared. Chapter 61 Killing Three Realms, Sun Gu is a real man. Dark Web Killer? Lu Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the newcomer calmly, his right hand already quietly pressing on the hilt of the sword. Judging from the opponent's momentum, he is most likely a dark web killer. Do you know the dark web? The dark web killer raised his brow. He was somewhat surprised by Lu Sun's calmness. So, while asking the question, he turned into a bolt of thunder and rushed towards Lu Sun. Lu Sun moved his feet lightly, dodging like a ghost, and at the same time, he drew his sword, a cold light flashing. Ding ding ding. As sword shadows intersected, the two had fought for more than 10 rounds. The collision of true qi caused the surrounding scenery to ripple. If there were no barrier talisman, a battle of this magnitude would be enough to alarm the strong men from Peking University and Tsinghua University. But now, the barrier talisman isolates all fluctuations, and the outside world cannot detect even a little movement. This is also the reason why this dark web killer dared to take action on Qingbei Street. How can he be so strong? As soon as they started fighting, the dark web killer couldn't suppress his fear. According to the information he obtained, Lu Sun is only at the 6th level of Qi Hai. And he had already reached the 4th level of Tongxiao, which was equivalent to the middle stage of the 3rd realm. The gap here is not just a few levels. But there is one heaven and one earth. This gave him enough confidence to kill Lu Sun easily. But now, he found out that he was wrong. Lu Sun is ridiculously strong. This is definitely not the 6th level of Qi Hai. In his perception, Lu Sun was still at the Qi Hai realm, but even warriors at the 10th level of Qi High did not have such domineering true Qi and vigorous Qi in blood as Lu Sun. He was not sure what level of Qi High Lu Sun was at. Just one thing for sure. Lu Sun is definitely not at the 6th level of Qi High. Shrink the earth into an inch. The dark web killer couldn't help but use his martial arts skills. The third realm of martial arts is the Tongqiao realm. The strength of martial artists in this realm is comprehensively enhanced, and they also have some passive or active martial arts abilities. If the 9 eye orifices are opened in the first level of Tongqiao realm, one will gain passive martial arts abilities such as weak candle to identify subtleties, condensing light through flaws, and observing patterns at 100 steps. There is also a certain possibility of obtaining more powerful martial arts supernatural powers such as the divine eye, the eye that can see through delusion, and the clairvoyance, but the probability is extremely small. The second layer opens the 9 ear orifices, which can gain martial arts skills related to hearing. The third level is the realm of the nasal orifices, and the fourth level is the realm of the foot orifices. The strength of this dark web killer is at the 4th level of Tongqiao. He has opened dozens of secret acupoints, which has greatly enhanced his strength. He has also obtained the martial arts ability of shrinking the earth into an inch. His figure appeared and disappeared, his speed suddenly increased several times, and he moved freely on the battlefield. However, Lu Sun's divine footsteps were equally exquisite, and he could always cleverly avoid his opponent's move just when he was about to succeed.
Dang dang dang.
The clash between the two sides continued to escalate.
The third realm is nothing more than this.
The more he fought, the more confident Lu Sun became. He had less and less time to dodge with the divine step, and chose to confront enemies head-on more often.
The sword of 10,000 tribulations. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The dark web killer was nearly injured by Lu Sun several times.
If he hadn't been able to shrink the distance to an inch, he would have been finished long ago. This shocked him greatly. After awakening the supernatural power of eyesight, warriors in the third realm can identify the enemy's weaknesses and anticipate the enemy's attacks. But he couldn't see through the weakness of the Wanjie Wuxiang sword, nor could he predict its moves.
Hateful. We can't put it off any longer.
The dark web killer decided to use his killer move. He suddenly killed an object and was about to use it.
Suddenly.
He sensed the danger, his eyelids twitched, and he dodged suddenly. A flash of cold light passed across his afterimage.
Flying sword.
The dark web killer was shocked. As a warrior of the third realm, he was not afraid of ordinary flying swords, but Lu Sun's flying sword was enough to threaten him in terms of speed and power. Swish swish. Several more flying swords attacked, forcing the dark web killer into a panic and leaving him no time to use his killing moves.
Not good.
The fatal crisis came again, and he suddenly dodged to the side, and then dodged again. The magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch is more useful than many physical and martial arts skills. Just when he thought he had avoided Lu Sun's series of killing moves and was about to use his killing move, he suddenly realized something was wrong.
Looked down. Only half of his body was left.
The next second, more sword lights came, and several flying swords hit him at the same time. Half of the dark web killer's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and he died with his eyes open. This powerful martial artist at the 4th level of the third realm probably never imagined that one day he would die at the hands of a second realm cultivator.
4th grade thunder and fire talisman, ha!
Lu Sun took the talisman from his hand, which the dark web killer had not yet activated.
This is an attack talisman, a 4th grade thunder and fire talisman.
The 4th grade corresponds to the 4th realm. In other words, this talisman poses a certain threat to cultivators in the 4 realms.
It's just a threat.
The real purpose of the 4th grade talisman is to deal with cultivators below the 4th level. Those below the 4th realm will surely die if they encounter it unless they have appropriate defensive measures.
This dark web killer was actually quite wealthy. He first isolated Lu Sun with a barrier talisman, and then prepared a powerful weapon like a 4th grade spiritual talisman. But he never imagined that Lu Sun was so powerful. It was so powerful that it killed Barbara without using any spells. Of course, the only thing to blame is this guy's own procrastination. If he had used the 4th grade thunder and fire talisman right from the start, Lu Sun would have been in real danger. The villain dies because he talks too much. Therefore, Lu Sun decided that if he wanted to kill someone in the future, he should kill them properly and not waste any words. Hello, is this Yao Yao Ling? I want to call the police. Teacher Fei, I encountered a little problem.
A few minutes later, when the barrier talisman lost its effect, Lu Sun calmly took out his phone amid the screams of the surrounding students, reported the case, and notified Fei Taie.
Do you think Lu Sun will come? Probably not. Lu Sun is not stupid. Well, I wouldn't be able to do that either.
This is the third realm, the gap is too big, only someone with a mental disorder would come here to be tortured. That's right, it was the He family who bullied others.
Shu, keep your voice down. At Beidou University, hundreds of students gathered under a ring. On the ring stood a man in white.
This is He Chang from the He family. After he publicly declared war on Lu Sun, he has been waiting here. And threatened to wait for Lu Sun here for 3 days. If Lu Sun doesn't dare to come during these 3 days, he will call Lu Sun a coward every time they meet from now on. I learned this from Lu Sun. He Xiao was completely devastated by Lu Sun's move. However, since He Chang is a senior and in the third realm, not many students stand on his side.
Bullying the weak has been despised since ancient times.
What's more, most students come from ordinary backgrounds and don't have much good feelings towards wealthy families like the He family.
Mr. He, Lu Sun probably wouldn't dare to answer. Humph, I don't think he would dare.
Lin Yan and He Xiao were also below the ring. After He Chang broke through the third realm, he heard about what happened to He Xiao and was eager to avenge He Xiao. Even though He Chang is stronger, his status in the He family is not as good as He Xiao's.
Lu Sun is back, Lu Sun is back.
At this time, a student suddenly made a discovery.
What?
Look at the ID called Schrodinger's lube below the challenge letter.
That's Lu Sun's account. If you want to fight, then let's fight. WOC, are you accepting the challenge? Brother Sun is so awesome. You dare to accept this? The gap is so big, can we win? Whether I win or not, my brother Sun is a real man. The students were excited.
They never expected that Lu Sun would accept the challenge.
He actually dared to answer.
Lin Yan also saw Lu Sun's reply, his eyes filled with disbelief. He, who had always been at odds with Lu Sun, couldn't understand why Lu Sun dared to accept the call. That is the third realm, and the strength has undergone a qualitative change compared to the second realm cultivators. Lu Sun is probably at the 6th or 7th level of Qihai now. How can he fight against someone at the 3rd level? If he wants to be tortured, then let him have his wish. He Xiao's eyes flashed, as if he saw the scene of Lu Sun being beaten violently by He Chang.
Soon, the news that Lu Sun accepted He Chang's challenge spread like wildfire throughout Beidou University.
Since today was the weekend, the news spread very quickly, causing the number of students under the ring to continue to rise, and soon exceeded 1,000. Some students who were originally practicing stopped practicing and ran to watch the fun.
Chapter 62, his face turned pale with fear. Student Lu Sun, we've pretty much understood what's going on. You can leave now.
Okay.
Xingbei Street.
The matter of Lu Sun killing the dark web killer has been handled. After the people from Wu Mansion arrived, they conducted a simple investigation and settled the matter. Although they were very curious about Lu Sun's counterattack against the third-level killer, due to Lu Sun's special identity, the people from the Wu Mansion did not conduct an in-depth investigation. Which genius doesn't he have any secrets of his own? This bastard actually dared to kill my precious student.
Lu Sun, go back to school first.
I'll buy you some treasures.
Fei Taie was so angry that his beard stood up.
Although he is very Buddhist, it does not mean that he does not value Lu Sun. He used to be ready to turn over a new leaf and start anew for Lu Sun. It was just that Lu Sun's words broke her defenses and she became depressed again.
It's Lu Sun. Didn't he accept He Chang's challenge?
Why is he still here? I heard that a third-level dark web assassin tried to kill him, but he killed him instead.
What? Lu Sun killed the third realm killer?
The students passing by recognized Lu Sun and started talking about him. Some people gasped, some widened their eyes, and more people looked at Lu Sun in disbelief. Lu Sun, the most dazzling genius of the new class of Beidou University, possessing dual heavenly and earthly meridians, cultivating both immortality and martial arts, and counterattacking a killer at the 3rd level. Interesting, no wonder they rejected our acquisition. I don't know what your relationship is with my sister Bai Ling. On the 3rd floor of Jia's pharmacy, the 3rd Miss stood there, looking at Lu Sun's back from afar, with a slight smile on her lips, revealing an interested look.
Wow, Morong Wan.
So beautiful, she's worthy of the title of Chengdu's most beautiful woman.
At Beidou University, Morong Wan, who appeared near the arena, attracted the attention of many students. She stood quietly in the crowd, yet she stood out like a crane among chickens. She didn't dress up deliberately, but she had a breathtaking temperament. It's not that there are no beauties at Beidou University, but it's rare to find someone as beautiful as Morong Wan. The beauty of many women is more or less enhanced by other factors, such as identity, status, cultivation, etc. Morong Wan's beauty is the purest beauty. Even without any cultivation, she was already the most beautiful woman in Rongqing. Now she possesses an exquisite body, her cultivation advances by leaps and bounds, and with the bonus of the genius aura, she is even more breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Xinghe, it's Lu Xinghe. So handsome. At this time, another person appeared. This is Lu Xinghe, who possesses the holy star body. He rarely shows up in public, but he actually came to watch this battle. As soon as Lu Xinghe appeared, he attracted the attention of many girls. In terms of appearance, Lu Xinghe is indeed very good at fighting. In the old days, he could be a top-tier young star. After Lu Xinghe arrived, he glanced at Morong Wan from a distance, then turned his attention back to He Chang. It's worth a fight. After observing He Chang for 3 minutes, Lu Xinghe came to a conclusion. Even if He Chang was at the 3rd level, he believed he could fight him. As for whether this battle was a win, a loss or a draw, Lu Xinghe didn't care. The most powerful thing about the holy body of the galaxy is its combat power. Even though Lu Xinghe is only at the 4th level of Qi Hai now, he doesn't take ordinary Qi Hai levels 9 or 10 seriously. With the dual heaven and earth meridians, considering the overwhelming power of that strange phenomenon, Lu Sun may not lose this battle. Unlike the vast majority of students who were not optimistic about Lu Sun, Lu Xinghe believed that Lu Sun would not necessarily lose this battle. In addition to Lu Xinghe, many other geniuses also came. For example, Wang Tingyun of the Wang family, and other people who have opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth. There were even some senior students who came to watch the game. Wow, big news! A 3rd-level assassin just tried to kill Lu Sun, but was killed by Lu Sun instead. What? Oh my god, is this true? One of my classmates was there, it's real. Nima, this is too unbelievable, right? Suddenly, a new piece of news caused a commotion among the students present. News of what happened on Qingbei Street has been reported back. Absurd! Below the ring, He Xiao subconsciously denied the news. What a joke! A 3rd-level killer could be killed by Lu Sun? A killer at the 3rd level, who dares to act near Peking University and Tsinghua University, must be very skilled. These people must be mentally retarded to believe such exaggerated news. Lin Yan shook his head. He said this, but his heart was pounding. Because Lin Yan felt that this news might be true. Perhaps it was because Lu Sun had created too many miracles since he started to oppose him. So much so that Lin Yan, his opponent, would subconsciously become suspicious whenever he heard such outrageous news. Lu Sun killed a level 3 assassin. How is that possible? He Chang on the ring also heard the news. Unlike many students who instinctively disbelieved it, this news made He Chang's heart skip a beat and his face turned pale with fright. Few people knew about the reward the Yi family had posted for Lu Sun on the dark web. He Xiao didn't he know? Things are accomplished through secrecy, and are ruined through disclosure. The Yi family attaches great importance to confidentiality. After Yi Chang broke through the 3rd realm, his father told him about this. This challenge was also instructed by Yi Chang's father. Lu Sun has never left Beidou University, and the killer has no chance, so the purpose of Yi Chang's challenge this time is to replicate Lu Sun's original actions and break Lu Sun's mentality. It would be best if Lu Sun could no longer bear it and choose to leave school to relax, so that the killer would have a chance. Unexpectedly, Lu Sun really left school today and was targeted by a killer. However, He Chang never expected that a 3rd-level killer who dared to act near Peking University and Tsinghua University would be killed by Lu Sun. This is great news. It was so strong that He Chang almost couldn't stand. He had only been in his senior year for a few months when he broke through to the 3rd realm, which was considered fast among the students of Beidou University. But only he himself knew that it was caused by the drugs he took. Otherwise, generally only after opening the strange meridians of heaven and earth can one achieve such a speed of cultivation. There are many disadvantages of taking drugs. One is that the foundation is unstable, and the other is that the combat effectiveness is weaker. He Chang knew his own limitations and knew that he was definitely no match for that 3rd-level killer. If Lu Sun could kill a 3rd-level killer, wouldn't it only take a few minutes to defeat him? This made He Chang's heart start beating uncontrollably. He was very panicked,
but he had to pretend to be calm to avoid embarrassment. Fei Taie is so generous, maybe he gave Lu Sun something to rely on. At this time, a student proposed a possibility.
I think so too. Although Fei Taie is a bit of a Buddhist, he is really good to Lu Sun.
With Fei Taie's strength, just giving him some life-saving trump cards, such as spiritual talismans and battle pills, can allow Lu Sun to kill the third realm.
Other students echoed.
Their words soon resonated with more students.
That must be it.
He Chang's heart calmed down and his confidence began to grow again.
There are clear rules in the arena. You cannot use external objects such as talismans and battle pills. You can only fight with your real skills. He Chang just didn't believe that he, who was in the third realm, would lose to Lu Sun, who was in the second realm. Chapter 63, Big Bet, Unbearable. It's Lu Sun.
I heard that he accepted He Chang's challenge and even killed a third-level killer outside the school.
Come on, follow him and see for yourself.
The moment Lu Sun stepped into the school again, he instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. Many students stopped and followed him from a distance, whispering to each other.
Lu Sun walked steadily and calmly as he headed straight towards Beidou Square.
As he moved forward, the crowd behind him grew larger and larger, forming a dark mass that surged like a tide.
Brother Sun, you're awesome.
You can even kill a third-level cultivator. He Chang was almost scared to death by you. Li Bufan appeared from nowhere, approached Lu Sun with a grin on his face full of excitement. His strength increased rapidly. 3 months after opening his meridians, Li Bufan had already reached the peak of the second level of Qi Hai, and was only one step away from the third level of Qi Hai.
Lu Sun is here.
Someone shouted, and the originally noisy crowd in Beidou Square suddenly quieted down for a moment, and then turned their heads in unison. The crowd automatically parted, leaving a passage several meters wide, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Sun. Most of the students here are freshmen, but there are also quite a few senior students. Many people had only heard of Lu Sun's name, and today was the first time they saw Lu Sun.
Wow, so handsome.
I originally thought Lu Xinghao was unrivaled in handsomeness, but I didn't expect there was someone even more handsome than him.
Is this the top talent in Beidou this year?
Many girls' eyes lit up instantly and they talked in low voices. Lu Sun's appearance was already outstanding, and with the added aura of a super genius, in the eyes of everyone, he seemed to be shrouded in an invisible aura, so dazzling that people could not take their eyes off him. Lu Sun looked calm, ignoring the noise around him, and walked straight towards the ring.
He's here. How dare you come here? You think you can scare us by spreading some false information?
Unfortunately, your psychological warfare is useless. He Xiao stared at Lu Sun coldly, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. In his opinion, the news that was previously passed back must have been a smokescreen that Lu Sun had someone deliberately release.
The purpose is to shake He Chang's fighting spirit in order to gain more initiative in the battle.
Beside him, Lin Yan silently took a half step back, allowing He Xiao's figure to block him and avoid Lu Sun's sight.
Who wants to challenge me?
Lu Sun stood still under the arena, glancing around. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone.
I.
On the ring, He Chang responded loudly and slammed the broadsword in his hand heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound. It seems that not all the Yi family members are cowards.
You finally have a decent man.
Lu Sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his tone was calm, but his eyes glanced meaningfully at He Xiao beside him.
He Xiao's face instantly darkened and he clenched his fists unconsciously.
He has always been afraid to accept Lu Sun's challenge, and this will become his biggest stain. Unless he defeats Lu Sun in the future, this stain will never be washed away.
You're a senior, I'm a freshman. You're in the third realm, I'm in the second.
I'm not saying you're bullying the weak, but 100,000 dark energies isn't enough.
Why not raise the stakes a bit? Do you dare?
Lu Sun changed the subject and looked at He Chang on the stage.
How much do you want to add? He Chang asked in a deep voice. It depends on how much you can take out. No matter how much you take out, I will take the same amount. Lu Sun said calmly.
He Chang frowned and subconsciously glanced at He Xiao. I'm afraid you can't produce that much dark energy. He Xiao sneered.
Who says my students can't produce dark energy? A lazy voice sounded. Fei Taie is here.
This card of mine contains a lot of dark energy.
Feel free to gamble.
If Lu Sun loses, no matter how much dark energy he gains, I, as your teacher, will take the blame. Fei Taie took out a golden card and shook it slowly.
Wow, this is the gold card of the Blue Star Alliance. It said that only those with a deposit of at least 1 dark energy can apply for a gold card. One side? That's not millions of units of dark energy.
One student was knowledgeable enough to recognize the gold card in Fei Tai's hand. 1 cubic meter of dark energy, which is a million units of dark energy, is worth over 1 billion.
Then bet on dark energy.
Before Aqian could say anything, He Xiao spoke hurriedly. The He family is naturally wealthy, but there are too many members in the family, so a piece of dark energy is not a small amount for He Xiao. He Xiao does not have so much dark energy in his hands.
Now that you have the opportunity to make some extra money, why not do it?
He Chang's heart began to beat fast again.
Lu Sun wanted to raise the stakes as soon as he arrived, but his mentor Fei Tai not only did not stop him, but instead came over to add fuel to the fire. This made He Chang feel uneasy instantly. Can you produce a dark energy?
Lu Sun looked at He Xiao.
Sure. I don't believe it unless you take it out right away. Just take it.
He Xiao gritted his teeth, walked aside and made a phone call.
This card contains a square of dark energy. As long as you win, it will be transferred to you immediately.
A few minutes later, He Xiao took out a card. Apparently, he got dark energy from home.
Okay, let's make this our bet.
Lu Sun agreed decisively. Although He Chang on the ring was a little panicked, he had no room for regret.
In the current situation, he cannot show weakness.
A genius of the third realm took the initiative to provoke trouble, but was frightened by a piece of news of unknown origin.
If he gave in, where would he put his face in the future? It's better to give it a try, you may not lose. He is in the third realm. One side of dark energy, damn, isn't this a bit too high a bet? It's not just big, it's sky high. If Lu Sun wins, wouldn't it be awesome? It feels so good to lose. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and everyone was shocked by this amazing bet.
Even for students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, 1 cubic meter of dark energy is an astronomical figure.
Such a bold bet is extremely rare in Peking University and Tsinghua University.
My dear classmates, the rules of the arena are very simple. You are not allowed to use external forces such as talismans and elixirs, you are not allowed to harm others' lives, and you are not allowed to destroy others' foundations. If one party admits defeat, they must stop immediately. After the bets were set, a teacher who was in charge of the order in the ring began to explain the rules. The rules are public, and the teacher will repeat them every time a student goes up to the ring.
Okay, let's get started now.
After explaining the rules, the teacher stepped aside and activated a protective formation to prevent the aftermath of the fight between the two from spreading outside the ring.
Lu Sun stood opposite He Chang.
He Chang held a broadsword in his hand, the power in his body continued to surge, and his momentum rose wildly. Across from him, Lu Sun casually drew his sword.
You strike first, or you'll accuse me of bullying the weak.
When He Chang's momentum reached its peak, he let Lu Sun make the first move. He is not really modest, but he is good at striking back and using stillness to overcome movement.
Bullying the small? No, this is called bullying the big. Before Lu Sun finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared. So fast. He Chang's pupils suddenly contracted.
He had just broken through to the third realm, his eyesight had been opened, and his dynamic vision was so strong that he could even clearly capture the trajectory of a bullet. But at this moment, he couldn't see Lu Sun's movements clearly. Wild Wind Sword Technique. In horror, He Chang immediately went on the defensive, swinging his broadsword like a violent storm, forming an impenetrable sword curtain around him.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sounds of metal clashing rang out one after another. Lu Sun's attack was like a storm, but it was all blocked by He Chang.
It's my turn.
He Chang was very calm and was about to fight back. Swish swish. Several cold lights suddenly flashed. At the same time, Lu Sun swung the sword in his hand again, and several sharp sword auras broke through the air.
Not good. Golden bell cover.
He Chang's scalp tingled and he hastily swung his sword to block. At the same time, he launched a defensive martial art, the golden bell cover. In a flash, he barely blocked Lu Sun's sword energy, but 2 flying swords appeared like ghosts, penetrated the golden bell, and instantly pierced his shoulders and thighs.
I give up.
At the critical moment of life and death, He Chang roared.
Buzz.
3 flying swords suddenly hovered, with the tips of the swords less than an inch away from his body. He Chang was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. His body was also covered in blood. He Chang was seriously injured after being pierced by 2 flying swords, but his life was not in danger. Vulnerable. Lu Xun raised his hand and waved, and the flying sword returned to his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest.
He Chang's fighting ability is much weaker than that of the Dark Web Killer. He is simply vulnerable to Lu Xun now. He defeated it easily without even using his true strength. Lost, He Chang admitted defeat. What else can you do if you don't admit defeat? It will only hurt you more. Hiss. How could the third realm be defeated so quickly?
The audience erupted in excitement, with exclamations echoing one after another.
Thousands of students looked at each other in shock.
Chapter 64, Sensation, Protective Treasure.
Lu Xun wins. The teacher announced Lu Xun's victory.
He Zhao's eyes widened suddenly, and he yelled, "This is impossible." Even though the result was before his eyes and the battle was witnessed by thousands of people at the same time, He Zhao still refused to believe it. A genius from the He family who was at the 3rd level actually lost to Lu Xun.
How could he accept this? Hiss. That's amazing.
He's practicing both immortality and martial arts, and he's so powerful in a fight.
With sword energy in one hand and a flying sword in the other, who the hell can defend against it? Why can he control both true energy and spiritual power at the same time? I have to use all my strength to control just one of them. Don't you think Lu Xun is particularly handsome when he fights?
There was a crowd of people under the arena, and the students were still immersed in the battle just now, discussing it heatedly.
How amazing!
His flying sword can actually penetrate the golden bell. In the crowd, Lu Xing's eyes narrowed. Ordinary students just watch the fun, but he is looking for the tricks.
There is a certain degree of superiority between immortals and warriors.
In the current contempt chain on Blue Star, immortal cultivators look down on martial cultivators, and martial cultivators look down on Western magic. But in fact, all roads lead to Rome, and any road taken to the extreme can become invincible. The flying swords of immortal cultivators are extremely sharp in the first few realms, making it difficult to defend against them. Martial artists also have corresponding means. For example, after breaking through the 3rd realm and opening 9 eye orifices, they gain dynamic vision and awaken the supernatural power of the eye orifices, so that they can capture the trajectory of the flying sword and respond accordingly. For example, defensive martial arts such as the Golden Bell Cover are also the nemesis of flying swords. The Golden Bell Cover is a martial art that can be performed from the 1st realm to the 6th realm and above. The effects of its performance vary greatly depending on the strength. Once used, it can form an all-round defense around. The Golden Bell Cover cast by He Chang of the 3rd realm is extremely difficult to be broken by a 2nd realm immortal cultivator with just a flying sword. However, Lu Xun practiced both immortal arts and martial arts, and was able to pierce He Chang's Golden Bell Cover with his flying sword.
This is a bit scary. His swordsmanship is so superb. Lu Xingha also noticed more places.
Lu Xun's swordsmanship was extremely superb, and the sword energy he emitted forced He Chang to resist with all his strength, leaving him with no more energy to deal with the flying sword. In other words, in the battle just now, Lu Xun was distracted and was controlling the flying sword at the same time as attacking with sword energy.
Such ability is extremely rare.
Lu Xing has suddenly felt immense pressure.
Although he and Lu Xun had no conflict, as geniuses from the same class, who wouldn't want to compete with each other? We are all at the age of full vigor and vitality. If we all live indifferently like middle-aged and elderly people, wouldn't it be a waste of this precious time? Is he that powerful?
On the other side, a strange look appeared in Moronwan's beautiful eyes. Just then, Lu Xun glanced at her.
Their eyes met. Lu Xun blinked at her. Moronwan's cheeks suddenly turned red and she looked away as if escaping. This junior is quite interesting.
It's been a long time since such a genius appeared.
Why, are you planning to compete with him?
I'm 3 years older than him, and my cultivation is about to break through the 4th realm.
If I were to compete with him, wouldn't I be laughed at?
There were more people watching this battle than expected.
On the rooftop of a teaching building, several figures stood there, watching the battle from afar. Ah, good disciple.
Fei Taiye laughed and took a sip of wine, then walked towards He Xiao unsteadily. Master will help you to bet right away. He was afraid that He Xiao would default on his debt.
After all, that's a full cubic meter of dark energy.
Under Fei Taiye's fierce gaze, He Xiao's face turned pale and he gritted his teeth as he transferred a piece of dark energy to Lu Xun. Then he jumped onto the stage to help the seriously injured He Chang. As for Lin Yan, who was originally following him, he had already slipped away to a place several dozen meters away from Lu Sun. This guy is now completely afraid of Lu Sun and doesn't even have the courage to meet Lu Sun face to face. He only dared to engage in verbal battles with Li Bufan, and the two would occasionally have a fight.
Li Bufan's defense was amazing, but his attacking methods were average.
Lin Yan slowly found a way to fight him, and the two sides fought back and forth, with most of the matches ending in a draw. My dear disciple, let's go find a private place. I will give you some protective treasures.
After He Xiao transferred the money, Fei Taiye took Lu Sun away.
The challenge initiated by He Chang thus came to an end. Although the challenge has ended, the aftereffects of this challenge lingered for a long time, spreading like the wind in Beidou University and spreading to other schools.
The news is true.
Lu Sun really killed a level 3 killer.
If you don't believe me, watch the video.
At this time, the news that had been passed back before was confirmed because of a video. That was a video of the Three Realms killer lying dead on the street.
I knew it must be true.
Needless to say, Lu Sun defeated He Chang, who was at the 3rd level, so easily.
Killing a 3rd level killer shouldn't be a big deal, right? The combat power of the immortal and martial dual cultivators is so terrifying. Is it too late for me to open my spiritual veins now? You might as well just fall asleep. Crooked? There's everything in dreams. Beidou University was once again shaken by this incident. Good disciple, with these things, you don't have to be afraid even if you encounter the 4th realm. But you must stay calm. The 4th realm is extraordinary, so if you encounter it, try to use the magic talisman to escape.
In the training room, Fei Taiye gave Lu Sun several protective treasures at once. These are all capable of coping with the 4th realm. The 4th grade Golden Bell Talisman can create a Golden Bell Shield after being activated, which can resist ordinary 4th level cultivators for more than 1 minute. The 4th grade Magic Speed Talisman can allow you to burst out at extreme speed in 3 minutes after being activated. It is the best choice for escaping. The 4th grade Thunder Pill is a war pill that can be activated by stimulating true Qi. It can instantly flood an area with thunder. It is a one-time offensive pill. There is also a set of Mithril Soft Armor. After wearing it, even the sword intent of a 4th level martial artist can block a few attacks. If you are an immortal cultivator, you can also block the cutting of ordinary flying swords. To Lu Sun, these 4 items are all genuine treasures, and each one is worth a fortune. Items of the 4th grade, regardless of their quality, are sold at extremely high prices. Fei Taiye lost a lot of blood this time. Teacher, this is too precious. Lu Sun felt a little guilty. Fei Taiye was really good to him. Whether it was Qingshu College or Beidou University, there was no other tutor like Fei Taiye who was so dedicated to his students. Fei Taiye waved his hand, a trace of reminiscence flashing in his cloudy eyes. I am afraid that I will never be able to break through the 6th realm in this lifetime. He tilted his head back and took a sip of wine, his voice hoarse. If I hadn't met your master's wife back then, well, let's not talk about it. Fei Taiye's voice was so low that Lu Sun didn't know how to comfort her. Lu Sun was about to speak when he saw a startling look in his teacher's eyes. So, my disciple. He pressed Lu Sun's shoulders firmly and said, go and see the scenery above the 10 realms for me. Above the 10 realms. These 4 words made Lu Sun dazed for a moment. There is no public 10th realm expert on Blue Star right now. As for the realms above the 10th level, that is even more of a legend. Some people say that it is the realm of immortals and gods, a realm that is difficult for humans to reach. Some people also say that even if all the dark energy of the blue planet is used up, it will still be difficult to support the birth of a being above the 10th realm. That is too far for Lu Sun at the moment. There are more important things. Fei Taiye patted Lu Sun's shoulder. Lu Sun collected his thoughts and looked at him. Fei Taiye drank the wine in the gourd and shouted, free me. Free him. Lu Sun was stunned. Teacher, aren't you free now? How can you be free when your heart is caged? As the sound lingered, Fei Taiye's figure had disappeared, leaving only a faint aroma of wine lingering in the air. Chapter 65 Treasure Girl. This He family, is it ever going to end? In the dormitory, Lu Sun's expression turned cold. The reward for him on the dark web was increased again, from 2 million units of dark energy to 4 million units. It doubled directly. That's 4 cubes of dark energy. It seems that the battle between Lu Sun and He Chang completely angered the He family and made them feel extremely threatened, so the He family was determined to kill Lu Sun. If we talk about 1 or 2 cubic meters of dark energy, some 4th level cultivators might still hesitate.
4 cubic meters of dark energy are enough to make some 4th level cultivators take risks.
You know, the He family's bounty was posted on the dark web, and the composition of the 4th level cultivators who frequently go to the dark web is more or less complicated.
When there is enough benefit, these 4th level cultivators don't mind playing the role of a killer.
Lu Sun, I heard that you were assassinated by a level 3 assassin.
Are you safe? In the evening, Shu Youqing's concerned voice sounded on the phone.
Shu Yuqing should be practicing during the day, and now she heard that Lu Sun encountered a 3rd level killer.
I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried.
I also heard that you defeated the He family's 3rd level genius.
Lu Sun, you are so amazing. Shu Youqing's voice was full of admiration.
After chatting with her for a few hours, it was already late at night. Lu Sun opened the campus network and saw that it was full of news about his battle with He Chang. The news of this battle spread throughout Beidou University, and also spread to Qingshu College and many other cultivation schools. The topic that students discussed most was the combat effectiveness of practicing both immortal and martial arts. The dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts has happened before, and the combat effectiveness is indeed stronger.
However, no one is as strong as Lu Sun.
In the middle stage of the 2nd realm, he was able to defeat a 3rd realm genius so easily. As for the counterattack against the killer in the middle stage of the 3rd realm, many students tended to wonder what trump card Lu Sun used, but did not discuss it too much.
Fighting against opponents of higher levels is a must for genius. But what you cross is a small realm. There is a gap between the big realms, which is not so easy to cross.
Besides, even if He Chang didn't open the heaven and earth Qi meridians, he was able to break through the 3rd realm in his senior year. In the outside world, he would be considered a genius. Just like that, he couldn't even last half a minute in Lu Sun's hands.
Lu Sun's fighting ability is truly astonishing. No one should notice.
After looking around, Lu Sun felt relieved. At least among the students, no one could see his true strength. In this battle, Lu Sun actually did not use too much of his extraordinary skills. He relied on the sharpness of the Wanjie Wuxiang sword and the Wuying Feijian technique, as well as the elusive Shinzong step. Otherwise, with He Chang possessing the ability to see through the eyes, it would be difficult for Lu Sun to defeat him so quickly.
He Chang's defeat was not unfair.
These 2 martial arts and 1 spell were the product of a 20-fold upgrade after being returned by the system. It is much more powerful than ordinary martial arts and spells. As for whether any teacher could see through his true cultivation level, Lu Sun was not too worried.
In the era of high martial arts, which genius doesn't have some secrets?
As long as they are not possessed by others or have not betrayed their clan, the various training schools and the strong men on Blue Star are still very tolerant of geniuses. Not to mention the magic of the Chaos Divine Body, even a powerful being in the 6th realm would not be able to see much.
Lu Sun should be more cautious, but not too cautious. As long as the system is not exposed, the problem will not be a big deal. Wow, it's Lu Sun. It's really him.
The next day, Lu Sun swaggered out of the school gate and headed towards Qingbei Street. That's right, even though he was assassinated yesterday, Lu Sun left school again. He wanted to see if there would be a 4th level killer coming to assassinate him. If a 4th level killer really attacks, you won't even know how you died.
Because Fei Taiye was watching in secret.
Last night, after learning that the Yi family had raised the price again, Lu Sun came up with this idea. Use yourself as bait to lure the killer out.
If Fei Taiye can deal with a 4th level killer, it will definitely deter other killers.
By then, before Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, Lu Sun won't have to be so careful. It's just right to find something for Fei Taiye to do. Lu Sun wanted Fei Taiye, his mentor who cared about him so much, to cheer up, but he was also afraid that after he cheered up, he would have to watch over him and practice every day. In this way, Lu Sun came all the way to Xingyue Tower. There was no killer encountered during this period. Come to think of it, a 3rd level killer was killed by Lu Sun just yesterday. Even if a 4th level killer accepted the bounty, he probably wouldn't dare to take action today.
Boss, I heard that you were assassinated yesterday. Are you okay?
On the 3rd floor of Xingyue Tower, Bai Ling was quite happy to see Lu Sun.
I'm fine.
These 3 words are what Lu Sun said the most in the past 2 days. Boss, this bottle of pills is for you. If you encounter fatal injuries in the future, you can use them to save your life. Bai Ling handed Lu Sun a bottle of pills.
Lu Sun took it and looked at it.
Inside the bottle, each pill had golden patterns on it.
There is no doubt that this is a heavenly grade elixir.
The money for the pills can be deducted from the profit.
Lu Sun was not going to take advantage of Bai Ling. No need, boss.
You rejected their acquisition, and I haven't thanked you yet.
Consider this bottle of medicine my thank you gift.
All right.
Lu Sun put away the pill. By the way, boss, I'll give you these talismans as well. They're all second-grade talismans.
I don't have the spiritual power of the third realm, so the best I can draw is talismans like these. The grade is a bit low, but the effect is very good. At this time, Bai Ling handed over a few more talismans. Lu Sun took a look at it and found that although Bai Ling's talismans were only of the second grade, their quality was very good.
It's much better than what he drew.
Not to mention anything else, the runes of the talisman alone are dozens of times more complicated than the ones drawn by Lu Sun.
Can you draw talismans?
Lu Sun was a little surprised. Not only is Bai Ling good at refining pills, she is also very good at drawing talismans. Well, my spiritual veins are damaged and I can't practice, so I have to think about these unconventional methods. In addition to drawing talismans, I have also done some research on formations. Bai Ling said with some pride.
She also knows how to set up formations? There are so many things to learn. Boss, look, I've set up a defensive formation for Xingyue Tower. Even a cultivator at the third level can hold off for a while. As if afraid that Lu Sun wouldn't believe her, Bai Ling activated a formation. This is a small formation that can protect the entire Xingyue Tower.
After the formation was activated, Lu Sun tried it and found that Bai Ling was not lying.
It will take Lu Sun some time to break this formation.
The art of formation does not require such a high level of cultivation, which should be the reason why Bai Ling was able to set up such a formation.
Although alchemy, talismans, and formations are side doors, they are not simple at all.
Without the corresponding talent, even if you study it for a lifetime, your achievements will be limited. It is not easy to achieve something in a side path. Bai Ling can do 3 things at once, and all 3 are good. At this moment, this lively and pretty girl was simply a treasure girl in Lu Sun's eyes.
Chapter 66 Business War, Favorability Upgrade. It would be great if I could bind her. System, how long will it take for me to bind a third person? Lu Sun had the idea of binding Bai Ling.
Now that he has Morong Wan and Shu Yuqing, he no longer has to worry about his cultivation. If he could bind Bai Ling, he would also have rapid growth in other means.
The best part is, although he can't practice cultivation, he can still make pills, draw talismans, and set up formations, right? Once your alchemy skills improve, making money becomes easy. The same applies to drawing talismans.
Like the 4th grade talismans that Fei Taiye gave to Lu Sun, each one is worth hundreds of millions. Converted into dark energy, it also starts at 100,000 units of dark energy. It is relatively difficult for a formation master to make money, but it is not bad either. After some cultivators grow up and become rich, they want to set up more powerful formations in their homes to protect their families.
This gives the formation master an opportunity to make money.
Generally speaking, alchemists are the richest, followed by talisman masters, and then formation masters. If he could bind to Bai Ling and then use the system to help Bai Ling solve the spiritual vein problem, then Lu Sun could get a steady stream of rewards from her. By then, Lu Sun will have these 3 ways to make money, which will enable him to solve the problem of cultivation resources for Morong Wan and Shu Yuqing after they grow up, and ensure their cultivation speed. Their cultivation speed directly affects Lu Sun's growth speed. After the host's strength reaches the 3rd level, he can bind a third person.
The system gave the answer.
If Lu Sun wants to bind Bai Ling, he needs to reach the 3rd realm.
The binding method is the same as before.
Or they could have a deep connection like with Morong Wan. Or, like Shu Yuqing, after the favorability reaches 100%, you can bind through kissing.
There are some hidden conditions here. For example, if it is a deep combination, Lu Sun must be the other person's first man. If the woman has already been visited by other men, she cannot be tied up. System, how much favorability do you think Bai Ling has towards me now? Lu Sun asked. 16%. The answer is out.
Bai Ling's favorability towards Lu Sun is not low, at 16%, but it is not high either. 16% of it probably has something to do with Lu Sun decisively rejecting the acquisition by Jia Group.
Otherwise, there is not much interaction between the 2 people, so how can there be any good feelings between them?
Before breaking through the 3rd realm, find a way to increase the favorability, and then find a way to bind.
Lu Sun started to plan.
He is not a philandering man, he just wants to bind Bai Ling, and there are only two ways. The first one is very difficult.
Lu Sun can't possibly force Bai Ling, right? So Lu Sun chose the second option. Bai Ling, what's wrong with your spiritual vein?
After making the decision, Lu Sun began to care about Bai Ling. He wanted to know what was wrong with Bai Ling's spiritual vein.
Boss, this is what happened. I have a Danmai that was originally fine.
2 years ago, for some reason, it suddenly became useless, and my entire Lingluan was blocked as a result.
That's how I became what I am now.
Bai Ling explained the reason behind the incident.
The Danmai is damaged? How could it be damaged for no reason?
Lu Sun instinctively felt that there was a story behind this.
I don't know either. Maybe I've been refining too many pills. The pills you refine are so powerful, is there no way to solve it? There's a problem with the heaven and earth chi meridian. It's very difficult to resolve unless there's the origin chi. But how can I get the origin chi? Bai Ling sighed.
This girl, who always seems optimistic, rarely sighs.
If we can bind her, the system should be able to solve this problem.
Lu Sun understood and felt relieved.
Every time you bind a new object, the system will reward you with a binding gift package.
In the binding gift package, there will basically be things that are extremely useful to the bound object and can solve its problems. For example, Morong Wan's innate energy and the innate spiritual energy that Chu Yuqing needs. The system should also be able to provide the original energy that Bai Ling needs.
I have nothing to do today anyway, so I'll come and help you. By the way, I can learn how to make pills from you. Thank you, boss, you are so kind.
After learning all this, Lu Sun did not leave, but helped Bai Ling. Every day thereafter, Lu Sun would take time out to help Bai Ling.
Helping is secondary, the main thing is to improve favorability. This action was indeed effective.
After 3 days, Bai Ling's favorability towards Lu Sun exceeded 20%.
During these 3 days, Fei Taie has been guarding in secret.
To be precise, he was drinking and waiting in a cloud above Qingbei Street.
However, no assassin came to deal with Lu Sun during these 3 days. Fei Taie was very patient. He had no ambition to make progress anyway and just spent his days drinking. It didn't matter where he drank. Miss Third, the owner of Xingyue Tower, is unwilling to breach the contract. I'm afraid we can only think of other ways. Even if the conditions are doubled, he still won't be tempted?
Yes, Miss San, the owner of the house, has a special identity. I'm afraid we can't impress her.
Oh? Who is she? Fu Shui. Fu Shui, it's actually her.
From this perspective, we really can't impress her. On the other side, on the 3rd floor of Jia's medicine shop, the third young lady frowned. In the past few days, Manager Li used various connections and finally found the owner of Xingyue building. The third young lady wanted to pay a high price to make the homeowner choose to breach the contract and drive Lu Sun and Bai Ling away. But the other party was too powerful and refused to cooperate, so this approach was blocked.
Then let's start a business war.
Transfer a batch of pills from other stores and sell them all at half price. At the same time, buy the raw materials at a high price. I want to see how long she can hold out. A few minutes later, the third young lady made a decision. She wants to start a business war to let Bai Ling know how powerful she is. Miss Third, for a small spiritual pill pavilion.
Shut up, you can't question the lady's decision. Yes, I know I was wrong.
Manager Li wanted to persuade her, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a maid.
He sighed to himself. In his opinion, the small amount of medicine sold by Lingdan Pavilion every day posed no threat to Jia's elixirs. Not to mention the Jia Group, even the Jia medicine shop on Qingbei Street is a behemoth compared to the Lingdan Pavilion. That's the difference between an elephant and an ant. The biggest problem with Lingdan Pavilion is that the quantity is too small. No matter how good the effect is, most students still cannot buy it. They can only choose Jia's elixir. There is absolutely no need for the third miss to compete with Lingdan Pavilion. What, Jia's elixir is half price? Go grab it quickly.
The next day, a piece of news spread throughout Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Jia's medicine shop on Qingbei Street sells all its medicines at half price. This news made students from Peking University and Tsinghua University very nervous. Jia's elixirs are highly praised, the only problem is that they are too expensive. Now, Jia's elixirs are half price. This is simply a godsend. If you don't grab it now, when will you?
Soon, the entire Qingbei Street was crowded with students who came to grab the pills.
Those who came later couldn't even squeeze in. Why are they all going to the opposite side? Half price. Even if our pills are more effective, we can't resist the temptation of half price. In Lingdan Pavilion, several shop assistants looked outside eagerly.
In the past, Lingdan Pavilion was bustling with people, but now it is deserted.
Everyone ran to the other side. The power of half price is so great that few students would not be tempted. The dark energy that each student has to buy pills is actually limited. After all, children from wealthy families are a minority.
Most students need to calculate their dark energy carefully, and often have to save up several months of dark energy before they can buy a pill. As a result, more than half of the pills Bai Ling had refined today were left.
Chapter 67 Lu Sun's Help, Bai Ling's Gratitude. Sure enough, he has made great progress this month.
Cultivation is ultimately the foundation, but Lu Sun is not only strong in combat, his cultivation has also improved so much.
Beidou University, the quarterly exam is here.
This time, Lu Sun showed off a little more of his strength, especially his strength as an immortal cultivator, which was directly raised by 2 levels, causing heated discussions again.
Jia's elixirs are half price? Lu Sun raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Bufan.
Yes, brother Sun, Li Bufan rubbed his hands, his eyes flashing with excitement. Jia's elixirs have never been half price before.
Such a good opportunity to make money cannot be missed. Just after the assessment, Li Bufan came to tell Lu Sun a piece of news. The Jia family's elixirs on Qingbei Street are sold at half price. This news was so explosive that it spread throughout Peking University and Tsinghua University. As soon as many students finished their monthly exams, they rushed out to buy Jia's elixir. Half price, are you trying to provoke Bai Ling? Lu Sun stroked his chin, thinking.
Today, because he had to take an exam, he had not gone to Qingbei Street yet.
So many people. When Lu Sun arrived at Qingbei Street, he found that it was packed with people, and not even a needle could be inserted. Qingbei Street is rarely this lively. This is enough to illustrate the power of Jia's half-price elixir. Why are there so many left? Lu Sun finally squeezed into the Lingdan Pavilion and saw that not even half of the pills were sold. This was basically impossible before. Every time Bai Ling refines a pill, it's always sold out as soon as it comes out of the oven. After taking a look at the situation, Lu Sun came to the 3rd floor. Bai Ling was concentrating on controlling the Danhua. When she heard footsteps, she raised her head and smiled faintly. Boss. Her mood didn't seem to be affected yet. Bai Ling, are you okay? Lu Sun asked softly. I'm fine. Bai Ling wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke calmly. Then did you know that Jia's elixirs are being sold at half price? Lu Sun asked again. Bai Ling nodded, a glint of understanding flashing in her eyes. Yes, they want to cut off my business. Not only are they selling at half price, but the raw materials for alchemy have also increased several times. This must be their doing. Have the people at the Jia Group gone crazy? How much money have they lost just for Bai Ling's little shop? Lu Sun was a little confused. He became even more curious about the feud between Bai Ling and the Jia Group. What kind of hatred or grudge is it that makes the Jia Group do this? So what are you going to do? Lu Sun asked about Bai Ling. It's okay, boss. As long as I can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, I can continue to refine pills. And as long as I continue to refine pills, my Danmai may recover. Bai Ling was not too worried and always maintained an optimistic attitude. This is something that many people cannot learn. After a few more words, Lu Sun began to understand Bai Ling's intentions and plans. She came here to make elixirs not only to compete with Jia's elixirs. It's still for the Danmai. Bai Ling felt that if she continued to refine the elixir, there was a certain possibility that her elixir meridian would recover. Alchemy is a money-wasting job, but the profit is extremely high, so in order to convince Lu Sun, she only gave up 30% of the share at the beginning. She doesn't need a lot of money. As long as she can maintain a balance between income and expenditure, it will be fine as long as she can continue to refine. Now, this trick of Jia's elixir is aimed at her. Hitting the snake is like hitting it in the most vulnerable part. If this continues, Bai Ling's pills will be difficult to sell. If the pills cannot be sold, the funds cannot be recovered. In addition, the price of raw materials has risen, so Bai Ling's wish to continue refining pills cannot be realized. If you can't make money, how can you buy new raw materials? Without raw materials, how can you refine new pills?
After understanding all this, Lu Sun pondered for a moment and said, Bai Ling, for the time being, let's not split the profits. You can keep all the money for now and we'll see how it goes.
Boss, you are so kind. I will compensate you later.
Bai Ling paused her hand movements, and her eyes were slightly red when she raised her head.
She didn't refuse either. Because she really needs it. However, even so, the situation is not optimistic. It seems that the Jia group is determined to deal with Bai Ling. In the next few days, Jia's elixirs will still be sold at half price. They also transferred a large number of pills from other shops to satisfy the students of Peking University and Tsinghua University. There are still not many people visiting the Lingdan Pavilion.
Bai Ling is lucky if she can sell a quarter of the pills she refines every day. The quality of heaven-grade elixirs is indeed high, but the price is also more expensive, and the number of cultivators who can afford it is relatively limited. One of the important reasons why Bai Ling chose to open a store on Qingbei Street was that the students here had the strongest purchasing power, which allowed her to continue refining elixirs. With Jia's elixirs at half price, a slightly slower cultivation speed is actually not a big problem for some students.
Many students cannot guarantee that they will always have access to elixirs.
The biggest problem is that Bai Ling can only refine second-grade heavenly elixirs at best. If she could refine heavenly-grade elixirs of the third grade or above, the situation would naturally be different. Because the pills could not be sold and there were too many backlogs, Bai Ling had less and less money. If this continued, she would not be able to buy the raw materials for refining the pills.
Bai Ling, you don't have to rush.
If they do this, they will definitely lose money and they won't be able to hold on for long. Looking at Bai Ling's increasingly thin face, Lu Sun comforted her in a gentle voice.
The Jia Group's methods are actually very simple.
On the one hand, they deliberately purchased raw materials at high prices so that the merchants who sold the materials would not sell them at low prices, and Bai Ling could only pay high prices if she wanted to buy the raw materials. On the other hand, he sold pills at low prices and snatched away Bai Ling's business. Even if the profit of elixirs is very high, the Jia Group will definitely not make money by doing this, and may even lose money.
He just didn't believe that the Jia Group would continue to make losses. No, boss, I can't stop. My Danmai still has a chance of recovering. If I stop refining the elixir for a long time, my Danmai will never recover.
Bai Ling shook her head.
Is that so?
Besides, she won't give up until she drives me away, and I won't let her do what she wants. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Bai Ling's eyes.
Who is she?
Lu Sun was now almost certain that this was a complete grudge situation.
Bai Ling, with the current price of raw materials, can you still make money from refining pills?
Lu Sun pondered for a moment and asked. If I sell it at the original price, I'll definitely make a profit.
I'm considering giving it a discount. That's good. Don't worry about the Jia Group. Just keep refining the pills. It doesn't matter if you can't sell them. I'll cover all the costs. Boss, how can this be so embarrassing? I didn't spend money for nothing.
These pills belong to me.
In fact, I took advantage of you. Thank you, boss.
Bai Ling was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. The current situation is too difficult for her. No one bought the pills she made, and she couldn't recover her investment.
Even if she had some savings, she wouldn't be able to keep going for long.
Lu Sun was willing to support her, which was like timely help to her. But, boss, the raw materials are very expensive now, and this is too much of a burden for you.
It's okay. I have plenty of money. You may not know this, but I just won 1 million units of dark energy. The boss is awesome.
Upon hearing that Lu Sun had won so much dark energy, Bai Ling's brilliance was rekindled, and she had a new understanding of Lu Sun. Originally, Lu Sun was just a small boss in her eyes. But now, she suddenly discovered that the young boss Lu Sun was not only very nice and charming, but also seemed a little extraordinary.
Is the favorability level at 50%? Lu Sun's proactive help was very rewarding.
Bai Ling was so moved that her favorability towards him soared to 50%.
Chapter 68 Third Miss, This Is Not Right. Abacababacado.
In the small training room attached to the dormitory, as Lu Sun chanted the spell, his aura began to rise.
Boom! Lu Sun hit the energy tester with one blow. It's doubled. Lu Sun's attack did not change in any other aspects, but the power of the attack doubled.
All this is thanks to Barbara's spell.
Hey, I finally learned it.
Barbara was squatting on the side with a small red flower on her head, looking a little kawaii.
If I want to stack up my combat power, can I just keep casting the spell? Lu Sun asked. It's like this.
Each time you stack it, the consumption will double.
My blood is very precious.
You can only stack it 3 times at most. Don't do it too much, otherwise your mental strength will not be able to bear it.
Barbara warned.
When casting a spell, it does put some burden on mental strength. Lu Sun used Barbara's blood as a trick, and it wasn't very obvious, but if he used it continuously, the pressure would be very great.
This is a very powerful meditation method.
You can meditate when you have nothing to do to improve your mental strength.
Barbara had carved a meditation method into the floor at some point. Meditation is an essential course for magicians to practice.
For magicians, 2 indicators are the most important.
One is mental power, and the other is magic power. The training of a magician in the first few realms is a process of constantly increasing mental strength and accumulating magic power.
From this point of view, the magic on the planet where Barbara lives should be very developed. After drawing the meditation method, Barbara's awakening time this time came to an end. Soon, her consciousness fell back into a deep sleep, and she turned into Xiaobai, who loved to nestle in Lu Sun's arms. Lu Sun took out his phone and took a picture of the meditation method that Barbara had carved.
She also knows Chinese characters?
Lu Sun discovered that the characters Barbara used were actually Chinese characters. Lu Sun was not particularly surprised, after all, Barbara spoke Chinese to him. Barbara herself must be very strong, with a highly developed brain, so it is not difficult for her to learn other languages. I don't know how long she stayed on the blue planet, or how she came from the west to the east. The story behind this will only be known later. The next day, Lu Sun went to Qingbei Street again.
Qingbei Street is still crowded with people, and the promotion of Jia's elixirs is still going on. The pills from Lingdan Pavilion are becoming less and less popular.
Fortunately, with Lu Sun's support, Bai Ling can maintain a certain amount of alchemy every day to avoid the complete abandonment of her alchemy veins. Lu Sun was also worried that once her Danmai was completely destroyed, the binding rewards given by the system would be useless.
Boss, this is the pill I made yesterday.
When Bai Ling saw Lu Sun, she took the initiative to give him all the pills she had refined yesterday. Everything she does now is actually to preserve and restore her Danmai, not to make money. Bai Ling, from now on, you should put the newly refined pills out and take back yesterday's pills and give them to me.
Lu Sun suggested.
Why, boss? Bai Ling was puzzled.
Be angry at the opposite side. Lu Sun's words made Bai Ling's eyes light up.
She nodded heavily. Lu Sun did not leave and continued to help Bai Ling.
This action won Bai Ling's favor. Her favorability towards Lu Sun is increasing every day. It's been half a month, and she's still holding on. Manager Li, is someone secretly selling her raw materials at a low price?
A week later. In Jia's medicine shop, the voice of the third lady was heard.
Miss Third, absolutely not.
I've already contacted all the raw material suppliers in the capital. It's impossible for these suppliers to leave good money on the table and deliberately sell it to Lingdan Pavilion at a low price.
Manager Li promised. Could it be that she has found another outlet for her business?
One of the third Mrs. Maids asked.
That's unlikely.
The highest grade Lingdan Pavilion can only produce second grade heaven grade elixirs, but we can provide those big families with higher grade earth grade and heaven grade elixirs.
They won't offend our Jia group for a mere Lingdan Pavilion.
Manager Li has enough confidence. No matter how high the quality of Bai Ling's pills is, he is ultimately only a second grade alchemist.
This is Bai Ling's Achilles heel.
There are indeed many wealthy families in the capital, but no one is willing to offend the behemoth Jia group for a second grade heavenly elixir. The Jia group also has alchemists who can refine heavenly grade elixirs, but their success rate is not high.
They cannot make elixirs as easily as Bai Ling, whose success rate is almost 100%.
Manager Li's words dispelled the third Mrs. worries.
Manager Li, continue the half-price sale. Yes, Miss 3. Manager Li also let it go. The third miss was determined to go against Lingdan Pavilion. If that was the case, why would he bother to make her unhappy?
The Jia Group is a large and powerful company, and the profits from elixirs are truly astonishing. Although the recent discounts have been large and the prices of raw materials have been raised very high by them, they can afford the losses.
Time flies.
In the blink of an eye, another 2 weeks passed. Before we knew it, the half-price sale of Jia's elixirs had lasted for a whole month.
This month, students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are very happy.
Many of them bought the pills at half price and stockpiled a lot of them.
Like Lin Yan, this guy asked his family for a large amount of dark energy and stockpiled a lot of pills. There won't be many opportunities like this in the future.
The third miss did not stop the students from stockpiling.
This is also what she is happy to see.
Because students' purchasing power has been overdrawn for a long time. From then on, these students had no money to buy the pills made by Bai Ling.
How could she hold on for so long? However, a month later, Lingdan Pavilion opened as usual. Not only is it open, but the elixirs in the Lingdan Pavilion are also updated every day, and new elixirs are displayed every day.
This puzzled the third young lady.
Others may not know Bai Ling, but she knows her.
Bai Ling didn't have much dark energy in her hands. If she couldn't sell the pills she made, she would soon be unable to afford the raw materials for making the pills. According to her calculations, Bai Ling could not last a month. But that's the truth. Bai Ling persevered for a month. If Bai Ling hadn't been refining pills this month and had just been playing around all day, it would have been fine. But Bai Ling updates the pills every day. This was a little confusing for her.
Something's wrong. The third young lady noticed something was wrong. Miss, could it be that the wild girl has found a backer? Her Danmai is broken, where can she find support? Besides, this is our Jia group's family affair, others will avoid it.
The two maids thought they were members of the Jia family and started to speculate.
Could it be him?
A person flashed in the third Miss's mind.
That person was Lu Sun.
A few days ago, Manager Li conducted an investigation on Lu Sun. The results of the investigation surprised the third young lady. From the information we have so far, it seems that Lu Sun's parents died early and he experienced great changes in his youth. However, he performed brilliantly in the major exams and was admitted to Beidou University. After entering university, Lu Sun made rapid progress. First, he opened up the second strange vein of heaven and earth, causing a sensation in Peking University and Tsinghua University. Then, his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, and he won the first place in the newcomer list in one fell swoop, and was far ahead in every assessment. Last month, he even killed a third-level killer and defeated the third-level genius He Chang in the ring entirely with his own strength.
Lu Sun like this is truly dazzling.
More importantly, the third lady learned that Lu Sun had won 1 cubic meter of dark energy from He Chang.
With Lu Sun's cultivation and achievements, the amount of dark energy he receives from Beidou University every month will not be small. If Lu Sun is willing to help Bai Ling, he can help Bai Ling survive for a long time. It's probably him.
After some thought, the third lady felt that it was very likely that Lu Sun was supporting Bai Ling. She couldn't sit still any longer.
Chapter 69, Serpent Woman. Hello, Mr. Lu.
A clear voice came. On Qingbei Street, a woman in a haute couture suit blocked Lu Sun's way. She had delicate makeup on, her long chestnut hair was slightly curled and fell on her shoulders, and the jewel bracelet on her wrist reflected tiny rays of light in the sunlight.
Who are you?
Jia Group, Jia Yue. The woman's red lips parted, revealing a perfectly tailored professional smile, her eyes slightly raised.
Can we chat? Jia Yue? Sorry, I don't think we have much to talk about.
Lu Sun's tone was cold.
The other person's surname is Jia.
Judging from his appearance and temperament, he is obviously from the Jia family and is very likely a core figure of the Jia family.
The recent business war between Jia's Medicine and Lingdan Pavilion might have been led by her. We have different standpoints, so what is there to talk about? Mr. Lu, this card contains a dark energy. As long as you promise me one thing, this card will be yours.
Jia Yue caught up with Lu Sun in high heels and handed him a card.
One party?
I thought the Jia group was so rich, but with just this little dark energy, are they just beggars?
Lu Sun said sarcastically. This sentence actually made Jia Yue feel relieved. As long as Lu Sun is willing to talk, that's fine. The price is negotiable. If you think it's too little, Mr. Lu can make an offer. Jia Yue said. 100 cubic meters. As long as you give me 100 cubic meters of dark energy, Xingyue Tower will be yours. Lu Sun extended 2 fingers.
Jia Yue's smile froze on her face.
100 cubic meters is 100 cubic meters, that's 100 million units of dark energy.
If we calculate based on 1 unit of dark energy being $1,000, this means 100 billion.
100 billion, just to buy the Xingyue building with a lease of only 3 years?
With her intelligence, she obviously knew that Lu Sun was deliberately asking for an exorbitant price to reject her. Sure enough, she saw a hint of teasing at the corner of Lu Sun's mouth.
Student Lu, this matter involves a lot of things. I don't recommend you get involved.
Jia Yue no longer mentioned the acquisition, and there was a warning in her tone.
I'm sorry, but I don't accept your suggestion. A hero appreciates a beautiful woman. I understand that Mr. Lu supports her, but Mr. Lu, please think carefully. If you continue to do this, you will be opposing our Jia group. Are you threatening me? Lu Sun stopped and looked at Jia Yue with a bad look. He could feel that Jia Yue was quite strong and even stronger than him. The Jia group is another behemoth. But so what? Lu Sun wasn't raised to be scared. That's not a threat, I'm just stating the truth. Then what? Lu Sun raised his eyebrows. Since Blue Star embarked on the ancient Starry Sky Road, countless geniuses have emerged, but only a few have been able to reach the 6th realm. Mr. Lu may have a smooth journey now, but who can predict what will happen in the future? What do you want to say? Lu Sun was getting a little impatient. How can Mr. Lu guarantee that you will never encounter a bottleneck? What's more, Bai Ling can only refine second-grade pills. If you want to break through the 3rd level, Jia's pills are your best choice. Jia Yue revealed the answer. The implication is that if Lu Sun goes against the Jia group, he will be on the Jia group's blacklist and will never be able to buy the Jia group's elixirs again. Really? Jia's elixirs are indeed well known in the East. But Lu Sun really doesn't need it. Even if Chu Yuqing, Morong Wan and others need elixirs, it won't have much impact. It was Lu Sun, not them, who was against the Jia group. What's more, now we have Bai Ling, and we have something better. Certainly. Jia Yue is very confident in Jia's elixir. I think you're right. Lu Sun rarely agreed with her. Before Jia Yue could even feel happy, Lu Sun spoke again, but I'm very stubborn. Once I've made up my mind, even if it's wrong, even if I hit a wall, I won't turn back. Jia Yue paused. Today's meeting was in vain. Thank you, boss. When Lu Sun came to Lingdan Pavilion again, Bai Ling thanked him as soon as she saw him. Why are you thanking me? Just wanted to thank you. Bai Ling seemed very happy. From this point of view, she should have known that Jia Yue was looking for Lu Sun. Otherwise, why did her favorability towards Lu Sun increase in the past 2 days? Lu Sun also planned to get Bai Ling's favorability to 100%, so that as long as he broke through the 3rd level, he could bind to Bai Ling at any time. His cultivation is still improving. As for Morong Wan, after breaking through the 5th level of Qi Hai about 20 days ago, she broke through the 6th level of Qi Hai in one fell swoop. Chu Youqing's speed was a little slower, but not too much. Lu Sun wanted to know what the relationship between Bai Ling and the Jia group was, and what grudges they had. But Bai Ling didn't seem to want to talk about it. Lu Sun didn't ask. Bai Ling's identity must be extraordinary. Otherwise, why would the mighty Jia group keep targeting Bai Ling's small Lingdan pavilion? Is this woman so vicious? The next day, Lu Sun suddenly received a piece of news from Luo Dasheng. A murder commission targeting Bai Ling appeared on the dark web, and the bid was quite high, reaching 100,000 units of dark energy. Well, after this business war started, Lu Sun asked Luo Dasheng to help him keep an eye on the dark web. He was worried that the Jia group would use some shady tactics. Now, it has finally arrived. After Jia Yue realized that Lu Sun couldn't open a gap, she chose to physically eliminate Bai Ling. Through the dark web killer, she can easily get rid of herself so that no one will know that it was her who did it. Lu Sun felt that if there hadn't been 2 murder requests for him on the dark web, the other party probably wouldn't have let him go. Why is there only 100,000 units of dark energy? Immediately, Lu Sun was confused again. Isn't this reward a bit too stingy? In order to deal with Lu Sun, Jia Yue was willing to give out 1 unit of dark energy, which was 1 million units of dark energy. As it turned out, the reward on the dark web was only 100,000 units of dark energy. Could it be that Jia Yue thinks that the killer hired with 100,000 units of dark energy is enough to deal with Bai Ling? What a vicious woman. In Lu Sun's eyes, Jia Yue has become synonymous with the word vicious. Apart from her and the Jia group, Lu Sun couldn't think of anyone else who would deal with Bai Ling. Even if it wasn't her, it should be someone from the Jia group. She is the only one who should take the blame for this.
After thinking about it, Lu Sun carried Xiao Bai and went out. He was going to Qingbei Street to give Bai Ling some means to save her life.
Boss, you mean someone wants to kill me? Well, you should be careful recently. Here are these 2 talismans for you. Use them immediately when you encounter danger.
On the 3rd floor of Xingyue Tower, Lu Sun gave Bai Ling the Golden Bell Talisman and the Thunder and Fire Talisman obtained from the 3 Realms Killer. These 2 talismans, one for attack and one for defense, can deal with threats from all 4 realms, which is enough for Bai Ling.
This is a 4th grade spiritual talisman. It's too precious, boss, I can't have it. No matter how precious it is, it's not as precious as your life. Lu Sun forced the 2 talismans into Bai Ling's arms. Thank you, boss, you're so kind.
Bai Ling was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. Lu Sun saw that her favorability towards him had exceeded 80%. After giving the 2 talismans to Bai Ling, Lu Sun helped her for a while and then left. Xingyue Tower has the formation set up by Bai Ling, and with the talisman given to her by Lu Sun, even if a killer from the 4th realm comes to deal with her, it won't be a big problem. With 100,000 units of dark energy, it is unlikely that the 4 realms will take action.
Chapter 70 Jealousy. Lu Sun.
The next day, when Lu Sun left the school, Shu Yuqing was already waiting there. The sunlight shone on the ends of her hair, making her look as pure and beautiful as an elf. When she saw Lu Sun, she ran over like a happy little deer and took Lu Sun's arm without saying anything.
Today is the weekend.
Last night, Shu Yuqing sent Lu Sun a message saying that she wanted to go shopping with him. She has been busy practicing these days and hasn't seen Lu Sun for a while. Due to the popularity of Jia's elixirs, there are still many people on Qingbei Street. Therefore, Lu Sun and Shu Yuqing did not go shopping on Qingbei Street, but went to several major shopping malls in Beijing. The 2 of them shopped until the afternoon and bought a lot of things.
Aunt.
In the evening, in front of a luxurious restaurant, Shu Yuqing waved excitedly. Morong Wan, who had just gotten off the car, was stunned when she saw Lu Sun. Today is the weekend, and Shu Yuqing specially asked her to get together. She thought it was just Shu Yuqing and her.
Who knew that Shu Yuqing was with Lu Sun?
Lu Sun was also a little speechless. He really wanted to open Shu Yuqing's little head to see how smart she was.
Auntie, you've made such rapid progress that I can't even catch up with you. Lu Sun, what are you daydreaming about? Isn't the food here to your liking? In the restaurant, Shu Yuqing's voice kept ringing.
Lu Sun and Morong Wan didn't talk much, so Shu Yuqing became the most talkative person among the 3. If there were students from Qingshu College here, they would definitely be surprised.
Is this still the cool school beauty?
Yes, Shu Yuqing, the school belle of Rongqing No. 1 Middle School, has now been voted the school belle of Qingshu College by the freshmen. It's not that Qingshu College doesn't have beauties, but the school beauties of previous years rarely show up, so their presence among the freshmen is not strong. Freshmen are the ones who speak the most on the campus network and in campus groups. The stupid Shu Yuqing seemed to be completely unaware of the subtleties of this meal. The relationship between Lu Sun and Morong Wan is very special.
It would actually be fine if there hadn't been a second intimate relationship.
It had been so long since the first time, and Morong Wan was not planning to have any further development with Lu Sun, so her mentality was already very calm.
But because of Morong Yen, Lu Sun and Morong Wan had a second close contact. To be precise, it's not the second time, but the second paragraph. Now that the 2 of them meet again and sit at the same table with Shu Yuqing, it would be a little awkward. No way.
After all, Shu Yuqing is Lu Sun's girlfriend, and Morong Wan is her aunt.
The relationship is too complicated. Wow, Moon Clan.
On the stage in the center of the restaurant, several singers with skin glowing with a faint moonlight began to sing.
Shu Yuqing's attention was immediately attracted and her eyes sparkled.
The singing of the Moon Tribe people flowed like a clear spring, making the entire restaurant quiet.
The Moon Clan is also a foreign race. Unlike the Shadow Clan, the Moon Clan is a relatively gentle and friendly alien race.
Their planet fell apart and was destroyed at a node in the ancient road. Countless Moon Clan members died tragically, and only a small number of them survived with difficulty in the ancient Starry Road. These Moon Clan members were relatively friendly and provided some help to Blue Star, helping Blue Star avoid some dangers and thus gaining the opportunity to stay on Blue Star. At present, there are many alien races like the Moon Clan who stay on Blue Star for various reasons. Some of these alien races, which are not much different from humans, have even begun to integrate into Blue Planet. In the state-enforced random marriage assignment, some people of other races are involved.
If someone is unlucky, they may be assigned to a person of other races. This is a terrifying thing for many women. After all, it's not human. Of course, there are also foreign women who are assigned to human men.
Some people say that the purpose of the country doing this is, first, to unite more forces, and second, mixed-race children born in this way often have some unique characteristics. These foreigners generally live in fixed areas, and ordinary people have little interaction with them. Lu Sun, you go to the same school as my aunt, so you can communicate with her more often. Your cultivation is improving so fast, so you can take care of her more often. After the Moon Clan members finished singing the song, Chu Yuqing, perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was a little dull, became lively again. Her eyes curved into crescents as she spoke, and she didn't notice Morong Wan's slightly tightened fingers under the table.
Good.
Lu Sun replied briefly, then naturally picked up a piece of roast goose for Chu Yuqing. Yuqing, this is good, try it.
Auntie, you try it too.
Then, Lu Sun picked up a piece of roast goose for Morong Wan. This sudden action made Morong Wan obviously startled, and the fingers holding the wine glass tightened unconsciously. Lu Sun's way of addressing her made her ears feel slightly hot.
Auntie, I'll toast you a glass. Lu Sun picked up the drink with a calm look.
Morong Wan had no choice but to raise her glass in response. As she sipped, her eyelashes drooped, casting a light shadow on her cheeks.
Aunt, this is the Jueyue vegetable that the Moon Clan brought in. Please try it. Aunt, let me pour you some wine. Auntie, I'll give you more rice.
Lu Sun's offensive came one after another. He picked up some food for Morong Wan, poured her some wine, and added some tea, almost feeding her.
Morong Wan's cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her neck was faintly pink. Chu Yuqing's words gradually became less and less. Although whenever Lu Sun picked up food, he would always pick it up for her first and then for Morong Wan. But Lu Sun showed so much enthusiasm and concern for Morong Wan that Chu Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Deep in her heart, a sour feeling surfaced. Lu Sun, no need, I'm full. Morong Wan couldn't bear it anymore and refused. I'm full too. Chu Yuqing put down her chopsticks and her voice became a little lower than usual. Only then did Lu Sun put down his chopsticks. Looking at the somewhat depressed Chu Yuqing, Lu Sun finally felt that his girlfriend was a normal person. At least she would be jealous. Lu Sun, Auntie, it was fun having dinner together today. Can we get together like this every month from now on? Just as she thought of this, Chu Yuqing came up with a new suggestion. Lu Sun. He silently retracted his previous thought. Chapter 71 Lu Mei reappears, Lu Sun's name. In front of the restaurant, the two walked in hand in hand. The woman was wearing a moon-white cheongsam, the slit of which was faintly visible when she walked, attracting the attention of the diners in the hall. Lu Mei? When Lu Sun looked up, he saw the woman. She was an acquaintance Lu Mei. According to Li Bufan, Lu Mei dumped Lin Yan as soon as she arrived in Beijing. It was because of this incident that Lin Yan held a grudge against Li Bufan, and now the two of them would fight from time to time. From this perspective, after Lu Mei dumped Lin Yan, she hooked up with the man next to her. Lu Sun glanced at the man twice, then looked away. He no longer cared about Lu Mei, and when he saw her, his heart did not waver at all. Lu Sun. Lu Mei also saw Lu Sun, her pupils suddenly shrank, and then her red lips curled up into a deliberate smile. She pointed her slender finger at a seat next to Lu Sun and said in a delicate voice, Brother Chang, let's sit there. Okay, whichever one you choose. The man named Brother Chang obeyed Lu Mei's orders. The two sat down next to each other. After Lu Mei's eyes swept across Lu Sun's profile, the corners of her mouth curled up in a provocative arc, and she deliberately raised her voice, Brother Chang, you are so amazing. You broke through the third level so quickly. Wife, it's just the third realm. In a few years, I will definitely be able to break through to the fourth realm. Brother Chang puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. He was also very happy to be able to show off his skills in such a high-end restaurant. As soon as Lu Mei finished speaking, many people around looked over at her. The third realm is not bad in the capital city where there are many masters. After all, not everyone is a genius. Our Wanlu Academy is truly remarkable. Those so-called geniuses at Peking University and Tsinghua University are mostly from poor families. They can't even afford better elixirs. Unlike you, Brother Chang, you consume Earth-grade and Heaven-grade elixirs as if they were your meals. Perhaps because she noticed that Lu Sun didn't respond, Lu Mei raised her voice to a higher pitch. Wow, it's Wanlu College. Students who can enter Wanlu College are either rich or noble. It is a top academy for the nobility.
It is said that children from wealthy families in small places are not qualified to enter.
No wonder it's so powerful. This girl was able to enter Wanlu College, so her background must be quite impressive.
There were some discussions around.
These discussions greatly satisfied Lu Mei's vanity.
The threshold for admission to Wanlu College is higher than that of Peking University and Tsinghua University. Peking University and Tsinghua University are relatively fair.
As long as you are a genius, you can get in regardless of your background. Wanlu College is not good enough.
Being a genius alone is not enough, one must be from a wealthy family. And he has to be the son of a very wealthy family.
There must be at least one grandmaster in the family. Someone like Lin Yan is not qualified to enter Wanlu Academy. Of course, if it is a genius like Chu Yuqing and Moron Wan, there is no restriction on background. The prerequisite is that you must be a woman.
Like Lu Mei, she was able to enter Wanlu College with the help of this strong brother. This made her very proud. She had wanted to meet Lu Sun near Peking University and Tsinghua University more than once and show off to him. Today, she finally met him. How could she let go of this opportunity? However, Lu Mei miscalculated. Lu Sun next to her was not affected at all. Chu Yuqing and Moron Wan just glanced at her and then looked away. Chu Yuqing didn't even recognize her. Brother Chang, after opening up the universe meridian, he broke through the first realm so quickly.
Aren't you going to celebrate?
Lu Mei grabbed Brother Chang's arm and shook it, her voice sounding sickeningly sweet. The coquettishness is fake, and the real purpose is to show off that he has opened up the unique meridians of heaven and earth and broken through the first realm.
Of course we have to celebrate.
Brother Chang stood up, clapped his hands, and said loudly, "Everyone, eat and drink as much as you want. I'll pay for everything today."
Wow!
Brother Chang is so generous. As expected of the young master of Wanlu Academy, this aura is truly unique. Suddenly, there was a burst of praise in the restaurant.
Pretend, I let you pretend.
Lu Mei sneered repeatedly.
Because Lu Sun still didn't respond. She thought Lu Sun was pretending.
In her opinion, Lu Sun must be regretting his decision now.
I asked you to lick her but you refused. Now Lu Mei is out of your reach.
Waiter, check out.
Lu Sun raised his hand to signal. Lu Mei was a little noisy.
Since they had already finished eating, he didn't plan to stay any longer. "Sir, all the orders today are paid by Mr. Lin Chang, you don't need to pay."
The waiter bowed slightly.
The fact that she could call out Brother Chang's name meant that Lin Chang often came here.
"That's right, brother. I'm happy today.
You can just go and don't worry about the bill."
Lin Chang waved his hand proudly with a condescending smile on his face. "Hey, isn't this Lu Sun?"
Lu Mei felt that she couldn't let Lu Sun go like this. Lu Sun broke her heart and embarrassed her many times.
How could she accept this without settling the score? "Wife, do you know him?" Lin Chang asked.
"Brother Chang, that's him. He often bullied me when we were in Rongqing, causing me so much suffering and ridicule." 55. Lu Mei started crying as soon as she said she would, and accused Lu Sun of his crimes with tears in her eyes.
"It's you, Lu Mei." Chu Yuqing finally reacted. "How can you be so mean, woman?
Lu Sun has brought you food for 3 years, and you say he bullied you."
Chu Yuqing said angrily. "Who asked him to bring food? He just wanted me. When he found out he couldn't, he got angry." "Brother Chang, what are you still standing there for? Are you just going to watch him bully me like this?"
Lu Mei was afraid that Chu Yuqing would reveal more secrets, so she quickly spoke up to force Lin Chang to take action.
"Well, you dared to bully my wife. Get down on your knees, boy."
Lin Chang immediately became angry, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He pressed down hard with his right hand, wanting to use the spiritual pressure of a third-level immortal cultivator to force Lu Sun to kneel down.
Snort!
Lu Sun snorted coldly, and his Qi and Lingfu boiled at the same time.
Buzz!
The pressure of a warrior and the spiritual pressure of an immortal cultivator rose from Lu Sun's body at the same time, colliding violently with Lin Chang's spiritual pressure.
Puff!
Under the impact of the aura, Lin Chang, who had just broken through the third realm, felt a turmoil in his body and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Ah!
Lu Mei covered her mouth in shock.
How is this possible? The third-level master from Wanlu Academy actually vomited blood. Who is that person?
Such terrifying strength.
The entire restaurant fell silent in an instant, and everyone stared with wide eyes. Boy, you're looking for death.
Lin Chang was extremely angry. He didn't think that the failure of the collision of auras meant that he was inferior to Lu Sun.
Thunder and fire technique. He clasped his hands together and was about to attack again.
However, Lu Sun was faster than him.
In a flash, he attacked Lin Chang. Boom!
Amid the sound of electricity and fire colliding, Lin Chang flew backwards and smashed a table into pieces. Although the attacks of immortal cultivators are sharp, if they engage in close combat with martial artists of similar strength, they are courting death. Although Lu Sun's realm is still the second realm, his strength is far beyond the ordinary third realm.
Puff!
Lin Chang spat out another mouthful of blood.
Ah! Lu Mei was stunned. Lu Sun.
I know, he's the Lu Sun from Beidou University who practices both immortality and martial arts.
Lu Sun? Haven't you heard?
Last month, he killed a third-level assassin with his second-level cultivation, and also defeated a third-level genius.
His combat power is beyond the limit. Hiss. Is there such a genius in this world? The key is that he's only a freshman. Is it so scary?
At this time, someone in the restaurant who had heard about Lu Sun finally reacted and told the story of Lu Sun.
This caused bursts of exclamations in the restaurant. Everyone was shocked by Lu Sun's strength and evilness.
Compared with Lu Sun, Lin Chang, the genius of Wanlu Academy, is nothing. Lu Sun was only a freshman, but Lin Chang could tell he was at least a junior or senior.
Impossible, how could he be so powerful? The smug look on Lu Mei's face froze.
She had been busy with opening pulses and trying to please Lin Chang these days, and didn't know much about the situation at Peking University and Tsinghua University.
She didn't know that Lu Sun had already made a great name for himself at Beidou University. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Lu Sun was so powerful. But the facts were before her eyes, and she had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Pia. A crisp slap sounded. Ah. Lu Sun, you dared to hit me.
Lu Mei covered her burning face and screamed.
Pia. Another slap.
This slap sent Lu Mei flying. Her whole face was swollen and red from being beaten. This time she finally behaved herself, covering her face with her hands and looking at Lu Sun in horror, fearing that Lu Sun would hit her again.
I warned you last time. If there's a next time.
Lu Sun's eyes were cold, but the words he didn't say made Lu Mei's heart tremble.
Chapter 72, Retreat the Four Realms Killer. Let's go. In the restaurant, Lu Sun took the two women away.
The farce caused by Lu Mei came to an end.
Brother Chang, what?
Lu Mei covered her red and swollen face and broke down in tears.
Lu Sun, I'm going to kill you.
Lin Chang got up from the ground in anger. He took out a talisman and rushed out.
Meow.
As Lu Sun and the other two left the restaurant, Xiao Bai in his arms suddenly cried out.
Careful. Lu Sun's eyelids twitched, and he crushed a golden bell talisman without hesitation. Fei Taiye gave him not just one but 3 golden bell talismans. After giving Bai Ling one, he still had 2 in his hand. A golden light suddenly appeared, and a huge golden bell with flowing runes instantly enveloped the 3 people. Puff! Lin Chang, who had just rushed out, bumped into the golden bell and was bounced away, hitting Lu Mei. Both of them flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, both falling into a coma. Boom! Almost at the same time, a sharp blade light slashed the golden bell, causing the runes to scatter. The golden bell was shaking violently, and fine cracks appeared on its surface. 4 realms! Lu Sun's eyes flashed. The one who attacked him was a 4th-level master. Fortunately, he has the golden bell talisman. Boom boom boom. A figure wearing tight clothes and a mask appeared outside. He attacked like a tide, the sword in his hand turned into a cold light, and he madly chopped at the crumbling golden bell. This is the Grandmaster of the 4th realm. The 4th grade golden bell talisman can hold off the 4th-level strongman for some time. This time is not fixed, it depends on the quality of the golden bell talisman itself and the strength of the strongman in the 4th realm. Generally speaking, it is fine to block for more than 1 minute. However, this 4th-level master was clearly prepared for a quick victory, and his attack was extremely fierce. The runes on the giant golden bell are disappearing rapidly. It is difficult to maintain this golden bell talisman for more than a minute.
Lu Sun held another golden bell talisman in his hand, ready to activate it at any time.
Teacher, please don't fall asleep.
Lu Sun glanced up at the sky. Ever since Lu Sun killed the third-level killer last time, no new killers have come these days. A killer from the third realm shouldn't dare to kill Lu Sun easily.
The Yi family raised the reward to 4 million units of dark energy.
Therefore, the next killer must be above the fourth level. A thief can steal for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Therefore, Lu Sun accompanied Chu Yuqing shopping today with the intention of luring the snake out of its hole. As long as these guys are scared, they won't dare to assassinate Lu Sun.
Sure enough, a 4th-level master-level killer was attracted.
Lu Sun, this talisman is about to give out. I have another one.
Morong Wan took out a talisman from her bosom.
This should be the trump card Morong Zhan gave her.
Wait a little longer.
Lu Sun said in a deep voice.
Boom boom boom.
The 4 realm masters attacked frantically, trying to break the golden bell talisman.
It's about to break. The golden bell symbol couldn't hold on any longer.
Just as the golden bell was about to break, a brilliant sword light fell from the sky like a meteor.
Puff!
Blood spurted out, and although the killer dodged in time, his arm was still cut off. He groaned, crushed a talisman without hesitation, and turned into a stream of light and fled out of the city.
Want to run? Fei Taiye's figure flashed by and he chased after him. Not long after, Fei Taiye came back again. Teacher, how is it? Lu Sun saw Fei Taiye and took away the golden bell talisman.
He used a 5th grade escape talisman, and I was unable to catch him.
These past few years,
I have wasted my time.
Fei Taiye sighed.
Although he was a 5th level grandmaster, his cultivation had regressed instead of improved due to his shattered Dao heart, and his combat effectiveness had also declined significantly.
Fei Taiye picked up the 4th realm assassin's arm from the ground, examined it, and said, with this arm, the people from the Wu Mansion should be able to lock onto their target. 5th grade invisibility talisman. This is also a talisman used to escape.
This 4th level killer has a lot of cards up his sleeve.
People from Wu Mansion arrived soon.
The 4th level killer's attack didn't take long, less than a minute, but the damage he caused to the surrounding area was considerable. Although his attacks all landed on the giant golden bell, the surging true energy shattered the glass of many surrounding buildings. If these buildings were not basically protected by formations, it would not be impossible for them to collapse due to the earthquake. There weren't many injured people, but the most seriously injured were Lin Chang and Lu Mei, who haven't woken up yet.
Yuqing, don't leave school for the time being. Practice well.
An hour later, Lu Sun sent Chu Yuqing back to the gate of Qingshu College.
Then, Lu Sun sent Morong Wan back to Beidou University.
Along the way, Morong Wan didn't say much. When they were about to separate, Lu Sun forced several bottles of pills made by Bai Ling into her hands.
Ms. Morong, just think of it as you borrowing it from me.
Lu Sun would not tolerate rejection. If it were in the past, Morong Wan would most likely not accept Lu Sun's gift like this.
However, after Lu Sun entered the palace for the second time, her attitude towards Lu Sun became complicated.
In addition, the assassination by the 4th level master today made her feel the importance of cultivation.
Morong Wan pursed her lips and finally accepted it silently. Lu Sun, we've locked on our target. It's a 4th level grandmaster named Zhao Jia.
The Wu Mansion has issued a wanted order for him. This guy actually dared to attack my students. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape.
The next day, Fei Taiye found Lu Sun and gave him a few more talismans.
Lu Sun was assassinated twice in succession.
Fei Taiye also noticed something, but did not ask any further questions. Lu Sun thought about it and decided not to tell Fei Taiye about the reward for murder on the dark web. The He family chose the dark web because it would not leave any evidence. Lu Sun will take revenge on his own in the future. Boss, how about I leave?
The next day, in the Lingdan pavilion, Bai Ling twisted her fingers, her eyes slightly red.
What's wrong, Bai Ling?
Lu Sun was a little confused.
Could it be that Bai Ling was going to give up on her own?
I heard you were assassinated again, it's all my fault. Bai Ling felt that she was the cause of Lu Sun's assassination. Bai Ling, this has nothing to do with you.
Just focus on refining the elixir. Lu Sun laughed. The promotion of Jia's elixirs is still ongoing. Jia Yue never looked for Lu Sun again.
Judging from the bounty for Bai Ling's life on the dark web, she or the Jia group should have made 2 plans. One is to continue to exert pressure through business wars, and the other is to hope that a killer will kill Bai Ling.
However, Bai Ling rarely leaves Lingdan Pavilion, and the recent promotion of Jia's elixirs has made Qingbei Street even more lively. It's not easy for a killer to find an opportunity to strike. Until this day.
Bai Ling ran out of alchemy materials and went out to purchase raw materials herself when an accident happened. A killer approached her quietly and attacked her fiercely. At this moment, suddenly, a sword light came suddenly and forced the killer away.
I'm waiting for you.
The one who emitted the sword light was Lu Sun. The long sword in Lu Sun's hand continuously emitted sword energy, and the sword technique of the Wusheng sword made it impossible for ordinary eyes to see clearly. The stars are moving. The killer also has martial arts skills that can deflect damage.
I'll let you spin around as much as you want.
Lu Sun's sword energy was like a violent storm, engulfing the killer. It didn't take long before the killer fell in a pool of blood. Lu Sun made a sword flower and sheathed the sword.
Boss.
Seeing Lu Sun, Bai Ling was surprised, happy and moved.
Chapter 73 Binding Bai Ling.
Bai Ling, let me accompany you. After dealing with the killer who came to deal with Bai Ling, Lu Sun accompanied her to buy alchemy materials. Sorry, our materials are all reserved. Please look at other places. However, new problems have arisen.
The two of them ran around for the entire afternoon, but ended up not being able to buy any alchemy materials.
All the alchemy materials in the shops were reserved, so Bai Ling couldn't buy any of them.
It must be the Jia group. Lu Sun guessed. It should be her.
Bai Ling was angry and helpless. It is not easy to get these raw materials for alchemy.
You either have to buy them or go out of the city to find them yourself.
The world out there is so vast, it's impossible to find everything in a short time. Many magical herbs and medicines are specially cultivated by some forces, and there are very few of them in the wild. Bai Ling sat on the river bank with her legs hugged, staring at the river in a daze. Lu Sun sat down next to her. This move by the Jia group was like cutting off the source of the trouble, completely blocking Bai Ling's path to alchemy.
Bai Ling, why is the Jia group targeting you so much? He finally asked the question in his mind.
She's afraid I'll take her heir position.
Bai Ling whispered. The she you are talking about, are you referring to Jia Yue?
Yes, it's her. She is the third daughter of the Jia group and the one with the greatest hope of inheriting the position of family head.
But, your last name is not Bai. Lu Sun stopped talking halfway.
Because he found Bai Ling crying. This always optimistic and strong girl, it was the first time Lu Sun saw her crying.
He silently handed over the tissue. Thanks.
Bai Ling took it and wiped away her tears. Back then, the head of the Jia family fell in love with my mother and took her by force, but his wife couldn't tolerate her. Bai Ling spoke softly about what had happened in the past. Things were a little different from what Lu Sun had imagined, but they were pretty much the same. After being ostracized, Bai Ling's mother married a man named Bai Jianhua and gave birth to Bai Ling. Bai Ling always thought Bai Jianhua was her father. Bai Jianhua died in a disaster a few years ago, and his mother became seriously ill as a result. Before her death, her mother told her that she was a member of the Jia family and asked Bai Ling to return to the Jia family, as that was her stage. In order to fulfill her mother's last wish, Bai Ling chose to return to the Jia family. The head of the Jia family originally disliked Bai Ling, but when he discovered Bai Ling's talent in alchemy, he decisively accepted Bai Ling. Bai Ling also did a great job. The 9 Revolutions Dan Meridian, a unique meridian of heaven and earth, was opened. She is a natural alchemist.
Before entering the first realm, Bai Ling could refine second-grade heavenly elixirs. Her talent for alchemy is extremely rare in the whole of China.
The head of the Jia family then intended to make her his heir. And this position originally belonged to the third young lady, Jia Yue.
So far, Bai Ling's future is bright.
But who knew that after Bai Ling was refining the elixir, something suddenly went wrong with her elixir meridian and it became useless. Her life took a sharp turn for the worse. The head of the Jia family was not going to give up on her so easily, but he couldn't stand the fact that everyone in the Jia family didn't like her very much, so he forced her out of the family. Bai Ling did not give up. She wanted to restore her Danmai by constantly refining pills. At the same time, she is also stubborn deep down and wants to prove herself.
That's why she ran to Qingbei Street and went to make the elixir opposite Jia's elixir shop.
But she never expected that in order to deal with her, Jia Yue would personally take charge and mobilize the resources of the Jia group to encircle and suppress her. At the same time, they are using shady tactics in secret and posting rewards on the dark web. Although she is a genius in alchemy, she has not yet grown up.
How can she fight against a behemoth like the Jia group? Boss, thank you for taking care of me all these days. I've figured it out. This is my fate. Bai Ling, don't give up. Lu Sun interrupted Bai Ling. He held Bai Ling's hand and encouraged her, we still have a way. If it doesn't work in the capital, we can go to other cities. I don't believe that the Jia group can control all the alchemy materials in the east. But, boss, I'm so tired. Think about your mother. She definitely wouldn't want you to be like this.
Seeing that Bai Ling was about to give up on herself, Lu Sun moved her mother out. This method was indeed effective, and a glimmer of light appeared again in Bai Ling's dim eyes. Your mother must be very unwilling to accept this. She desperately hopes that you can grow up and let the Jia group see how powerful her daughter is.
You are a person with Danmai. As long as your Danmai is restored, no one in the huge Jia group will be able to compare with you. Lu Sun struck while the iron was hot and kept encouraging Bai Ling. Boss, do you think I can do this?
Bai Ling looked at Lu Sun like a drowning person trying to grasp at the last straw.
Well, it's definitely possible. You're not fighting alone.
Lu Sun looked into her eyes and said seriously, you still have me.
You still have me. These 4 words made Bai Ling's eyes light up completely.
Bai Ling's favorability has reached 100%. The host has defeated 4 or more third-level cultivators, and his strength is determined to be at the 3rd level.
He can now bind to Bai Ling.
At this moment, suddenly, the system voice sounded.
Can we bind it now?
Lu Sun was a little surprised. He thought he needed to advance to the 3rd realm, but it turned out that the system judged based on strength. The criteria for judgment is also very simple, just defeat 4 or more 3rd-level cultivators. However, after the favorability reaches 100%, binding to Bai Ling still requires close contact, at least a kiss. For the sake of higher return multiples and Bai Ling's abilities, and also to help Bai Ling recover her Danmai, there is nothing wrong with kissing Bai Ling.
The dilemma is what to do. Should I forcefully kiss Bai Ling?
At this moment, Lu Sun noticed that Bai Ling's eyes were full of charm and her face was a little red. Yes, he was just looking at the system panel, and his eyes happened to meet Bai Ling's, and it took a while.
It's better to do it today than to wait for a day. Lu Sun decided to be decisive. Taking advantage of the current atmosphere, Lu Sun decisively went over.
Bai Ling's eyes widened, and her body froze in shock from Lu Sun's sudden kiss. Meets the binding conditions and has been bound to Bai Ling.
Current return multiple, 30.
Note, Bai Ling's 9 revolutions Danmai collapsed due to damage, and can be repaired through the origin chi. Reminder, the host has a binding reward that can be claimed. Chapter 74 The Man with 3 unique heaven and earth veins.
You gain the original energy. As Lu Sun expected, the bound reward was indeed the original energy.
Before his lips left Bai Ling, Lu Sun quickly gave the original energy to Bai Ling.
1 minute later, all the original energy entered Bai Ling's body. Only then did Lu Sun leave Bai Ling.
Bai Ling was still frozen in place, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, standing still like a frightened deer, obviously startled by the sudden kiss and unable to react.
Lu Sun waited patiently. After several minutes, Bai Ling blinked gently.
When she saw Lu Sun standing so close to her, her fair cheeks instantly turned red, and even the tips of her ears were a lovely pink.
Bai Ling, I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. No, it's okay, boss.
Bai Ling waved her hands in panic, her eyes erratic, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito.
I don't blame you, don't feel bad. What a kind girl. Even after being kissed by Lu Sun, she was still worried that Lu Sun would feel bad.
At this moment, her expression suddenly became serious, and her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if she was feeling the changes in her body. The next second, her expression suddenly relaxed, a dazzling light burst out of her eyes, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously.
What's wrong, Ghost? Boss, my Danmai is recovering.
Bai Ling's face was full of surprise. She clearly felt that the Danmai in her body, which had been abandoned for a long time, was regaining vitality.
It really works. The original energy took effect. Very good. Bai Ling couldn't help but cheer.
Danmai is her lifeline, which can be said to be more important than life. Without Danmai, her spirit will could not function, and her other spirit veins were also affected, so she couldn't even practice. Bai Ling clearly possesses a spirit will formed by 9 major spirit veins and a large number of small spirit veins, but she has no cultivation level.
This is why. Now, the Danmai is actually recovering.
This person pulled her out of the desperate situation. Bai Ling, recovery is important.
Lu Sun reminded.
Okay, boss. Bai Ling quickly sat down and immersed herself in the recovery of her Danmai. Bai Ling's 9 transformation pill vein was restored, and the host gained 30 times what Bai Ling had gained. The host obtains the creation pill vein. The host will open the strange veins of heaven and earth.
Unable to completely conceal the strange phenomena, some of them will be released. An hour later, the system prompt appeared. Creation Danmai. Wow, another amazing vein in heaven and earth. Lu Sun didn't expect that Bai Ling's Danmai would recover and could actually be returned. Now, Lu Sun became a man with 3 extraordinary veins of heaven and earth. In his body, where the original Chaos Divine vein was, another strange vein of heaven and earth appeared. This is the creation pill vein.
As soon as it appeared, it merged into a whole with the 2 previous strange veins of heaven and earth, becoming a part of the Chaos Divine vein. At the same time, strange phenomena appeared again in the sky. I saw the Dansha burning the sky, and the clouds seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. The red golden elixir fire in the sky poured down like a rainstorm, but when it touched the ground, it turned into the phantom of a spiritual medicine, and withered instantly when it took root. This scene was like the wonders of the birth and death of all kinds of medicine. Not only that, above the sky, the shadow of a giant furnace woven from Dansha slowly emerged, and a roaring sound like a bell or a drum came from the furnace. Inside, pills floated up and down, turning into 9 bright stars, forming a line.
Another vision.
Dansha burns the sky, the black furnace refines the 9 stars.
Danmai, this Danmai has appeared in the world. Someone in the sky noticed this scene.
Since this time the strange phenomenon was caused by Lu Sun, the scope of the phenomenon was not large due to the limitations of the system.
In addition, strange phenomena occurred almost every day in the capital, so this time the phenomenon did not alarm too many people.
There were still a few streaks of light coming from afar. By the time the stream of light approached, the vision was nearing its end. This time, the vision was severely restricted by the system. Fortunately, if people knew that I was the one who caused this, they would inevitably become suspicious.
Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief. The first 2 strange phenomena in heaven and earth were easy to deal with.
This time, the strange phenomenon in the world was caused by the recovery of Bai Ling's Danmai.
If people knew about it, they might have some associations. It's better to make a fortune quietly. Xiao Ling. Has your Danmai recovered?
A figure fell from the sky and saw Bai Ling. He thought that the strange phenomena in the sky and earth were caused by Bai Ling, and he couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy.
Thank you for your concern, Master Jia. Bai Ling's Danmai has indeed recovered.
Bai Ling's expression instantly turned cold, and her tone was as distant as if she was facing a stranger. Her words made the man who arrived pause.
He is the head of the Jia family, the helmsman of the Jia group, and Bai Ling's biological father.
Now Bai Ling calls her the head of the Jia family and calls herself Bai Ling. This clearly shows that she wants to draw a clear line with the Jia family.
Xiao Ling, don't blame me. The Jia family is so big, and there are so many elders here. I can't make too many decisions by myself. The head of the Jia family sighed. He felt a little regretful. After Bai Ling's Danmai was destroyed, he did not insist on keeping Bai Ling. However, who could have thought at that time that Bai Ling's Danmai could be restored? Master Jia, you're joking.
Bai Ling has no right to blame you.
Bai Ling will not make things difficult for you.
From now on, Bai Ling will never set foot in the Jia family again. Bai Ling's tone was so firm that the head of the Jia family's face suddenly changed.
Xiao Ling, don't be like this.
I swear to God, as long as you are willing to go back with me, the position of heir will still be yours. The head of the Jia family raised his hand. Bai Ling shook her head. No, that home doesn't belong to me.
After saying that, she walked towards the road not far away, ready to take a taxi there.
Seeing her determination, the head of the Jia family drooped his shoulders dejectedly and let out a long sigh.
Little brother, are you Xiaoling's friend?
Please help me bring this card to her.
The password is her birthday. The head of the Jia family handed Lu Sun a card. Lu Sun thought about it and accepted it. If he were the protagonist of this matter, he would definitely not want it. But the head of the Jia family is Bai Ling's father after all, and Lu Sun wants to give her the right to choose. Why don't you think about why Bai Ling's Danmai has problems? After taking the card, Lu Sun suddenly asked. This question startled the head of the Jia family. Little brother, do you suspect someone has done something wrong? The head of the Jia family hesitated for a moment and asked. It's not that he didn't have this suspicion, but he couldn't find any evidence. It is extremely difficult to destroy Bai Ling's Danmai quietly. Master Jia, do you know that Bai Ling encountered an assassination attempt this morning? Lu Sun raised another question. Assassination? Who did it? The head of the Jia family raised his eyebrows and his eyes were filled with anger. I was just about to ask that, Lu Sun shrugged, and as he turned and left, he said, since Patriarch Jia doesn't know either, I'll take my leave. You really aren't going back? A few minutes later, Lu Sun asked in the online car-hailing vehicle. Well, Bai Ling looked at the passing scenery outside the window with a firm look in her eyes. I'm not going back. Okay. This is a good thing. There are a lot of people in the Jia family who want to harm Bai Ling. If she goes back now, new problems may arise soon. If I really want to go back, it will be later. Now, it's not bad to just make some pills on Qingbei Street. Once her Dan meridians recovered, she would be able to refine third-grade pills quickly. The progress of cultivation will also be very fast. The power of Danmai, a unique vein in heaven and earth, lies in that it is not only useful for refining pills, but also allows one to improve their cultivation through continuous refining of pills. In other words, Bai Ling does not need to practice deliberately. Chapter 75 The Magical Power of Chaos. Her Danmai has really recovered? It is absolutely true, Mississippi. How so? On the third floor of Jia's pharmacy on Qingbei Street, Jia Yue's body softened and she sat down weakly. Just now, a piece of shocking news came. Bai Ling's Danmai actually recovered, and once again caused strange phenomena in heaven and earth. As the original successor of the Jia group, Jia Yue's talent in alchemy is not bad. At such a young age, she is already a fourth-grade earth-level alchemist. But it was difficult for her to refine heavenly-grade elixirs. Even if they are able to refine the pills, the success rate is pitifully low, and a lot of raw materials are often wasted before 1 or 2 pills can be successfully made. It is far from comparable to Bai Ling. Bai Ling's Danmai is the ultimate weapon. It made all the cards in her hand pale in comparison. Miss, it's bad, the master is coming. At this time, a maid came running in panic to report the news. Nonsense, this is pure nonsense, Jia Yue, look at what you've done. Not only did you use the group's resources to suppress your own sister, you even hired someone to kill someone. This is simply lawless. The maid had just finished speaking when the head of the Jia family rushed in angrily and yelled at Jia Yue. Hiring a killer? Jia Yue's face changed and she quickly denied it. Father, I didn't. You're still quibbling. Who else could it be except you? The head of the Jia family didn't believe it. A sharp voice suddenly sounded from behind. The head of the Jia family looked back and couldn't believe it. Ajin, you did it? Mother, why are you here? The person who came was Jia Yue's mother. That bastard, I wish I could tear her into pieces. What's wrong with hiring someone to kill her? If you dare let her into the house again, I'll raise the reward to millions of dark energy. If you're determined to choose her, just kill Yue and me. As soon as Jia Yue's mother appeared, she acted like a shrew and instantly suppressed the momentum of the head of the Jia family. Bai Ling, have a good rest and stabilize your Dan meridians first. If the Jia group still blocks the alchemy materials, we can find a way to enter the Dan Ding Academy. On the other side, Lu Sun sent Bai Ling back to Xingyue Tower. After Bai Lingden's meridians recovered, her path became wider. If the Jia group continues to block the alchemy materials, with Bai Ling's alchemy veins, she can definitely enter the Danding Academy. Danding College is a university that specializes in training alchemists. After Bai Ling returned to the Jia family, the head of the Jia family decided to train her on his own and did not let Bai Ling go to university. Now, it is still away. By the way, this is the card your father asked me to bring you. The password is your birthday. After thinking for a while, Lu Sun handed the card given by the head of the Jia family to Bai Ling. Bai Ling stared at the card for a few seconds, then took it and threw it directly into the box. Has the Jia's elixir stopped promoting sales? The next day, Jia's medicine stopped its promotion. The bounty for Bai Ling's murder on the dark web is gone too. Not only that, Luo Dashing sent a message that the reward for Bai Ling's murder on the dark web was gone.
From this perspective, it's the Jia family head who's exerting his strength. Lu Xun felt that this had something to do with the head of the Jia family.
Bai Ling, let's try again. He immediately took Bai Ling to buy raw materials for alchemy.
This time, I bought it very smoothly. Not only was it purchased, but the prices of the raw materials for alchemy also dropped a lot.
Now, Bai Ling's biggest problem is solved.
After buying the raw materials, Bai Ling started to make the pills. She planned to refine some pills first to improve her cultivation. With the end of the Jia family's elixir promotion, Lingdan Pavilion's business began to pick up again. Lu Xun gradually distributed the pills he had previously stockpiled to recover his costs.
Well, nothing to do again. Lu Xun once again became the idlest person.
Xu Yuqing broke through the 4th level of qi condensation. You gained 30 times what Xu Yuqing gained. Within 2 days, Xu Yuqing had a breakthrough. After binding with Bai Ling, the return multiplier becomes 30 times, which becomes even more powerful.
Lu Xun's cultivation in the way of immortality soared again.
From the 13th level of qi gathering, it suddenly soared to the 16th level of qi gathering. Not only did his spiritual power improve, but he also developed divine consciousness. The 4th level of qi gathering is the middle stage of qi gathering. When breaking through this level, the immortal cultivator can give birth to a weak spiritual consciousness. This weak spiritual consciousness suddenly increased 30 times when it reached Lu Xun.
Look at it this way. The system can't return what they didn't gain. Lu Xun thought.
He had already broken through to the 4th level of qi gathering, but because Xu Yuqing had no spiritual consciousness before, he also had no spiritual consciousness when he returned before.
Until now. Is this divine consciousness? How magical. Lu Xun closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to perceive his surroundings.
Although his spiritual sense has expanded 30 times compared to Xu Yuqing, the base number is still there, so his spiritual sense is not that much stronger.
It can only sense a few meters around it.
Compared to seeing with the eyes, what the spiritual sense perceives is actually more intuitive and detailed. After trying for a while, Lu Xun began to look inward again. The spiritual consciousness swept through the martial veins and spiritual veins, and finally entered the dantian.
His dantian seemed like a chaos. In this chaos, there are 2 huge universes. One is the Qi Hai and the other is the Ling Fu. The sea of Qi is filled with violent true Qi. The spiritual power in the spiritual palace is in the form of gaseous energy. The spiritual power of the 3rd realm is semi-liquid. My spiritual power is as pure as that of the 3rd realm, and it is still in gaseous form. Lu Xun thought after sensing this situation in the spiritual palace. The spiritual power of the 1st and 2nd realm immortals is in gaseous form. The 3rd state is semi-liquid, that is, foggy. The 4th realm is completely liquid. After Lu Xun reached the 16th level of qi gathering, his gaseous spiritual power became even purer than the semi-liquid spiritual power. But in form, it is still gaseous. I don't know if true energy and spiritual power can be mixed together. Lu Xun suddenly had an idea. He decided to give it a try. Oh my god. This try almost went wrong.
The 2 different types of energy, even if they belong to the same person, are incompatible. Fortunately, Lu Xun used a very small amount, otherwise he would have definitely hurt himself.
Now, Lu Xun understood why others were not optimistic about the dual cultivation of immortality and martial arts. The conflict of power between the immortal and martial arts practitioners will become more and more serious in the future. If not handled properly, the cultivator will be in big trouble. No, I am a chaos divine body. Lu Xun felt something was wrong. Others are others. He is him. Oh right, the chaos divine vein. Lu Xun thought of his own chaos divine vein. When fighting, he used the chaos divine vein to operate 2 powers at the same time, so there was no conflict. So, he introduced his true energy and spiritual power into the chaos divine vein. With a thought, the chaos divine vein began to operate, mixing the true energy and spiritual power together. It's done, it's done. This time, it actually worked. Under the influence of the chaos divine vein, the 2 originally conflicting forces were completely mixed and transformed into a new force. Let's call you the power of chaos. After thinking for a while, Lu Xun gave this new power a name. The power of chaos. What a magical power. After obtaining the power of chaos, Lu Xun tried it out and found that the power of chaos was extremely magical. Using the power of chaos, one can not only perform martial arts, but also cast spells.
The power is much greater than using only true energy or spiritual power. Now, his fighting ability has become stronger.
Chapter 76, Terrifying Alchemy Attainments. This is a spell to break a curse. If someone casts a curse on you, you will have a way to counter it. Can I remove the spell from you?
No, the 3 spells on me are very powerful.
Using my blood is useless. For the time being, forget it.
In the new month, Princess Barbara woke up again and taught Lu Xun a new spell.
Remove the spell.
This spell was quite complicated and Lu Xun was unable to learn it in one go. After Bai Ling's affairs were settled, Lu Xun's life returned to normal and he could continue to lie down comfortably. From time to time, Lu Xun would go to Lingdan Pavilion to check on the situation. Recently, Lingdan Pavilion's business has become better, and the pills that were not sold before have started to have better sales. The customers are mostly monks from outside the country rather than students from Peking University and Tsinghua University. As Blue Star is about to enter the ancient Starry Sky Road, many cultivators have a sense of urgency and are now gritting their teeth to buy the heavenly grade pills that they usually cannot bear to buy. Bai Ling's attainment in the Tao of Alchemy has broken through to the 3rd level Earth rank. You gain 30 times what Bai Ling gained. Bai Ling's cultivation has broken through to the 2nd level of Qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Bai Ling gained. A week later, Lu Xun suddenly received a new return.
This time the return came from Bai Ling.
She successfully refined a 3rd grade elixir and was promoted to a 3rd grade alchemist. As Bai Ling's alchemy attainments improved, her cultivation also improved synchronously.
This is the extraordinary thing about Danmai.
Alchemists who possess Danmai do not need to practice at all.
As long as they keep refining pills, they can improve their cultivation. The return of attainments in alchemy and cultivation comes at the same time. First, a warm current entered Lu Xun's body, improving Lu Xun's cultivation. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of information flooded into Lu Xun's mind.
This information is the return of the attainments of Dandao, and is the return of knowledge and experience. Although it was knowledge and experience, after it was returned, Lu Xun learned it naturally, as if he was born with the ability.
His attainments in alchemy are 0. But with the 30-fold return, Lu Xun's attainments in alchemy continued to improve.
From an alchemy apprentice, he quickly broke through to become a 1st-grade alchemist, and then was promoted to a higher level. There are 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and Huang, starting from the Huang level, rushing up to the Xian level, the Di level, and all the way up to the Tian level. After reaching the heavenly level, it was not over yet, and he rushed to a new level in one fell swoop, the holy level.
Isn't the heavenly stage the highest level?
Lu Xun was amazed. After reaching the saint level, he finally stopped, and then rushed to the 2nd level in one go.
Lu Xun thus became a 2nd-grade alchemist.
This is not the end yet, his alchemy attainments are still improving. Before long, Lu Xun became a 2nd-grade saint-level alchemist, even more powerful than Bai Ling before him. After that, his attainments in alchemy reached the 3rd level, and he became a 3rd-level alchemist.
This is not over yet. Wow, it's rank 4. An hour later, the return of alchemy attainments was finally completed. At this time, Lu Xun had already become a 4th-grade Earth-level alchemist. In other words, he can refine 4th-grade Earth-level elixirs. There are not many 4th-grade alchemists, especially those who can refine Earth-grade quality alchemists, in the entire East. Lu Xun achieved it easily with just Bai Ling's return. If other alchemists knew this, they would be jealous to death. Lu Xun felt that if he hadn't reached the saint level, he should have been able to directly reach the 5th level and become a 5th-level alchemist. However, the grade only represents the level of elixir you can refine. For alchemists, the most important thing is the rank, that is, the quality. For example, the medicinal effect of 5th-grade yellow-level elixir is not as good as that of 4th-grade earth-level elixir or above. My saint rank should be unique, right? Lu Xun thought.
It is already amazing that Bai Ling can refine heavenly-grade elixirs. He is now refining holy-level elixirs. You'll know if you try it. Lu Xun felt a little itchy. He carried Xiao Bai out of the house and headed to Baichao Street in the capital, where alchemy materials were sold in a specialty, to buy some materials to make some. After arriving at Baichao Street, Lu Xun discovered that he needed quite a few things to make the elixir.
The first thing is the alchemy furnace.
After the furnace is ready, you have to buy the furnace fire. If you want to refine high-quality pills, a good furnace and fire are essential. The alchemy furnace is also divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow. Below the yellow rank, There is also a second-rate alchemy furnace that is very cheap, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands of Chinese currency.
If it is a yellow-grade alchemy furnace, the price will be expensive. For example, the black iron furnace, red copper furnace, white stone medicine furnace and other alchemy furnaces can cost tens or even hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan.
Xian-level alchemy furnaces are more expensive and can only be purchased with dark energy. The most advanced alchemy furnace on this street is only of the earth grade, priced at 100,000 units of dark energy.
It is a furnace called the yin-yang twin furnace.
Its interior is divided into two layers of chamber protection. The upper layer is for purification and the lower layer is for pill condensation.
It is extremely efficient, but the operation is complicated and ordinary alchemists cannot master it.
In addition to the alchemy furnace, the furnace fire is not cheap, and most of them are disposable, which means they can only be used once. For example, a kind of earth fire pill can provide earth fire for several hours after being ignited.
Different furnace fires are needed to refine different elixirs.
Furnace fires are also divided into different levels. Using ordinary furnace fires to refine high-level pills will increase the failure rate.
If I want to refine saint-grade elixirs, an earth-grade furnace isn't enough. Forget it, I'll just use Bai Ling's.
Lu Xun thought about it and decided not to buy the alchemy furnace and furnace fire for the time being.
You can take Bai Ling's first. Bai Ling's alchemy furnace seems to be of high quality.
So, Lu Xun bought a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines and came to Xingyue Tower.
Boss, do you want to make pills too? Then you use it first. I'll go figure out the talisman. Bai Ling gave the alchemy furnace to Lu Xun. It's actually a heavenly grade alchemy furnace.
Lu Xun came to the alchemy furnace and saw that the alchemy furnace used by Bai Ling was actually a heavenly grade alchemy furnace. No wonder she has such a high success rate in refining heavenly grade elixirs. There are quite a few furnace fire pills placed in front of the alchemy furnace.
Lu Xun picked one and threw it into the alchemy furnace.
A blazing fire began to burn. Only then did he take out the materials and start refining the elixir.
This was Lu Xun's first time refining an elixir.
But his movements were extremely skillful, like an old driver who had refined elixirs many times. Just over an hour later, all the materials were put into the furnace by Lu Xun. Then, he skillfully performed a series of alchemy techniques to control the fire inside.
Almost.
After more than half an hour, Lu Xun performed a pill collecting technique and suddenly opened the lid of the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, the room was filled with the fragrance of medicine, which made people feel refreshed and all their illnesses disappeared.
Wow, boss, it smells so good.
Bai Ling smelled the fragrance and walked over. As soon as she came over, she was stunned.
Because Danxia appeared around the furnace. Faintly, there are bursts of fairy music. What level of medicine is this?
Bai Ling was stunned. Generally speaking, only heavenly grade elixirs will produce danxia, but no fairy music.
Moreover, the danxia of the heavenly grade elixir is not so large in scope. Rise.
Lu Xun stretched out his hand and pills flew out of the furnace and fell into the jade bottle.
There are 12 in total.
This is exactly a furnace of pills. The first time I made the elixir, the success rate was 100%.
Boss, can you show me your pills? Bai Ling couldn't help it.
Intuitively, she felt that the elixir Lu Xun had refined this time might be somewhat astonishing.
Give.
Lu Xun handed over the jade bottle.
3 lines.
When Bai Ling saw this, her already cute big eyes widened even wider, making people think of a Disney princess with the pause button pressed. The reason she had this reaction was because the elixir Lu Xun had refined actually had 3 golden lines on it. The elixir patterns are: yellow level has no patterns, black level has white patterns, earth level has silver patterns, and sky level has gold patterns.
The heavenly grade elixir refined by Bai Ling is the golden pattern. But there is only 1 golden pattern at most.
No one had ever told her that there could be 3 Dan1.
Sky.
At this moment, this talented girl who possessed alchemy veins and was born for alchemy was deeply shocked.
Chapter 77 to Ecstasy. Boss, you are awesome.
After a while, Bai Ling withdrew her gaze from those 3 pattern pills and admired Lu Xun very much. Looking at the shocked Bai Ling, Lu Xun wanted to say, "No, actually you are the one who is awesome." He is so powerful because Bai Ling has made great progress in alchemy.
3 patterned pill.
Lu Xun felt a sense of accomplishment as he looked at the pills he had refined. Strictly speaking, this batch of pills are not holy level pills.
But it is between the heavenly level and the holy level.
The real holy level elixir does not have golden patterns, but colorful patterns.
After all, it was my first time practicing, so how could I refine a holy grade elixir in one go?
The triple golden patterns are due to the creation Danvain. Danmai, a unique meridian in heaven and earth, has many uses. For example, it allows alchemists to improve their skills by refining pills without having to practice deliberately. For example, when making pills, the alchemist can make pills with a higher success rate and higher quality. For example, Bai Ling's 9 revolutions pill vein allows her to have an almost 100% pill success rate, while also improving the quality by several percent. Therefore, all the second-grade elixirs refined by Bai Ling are second-grade heavenly elixirs. Lu Xun's creation pill vein was even more powerful, which directly raised the quality of the pill by 2 small steps, making it more magical. It changed from a single layer of gold patterns to a triple layer of gold patterns. The resulting effect is that the elixir is more effective, has fewer side effects, and erysipelas becomes negligible.
Bai Ling, do you want to refine a pill that's even more powerful than the heavenly grade? Lu Xun suddenly had a good idea. He wanted to find a bug. Bai Ling nodded.
Come, I'll teach you. Lu Xun's idea was to share his experience in alchemy with Bai Ling so that Bai Ling's alchemy skills could improve faster. Strive to refine elixirs that surpass the heavenly level.
Then, Bai Ling's progress will be returned to Lu Xun.
In this way, Lu Xun's attainments in alchemy will continue to grow. Every step forward in alchemy attainments actually requires a lot of time to settle. Don't think that Bai Ling was promoted from the second grade to the third grade so quickly. This is because she has not wasted her time during the days when the Danmai was abandoned, which is equivalent to accumulating a lot of strength for a breakthrough. Otherwise, even if there is a Danmai, it will take Bai Ling several months or even longer to advance from the second grade to the third grade. So, in the next few days, Lu Xun taught Bai Ling his experience while refining a batch of pills from time to time. He wanted to refine a true holy grade elixir. As for the grade of the elixir, Lu Xun is currently refining second grade elixirs. Danmai alchemy can increase cultivation, but as long as Lu Xun does not break through the realm through alchemy, it is not considered self-cultivation, so Lu Xun can stop as long as he feels that he is about to break through.
It's done.
A week later, Lu Xun successfully refined his first holy level elixir. Some pills can be refined 12 times at a time, while some rarer pills can only be refined 1 at a time. What Lu Xun refined this time was a very rare elixir.
Wow, Kaiwan. Boss, you're amazing.
Bai Ling's eyes lit up when she saw this. Lu Xun refined a colorful pill with triple colorful patterns. Needless to say, the extra 2 layers are the work of the creation Danmai. This should be the Danwan that only Lu Xun can refine, that is, a unique Danwan.
Unless someone else also has the good fortune Danvain. But that is impossible. Bai Ling, keep trying. I'll be back soon. Lu Xun left Qingbei Street with the saint-level elixir.
Lu Xun, I haven't even used up the qi-gathering pills you gave me before.
Do you have any other pills?
At the gate of Qingshu College, Shu Yuqing was called out by Lu Xun.
Yuqing, try this qi-boosting pill. It can increase your cultivation by 3 months at a time.
Lu Xun handed over the holy level pill.
Qi-boosting pill?
Shu Yuqing shook her head repeatedly. Lu Xun, my instructor doesn't allow me to use this kind of elixir that directly improves my cultivation. This kind of elixir, even if it is a heavenly grade elixir, has hidden dangers. I know, but mine is more than just heavenly grade.
Lu Xuendo.
Pills that directly improve cultivation do have hidden dangers, and they are very serious ones. This hidden danger is not so bad in the early stage, but after it grows to a certain extent, it is often very fatal and it is easy to be locked at the upper limit. Therefore, as long as one is a genius, he or she will basically not choose this kind of elixir, but will choose auxiliary elixirs that can increase the speed of cultivation. The cultivation gained through one's own practice is real.
More than just the heavenly stage?
Shu Yuqing took it curiously and looked at it, then said in surprise, Lu Xun, why are there colorful patterns on this pill?
Well, she didn't know about the saint-level elixir. This is normal. In the current classification of elixirs on Blue Star, the heavenly grade is the highest.
Although she didn't know, Shu Yuqing felt that the pill was extraordinary as soon as she saw it. Especially the colorful Dan patterns, which seem to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, and become more and more beautiful the more you look at them.
Yuqing, if you believe me, eat it.
Don't worry, you only need to eat 1 a year, and you'll be fine. Lu Xun handed the pill to Shu Yuqing and said softly.
Okay, Lu Sen, I believe you. Shu Yuqing put away the pill. Sure enough, explaining things to a woman slowly is not as effective as playing the emotional card. Why are you keeping accounts again? I owe you this, I must remember it. Shu Yuqing took out her little notebook and started writing it down. All right. Lu Sun left it to her. Shu Yuqing returned to Qingshu College. Lu Sun didn't lie to her. This qi replenishing pill will indeed not pose any hidden danger to Shu Yuqing. Saint level elixirs themselves, even those that directly improve cultivation, have fewer hidden dangers. Not to mention that after being enhanced by the creation pill vein, this is also a holy grade pill with triple Dan patterns. But you also need to control the amount and only take one per year. Otherwise, even if the hidden danger is small, it can easily cause your cultivation to become superficial and allow inner demons to take advantage of the opportunity to enter. After sending the saint level elixir out, Lu Sun returned to Qingbei Street, ready to refine an elixir for Merong Wan that could directly improve her cultivation. Blue Star is about to enter the ancient starry road. Before that, the stronger your cultivation, the better. The host possesses the creation pill vein. Please do not refine the pill too much, otherwise it will lead to a breakthrough in cultivation, and then the secret will be leaked, bringing murderous intent to the host. The host needs to control the number of times he refines pills. Each time he receives rewards or breaks through his cultivation, he can refine pills a certain number of times. Just as Lu Sun was preparing to refine the elixir, a system reminder popped up. Are you kidding me? You won't even let me make the elixir? Lu Sun was speechless. After reading the prompts, he understood why the system did not allow him to refine too many pills. If you have a Danmai, you can improve your cultivation by refining the elixir. If he refines too many pills and achieves a breakthrough in his cultivation, it would be equivalent to his own cultivation. That would inevitably lead to the disclosure of the secret, and others would be able to detect his Chaos Divine body and Chaos Divine veins. Once Lan Xing steps into the ancient starry road, Lu Sun will probably be in great danger. Fortunately, it is not completely impossible to practice. Whatever. This is better. After lying down for so long, Lu Sun was really tired of refining pills every day. He only needs to take action occasionally to refine the pills that Shu Yuqing and Merong Wan need. If I have extra time, I can also refine some pills and sell them for money. So, Lu Sun stopped refining pills and waited for a breakthrough in his cultivation. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 5th level of qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Shu Yuqing gained. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 6th level of qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Shu Yuqing gained. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 7th level of qi gathering. 2 days later, Lu Sun suddenly received 3 returns in just 1 day. Shu Yuqing broke through 3 levels in succession. Needless to say, this must be the saint level qi replenishing pill that Lu Sun gave her. Saint level qi replenishing pill directly improves cultivation level by 3 months. The effects are different when used by different people. If someone uses it, they may be able to upgrade 1 level, because they can only upgrade 1 level at most in 3 months. Shu Yuqing was different. She used 3 levels in a row to directly rush from the middle stage of qi gathering to the late stage. The rewards Lu Sun received were also extremely fierce. His cultivation level surged upwards like crazy, from the 16th level of qi gathering all the way to the unprecedented 27th level of qi gathering, rising a full 11 levels. His spiritual sense became more powerful as a result, and his sensing range increased from a few meters to 100 meters around. It's so ecstatic. Lu Sun felt so good. Chapter 78: The Power of the Holy Order. Lu Sun, where did you get that pill? My instructor asked if there are any left, and she's willing to pay a high price for one. The day after Chu Yoqing's breakthrough, she suddenly sent a message to Lu Sun. Her mentor wants to buy it? After Lu Sun chatted with her for a few sentences, he understood the situation. When Chu Yuqing was about to take the saint-level qi replenishing pill, she was discovered by her mentor Qin Rulan. Qin Rulan was originally the mentor who did not allow Chu Yuqing to eat directly to improve her cultivation. But after seeing the heavenly grade elixir with triple-colored patterns, her breathing became rapid. Qin Rulan heard the legend of the holy elixir in a civilization tombstone. Just never seen it. After feeling that it might be a holy level elixir, she decided to let Chu Yuqing try it. The effect was surprisingly good, and she did not find any obvious side effects. This made Qin Rulan excited. She wanted to buy one for a relative's child to help him break through the third realm before entering the ancient starry sky road. Not for now, I'll tell you when I have one. Lu Sun did not refuse.
Now that his cultivation has broken through and he can refine pills again, he plans to refine one for Moron first.
Boss, just use it. I think you can do it. As soon as Lu Sun arrived at Lingdan Pavilion, Bai Ling gave up the alchemy furnace.
I'll go buy a heavenly grade alchemy furnace later.
Lu Sun planned. It's not good to keep taking advantage of Bai Ling. Done.
It only took half a day for Lu Sun to successfully refine the second holy level pill. This one is prepared for Moron. It is called Peiqi pill. One pill can improve the cultivation level of a Qi realm cultivator for 3 months. After completing the refining, Lu Sun went on to refine some pills to increase the speed of cultivation. The pills he refined were more effective than Bai Ling's, and could help Chu Yuqing and Moron cultivate faster. With them, Lu Sun felt that perhaps in the first semester of his freshman year, at least one of Chu Yuqing and Moron would be able to break through to the third realm.
Okay.
After refining a lot of pills, Lu Sun felt that if he continued to refine, his cultivation would break through on its own. The power of this creation pill vein is so strong that as I refine the pill, my cultivation level will improve.
So Lu Sun stopped. Ms. Moron.
2 days later, Lu Sun finally asked Moron out. Moron looked at Lu Sun with a pair of seductive eyes, without saying a word, waiting for Lu Sun's next words.
I have some pills here that are better than the previous ones.
They should allow you to reach the third level faster. After saying that, Lu Sun grabbed Moron's hand in front of her astonished gaze and stuffed the pill into her hand without saying a word.
Moron's cheeks suddenly felt hot. Since Lu Sun entered the palace for the second time, he has become more and more bold in the last few meetings. This pill can directly increase your cultivation by 3 months. Yuqing just ate one a few days ago. Don't worry, this is a saint grade pill that's higher than a heaven grade pill. Taking one a year won't cause any problems. Lu Sun specifically introduced the saint-level Qi cultivating pill.
It seemed that Moron had never heard of the holy grade elixir, but the triple-colored elixir pattern looked extraordinary. She was a little surprised and didn't know where Lu Sun got it from.
Thank you. This card contains... Moron finally spoke and took out a card. Why are we still talking about money? I said I would treat you well.
Lu Sun pushed her card back. Not to mention the special relationship between the two, his growth in martial arts skills depends on Moron, so he doesn't feel sorry for giving her any more gifts.
Moron's face turned even redder. She said no more, put away the pill, turned around and left silently. She was so taciturn, not because she was naturally quiet, but because after having sex for the second time, deep down in her heart, she actually didn't know how to face Lu Sun. Why is she keeping accounts too?
Lu Sun noticed that after Moron left, he took out his phone and opened his notes to take notes.
Just remember it and accept the things. Lu Sun didn't know whether Moron would take the saint-level Qi cultivating pill.
Even if she doesn't eat it, with the saint-level Qi Haidan, her cultivation speed will become faster.
Moron breaks through the 7th level of Qi Hai.
You gain 30 times what Moron gained.
Moron breaks through the 8th level of Qi Hai. Moron breaks through the 9th level of Qi Hai. Just the second day. Moron broke through 3 layers in a row. Obviously. She ate the saint-level Qi building pill.
Her gains from these 3 levels were more substantial than Chu Yuqing's. In the late stage of the second realm, each level up takes more time. Lu Sun also reached great rewards, reaching the 30th level of Qi Hai in one fell swoop.
Is this almost reaching the limit?
Lu Sun felt that the 30th level of Qi Hai was almost reaching the limit of the Qi Hai realm. The purity of his true Qi is now incomparable even to a genius in the late third realm who has opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth.
In terms of pure Qi purity, it can probably be compared with the Qi of a 4th level master.
There is definitely no comparison in combat power. The power of the 4 realms grandmasters is all round, especially the possession of true meaning, which makes their attacks extremely terrifying.
However, if Lu Sun breaks through the 3rd realm, even if he is in the early stage of the 3rd realm, he should be able to fight against a master of the 4th realm. His fighting ability surpasses that of any genius. After Moron's breakthrough, Lu Sun was able to refine pills again. In fact, he had already refined quite a few pills today by taking advantage of Moron's breakthrough.
Done. After nightfall, Lu Sun left with a bag full of pills. 5 days later, the Shenzhou auction house, the largest in Beijing, was packed with people.
Look, it's Wang Yangming, the 5th realm grandmaster. Why are there so many alchemists? Isn't that the head of the Jia group, Jia family master? Even he's here.
It is said that there will be an auction of elixirs above the heavenly rank today.
These alchemists will definitely be paying attention to it. No wonder there are so many big names. Some staff members in the auction house were shocked by today's scene.
Although Shenzhou Auction House has always had good business, it is still extremely rare for an auction to attract so many bigwigs like today. The reason why this auction attracted so many people was because the items being auctioned were elixirs above the heavenly level. Although it was only of the second or third grade, it made many powerful alchemists unable to sit still. Even the head of the Jia family, who was famous in the East, came. In addition to the head of the Jia family, many people from big families also came. They all wanted to see what the elixirs above the heavenly level looked like.
Boss, you are amazing. You actually came up with such an idea.
Behind the scenes of the auction house, Bai Ling's voice filled with admiration was heard.
This auction was exactly what Lu Xun came up with.
He wanted to maximize the profits of the Saint Grade elixir, and at the same time, delay the exposure of the fact that the Saint Grade elixir was made by himself.
Otherwise it would be too scary and you would definitely be targeted.
A 19-year-old freshman who practices both immortality and martial arts has made rapid progress in his cultivation, and now he has also refined an unprecedented holy level elixir.
Just think about it, how many eyes will be staring at Lu Xun by then?
Therefore, Lu Xun brought Bai Ling to the Shenzhou auction house to auction off the holy level elixir he had refined. The reason why Shenzhou auction house has become the largest is that it abides by the rules and does not disclose the seller's information. With Bai Ling around, if anyone finds out, Lu Xun can put the blame on her. Bai Ling now admires Lu Xun very much and is willing to cooperate with him.
Wow! The colored patterns are truly above the heavenly level. Holy grade, this is a holy grade elixir. Why are there triple colored patterns?
At this moment, there was a cry of surprise outside.
The first holy level elixir was taken out by the auctioneer. This is a second grade holy level chi gathering pill. With the cultivation level of everyone present, they could see it quite clearly even from a distance. The colorful Dan patterns opened everyone's eyes and made them exclaim in surprise.
Some alchemists stared with their eyes wide open, wishing they could pounce on the holy grade elixir and take it, holding it in their palms to study it carefully. Especially some alchemists who can refine heavenly grade elixirs.
These alchemists are extremely eager to go further. 10,000 units of dark energy. 20,000. 50,000. 100,000. 200,000. Then the auction began. The starting price of that second grade holy elixir is only 5,000 units of dark energy. But after just a few rounds, 200,000 units of dark energy were added. People don't increase the price little by little, but double it. You know, generally, a second grade chi gathering pill, even a heavenly grade one, only has a few hundred dark energies. Things like those that can directly improve your cultivation level, although they have hidden dangers, are more expensive and can generally be sold for several thousand dark energy. After all, it's only the second grade. But this holy grade elixir, which was only a chi gathering elixir that increased the speed of cultivation, had actually reached 200,000 dark energies. 500,000. 200,000 is not the end.
Someone directly shouted out 500,000 units of dark energy, which is equivalent to 0.5 cubic meters of dark energy and is worth more than 500 million.
Such a high price, just to buy a second grade pill. Chapter 79, A Sudden Wealth. Who doesn't like money? For monks, dark energy is the real money. The money used by ordinary people is just a piece of waste paper, which is credit currency. Dark energy is different. Even if its credit is bankrupt, it is still a real good thing. 500,000 once, 500,000 twice, 500,000 three times. In the end, the first second grade holy elixir was bought by an alchemist wearing a high-level alchemy robe for 500,000 units of dark energy. There are 5 silver leaves on his alchemy robe, which means that he is a 5th grade earth-level alchemist. Boss, you made a lot of money. Bai Ling was shocked. The cost of refining one furnace of this second grade saint level chi gathering pill is only a few 100,000 Chinese yuan. Lu Xun's success rate in refining pills is 100%, and one furnace is full of 12 pills. When divided up, the cost of one piece is tens of thousands of Chinese yuan, which is only a few dozen dark energies. As a result, it was sold at a sky-high price of 500,000 dark energies. This is the importance of craftsmanship.
With the same amount of raw materials, other alchemists might only be able to refine Shin grade or D grade pills, which are not worth much at all.
Of course, it also depends on rarity.
This was the first time a holy grade elixir appeared, and everyone wanted to see what it was, so they were willing to spend money.
The price of the second one should be lower. Lu Sun guessed 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000.
Sure enough, the bid for the second chi gathering pill was not that exciting, and it was finally sold at 300,000 dark energy.
The auctioneer at Shenzhou Auction House is quite good at auctioning and did not tell the customer how many pieces would be auctioned in total.
So there was a frantic scramble for the first one, and the second one is still being fought over. By the third and fourth coins, the price dropped further, falling to more than 100,000 dark energies. The fourth one was taken by the head of the Jia family, who was accompanied by Jia Yue, an acquaintance of Lu Sun and Bai Ling.
Why is there more? The fifth one came out.
People began to realize that the number of holy level elixirs auctioned this time should be quite a lot. Having said that, there are too many people who want to see what the holy level elixir looks like. In addition, most of the people who came this time were rich and didn't care about that little money. Therefore, even though subsequent holy level elixirs were continuously released, the price remained strong and never dropped below 100,000. It was not until the second and third bottles of second grade saint level chi gathering pills were released that the price dropped further, falling to less than 100,000.
For Lu Sun, it's not bad.
The cost is there, so no matter how much the price drops, he will still make a profit and a lot of money. A second grade saint level Chi Hai Dan is now being auctioned. After auctioning the Chi Ju Dan, they started auctioning the Chi Hai Dan, which is useful for warriors. After the first lesson, the first Chi Hai Dan was not sold at an outrageous price, and was only sold for a few 100,000 dark energy. Then it kept dropping until the 12th piece, when the price rose to 100,000 dark energy again. Then, the auctioneer began to auction another kind of holy level elixir.
No more?
I should have grabbed one earlier.
Some people regret it.
It didn't take long for them to regret it before they fell into frenzy again. Because what is being auctioned this time is a second grade holy level chi replenishing pill that can directly improve one's cultivation level by 3 months without any hidden dangers.
The auctioneer made it clear. Only one. 200,000. 500,000. 800,000. 1 million.
This holy grade chi replenishing pill caused a fierce scramble. Especially the alchemists, they raised the prices like crazy. The price soared sharply, reaching 1 million dark energies. The reason why they are so crazy is that chi replenishing pills, which can directly improve one's cultivation level, are actually very popular in society. But the hidden danger is daunting. If they could refine a saint grade chi replenishing pill with minimal hidden dangers, the little dark energy they were paying now would be nothing at all.
2 million.
A voice suddenly suppressed the whole audience. When everyone looked, they saw that the person speaking was Jia Yue. She directly added 2 million units of dark energy, and her determination to win made others lose interest in competing.
The price is too high.
2 cubic meters of dark energy, worth more than 2 billion, was used to buy just one second grade pill.
If you tell others about it, they will be shocked. 2 million once. 2 million twice. 2 million 3 times. In the end, this second grade chi replenishing pill was taken by Jia Yue. If she knew that this pill was made by Lu Sun, I wonder what her expression would be. The auction continues.
After the second grade chi replenishing pill, the auctioneer auctioned the second grade chi high pill again, which once again caused a scramble. Then, there is the second grade chi cultivating pill that can directly improve the martial arts cultivation level. The names of these pills are very similar, so the people present can naturally tell them apart.
The second grade chi boosting pill was still bought by Jia Yue.
Now, auction the third grade elixir.
The highlight is here.
Third grade elixir.
Everyone perked up.
Lu Sun only took out 4 third grade pills this time. 2 of them increased the speed of cultivation, and 2 of them directly improved the level of cultivation.
There are 4 third grade pills in this auction, 1 for each type. This time the auctioneer directly stated the quantity.
When they heard that there was only 1 of each type, many people present became restless.
100,000. 1 million.
So, as soon as the auction started, the bidding became extremely crazy. As soon as others shouted 100,000, someone directly raised it to 1 million.
3 million.
There are also experts who even jumped to 3 million, trying to scare others.
I'm going to make a fortune now.
Lu Sun was naturally happy to see this happen. He suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing that the system restricted him from refining pills. Scarcity makes things valuable. If Lu Sun really worked like an ox or a horse, toiling for more than 10 hours every day to refine a large number of holy grade pills, then they would be worthless.
4 million. 5 million.
No one was scared and the price increase continued. The third grade Qi replenishing pill and the third grade Qi cultivating pill, two kinds of pills that can directly improve one's cultivation level, have caused fierce competition.
The Jia group has met its match. The people competing with them are the president of the Alchemy Association and a big family. People from other big families came to watch the fun. When the holy grade elixir comes out for the first time, it is of the greatest value to alchemists and these alchemy groups because they want to study it. If you just use it for cultivation and spend so much dark energy, it would not be worth it. After all, no matter how good the effect is, it can only increase your cultivation by 3 months. Boss, you've made a fortune.
Bai Ling was frightened by this madness.
Lu Sun is getting rich overnight. Chapter 80. Buy. Buy. Buy.
I have indeed made a fortune. Finally, when all the pills were auctioned off, Lu Sun calculated that the dark energy sold in this wave amounted to more than 20 million units. Even after paying the handling fee of the Shenzhou auction house, there are still nearly 20 million units.
That's nearly 20 cubic meters of dark energy.
This auction indeed maximized the profits of the holy level elixirs. If it weren't for the auction, it would never have been sold at such a high price.
Thank you, Mississippi.
At this moment, a man suddenly stood up.
What advice does President Lu have?
The auctioneer is a beautiful lady with a very good appearance. In fact, she is the head of Shenzhou auction house. Her name is Xia Yuyan. This auction is too important, so she came to preside over it in person.
I'm willing to offer 1 million units of dark energy. I only ask that the client of this auction come out and meet us. President Lu said. He is the president of the Capital Alchemist Association and is also an extremely powerful alchemist who can refine elixirs of grade 6 or above. However, he could not refine any holy grade elixir, not even a first or second grade holy grade elixir. Our Jia group is also willing to contribute 1 million units of dark energy. We ask the client to show up and see us. The head of the Jia family also stood up and said loudly. Our Jiuxin group will add another million. Another person stood up. Jiuxin group. This is also an alchemy group. It is not as large as the Jia group in China, but their business in other neighboring countries is very extensive. In fact, they are not taking the high-end route, but the low-price and low-end route, targeting more ordinary monks rather than geniuses. So you won't see their shops on Qingbei Street. However, in recent years, Jiuxin Group has also been trying the high-end route, and this time the holy level elixir is undoubtedly regarded by them as a breakthrough. Wow, just by showing up, you can get 3 million units of dark energy. Alchemists really make money. This is a saint-level elixir. Only a saint-level alchemist can refine it. He's probably the only one in the world. 3 million for a meeting is nothing. There were some discussions in the auction hall. 3 million dark energies is not a small amount for a large family. 3 people each contributed 1 million dark energies just to meet each other. Such a thing is extremely rare in the entire blue planet. Boss, are you going out? Backstage at the auction house, Bai Ling asked curiously. 3 million dark energies. Even if she was a heavenly level alchemist, it would take her a long time to earn so much dark energy. Now there is so much dark energy just by showing up. It seemed like a good deal to Bai Ling. Lu Sun hesitated for a moment and looked at Bai Ling. How about you go out? He wasn't going to show up now, as it would scare people and he would definitely be targeted. Bai Ling was the shield that Lu Sun had prepared long ago. I still can't refine a saint-level elixir, so I'd better not take it, boss. Bai Ling shook her head. She was worried about being exposed. Then refine it as soon as possible. With your ability, it won't take too long. Then, let the Jia family see how powerful you are. Lu Sun encouraged. Bai Ling nodded heavily. In the end, the people in the auction house did not wait for the client to show up. As expected of a saint-level alchemist, even 3 million dark energies can impress him. The other party must be a hidden boss who is unwilling to show up. Maybe he didn't come at all, and just put the pills here for auction. Everyone was speculating.
Mr. Liu, a total of 24 million units of dark energy were sold in this auction. After deducting the 10% handling fee and 5% tax, there are still 20.4 million units of dark energy left. All of them have been transferred to your card.
Only 10% handling fee? Yes, Mr. Liu, this is the discount I applied for you specifically. Thank you very much, Miss Xie.
More than an hour later, backstage at the auction, Xie Yuyan and Lu Sun completed the settlement. After deducting the handling fees and taxes, Lu Sun still had over 20 million in dark energy.
In other words, it is equivalent to 20 cubic meters of dark energy.
Converted into cubic meters, the dark energy of more than 20 cubic meters is worth more than 20 billion Chinese yuan. To obtain such a huge amount of dark energy, a family like the Morong family, which has a 4th-level master, would have to sell everything they have, or even sell everything they have to still not be able to produce it. This time, Lu Sun really made a fortune. With just this one move, he achieved a class leap in wealth and completed an accumulation that took several generations of talents from many large families to accomplish.
Lu Sun instantly became a rich man. He Chang is richer than before.
The time I defeated He Chang, it was just 1 cubic meter of dark energy.
Now there are a full 20 cubic meters. This is not an order of magnitude.
From then on, Lu Sun could also say that he was a wealthy family.
What should you do after you have money? Of course, buy it. Over the next few days, Lu Sun went on a buying spree.
The first thing he bought was a heavenly grade alchemy furnace called the Qianquan Bagua furnace, which cost him more than 1 million units of dark energy. This price is considered expensive even among the heavenly grade alchemy furnaces, but the advantage is that it can refine any elixir, regardless of its properties or grade. Then, Lu Sun changed all his equipment. First, I bought myself a piece of flowing light robe that does not need to be washed, is always new, and has excellent defensive power.
Then there are the weapons.
The weapon levels are more complicated. Martial artists have their own set of level standards, and immortal cultivators' weapons are called magic weapons, which also have a set of standards. Lu Sun first bought a 4th-grade heavenly sword, which was used by martial artists. Then he bought a whole set of flying swords, which were used by immortal cultivators and were of the quality of top-grade spiritual weapons. The magical weapons of immortal cultivators are divided into several levels: magic weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, and Taoist weapons. For immortal cultivators in the first 4 realms, magical weapons are sufficient. Lu Sun is rich now, so he can directly upgrade to a higher level of spiritual weapon, and it is a top-grade spiritual weapon.
After buying the flying sword, Lu Sun also bought a few magical weapons for defense. Martial artists don't actually place much emphasis on defense.
They are physically strong, fast, and have quick reactions, so carrying a shield or something like that will actually affect their combat effectiveness. Therefore, martial artists tend to wear armor. Immortal cultivators must defend themselves because their bodies are weak and they can be easily killed without any means of defense. After buying his own things, Lu Sun also bought some weapons and protective gear for Chu Yuqing and Morong Wan.
Has that cost most of it?
After buying everything, Lu Sun discovered that he had actually used up more than half of his dark energy.
It's really expensive.
The main reason is that good weapons are actually much more expensive than elixirs. Pills are consumables, while weapons can be used continuously.
Wow, Lu Sun, where did you buy such a nice flying sword and red armor shield? It must have cost a lot of money, right?
At Qingshu Academy, when Lu Sun gave the magic weapon to Chu Yuqing was a little surprised. With her keen eyesight, she could tell at a glance that both things were extraordinary. In particular, the red armor shield is only the size of a palm.
Once it is activated by spiritual power, a circle of red armor surrounded by flames will form around it.
This red armor has fire attributes. While it can defend, it also has a certain attack effect.
If an enemy approaches, it will be burned. It just fits Chu Yuqing perfectly. Just imagine how expensive it would be. No one in Chu Yuqing's family uses treasures of this level. Fortunately, Mr. Fei has an acquaintance who gave me a discount. Lu Sun didn't tell Chu Yuqing the level of the flying sword and the red armor shield, in case Chu Yuqing refused to accept them. Okay, I'll write it down first.
Chu Yuqing took out a small notebook and wrote it down. After giving the things to Chu Yuqing, Lu Sun contacted Morong Wan again, but Morong Wan didn't answer the phone or reply the message. Judging from this, she should be in seclusion.
Give it to her later.
In that case, it won't be too late to give it to Morong Wan later.
It's a good thing that she is in seclusion.
Morong Wan has reached the 9th level of Qi High and is about to break through to the 10th level. Once she breaks through the 10th level of Qi High, she will be able to reach the 3rd level. With the power of her exquisite body, the 3rd realm is within her reach. By then, Lu Sun's realm will be able to rush up rapidly.
Chapter 81 Campus Joint Examination Breakthroughs.
After a round of shopping, Lu Sun's life returned to normal. He was still lying flat as before. From time to time, I would go to Qingbei Street to see how Bai Ling was doing and give her some advice.
Bai Ling's current alchemy attainment is at the 3rd level of the Earth stage.
After Lu Sun imparted his experience to her, she was still working hard to refine a saint-level elixir. Lu Sun was also trying to refine new pills.
There are many types of elixirs.
There are those that increase the speed of cultivation, directly improve the level of cultivation, heal injuries, improve physical fitness, increase spiritual awareness and blood, assist in combat, prolong life and maintain beauty, and so on. Just because your alchemy skills have improved doesn't mean that all pills can be made at once. 4 pills of the same grade and quality, some pills are more difficult to refine.
Secret realm assessment? Aren't we just freshmen? It can't be helped. It's because we encountered Blue Star and entered the ancient Starry Sky Road during our freshman year. Don't worry, everyone. Since we've been asked to take the test, there's no danger to our lives. It all depends on how well you perform.
On this day, a piece of news spread throughout the campus of Beidou University.
The final exam in a month and a half will become a secret realm exam.
The so-called secret realm is actually some special space that was born inside the blue planet after it began to upgrade its dimension. Most of these secret realms are completely controlled by humans and used as places for trials for monks and assessments for students. There will be some opportunities in it, but also considerable dangers. For example, in many secret realms, powerful human beings deliberately throw an alien species in hostile aliens. These aliens were already extremely brutal, and now they are being held in captivity by humans, so they hate humans to the core.
Once humans get in, it's not hard to imagine how crazy they will be.
Originally, freshmen would not participate in the secret realm assessment.
After all, the strength is a little too low.
But this year, the secret realm assessment was suddenly open to freshmen. This time the assessment will still be conducted in the form of a campus joint examination. In addition to Peking University and Tsinghua University, some other training schools also participated. The rewards for such joint examinations are often very generous.
Wow, the Heavenly Tao Talisman. Don't even think about it. There are no restrictions on means in the secret realm.
This Heavenly Tao Talisman is destined to belong to those children of wealthy families.
That's right. Even Lu Sun probably has no chance. Others can get the Heavenly Tao Talisman by throwing money at it. Damn it! Amniotic fluid is indeed the biggest watershed in life. After the rewards for the joint examination were announced, the students became jealous. The assessment results are divided into grade levels, and the results for each grade are calculated separately. No matter which grade you are in, as long as you get first place in the test, you can get a Heavenly Tao Talisman. The so-called Heavenly Tao Talisman, after using it, even if you are in the ancient Starry Road, as long as you are not in some desperate places, you can let Blue Star open a mini rainbow bridge for you. You can return to Blue Star at any time through the mini rainbow bridge. At the note of the ancient Starry Road, this is something that can save your life. It is extremely difficult to obtain the Heavenly Tao Talisman, and most people don't even think about it. Unexpectedly, in this joint examination, 4 Heavenly Tao Talismans were released. Lu Sun, your chance has come. The Heavenly Tao Talisman. With this, it will be much safer to travel to the ancient Starry Sky Road. Li Bufan sent a message to Lu Sun immediately. This kid has been practicing recently and hasn't contacted Lu Sun for a long time. But you have to work harder. Your biggest opponent this time isn't the students from Peking University or Tsinghua University, but those guys from Wanlu College. Even if their cultivation isn't good enough, they can still achieve explosive results with money. Immediately, Li Bufan became worried again. The secret realm assessment is fair and unfair at the same time. Because the secret realm assessment does not restrict the means. After some wealthy children enter the secret realm, they can use things like talismans and battle pills to achieve good results. Their weapons and equipment are also better than those of ordinary students. This makes ordinary students feel unfair. But many students also think that this is fair. If you were on the battlefield, would the enemy feel pity for you and let you go when they saw that you were a poor man from a humble family? Cultivation itself is also a test of comprehensive strength. What's the use of having talent alone? You also need background, resources, and money. Because of this, in every previous Secret Realm assessment, those who performed outstandingly were basically students from Wanlu College. The students of Wanlu College are famous for being wealthy.
Just like Lin Chang, the man Lu Mei is dating, his family is from a top wealthy family. There are some outstanding students from Peking University and Tsinghua University, but overall they are a little weaker.
In addition, the higher the grade, the more outstanding students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are.
As talented students in senior grades grow up, the advantage of Wanlu College students having more money will be reduced. On this day, students at Beidou University were discussing this matter.
Time flies.
Lu Xun felt a little emotional. Before I knew it, the first semester of my freshman year was about to end.
Morong Wan breaks through the 10th level of Qi Hai.
You gain 30 times what Morong Wan gained. A week later, Morong Wan suddenly broke through the 10th level of Qi Hai. Lu Xun took this opportunity to reach the 32nd level of Qi Hai.
Morong Wan should be able to break through to the 3rd realm before the final exam. Lu Xun couldn't help but feel refreshed.
In fact, he can break through to the 3rd realm at any time. If the system allowed him to practice on his own, Lu Xun would have achieved a breakthrough. Even if the system doesn't allow him to practice, it's not impossible for Lu Xun to use the returned energy to prepare for the 3rd realm. However, the effect of breaking through the 3rd realm in this way is greatly reduced, and those extremely powerful martial arts skills are not easy to awaken. So Lu Xun is now counting on Morong Wan to break through to the 3rd realm. His Qi cultivating pill was very effective and saved Morong Wan 3 months. With the Saint level Qi Hai Dan further accelerating her cultivation speed, Morong Wan should be able to break the record of Beidou University. In half a semester, he broke through to the 3rd level. Lu Xun can also benefit from her and break through to the 3rd realm, and become even more powerful than her. When we have more dark energy, we'll have to buy her some better equipment.
Lu Xun thought. Morong Wan practices so hard, and Lu Xun becomes stronger by lying down every day, so they must be rewarded at least. At the very least, weapons, equipment, and elixirs must be in place.
Shu Yuqing breaks through the 8th level of Qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Shu Yuqing gained. Another week passed, and Shu Yuqing also made a breakthrough.
Her speed is slower.
So it seems that it will be a bit difficult for Shu Yuqing to break through the 3rd level in the first semester of her freshman year. During the holidays, she might be able to break through to the 3rd realm.
Boss, am I stupid? How could that be? Saint level elixirs are inherently difficult to make.
You're very, very smart to be able to comprehend them so quickly. Bai Ling is still trying to refine holy level elixirs. More than half a month had passed, and even with Lu Xun's guidance, she still hadn't made much progress. This made her feel a little depressed.
Lu Xun naturally comforted him. If Bai Ling is stupid, then there won't be many smart people in this world. The reason why Lu Xun is so good at making pills is because of her. With Lu Xun's encouragement and hands-on teaching, Bai Ling made rapid progress. Bai Ling's attainments in alchemy have broken through to the Saint level 1st rank.
You gain 30 times what Bai Ling gained. Bai Ling's cultivation has broken through the 3rd level of Qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Bai Ling gained. Another week passed, and finally, Bai Ling refined a holy level pill. This is a 1st grade holy elixir. That is, the meridian opening pill that can be used to assist cultivators in opening their meridians.
Saint level meridian opening pill.
Although it is a 1st grade pill, the difficulty of refining the meridian opening pill is actually not low, and its price is even higher than many 2nd grade pills. The fact that Bai Ling was able to refine it so quickly was enough to show that she indeed had a talent in alchemy that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. I only refined 1 level of color pattern, but the boss is really amazing. He refined 3 levels of color pattern. Bai Ling, who refined the holy grade elixir, still admires Lu Xun very much. Because she couldn't learn Lu Xun's triple color pattern.
Of course I can't learn it.
That was the work of the creation Danmai. The biggest function of her 9 revolutions pill meridian is that the pill success rate is almost 100%.
Chapter 82 Morong Wan's Inner Demon.
Bai Ling's breakthrough also allowed Lu Xun's attainments in cultivation and alchemy to reach a new level. His attainments in alchemy climbed all the way from the 4th grade earth level to the 4th grade heaven level, and finally settled at the 4th grade holy level, only 1 step away from the 5th level. Failed to break through the 5th level. This time, Bai Ling only broke through to the saint level with a 1st grade elixir, so the gain was a little small. In addition, the attainments in alchemy are like cultivation: the higher you go, the more you need. It's like when Xu Yuqing broke through the 8th level of qi gathering, and after receiving a 30-fold return, Lu Xun was able to break through from the 30th level to the 32nd level of qi gathering. Bai Ling's breakthrough in cultivation this time only allowed Lu Xun to advance one level, breaking through to the 33rd level of qi gathering. Bai Ling, continue to consolidate your strength.
Keep the saint level elixir for now and don't sell it.
Okay, boss. Bai Ling listens to Lu Xun very much. Saint level elixirs are still scarce and their greatest value is at auction. If Bai Ling refined a large number of holy grade pills, she wouldn't be able to sell them at such an exorbitant price. Let us wait until Bai Ling's alchemy attainments are further improved and she can refine 2nd grade and 3rd grade holy level elixirs. A few days later, Princess Barbara woke up again.
Hey! I find it very interesting to follow you. When I return to Astra, how about you stay and become my general?
Barbara stretched lazily, her starry eyes sparkling with a lively light. After teaching Lu Xun some spells and chatting with him for a while, she fell into a deep sleep again.
Recently, due to the secret realm assessment, Lingdan Pavilion's business has become booming again.
Bai Ling specially refined some pills and battle pills that could improve combat effectiveness in a short period of time, and sold them in the Lingdan Pavilion. The pills she is refining now are still mainly of heaven grade. It is quite difficult to refine holy grade elixirs.
Even Bai Ling cannot guarantee success every time.
Sometimes it feels like it should be a saint rank, but it turns out to be a heaven rank after it's released.
Finally, it's done. Lu Xun spent some time refining the saint level secret pill.
The secret acupoint pill, a 3rd grade pill, can help martial artists break through the 3rd realm. Just like the foundation building pills for immortal cultivators, they are both very precious pills.
This secret pill was prepared by Lu Xun for Morong Wan.
After Morong Wan breaks through the 10th level of Qi Hai, she can then strive for the 3rd level. With her delicate body, it shouldn't be a big problem.
The only problem is the effect.
The 3rd realm of martial arts cultivation is the Tongqiao realm, which requires opening up 108 secret acupoints throughout the body. The 1st level is the eye acupoint realm, which requires opening up 9 eye acupoints to awaken martial arts abilities. There are many martial arts abilities of the eye holes, such as discerning subtle details with a weak candle, condensing light through flaws, and observing patterns from 100 steps away. Clairvoyance, and the like are also supernatural powers of the eyes. Most people awaken ordinary eye perception abilities such as the ability to discern subtle details through weak candles and the ability to condense light through flaws. These abilities are equivalent to being able to see at night, see through other people's flaws, and gain dynamic vision. It is very difficult to awaken the clairvoyance. In addition, even if the eye-opening magical powers are the same, there are differences in strength. The saint-level secret pill can make Morong Wan even more powerful after breaking through the 3rd realm. She is very powerful, and Lu Xun can also get more returns.
Sister, answer the phone. But Morong Wan never answered the phone. Are you still in seclusion?
After Morong Wan broke through the 10th level of Qi Hai, Lu Xun never found an opportunity to give her the weapon he bought for her. Judging from the looks of it, he might still be in seclusion.
Why do I always think of him?
At this time, in the training room, Morong Wan's brows were tightly furrowed, and beads of sweat oozed from her forehead. She stayed in seclusion for a long time this time. After breaking through the 10th level of Qi Hai, Morong Wan's original plan was to rush to the 3rd level in one go. But when trying to reach the 3rd level, problems arose. Whenever it comes to a critical moment, there are always some distracting thoughts that come out to disturb her. For example, some of the scenes of her and Lu Xun being intimate. Under normal circumstances, these distracting thoughts would have no effect on her. But when it comes to reaching the 3rd level, things become a bit troublesome. That might cause Morong Wan's attack to fail, or the effect to become less than ideal. After thinking about it, Morong Wan calmed down, adjusted her emotions, and continued to meditate.
But distracting thoughts still appear. Moreover, it was fine when I didn't notice it before, but now that I have noticed it, the more I care about it, the more distracting thoughts I have. With her willpower, this shouldn't happen. Her expression gradually became firm, and she was ready to try again. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Morong Wan opened her eyes again, with an indelible worry between her brows. Shawan, are you about to break through to the 3rd realm?
Just when Morong Wan was extremely worried, her mentor came to find her.
Morong Wan's mentor is an elder of Beidou Temple who looks very similar to Fu Shui and his name is Fu Yu.
In fact, she is Fu Shui's sister, and they are twins. It's just that Fuyu is relatively low-key, and not many people in the outside world know her. Fuyu would come to give Morong-won some guidance almost every month, helping her avoid some detours.
Yes, sir. Morong-won answered respectfully.
Fuyu keenly caught the gloom between her brows. It seems that you have encountered it.
What do you mean, teacher? Inner demon.
Fuyu said in a deep voice.
Inner demon? Morong-won's brows jumped.
She had heard of the inner demon and knew how terrifying it was.
But, she is only in the second realm now, and she already has inner demons? With your talent, you originally had no chance of encountering inner demons. However, recently, the Dark Demon Clan has been releasing demonic energy everywhere. We noticed it a little late, causing many people in the capital to encounter inner demons.
Fuyu looked solemn and explained the situation.
Dark Demon Clan. This is a hostile alien race. They have their own planet. In the recent nodes of the ancient Star Road, the Dark Demons and humans have fought many battles. In order to curb the development of Blue Star, a part of the Dark Demon Clan is lurking in Blue Star.
Like the Shadow Clan, they will come out from time to time to cause trouble. Their methods are more sophisticated than those of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan is engaged in assassination. The Dark Demon Clan causes trouble by releasing something called heavenly demonic energy.
The demonic energy actually does not cause any harm to humans.
But once it is inhaled by a cultivator with a flaw in his mind, it is possible that his inner demons will be triggered.
Those distracting thoughts of mine, are they inner demons?
Morong-won recalled what she had encountered recently. While she was practicing, the intimate moments between her and Lu Sun would appear in her mind from time to time, causing her disturbance. In the past, she had no distractions when practicing. She wasn't sure if this was a demon in her heart.
Shawan, I don't know what you've been through, but it's best to find a way to resolve your inner demons now to avoid affecting your breakthrough to the third realm. Fuyu advised softly. Teacher, how do we solve this? Morong-won asked. Inner demon pill, this is the simplest method.
It can suppress the inner demon, but it can't completely solve the problem.
It just postpones it.
There are also some rare spiritual herbs, such as the Buddha Lotus Purifying Heartgrass, which can dispel inner demons.
However, the Buddha Lotus Purifying Heartgrass can only be found on the ancient Starry Sky Road. Fuyu talked about the solution? Morong-won didn't rush to respond, because the tone of Fuyu's words indicated that there must be something else to come. Sure enough, Fuyu continued. The best way is to find the source and eradicate the inner demon. After all, this time the inner demon was induced by the heavenly demon Qi, so it is easy to solve. Don't leave it for later. Find the source and eradicate the inner demon. Morong-won frowned slightly.
If the situation she encountered was indeed a demon in her heart, then the source of this demon must be Lu Sun.
How to eradicate it? Is he going to kill Lu Sun? She couldn't do it. Shawan, the inner demon you encountered is probably related to love, right?
Just as I was thinking about it, Fuyu suddenly asked.
She saw it. Morong-won bit her teeth lightly, hesitated for a few seconds, and admitted, yeah.
In fact, she wasn't sure if it was a demon in her heart. It's not entirely an emotional issue, because her relationship with Lu Sun is quite complicated. Of course, she didn't hate Lu Sun, but it seemed that she couldn't love him enough. After all, the two people's intersection began with borrowing a child. In short, it is very special, complicated and tangled, and I don't know how to deal with it.
Perhaps this is why the inner demon was born under the influence of the demonic energy? Chapter 83 Stunning Twins. If it's a relationship problem, it's actually very easy to resolve. Either break it off completely or accept it calmly. You're not cultivating a heartless path, so you don't need to cut off all emotions or desires. Fuyu suggested. Teacher, I understand. I will take care of it. Morong-won had no way of telling Fuyu about the complexity of her relationship with Lu Sun.
Moreover, she was not sure whether what she encountered was a demon in her heart. In fact, although the relationship between her and Lu Sun was a bit complicated, Morong-won was not greatly affected deep down in her heart. The first time he borrowed a child was out of helplessness, and the second time was because his sister Morong-yen drugged him. Of course, deep down in her heart, she still had no intention of developing further with Lu Sun. After all, Lu Sun is Chu Yoqing's boyfriend. After thinking about it, it should be the influence of the heavenly demonic energy. This thing itself is a powerful weapon of the Dark Demon Clan. It is normal for Morong Wan to be drawn into the inner demon when she encountered it for the first time.
That's good.
If you can break through the third realm before this final exam, you should be able to achieve a good result. Such a fast cultivation speed is extremely rare in the history of Blue Star.
Fuyu was quite confident in Morong Wan.
After giving a few instructions, she opened the door of the training room and walked out.
As soon as he walked out, Fuyu saw a handsome young man walking towards him. When the other party saw her, he was surprised. "Teacher Fu, why are you here? Do you know me?"
Fuyu has rarely appeared in public in recent years. If she had not accepted Morong Wan as her disciple, she would never have come to Beidou University.
"Aren't you Teacher Fu Shui?"
On the opposite side, Lu Sun looked a little strange. He had been unable to contact Morong Wan and was worried that Morong Wan would break through the third realm, which would make his secret pill useless. So after some inquiries, he found this training room. Unexpectedly, I saw Fu Shui as soon as I arrived. But Fu Shui acted like she didn't recognize him.
What was going on?
"I'm not Fu Shui, I'm her sister Fuyu." Fuyu understood the reason behind Lu Sun's behavior just now. Because she and Fu Shui are twins and look almost identical, they are always mistaken for each other.
I see. I was wrong. Hello, Teacher Fuyu.
Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief. Fu Shui wanted to be his mentor several times, but he was actually a little afraid of meeting Fu Shui.
"Are you here to see Morong Wan?"
Fuyu's eyes swept over Lu Sun, and she asked with an idea in her mind.
"Yes, Teacher Fuyu. She's inside, go in."
"Okay." Lu Sun passed Fuyu and headed towards the training room.
"Wait." Fuyu suddenly shouted. "Teacher Fuyu, is there anything else?" Lu Sun turned around. "Is your name Lu Sun?" Fuyu asked. "Yes, teacher, I am Lu Sun." Lu Sun answered.
Fuyu's eyes became meaningful. "You can cultivate both immortality and martial arts, and you can still achieve such a high level of cultivation.
No wonder Fu Shui wants to take you as his disciple." She noticed.
As soon as he met Fuyu's gaze, Lu Sun immediately felt that Fuyu might be able to see his true level of cultivation.
Didn't the system say that one needs to be 5 realms higher than Lu Sun in order to see his true cultivation level? 7 realms.
Yes, Fuyu must be a powerful being in the 7th realm.
Good job.
This pair of twin sisters are truly stunningly beautiful. Elder sister Fuyu is at the 7th realm, and younger sister Fu Shui is at the 6th realm, and are about to break through to the 7th realm.
Both sisters are amazing.
When they were young, they were probably famous geniuses.
The young here refers to age, not appearance.
No matter whether it is Fu Shui or Fuyu, due to their powerful strength, they look only in their 20s and their physical condition has not declined at all.
But
what Fuyu saw was probably not Lu Sun's entire cultivation level. He probably thought that Lu Sun's immortal martial arts had reached the 10th level of the 2nd realm, otherwise he would definitely not be so calm. Even though she was a powerful being of the 7th realm, once she knew that Lu Sun's immortal martial arts had broken through the limit and reached an astonishing level of over 30, she would be shocked and show an emoticon.
"Teacher Fuyu, you're joking. My humble cultivation level is no match for yours."
Lu Sun responded modestly. Even though Fuyu saw through it, since she didn't expose it, Lu Sun naturally wouldn't panic.
"You don't have to be modest.
I wasn't as powerful as you when I was young. Recently, the Dark Demon Clan has secretly released the Heavenly Demon Chi, which can easily breed inner demons.
You still need to be careful."
Fuyu's eyes became calm again and she reminded him.
"Demonic energy?
What the hell is this?" As for the inner demons, Lu Sun knew about them, but he was not worried at all. He doesn't need to practice on his own, the system of increasing his cultivation level will take care of it for him, so why should he be afraid of inner demons?
Thank you for the reminder, teacher.
Despite this, Lu Sun still thanked him. For a powerful person in the 7th realm, it would be too much for him to just glance at an ordinary rookie in the 2nd realm. But he even gave him such a friendly reminder.
Lu Sun couldn't be impolite. "Okay, go find Morong Wan."
"Yes, teacher." Lu Sun arrived at the training room and knocked on the door. In less than half a year, he has broken through the 10th level of Xianwu.
This Lu Sun has many secrets.
Amidst the murmurs, Fuyu's figure quietly disappeared.
"Lu Sun, why are you here?"
The door opened and Morong Wan appeared there with a look of surprise on her face.
"I'm here to bring you something, why don't we go inside and talk?" Lu Sun looked back and said, Fu Yu is missing.
However, it would be very easy for a powerful person in the 7th realm, even if he was a martial artist, to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two.
After entering the training room, you can activate the formation to prevent people outside from disturbing or eavesdropping.
Seeing that Lu Sun had already stepped into the training room, Morong-Wan had no choice but to let Lu Sun in.
Fu Yu is your master?
Well, when I first awakened my exquisite body, she happened to find out about it, and she came to take me in as her disciple. In the training room, Lu Sun and Morong-Wan chatted. Although the two had a lot of physical communication, they didn't communicate much verbally. This time when Lu Sun found Morong-Wan was finally willing to chat with him.
We were talking about Fu Yu. Wait, let me think about it. She just said that. No wonder Fu Shui wanted to take me in as her disciple. I suddenly seemed to understand. Lu Sun suddenly had an idea, and he seemed to understand something. A hint of curiosity appeared on Morong-Wan's beautiful face.
Fu Shui must have seen Fu Yu accept you as his disciple, so he also wanted to accept a disciple who could surpass all expectations. I've always wondered why Fu Shui, who was perfectly fine, insisted on accepting a disciple.
So that's why. Lu Sun analyzed seriously. Morong-Wan did not quite understand this analysis.
Seeing this, Lu Sun explained, you don't know twins. Not only do they have telepathy, they also like to imitate each other, especially the younger sister. She wants to have whatever her older sister has.
Fu Shui is competing with Fu Yu. Is that so?
This statement made Morong-Wan feel novel. Fu Shui is a well-known powerful person in the 6th realm. He always appears to be aloof, but he actually has this side of him.
Chapter 84. Oops, it's a heart-pounding feeling. Oh, I almost forgot something. This is a secret pill. I found it specially for you. It should be helpful to you.
After Lu Sun finished gossiping, he took out the secret pill and handed it to Morong-Wan. The rich fragrance of the elixir emanated, which made people feel relaxed and at ease. Even the chi si seemed to be faintly pulsating, as if cheering. It is not difficult to imagine how precious this elixir is.
Morong-Wan had just encountered a suspected inner demon, which was related to Lu Sun.
She was at a loss as to what to do, when Lu Sun sent her such a good pill again. Her mood instantly became complicated, so she naturally didn't reach out to take it.
Here.
Lu Sun stuffed it into her hand without saying anything.
Lu Sun, no.
No, I'm not giving this to you for free.
I'll keep a record of it, and when you grow up, you have to pay me back double. Lu Sun interrupted her domineeringly. Neither Morong-Wan nor Chu Yuqing is the kind of person who demands excessively.
If it were another man, even if he gave her something, Morong-Wan wouldn't even look at it, let alone accept it. Therefore, Lu Sun had to give Morong-Wan a reason to accept his things.
That's borrowing. Otherwise, she would never be able to get over it.
If you give her too many gifts, it might cause her to develop mental obstacles, affect her mood, and thus hinder her growth.
Lu Sun, who was so domineering, directly blocked what Morong-Wan wanted to say.
She subconsciously did not dare to stretch out her hand that was originally about to return the pill. At this time, Lu Sun took out a beautiful little bag from his waist and stuffed it into her hand. This bag was so exquisite, like a sachet.
When Morong-Wan saw it, 2 blushes immediately appeared on her pretty cheeks. She thought Lu Sun was going to give her a token of love. This is a space bag. It has 10 cubic meters of storage space. I also prepared a long sword and some treasures for you. They should be useful to you. Lu Xuendo. Space bag.
These 3 words surprised Morong-Wan, and she also realized that she had misunderstood. Her cheeks grew hotter. After thinking about it, Morong-Wan prepared to take out her card again. Lu Sun stopped her. These things are still for you to borrow.
Use them first and try to get a good score in this joint exam. Even if you want to return them, you have to wait until you grow up.
The 2 of them were pulling each other, holding hands.
If it were someone else, Morong-Wan would have turned hostile long ago.
But they had already had the closest relationship many times. The 2 seemed to be accustomed to the physical contact of just their hands.
However, Morong-Wan's face still turned red all the way to her neck. You let me go.
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito.
If you agree to accept these things, I'll let them go. Lu Sun was playing dirty. Morong-Wan did not respond.
Because she felt that what Lu Sun gave her this time was too precious.
The space bag alone is already a precious item, and there must be better things inside. How could she accept it? But Lu Sun never let go.
Morong-won was at her wit's end and finally said softly. She felt extremely helpless and had no way to deal with Lu Sun.
Who made the relationship between the two so entangled? Then I won't bother you anymore.
Just focus on your training and strive to break through the third realm as soon as possible. Seeing that Morong-won agreed to accept it, Lu Sun let her go.
After throwing down a few words, Lu Sun walked out of the training room.
He was worried that Morong-won would change her mind and not want those things anymore. This time he gave Morong-won a lot of things, which cost him nearly 4 million units of dark energy, or 4 cubic meters of dark energy.
Even the Morong family couldn't come up with so much dark energy at once to buy equipment for Morong-won. Why are there so many?
This sword is of the 4th rank.
These talismans. After Lu Sun left, Morong-won took out the things in the space bag and took a look.
Her beautiful eyes were filled with deep surprise.
The gift Lu Sun gave her was too valuable. That sword alone is worth a fortune.
It was a 4th grade long sword, at least above the Earth grade.
Others couldn't recognize that Morong-won's father was a 4th level master, so she still had good eyesight.
In addition, Lu Sun also gave her a lot of 4th grade talismans. Some are defensive, some run away, some attack, and some are automatically triggered when encountering danger.
In addition, there is a large amount of dark energy in it.
These dark energies are not stored in bank cards, but are sealed into cubes with a side length of 10 centimeters. Such a cube has a volume of 1000 cubic centimeters, which is equivalent to 1000 units of dark energy. Then, 1000 cubes were combined to form a cube with a side length of 1 meter. This means 1 unit of dark energy, which is millions of units of dark energy. Adding to that the secret pill with colorful patterns, she couldn't imagine how much money Lu Sun had given away this time. She didn't know that the colorful Dan patterns represented the holy level, otherwise Morong-won would be even more surprised. Lu Sun began to become mysterious in her heart.
Because of Chu Yuqing, she knew Lu Sun's background. She couldn't figure out where Lu Sun got so much money? After roughly estimating the value of everything, Morong-won's expression became complicated.
She and Lu Sun are not in a relationship, but Lu Sun is so generous to her.
Although it is said to be borrowed, is it really a borrowed thing?
But Lu Sun was so overbearing and forced it on her like a rogue, leaving her with no way to refuse.
A long time. Morong-won sighed lightly and put all her things away. Even if she wanted to return these things, she probably couldn't. Lu Sun had already forced it upon her, and if she returned it, Lu Sun would probably become even more domineering and shameless. But the two of them had already had a substantial relationship, and Lu Sun was really unscrupulous in his rogue behavior. After Lu Sun made such a fuss, I don't know why, Morong-won suddenly discovered the so-called inner demon actually disappeared. Even when she was practicing, Lu Sun's figure or the scene of their intimate relationship occasionally appeared in her mind. She did not resist like before. On the contrary, when the picture appeared, she would sometimes even smile and then take it easy. Unknowingly, the inner crisis brought about by the devil's energy was quietly resolved in a way Morong-won could not have imagined. However, Morong-won gradually discovered that there was something wrong with her feelings towards Lu Sun. Oh no! That feels like a heartbeat.
After realizing this, Morong-won found that she seemed unable to erase this feeling. So she chose to let nature take its course. Now she has slowly entered the state and started to sprint to the 3rd level with all her strength.
Lu Sun's secret pill gave her more confidence and allowed her to open more secret acupoints at once. The effect of awakening the mind will also become better.
Under this whole body impact, Morong-won quickly adjusted her condition to the peak. Just as she was about to break through the secret acupoint, she suddenly discovered that with the magic of her exquisite body, she seemed to be able to make a breakthrough in the Qi-Hai realm. Thus, Morong-won broke into the 11th level of Qi-Hai in one fell swoop. After breaking into the 11th level of Qi-Hai, her entire body was glowing, as if her exquisite body was rejoicing in breaking through its limits. At this time, the true amazing power of Linglong's body came into being. Morong-won felt that her Qi was being compressed and her body felt extremely hungry.
9 exquisite turns.
Morong-won realized what had happened to her.
This is a very rare ability possessed by the Linglong treasure body, called Linglong 9 turns.
After reaching the peak of each realm, Linglong's body has a chance to trigger Linglong 9 transformations, helping her break through the limit and allowing her cultivation to soar rapidly in a short period of time. When she was in the 1st realm, Morong-won used Linglong Zhozhuan to break through the 12th level of body forging.
But that time she didn't know about Linglong Zhuojuan and was not well prepared, which led to her not making full use of Linglong Zhuojuan. Morongwan realized the opportunity, took out the dark energy and absorbed it. Under the state of Linglong Zhuojuan, the speed of conversion of these dark energies was extremely fast.
In just 2 days, all the dark energy prepared by Morongwan was used up. Only then did she realize that her accuracy was still not sufficient.
Space bag.
She suddenly remembered the cubic dark energy that Lu Sun had given her. Originally she wasn't going to use it because it was too much. But now, Morongwan had no choice but to open the space bag and start absorbing it quickly.
Buzz.
Under the compression of the exquisite treasure body, the Qi once again broke through its limit and rushed to the 12th level of the Qi.
This is not over yet, because Linglong Zhuojuan is still in progress.
Dark energy is being consumed rapidly. 2 days later, Morongwan's Qi underwent another qualitative change, and it actually broke through the 13th level of Qi in one go.
Oh my god, what happened? In the training room of the dormitory, Lu Sun, who was refining the elixir, stopped. Because the system return is here again.
In the past few days, Morongwan actually advanced 3 levels, giving him 3 full returns.
Chapter 85, Against the Heavens. Scared the kids to pee. Well, it even has a card realm. After receiving 3 consecutive rewards from Morongwan, Lu Sun was speechless. Now he was stuck at the 33rd level of Qi and could not move. It would have been fine if he hadn't moved at the Qi realm, but the system also didn't allow him to break through to the 3rd realm. The system's explanation was that with Lu Sun's current physical condition, the 33rd level of Qi was already the limit, and going any higher would instead cause damage to Lu Sun's body. The Qi in his dantian is indeed extremely huge now. If it continues to expand, it is very likely to burst the dantian. As for not breaking through to the 3rd realm, it was because the realm of martial arts cultivation was somewhat special. Even if the return of the 2nd realm could break through to the 3rd realm, the effect of awakening the martial arts supernatural power would not be satisfactory. Therefore, the system stored the refund and will return it when Morongwan breaks through the 3rd realm. If we keep going at this pace, it will be over soon. System, if you do this, don't blame me for the bug. Lu Sun encountered a bug because of this. Anyway, his cultivation level would not break through the 33rd level of Qi, so Lu Sun had been frantically refining pills these days. His fortune elixir veins are extremely powerful. If he refines more holy grade elixirs, his cultivation will increase. Once this leads to a breakthrough in realm, it is equivalent to independent cultivation. This forced Lu Sun to control the degree every time he refined the elixir. Now that he had reached his limit, Lu Sun happily started to use the bug. Host, please do not refine pills too much. The Dan vein belongs to the spiritual vein. Refining pills by the host will only increase the immortal cultivation. If it continues to increase, it is possible to break through the 3rd realm. Lu Sun was having trouble with the bug when the system prompted him. What? System, are you saying that my immortal cultivation can directly break through to the 3rd realm? After Lu Sun thought about it, he understood. The way of immortality is different from the way of martial arts. For example, in martial arts, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th realms cultivate completely different things. The 2nd realm is mainly about true Qi and Qi, the 3rd realm is about secret orifices, and the 4th realm is about true meaning. Therefore, the return of the 2nd level of martial arts would not allow Lu Sun to directly break through to the 3rd level. The path to immortality is different. In the first few realms of immortality, the most important thing is spiritual power. Spiritual power is the foundation of immortal cultivation and is still important in the later stages, except that there is an additional soul. Therefore, after Lu Sun's martial arts reached the limit of the 33rd level of Qi, even if he wanted to return it again, the system would only store the return and would not allow him to break through. Because the effect is not good after the breakthrough. If the immortal path reaches its limit and then returns, it can lead to a breakthrough. So, whether it's Chu Yu Qing or Bai Ling, if they return it again, my immortal cultivation will be able to break through the 3rd realm. Lu Sun couldn't help but feel refreshed. Now, before the secret realm assessment, Lu Sun should be able to break through to the 3rd realm in both the immortal way and the martial way. Morongwan breaks through the 14th level of Qi. You gain 30 times what Morongwan gained. Here we go again. 2 days later, Morongwan broke through to another level. Although this speed is not as fast as Lu Sun's, it is still astonishingly fast. Is this the exquisite treasure body? Lu Sun looked up a lot of information and finally found out that this should be an incredible ability that the exquisite body possessed. Exquisite 9 turns. This ability only has 9 chances, once in each realm. Go take the monthly test first. The next day, the last monthly exam of this semester came. After this monthly exam, there will be about 20 days before the final secret realm examination. In the last few monthly exams, Lu Sun had managed to control the display of his cultivation to 1 level a month, occasionally 2 levels. Now the cultivation of immortal martial arts has been controlled at the 10th level. In this way, it is natural to break through to the 3rd level later. Looking for my brother. At the testing center, Lu Sun met Li Bufan. Lu Sun saw that this boy's strength was increasing rapidly and had reached the 4th level of Qi Hai. Li Bufan actually has good talent. You have to know that he was deliberately raised in poverty, but he still achieved such results. Judging from this, by the end of his freshman year, Li Bufan should be able to reach the 7th level of Qi Hai, and possibly even the 8th level. Compared with him, He Xiao from the He family is simply a waste. It took him a year to reach the 4th level of Qi Hai. Brother Sun, everyone's been fighting in the ring lately. Why don't you go and show off your skills later? Let them see how powerful you, the top talent, are. Li Bufan encouraged happily. Arena? Lu Sun asked and understood. It turned out that in the last month, the freshmen felt that their cultivation would not improve much, so it would be better to practice martial arts and combat skills to increase their combat experience. So many students come out to compete and fight with others every day. More and more students joined the ring, and some people even held a ring competition and obtained sponsorship from outside. Hiss. Already at the 10th level? How the hell did they cultivate? It's against the will of heaven. You think Lu Sun will break through to the 3rd realm in just 1 semester? Stay calm. There are so many people in the 3rd realm who have been defeated by Lu Sun. Even if he breaks through now, I won't be surprised. A few minutes later, there were many exclamations in the testing center. Even though Lu Sun had been controlling the pace of his cultivation display over the past few months, many students were still shocked when they saw Lu Sun test out the 10th level of the 2nd realm this time. In the past, there were not so many students in the testing center. Now, all the students are out having fun, and the campus of Beidou University is bustling again. After finishing the monthly exam, Lu Sun and Li Bufan went to Beidou Square together to see what the competition was like. Why are there so many arenas? After arriving at the place, Lu Sun discovered that there were a lot of arenas in Beidou Square. They've gotten a lot of sponsorship from outside. Brother Sun, why don't you try that ring? It's sponsored by Jia's Elixir. The rules are simple. Every time you successfully defend the ring, the prize money doubles. Whoever defeats him gets his bonus at that time. Li Bufan pointed to the largest arena. A competition arena sponsored by Jia's Elixir? Lu Sun took a look and saw, as expected, the Jia group's flag on the stage. Let's go and take a look. Lu Sun became interested. According to the rules of this arena, if someone continues to dominate the arena, won't the Jia group go bankrupt? Brother Sun, forget it. Although this competition is for freshmen, the restrictions will be relaxed every 5 rounds, allowing senior students to enter the competition. If you fail to defend the competition at this time, your prize money will be reduced to 0. Li Bufan said. So that's how it is. The Jia group is quite cunning. Boom! Just as the 2 men approached the ring, a figure was knocked away and fell off the ring. Who else? An arrogant voice was heard on the stage. TSK, you only defended the ring 3 times, so arrogant. It's just the 3rd level of Qi Hai, what's so great about it? The students were angry. The student on the ring is called Lu Fei, who is at the 3rd level of Qi Hai and possesses the Yin Sha Lei Ming Meridian, the strange meridian of heaven and earth, and has powerful combat power. Although the students below were angry, no one dared to go up. At this time, a voice sounded. The one who spoke was Lu Sun. He originally didn't intend to join in the fun, but the Jia group came up with such a ring rule, and he wanted to see whether the Jia group would cheat when the time comes. Lu Sun. Wow, it's Lu Sun, he's done for now. Many students looked back and exclaimed in surprise. What? Lu Sun is coming. Why am I so unlucky? On the ring, Lu Fei, who had been so arrogant just now, saw Lu Sun and his legs went weak, and he almost fell down. It's me, Brother Sun, who scared the kid to death. 666. The students were happy. Chapter 86. It's broken, it's coming to me. Boom.
On the ring, a figure was hit by Lu Sun and flew backwards.
Defeated.
Even Senior Luo Yu, who is in the middle stage of the third realm, was defeated. Senior Luo Yu is a genius with the heaven and earth Qi meridians.
He even ended Lu Xing his 10-game winning streak. He actually lost to Lu Sun. Amazing. We freshmen are no longer qualified to be Lu Sun's opponents. Below the stage, many students were discussing the matter in shock. Who else? Li Bufan shouted at the top of his voice. Manager Li, what should we do now? If he keeps winning, the prize money will exceed our budget. Behind the arena, the employees of GIS Alchemy were extremely anxious.
After Lu Sun stepped onto the stage, he easily won 5 consecutive victories. In the 6th round, GIS Alchemy arranged a senior student at the 3rd level of the 3rd realm to deal with Lu Sun, but he was knocked off the stage in 2 moves by Lu Sun. Immediately afterwards, Lu Sun won 5 consecutive victories again, completing his 10th consecutive victory. Seeing that the situation was not good, the people from GIS Alchemy asked Luo Yu, who was at the 4th level of the 3rd realm, to take action. Although Luo Yu was only at the 4th level of the 3rd realm, he was an unparalleled genius who had opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth. He had great combat power, and his strength was far beyond that of the 3rd realm killer killed by Lu Sun. In the end, Luo Yu was defeated, and he was defeated so quickly. This made the people at GIS Medicine unable to help but panic. The rules set by GIS Elixir are as follows. The initial prize is 1 dark energy, worth 1,000 yuan. Every time you win a round, your prize money doubles. Every 5 rounds, there will be an over-limit challenge, which means that senior students are allowed to come and challenge. If you can persist for 1 minute in the over-limit challenge, you can take away the full prize, but you will not be eligible to continue competing. If you want to continue, you need to win the over-limit challenge. After each over-limit challenge, if the next over-limit challenge is ended, you can take away the bonus accumulated from the previous over-limit challenge. GIS Elixir dared to set such rules in the freshman arena, so they were naturally prepared. The senior students are all terminators arranged by them, specifically to terminate students who are too powerful. Now that Lu Sun has won the 2nd Super Limit Challenge, his 15-game winning streak is secure. If Lu Sun cannot be defeated in the 3rd Super Limit Challenge, he can at least take away 16,000 units of dark energy. This has exceeded the budget of GIS Elixir sponsorship this time. If the 4th Over Limit Challenge still cannot end Lu Sun, and it is multiplied 5 times, it will reach 520,000 units of dark energy, and GIS Elixir will suffer a heavy loss this time.
It's okay. Yu Lei will take action during the 3rd Over Limit Challenge. Although Manager Li was also shocked by Lu Sun's strength, he did not lose his composure.
They still have a trump card.
Yu Lei.
This is a peerless genius who has reached the 6th level of the 3rd realm and has opened up the 9 heavens thunder veins. Yu Lei's proudest achievement was that he once stood firm against a 4th level grandmaster for 3 minutes without being defeated.
Warriors in the 4th realm possess true meaning, and their strength is qualitatively different from those in the 3rd realm.
It is not uncommon for a 2nd level realm warrior to fight a 3rd level realm warrior, but it is difficult for a 3rd level realm warrior to fight a 4th level realm warrior.
Otherwise, why are the 4th realms called grandmasters?
When the other employees heard Yu Lei's name, they felt relieved.
Damn it, why is he so strong?
In the crowd, He Zhao's face turned ashen. Next to him, He Chang felt inexplicably relieved. He failed in his last challenge to Lu Sun and lost a full cubic meter of dark energy. He has not been able to hold his head up at school these days. Now that Lu Sun is so powerful, even a genius at the 4th level of the 3rd realm who has opened the magical veins of heaven and earth is no match for him, so his failure is nothing.
I am no longer worthy of being his opponent. Lin Yan was completely desperate.
He realized that he and Lu Sun were no longer on the same level.
He is not even qualified to be Lu Sun's opponent. He's getting stronger. Among the crowd, Lu Xinghao was also watching the battle.
Lu Sun's strength made him feel tremendous pressure. The day before yesterday, after sharpening his sword for several months, he walked out of the training room and wanted to try out the sword.
Lu Xinghao's fighting power is indeed strong.
He won 5 consecutive victories smoothly, and then defeated a senior in the 3rd realm in the Super Limit Challenge, which caused a sensation. Then, Lu Xing has successfully won 10 consecutive victories.
In the 2nd Over Limit Challenge, Lu Xinghao met Luo Yu.
Although the Xingha holy body was powerful, the gap in realm was too great, and Luo Yu was not weak either. After persisting for 3 minutes, Lu Xinghe decisively withdrew from the ring and won 512 units of dark energy. To him, this little bit of dark energy is nothing, just a bonus. Now, Luo Yu, who had defeated him before, was defeated so quickly by Lu Sun. Lu Sun's strength was beyond his reach.
I won't lose. Lu Xinghe clenched his fists.
At the beginning, Fu Shui chose Lu Sun first, but Lu Sun disagreed and then chose him.
This made Lu Xinghe want to compete with Lu Sun.
He really wanted to challenge Lu Sun, but his mind told him that he was definitely no match for Lu Sun at the moment, and going up would only bring humiliation upon himself. When Blue Star enters the ancient starry sky road, that will be the time for the starry sacred body to shine.
Then, it will be time for me to catch up with you.
Lu Xinghe held himself back. Not far from him, Wang Tingyun, who was from the Wang family and also came from Rongqing like Lu Sun, was eager to try. Brother Sun, be gentle, I'm afraid of pain. In the 11th round, a student at the second level of Qi Hai jumped onto the stage.
Lu Sun used a gentle blow and knocked him off the stage with one blow. Who else? Brother Sun, I'm coming.
Another student at the third level of Qi Hai jumped onto the stage.
These students are actually busybodies. With Lu Sun's strength, who else among the freshmen can fight him?
Therefore, their goal was to help Lu Sun get some winning streaks, and then watch Lu Sun fight with the senior students. By the way, you can experience Lu Sun's power. The use of weapons is not allowed in this arena, and people are not allowed to be seriously injured.
The game ends when you leave the arena or admit defeat.
I'll do it. Another round began, and Wang Tingyun finally couldn't bear it anymore and jumped onto the ring.
Lu Sun, please give me some advice.
He didn't call him Brother Sun like other students did.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tingyun disappeared from the spot.
He activated the wind escape technique, wanting to take advantage of Lu Sun's unpreparedness and launch a sneak attack on him.
Puff!
Then, Wang Tingyun flew out of the ring without even seeing Lu Sun's shadow. After landing, his breathing became unstable and a mouthful of blood mist spurted out.
Hateful. There was deep resentment in Wang Tingyun's eyes. He thought that with his strength, he could at least hold out for a while, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Not only could he not hold on, but Lu Sun's attack was not as gentle as he had been to other freshmen before, and he beat him until he vomited blood. You still want a sneak attack, Brother Sun, but you don't even consider your own weight, you deserve it. He was the first one to be beaten and vomit blood today. It was so tragic. The other students laughed at him, which made Wang Tingyun resent Lu Sun even more. On the ring, Lu Sun didn't care about Wang Tingyun's feelings at all.
After learning about the scumbag Wang family, Lu Sun felt somewhat disgusted with them, so he acted a little harshly.
2 more games passed. The third over-limit challenge is here. Here it comes, I wonder who it will be this time. The students were looking forward to it. A figure descended from the sky amid everyone's anticipation and landed steadily on the stage.
As soon as he appeared, flickering arcs of electricity appeared in the air around the arena, and many students' scalps felt numb and their hair stood up. These students used their true chi to protect their bodies, and only then did their hair return to normal.
It's Yulei. He possesses the 9 Heavens Thunder Vein. Weapons are not allowed in the arena. Lu Sun is going to lose. So what if the 9 Heavens Thunder Veins?
My brother Sun is a dual cultivator of immortal and martial arts. As soon as they saw Yulei, the senior students were no longer optimistic about Lu Sun.
The freshman was still ignorant and thought Lu Sun could beat anyone. Miss, why are you here?
At this time, a figure appeared behind the ring.
Jia Yue, she actually came to Beidou University.
In fact, she just happened to pass by this time. When she heard that Lu Sun was fighting in the ring, she came to take a look.
It's her. Lu Sun also saw Jia Yue. Coincidentally, Jia Yue also looked over.
Their eyes met in the air. Lu Sun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a hint of provocation flashed in his eyes. Jia Yue, this vicious woman, once madly suppressed by Ling and even hired someone to kill her. Lu Sun came to challenge her this time.
He wanted to see how Jia Yue and the Jia group would end up if he kept winning.
Across from her, as soon as their eyes met, Jia Yue's heart skipped a beat.
Broken. Lu Sun came for her. Chapter 87, Invincible Lu Sun, you can't afford to play with me, right? Snort. Immediately, Jia Yue snorted.
Lu Sun didn't know what was good for him at first and rejected her repeatedly, and now he's trying to stir up trouble again.
Who is afraid of whom?
No matter how evil he is just a freshman. In such a big beta university, there are many students who can teach Lu Xun how to behave. There are too many geniuses that their JA group can hire. Don't worry, Mississippi Yulei will definitely finish him off in this round.
Manager Lee is full of confidence.
Brother, being distracted during a fight is not a good thing.
Are you ready? I'm going to attack.
Yulei's voice rang out on the ring. He was a senior student in his senior year, with the cultivation level of the 6th level of the 3rd realm, yet he was the first to take action.
Bring it on!
Lu Xun stood with his hands behind his back.
Oh!
With a faint smile, Yulei's figure disappeared from the spot.
Boom boom boom! Several bolts of lightning appeared and attacked Lu Xun.
At the same time, several Yulei figures suddenly appeared on the ring. Lu Xun's figure disappeared at the same time.
Boom boom boom!
In the blink of an eye, the two men were already engaged in intense fighting.
The surrounding students could only see the afterimages of Lu Xun and Yulei filling the arena.
These afterimages kept shattering and reappearing, making it impossible to see where the two people were actually.
Thousand Illusions Thunder Technique.
Yulei's body technique is becoming more and more powerful.
There were many people watching the battle on the distant buildings. These are all talented seniors at Beidou University. What do you think are Lu Xun's chances of winning? Someone asked. It's hard to say. Weapons are not allowed in the arena.
Lu Xun's flying sword is useless. He doesn't seem to have practiced any magic, so his immortal cultivation can't be used.
But Yulei is different.
Not only that, judging from previous battles, Lu Xun's strength lies in his swordsmanship, but there are no swords on the stage. The two began to analyze one after another. The others nodded slightly.
They have similar views.
Among all the strange veins in heaven and earth, those related to fire and thunder have relatively high combat power. Yulei's 9 heavens thunder veins make his combat power incredibly strong even without using weapons. On the contrary, Lu Xun has no weapons and no magic, and his combat power is almost nothing.
He can't possibly use his spiritual power to hit people, right?
This left Lu Xun with no choice but to use martial arts to fight Yulei. It just so happens that Lu Xun only knows swordsmanship, and without a sword, half of his skills would be wasted.
In everyone's opinion, Lu Xun's victory over Luo Yu is simply due to his extremely exquisite body movements.
In this regard, he doesn't have much advantage over Yulei. Because Yulei's Thousand Illusions Thunder technique is also extremely powerful, and combined with the martial arts skills after opening his foot acupoints, his body movements are not much worse than Lu Xun's. No matter how strong Lu Xun is, he is only a freshman after all, while Yulei is a senior, so he started 3 years later than him.
Boom boom boom. Under the gaze of everyone, the battle continues.
I'll have to let Xu Yuqing learn some magic, and let Moron Wan learn some boxing techniques.
Lu Xun was thinking while fighting.
Those senior geniuses were right in their analysis. In this battle, Lu Xun was indeed somewhat passive. The main reason is that he has no good means of attack. He couldn't use his flying sword or his long sword, and the only martial art he could use now was the Divine Trace Step.
Fortunately, the Divine Trace Step has reached the second stage, which is more exquisite than Yulei's Thousand Illusion Thunder technique. No matter how powerful your physical skills are, you can only use your fists to attack others.
Lu Xun has trained his body to the 20+ levels, and his physical fitness is terrifying. In addition, his true energy is extremely pure and powerful. Even without martial arts, his punches can still hurt people. If he were hit by him, Yulei would not be able to withstand it. The only problem is that the Thousand Illusions Thunder technique has an illusory nature, and Lu Xun has not opened his eyes, so it is difficult for him to distinguish between the real and the fake in a short period of time. These geniuses in the third realm are indeed much more powerful than those in the third realm in the outside world.
Of course, the main problem is that Lu Xun's means are restricted.
Otherwise, even if Yulei is an unparalleled genius, Lu Xun can defeat him quickly.
Why does he have so many phantoms? On the opposite side, Yulei also had a headache.
He opened his eyes, but Lu Xun's divine steps were so fast that he couldn't catch up with Lu Xun. Two figures chased each other on the ring, and the wind from their fists tore through all the shadows.
It's time to end it.
Yulei suddenly roared and raised his palms to the sky.
Look! It's over, Lu Xun is finished.
The students exclaimed. Because, above the arena, there was a thick thundercloud covering it at some point.
Yulei is about to launch an indiscriminate attack.
The arena was too small, and Yulei's move could completely cover the entire arena, leaving Lu Xun with nowhere to hide.
It has to end.
Lu Xun's eyes lit up, and the chaotic divine power surged. His speed suddenly increased. For a moment, the arena was filled with Lu Xun's afterimage.
Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the successive sonic booms, Yulei's thousands of phantom thunder shadows shattered one after another. How come it's so fast?
Yulei's eyes narrowed, and Lu Xun's real body had already broken through the air.
Sky Thunder Palm.
He was not afraid at all. With a loud shout, thunder burst out from his body and the divine thunder in his palm was dazzling.
Boom.
The blinding lightning flooded the entire venue.
Then, a figure flew out from the lightning, hit the protective magic circle around the arena, and then slid down heavily. It's Yulei. He actually lost. Hiss.
This strength is so terrifying.
Brother Sun is invincible.
When people saw the falling figure clearly, they all gasped.
Yulei, defeated. How could it be?
Behind the ring, Jia Yue suddenly stood up from her seat, her pretty face full of surprise. Yulei, who has such strong fighting ability, was defeated.
Crack.
He Xiao crushed his cell phone. Just now, he was recording a video, intending to capture Lu Xun's defeat, but ended up recording Lu Xun's MVP result.
I actually made a mistake. Yulei even used the Heavenly Thunder Palm, how could he lose? He can win even with this. What kind of monster is this Lu Xun?
The group of senior geniuses on the distant building were also shocked.
Their strength is second to none in Beta University, and their level of talent is among the best.
They are also very good at judging people.
But I didn't expect that I was wrong this time.
In the eyes of other students, they are monsters, and they actually think Lu Xun is a monster. This shows how surprised they were.
Who else?
Li Bufan shouted at the top of his lungs. Lu Xun is so competitive that his brother is even more excited than Lu Xun.
Brother Sun, I'll help you with your battle record. The students enthusiastically took to the stage and successfully helped Lu Xun achieve his 20th consecutive victory.
Now, even if Lu Xun loses in the 4th round of the Limit Challenge, he can still get the reward for the previous 15 consecutive victories, which is 16,348 units of dark energy. If he wins the 4th round and multiplies his money fivefold, Lu Xun will be guaranteed to get 520,000 units of dark energy.
Manager Li, is anyone else here? Jia Yue asked. Miss, not yet. I'll contact you right away.
Manager Li said in a panic. He lost his composure.
Who would have thought that Yulei, who was at the 6th level of the 3rd realm, would actually lose in the freshman arena? This is an unparalleled genius who can remain undefeated for 3 minutes against a 4th level grandmaster.
In addition, Yulei possesses the 9 Heavens Thunder Vein, and a narrow place like the arena is his best battlefield.
Even so, he was still defeated by Lu Xun. No need. Jia Yue decided to end it all.
Although, she also wanted to find someone to defeat Lu Xun and make him look bad. But as a businesswoman, profit is her most important thing, so she won't act on impulse.
She moved and stepped onto the stage. Hey, she's a beauty. This woman wants to challenge Brother Sun? Brother Sun, please don't show any mercy.
The students thought Jia Yue came up to challenge. Across from him, Lu Xun raised his eyebrows. He also thought that Jia Yue was going to come in person. Come if you want, then don't blame him for helping by Ling vent her anger.
Dear students.
Jia Yue walked gracefully to the center of the ring in her high heels, looked around with a formal smile, and finally set her eyes on Lu Xun.
I'm the head of the Jia group. We've prepared 3 rounds for this competition. If you clear all 3, you'll get double the prize money.
Mr. Lu Xun, you've earned a total of 32,768 units of dark energy. We'll deposit it directly onto your card later. She wasn't there to challenge, but to simply declare it over.
Your Jia group, Lu Xun said, leaning against the edge of the ring with his arms folded across his chest, a sarcastic smile on his face. You're not too bad to play, are you?
His voice was not loud, but it was like a sharp dagger, piercing the tranquility of the scene.
I just can't afford it. Someone in the audience immediately echoed loudly.
We didn't mention this rule before, another boy said, waving his arms indignantly.
Now they're suddenly adding a rule. Isn't this just unplayable?
The Jia group can't afford to play this game. More students began to make noises, and some even whistled, causing the entire Beta Square to boil over.
Jia Yue's expression suddenly became extremely ugly.
Although she had experienced many big scenes, she could not stand being ridiculed by these talented students from Beidou University.
Chapter 88 Breakthrough, Third Realm. Everyone, this is our mistake. We didn't explain it clearly.
Manager Lee came to the rescue.
He regrets it very much.
If I had known this earlier, I would not have agreed to this sponsorship.
Now I am in an embarrassing situation.
Students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are the core customers of Jia Group now and in the future, so they sponsor some events of Peking University and Tsinghua University every year.
As for the rules of the arena, they actually existed in the Jia Group before. This rule is more impressive.
It may seem risky, but they can invite senior talents to control the game and no accidents will happen. For an average student in the arena, it would be good enough if he could take away a few hundred pieces of dark energy. But who would have thought that Lu Sun would appear this year?
Since Lu Sun wants to continue the fight, we at the Jia Group can't be stingy.
I declare the ring match to continue. Manager Lee, prepare for the next round of the over-limit challenge. Before Manager Lee could finish his words, Jia Yue interrupted him.
Yes, miss.
Manager Lee quickly changed his words.
You asked for it.
Jia Yue raised her head, glanced at Lu Sun coldly, and then walked off the stage with a proud step. If Lu Sun insisted on making a fool of himself, then it was not her fault.
Beidou University is full of geniuses. Does Lu Sun really think he can cover the sky with one hand? As if those senior monsters didn't exist. He's just usually low-key.
Manager Lee quickly took out his cell phone and called the person.
Brother Sun, I'm here to help you.
After Jia Yue spoke, the students finally stopped criticizing the Jia Group. They jumped onto the ring one after another, helping Lu Sun achieve 20 consecutive victories.
The fourth round of over-limit challenges is here. I don't know who it will be this time. Yu Lei, who was at the 6th level of the 3rd realm, was defeated.
He must be at the late 3rd realm. Brother Sun, it would be awesome if you could beat him so hard that no one dared to attack him.
Not really. There were still many monsters in the previous sessions. Although there are many monsters, the Jia Group can only hire a few. Fighting with Brother Sun is too risky.
No one will praise me if I win, but it would be so embarrassing if I lose. The students were all eagerly waiting to know who the Jia Group had invited for this extraordinary challenge. They soon found out. A figure appeared silently on the stage.
The figure was very thin and looked like a monkey from a distance. Who is this?
The freshman students didn't know him.
It's Xia Yu. He possesses the flowing light battle body and has opened the instant shadow flowing light meridian. His speed is astonishingly fast. Even a 4th realm grandmaster can't catch up to him. Now Lu Sun has met his match. What about your cultivation?
It was already at the 3rd realm, 7th level a few months ago, but now I don't know.
A junior student recognized the other person. Wow, so awesome. Not only does he have the universe meridian, he also has a special physique. This is a master. Very spicy. Brother Sun, come on.
As soon as Xia Yu's identity became known, many freshmen immediately felt something was wrong. Students from Peking University and Tsinghua University are all considered geniuses by outsiders. But in fact, the boundaries between students at Peking University and Tsinghua University are very clear.
Ordinary students can only be considered ordinary geniuses.
He opened the mysterious meridians of heaven and earth and is a true genius. Then, the strange veins of heaven and earth must be a little stronger to be called peerless. People like Xia Yu, who have a special physique and have opened up the strange meridians of heaven and earth, can only be considered evildoers or monsters.
You're done.
Behind the stage, Jia Yue looked at Lu Sun coldly, waiting to see him make a fool of himself.
I gave you a way out, but you didn't take it. Now let's see how you end up.
He Xiao also sneered.
When I grow up, I will take revenge.
Wang Tingyun still resented Lu Sun's previous heavy-handed attack. Junior, you should make the first move, lest others say I'm bullying you. Xia Yu's name sounds gentle, but he speaks fast and loud, like a machine gun. Shu Yuqing breaks through the 9th level of qi condensation. You gain 30 times what Shu Yuqing gained.
You are about to break through the 3rd realm.
Lu Sun was about to speak when the system prompt appeared. Shu Yuqing made a breakthrough at this critical juncture.
Lu Sun's previous speculation was correct.
Shu Yuqing's breakthrough would allow him to break through the 3rd realm and the immortal path.
This is the difference between the way of immortals and the way of martial arts.
Regardless of whether it is the second or third realm, the immortal path returns spiritual power and consciousness, so after gathering energy to the limit, you can break through by moving forward. Since the rewards for the second and third realms of martial arts are different, Moron needs to break through the third realm first before Lu Xun can break through.
Can you wait for me for a moment?
So, Lu Xun looked at Xiaoyu and asked.
How do you say that? Xiaoyu asked. I'll level up first.
Lu Xun sat down cross-legged.
Upgrade? Brother Sun, aren't you already at the 10th level of the second realm? How do you upgrade? Could it be that Brother Sun is about to break through to the third realm? I lost it, is yours fake? On the stage, the students were confused and surprised. At this moment, earth-shaking changes were taking place inside Lu Xun's body.
The spiritual power in his spiritual palace was rapidly sublimated. Originally, these spiritual powers were already extremely pure, but they had always been in gaseous form. Now, the spiritual power has undergone a further qualitative change, from gaseous state to misty state, that is, semi-liquid state. What changes is not only the form, but also the purity and power of spiritual energy.
In the system's heat flow, the changes in the body are extremely rapid. Not long after.
Buzz. As his soul palace trembled violently, Lu Xun's aura rose wildly. His cultivation in the way of immortality has broken through the third realm.
This is?
He has broken through to the third realm.
Hiss. Really a breakthrough? Xiandao, this is a breakthrough in Xiandao. Wow. This is invincible. Our freshman year hasn't even ended yet, and Lu Xun has already reached the third realm? Someone pinch me awake and tell me I'm dreaming. Beidou Square was instantly boiling with excitement.
Whether it was the lower grades or the higher grades, everyone exclaimed in surprise.
Chapter 89, No sword is better than a sword. Third realm. How can he be so fast?
When Lu Xun made a breakthrough, the people who felt the most uncomfortable were those who had a grudge against him. Take He Xiao for example. This guy was so frightened that his eyes widened, veins popped out of his arms, and his nails dug into his flesh.
He Chang and Wang Tingyun also looked unhappy.
As for Lin Yan, he had completely given up on treatment a long time ago.
So fast.
Lu Xinghe felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain.
But I won't lose to you.
Lu Xinghe still has confidence. Behind the ring, Jia Yue's face was also full of shock. As the third daughter of the Jia group, she has seen too many geniuses. But this was the first time she had seen someone as enchanting as Lu Xun.
No matter how evil you are, you have only just broken through the third realm.
Jia Yue forced herself to remain calm.
She just didn't believe that Lu Xun, who had just broken through the third realm, could defeat Xiaoyu, who was in the late third realm. The third level of condensation. The third realm of the immortal path is the Ningyuan realm, also called the foundation building realm. By the time the returned heat flow was exhausted, Lu Xun had already reached the third level of condensation. The 30-fold return was indeed impressive.
Even though the gap between the second realm and the third realm was huge, this return still allowed Lu Xun to break through 3 levels in a row. Not only that, his spiritual awareness became increasingly powerful, and his sensing range and accuracy further increased. In order to avoid being noticed by the students, Lu Xun forcibly restrained his aura, making others think that he was only at the condensation yuan level. Otherwise, it would be too scary to reach the third level of nascent soul as soon as you break through the 3 realms. Lu Xun's eyes suddenly opened, and the gleam in his eyes was like lightning, piercing the air.
The gaze was so fierce that Xiaoyu on the opposite side subconsciously turned his head away, not daring to look him in the face. Okay, now I'm not such a bully. Come on, Junior. Xiaoyu laughed. Offend.
Lu Xun's figure flashed, and he disappeared from where he was, attacking Xiaoyu.
You're just in time.
Xiaoyu did not dodge or evade, the true energy in his body surged, and his hands turned into fist shadows all over the sky.
Boom boom boom.
As the fists collided, Xiaoyu's qi vibrated violently and his body churned.
How could it be? Xiaoyu's eyes narrowed.
He now understood why Yulei used the heavenly thunder palm but was still knocked off the stage by Lu Xun.
Lu Xun's true energy was too terrifying.
In this head-on confrontation, Xiaoyu actually felt like he was fighting against a master. He is in the late third realm, while Lu Xun's martial arts skills are only in the second realm.
How is this possible?
Lu Xun's attack was like a storm, leaving him no time to think. Xiaoyu sensed the crisis and suddenly disappeared from the spot. He's going to change his tactics. His speed was indeed extremely fast, even faster than Yulei, who possessed the Thousand Illusion Thunder technique. Even Lu Xun could not catch up with him. Not only could he not catch up, Xiaoyu kept appearing in front, behind, and around Lu Xun, forcing Lu Xun to defend himself.
Ha! Even Xiaoyu doesn't dare to confront him head-on. Could it be that Lu Xun has broken through his limits?
Xiaoyu also broke through to the 3rd realm at the 11th level of Qi Hai, and he is still in the late 3rd realm.
How many limits does Lu Xun need to break through to achieve this?
In the distance, several senior geniuses noticed something was going on. For ordinary cultivators, each realm has only 10 levels.
But for these monstrous geniuses, they know how to break through their limits.
For example, Xiaoyu broke through the 3rd realm when he was at the 11th level of Qi Hai, and his strength was far stronger than others. Lu Xun will still lose.
Even if he doesn't lose, he won't be able to defeat Xiaoyu.
It's a pity that he could break through the 3rd realm in martial arts. This group of geniuses still don't think highly of Lu Xun.
Lu Xun is indeed in a passive position now.
This arena has both disadvantages and advantages for him. The disadvantage is that he cannot use weapons, so most of Lu Xun's methods are useless.
The advantage lies in his super high-quality true Qi. No one has any weapons.
In the bare-handed fight, no matter what martial arts are used, true Qi is the most important link. Lu Xun's true Qi is already comparable to that of a master.
Who can fight against Lu Xun?
But Xiaoyu was too fast, several times faster than Yulei, and Lu Xun couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. He was surrounded by Xiaoyu on all sides and had to defend himself with all his might. If they continue to fight like this, they will be defeated by Xiaoyu if they show any weakness.
Very spicy. Come on, Brother Xun.
Seeing that Lu Xun was in a passive position, many students encouraged him.
So what if you're in the 3rd realm? You're definitely going to lose.
He Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Lu Xun.
Managerly, you've done a great job.
Jia Yuwei also thought that Lu Xun had lost and praised Managerly. Xiaoyu, whom Managerly invited, is really capable.
Give up, Junior.
Xiaoyu's voice rang out around Lu Xun. Lu Xun couldn't catch his figure at all and could only defend himself, appearing extremely passive.
Lose?
Lu Xun raised the corner of his mouth slightly.
If you don't lose, can you still win?
Xiaoyu sneered.
He admired talents like Lu Xun.
But, in this battle, Lu Xun could only be defeated.
Yeah, I want to win.
As Lu Xun finished speaking, he used his fingers as swords and slashed out repeatedly. Terrifying sword energies cut through the space, cutting apart the surrounding space. At the same time, flying swords condensed from spiritual power emerged, turning the surroundings into a sea of flying swords.
Not good. Xiaoyu sensed the crisis and wanted to hide. But it was too late.
The amount of sword energy released by Lu Xun was too much, cutting the arena into several parts. Xiaoyu's space for movement was restricted, and his speed slowed down instantly. In that split second, Lu Xun's spiritual sense had already captured him, and the spiritual flying sword smashed towards that area frantically.
The arena is not big, so this indiscriminate attack is the most effective. Break it for me.
As a martial artist, Lu Xun's sword energy made him feel a deadly threat, so he would not fight him head-on with his bare hands. Therefore, Xiaoyu chose to fight against the spiritual flying sword head-on. If it was a real flying sword, he would still be a little afraid. How could he be afraid of the spiritual flying sword?
Thousand Buddha hands.
Xiaoyu brazenly activated a martial arts ability that was awakened after opening his hand acupoints. Palm shadows filled the sky and bombarded the spiritual power flying sword, trying to smash it to pieces.
The next second, Xiaoyu's eyelids twitched.
He realized something was wrong, but it was too late. The spiritual flying sword was not shattered, and it penetrated his palm shadow in the blink of an eye.
Not good. Xiaoyu was shocked. You lose. Lu Xun's calm voice rang out.
More than a dozen spiritual flying swords simultaneously stopped less than a centimeter away from Xiaoyu, each emitting a breathtakingly cold light.
I lost.
Xiaoyu gave up dejectedly. Only then did he realize that he was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. How come your spiritual flying sword is so sharp? Immediately, he was deeply puzzled.
It's just a flying sword of spiritual power. A second-level immortal cultivator can condense it. It's okay to deal with ordinary people or ordinary cultivators. It doesn't pose any threat to them.
Even if it was a flying sword with spiritual power from a third-level immortal cultivator, Xiaoyu could break it with one punch. But Lu Sun's spiritual flying sword was much sharper than he had imagined. Not only the spiritual flying sword, but also the sword energy slashed out by Lu Sun made him feel a huge threat. A realm without a sword is better than one with a sword. Above the sky, the whisper of a powerful man revealed the mystery.
There are quite a few people who are secretly watching this battle. Chapter 90. My period is so mad. Impossible.
When Xiaoyu admitted defeat, Jia Yue stood up suddenly behind the ring. Her pretty face was full of disbelief. She just thought Xiaoyu was safe, but she didn't know the situation would take a sudden turn for the worse.
In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyu was defeated. Is this a win?
It seems, probably, as if I should have won.
What are you talking about? Isn't this a win? Sungu v5, Sungu is invincible.
Lu Sun turned the tables so quickly in this battle that many students hadn't even reacted before he won.
So many people were slow to react. Brother Sun, please teach me.
Li Bufan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly jumped onto the stage, ready to fight with Lu Sun.
What is this kid going to do?
As soon as he saw the way he was making faces, Lu Sun realized that he was trying to improve his record. So, Lu Sun knocked Li Bufan off the stage with one blow. As expected of my brother Sun, I, Li Bufan, accept defeat wholeheartedly.
The task of defeating Brother Sun can only be handed over to you.
After Li Bufan landed on the ground, he covered his chest with his hands, looking like he was about to make arrangements for his funeral.
Brother Sun, I'm coming.
The other students reacted and someone else jumped onto the stage.
Miss, what should I do? Behind the ring, Manager Li was extremely anxious.
After Lu Sun wins the 4th limit-breaking challenge, he is guaranteed to get 520,000 dark energy. If it continues to double like this, by the time of the 5th limit challenge, it will become more than 16 million units of dark energy. That is 16 cubic meters of dark energy, worth more than 10 billion. For a large group like the Jia group, 16 squares of dark energy is actually not a lot.
But it would be totally unworthy to use so much dark energy in a small competition at Beidou University.
Go find those guys. Give them as much dark energy as they ask for within 3 square meters.
Jia Yue decided to spend a lot of money.
According to the arena rules they set, if Lu Sun continues to win like this, they will be in big trouble.
Yes, miss. Manager Li quickly went to make arrangements. This time the Jia group is going to bleed heavily.
I didn't expect that he could even defeat Xiaoyu. Spiritual energy transformed into a sword is so powerful. Judging from this, Lu Sun has probably surpassed the limit of the immortal path. It is really hard to imagine how he cultivated.
Weapons are not allowed in the arena. This restricts Xiaoyu. Otherwise, Lu Sun will definitely lose. Not necessarily.
On the tall building in the distance, the group of monstrous geniuses were also shocked by this battle.
I got a call. It seems that the Jia group is anxious. I'm about to break through to the 4th level, so I won't join in the fun. Who of you will go? I'll help you negotiate the price.
At this time, someone received a call from Manager Li.
The arena is too restrictive for me. Xiaoyu has already lost. I can't go. I won't go. If I win, I'll be bullying the weak, which won't be much of a benefit. If I lose, my Dao heart will be damaged, so I won't go. If you guys aren't going, then I won't go either. Me too. Several students shook their heads. Then forget it. The man hung up the phone. No one answered.
Below the ring, Manager Li was sweating profusely from anxiety. He made several calls, but no one answered. Several smart assistants replied that they were in seclusion.
2 others simply hung up the phone.
This made Manager Li very helpless.
These people. Jia Yue's face turned pale.
If it weren't for the elixirs from the Jia group, these geniuses wouldn't have grown so fast.
Now everyone has become a coward.
It's okay for those who are in seclusion, but those who hang up the phone are obviously unwilling to go. Each of them is a monster-level genius in the late 3rd realm, and they are even afraid of Lu Sun who just broke through the 3rd realm.
Hit again.
Jia Yue could only ask Manager Li to continue contacting her.
There are many geniuses in Beidou University. In previous classes, there are many monster-level geniuses with powerful combat capabilities. However, some geniuses are solitary and cannot be contacted by the Jia group at all. She can only hope to get through those few contacts. Brother Sun is amazing. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. At this time, Lu Sun had already won 25 consecutive victories on the ring. It's time for the 5th over the limit challenge. Lu Sun stood on the stage, waiting calmly for Jia Yue to call someone. Even if Jia Yue managed to get a student at the 4th level, Lu Sun was confident that he could hold on for a minute and then leave with more than 16 million dark energies. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. That was the spell Barbara gave. There was a drop of blood wrapped in spiritual power in his mouth. It was Xiao Bai's blood. Lu Sun felt that Jia Yue would not be able to attract a student of the 4th realm. Even at Beidou University, it is unknown whether there are any 4th level students who have not yet graduated. If Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Sky Road, some students will have a fortuitous encounter and their cultivation may increase rapidly. It is not uncommon for them to reach the 4th realm during college. Now, Blue Star has been in this binary system for several years. In the past few years, students can only rely on their own practice, and their cultivation is gradual. As for the previous group of students who had an adventure in the ancient Starry Sky Road, they graduated long ago. Miss, one of them is not in the capital, and the other one is not answering. What should I do now? Manager Li was helpless. He focused on calling the 2 people who hung up the phone. One of them answered the call, but he was not in Beijing recently. The other one hung up again, and he was at his wit's end. What's taking so long? Are we going to fight the 5th limit challenge? If you can't afford to play, just say so. We, Brother Sun, don't need your little dark energy. That is. The students watching were not happy. Most of these students were freshmen, and they all stood on Lu Sun's side and started shouting loudly. Jia Yue's face turned blue and white. Finally, she gritted her teeth and stepped onto the ring. Classmates, since we are not fully prepared, this ring battle will end here. Lu Sun has won 25 consecutive games. We will give him every point of dark energy he deserves. Jia Yue's heart was bleeding as she spoke. That's more than 16 million, close to 17 million dark energies. And just like that, Lu Sun won. But now, for the sake of the Jia group's reputation, she had no choice but to accept it. Now she is regretting it so much. If I had known this earlier, I would have ended the 4th round of the challenge with a thick face, and it would have only been 520,000 units of dark energy. Just to vent my anger, I ended up finding so many things at once. In fact, if this was not Beidou University, and these students below were not geniuses gathered from all over the East, Jia Yue might not recognize them. But there are not so many ifs in this world. Now a mysterious saint-level alchemist suddenly appeared in the East, Bai Ling's Danmai was restored, and Jushin group was also beginning to move towards the high end. At this critical juncture, the Jia group really cannot afford to lose its reputation. Excuse me, is it 16,777,216 units of dark energy? A student shouted. He pinpointed the number of dark energy down to the digit. Yes. This number made Jia Yue's heart tremble. Wow, that's pretty close. Brother Sun is going to be rich now. A wave of sudden wealth. When the students heard this number, they finally stopped targeting the Jia group as much as they did last time. Etc. Lu Sun suddenly spoke. Student Lu Sun, do you have any questions? Although Jia Yue wanted to rush up and beat Lu Sun up, her professional ethics allowed her to keep smiling. Didn't you say before that if you cleared 3 rounds, you'd get double the bonus? I've cleared 4 rounds now, and if I can't triple it, I should at least get a double bonus, right? Lu Sun raised the corner of his mouth, and what he said made Jia Yue's face change drastically. That's right, the bonus should be doubled. Li Bufan reacted quickly and immediately joined in the fun. Double, double, double. More students started to boo. You. Lu Sun, don't go too far. Jia Yue's face turned pale with anger, and she angrily sent a message to Lu Sun. At this moment, she noticed something and a blush appeared on her fair face. Perhaps because she was too angry, her period came half a month early. This is because I was forced to have irregular menstruation. Jia Yue had to use her spiritual power to cover it up to prevent it from leaking out. Chapter 91 The Princess Becomes a Cat-Eared Girl. Thank you, Brother Sun. You are so generous. What do you mean by looking for brother? This is clearly my long-lost adoptive father. Godspeed, I bow to you. Brother Sun's move is a cubic dark energy?
About the incident where my classmate casually pulled out 10 small targets.
Everyone, stand. Standing before you now is dark energy philanthropist, designated partner of the Ja Group, and walking ATM machine, Lu Scattered Coin Immortal Sun. Beidou Square was unprecedentedly bustling with activity. The students praised Lu Sun one after another. The reason was simple. After receiving the transfer from the Ja Group, Lu Sun took out a cubic meter of dark energy from his space bag and used it on the spot. The students were delighted to see that 1 cubic meter, or 1 million units of dark energy, was emitted at once. Miss. Let's go.
This scene made Jia Yue so angry that she almost cried. This time, she suffered a major setback at the hands of Lu Sun.
Jia Yue is very smart. After Lu Sun proposed double the reward, she gave him 2 choices. Or more than 16 million units of dark energy, transferred immediately.
Either 33 million dark energies, but the transfer must be made within 7 days.
Lu Sun naturally chose to transfer the money immediately. Money in hand is money.
Otherwise, if the Ja Group uses the tactic of dragging, Lu Sun really won't be able to do anything to them. Jia Yue thus won back a game, but she was not happy at all.
That's nearly 17 cubic meters of dark energy.
And it was won by the hateful Lu Sun. What's even more painful is that Lu Sun is the man behind Bai Ling. If Lu Sun used these dark energies to fully support Bai Ling in alchemy, Bai Ling's alchemy attainments would surely improve rapidly. What if Bai Ling suddenly wants to return to the Ja family? Her position may not be stable. This time the Ja Group suffered heavy losses, and some shareholders might question her.
Although the Ja Group is named after the Ja family, it does not entirely belong to the Ja family and there are still many other shareholders. When she thought of this, Jia Yue's already aching stomach suddenly became even more painful.
She stomped her feet hard, and the heels of her high heels fell off as if to vent her anger.
Then she left Beidou University with the help of 2 maids. Damn it! Lin Yan, what are you snatching for? In the crowd, He Xiao got angry at Lin Yan.
Because Lin Yan was trying to grab the dark energy thrown out by Lu Sun. Lu Sun's strength increased greatly this time, he stole the limelight, and also earned nearly 17 cubic meters of dark energy from the Ja Group. He Xiao was both envious and hateful.
With all that dark energy, you'll just die faster.
He Chang standing aside had a gloomy look on his face.
He knew about the Yi family's murder bounty on the dark web. Recently, no assassins have come to deal with Lu Sun. However, this does not mean that the reward is useless. The true power of the bounty will only be revealed after Blue Star enters the ancient Starry Road. By then, Blue Star will be in chaos, and there will definitely be powerful killers who will attack Lu Sun. The dark energy from all directions can also attract ordinary killers from the 4 realms. But Lu Sun has now won so much dark energy, which is like a child holding a piece of gold, and many people will covet it. By then, the assassins coming to deal with Lu Sun will not only be more numerous but also stronger. Lu Sun, I hope you never return to Rongqing.
On the other side, Wang Tingyun's eyes flickered, as if he was plotting something.
Comfortable. After everything is settled.
Lu Sun left Beidou Square comfortably with a lot of gains.
This wave of profits can be said to be huge. The harvest was second only to the previous auction. The most comfortable thing is,
this time, the dark energy was earned from the Ja Group, which was also a relief for Bai Ling.
Jia Yue was so angry that she was like this.
That angry look can be made into a whole set of emoticons. If he wasn't afraid that she would lose her temper and act like a spoiled child, Lu Sun would have taken a picture of her expression with his phone and showed it to Bai Ling.
Boss, why is there so much dark energy? I can't take it. Bai Ling, this is your startup capital. Are you planning to just do this kind of small-scale business? The next day, Lu Sun appeared at Lingdan Pavilion. Boss, what do you mean?
Bai Ling was puzzled. Since you don't want to return to the Ja Group, why don't we create our own alchemy group and surpass the Ja Group?
This is much better than you going back to the Ja Group and having to face their will. Lu Sun suggested. Bai Ling's eyes lit up. Boss, that's a good idea. Immediately, she expressed her concern again, but, boss, can we do it alone?
The Ja Group has hundreds of alchemists, and most of the powerful ones are there.
Without enough alchemists, we can't expand our business. Don't worry about that.
Continue refining the elixir first and try to refine a Saint-grade elixir of the 2nd rank or higher as soon as possible.
Lu Sun only had a rough idea, and it was not yet time to implement it. Okay, boss.
Bai Ling nodded heavily. Taking advantage of the fact that he had just made a breakthrough in his immortal cultivation, Lu Xun refined a lot of pills.
The creation Danmai is indeed powerful.
Perhaps it is also related to the fact that the holy grade elixir refined by Lu Xun is too advanced. After Lu Xun had been refining pills for less than a week, he found that his cultivation in the Taoism had a subtle breakthrough.
He stopped quickly.
If I practiced on my own, my training speed would be much faster. Lu Xun felt somewhat pleased with himself. He doesn't practice cultivation, not because he is useless, but on the contrary, it is because he is too against the will of heaven. Not to mention anything else, just this creation pill vein can make Lu Xun's cultivation level rise rapidly.
I'll auction these pills when the time comes.
The pills Lu Xun refined this time are all suitable for auction. There are 2nd grade ones, 3rd grade ones, and 4th grade one. All of them are saint level, and all of them directly improve the cultivation level. The saint level directly improves one's cultivation level, and at this critical juncture of the campus joint examination, it will definitely attract competition. The Heavenly Tao Talisman is so rare that even a 5th level Grandmaster would find it extremely difficult to obtain it. As a result, only 4 tickets were received in the campus joint entrance examination.
Do you think those big families are crazy?
He would definitely give a lot of resources to the descendants of the family so that they could win the first place in the joint examination and get the Heavenly Tao Talisman. Therefore, Lu Xun will earn more this time.
Mr. Lu, leave the auction to us. This item is so rare, it will definitely sell for a good price. That afternoon, Lu Xun came to Shenzhou auction house.
After seeing the auction items, Xia Yuyan looked at Lu Xun with a slightly detached look.
Lu Xun made money, and their Shenzhou auction house also made a lot of money.
The auction is scheduled for 3 days later, and these 3 days are a period of fermentation.
Hey, I finally learned it. You can't try this. My blood is useless to me. Barbara woke up again that night.
The intervals between her awakenings were shortening, while the duration of each awakening was increasing. Today, Lu Xun finally learned how to cast spells, but he had no one to cast them on.
Cast on Barbara, using her blood is ineffective.
Without her blood, neither spiritual power nor true energy could be used to cast the spells taught by Barbara.
It has to be magic. I wonder if my power of chaos can be used. Lu Xun suddenly had an idea. The power of chaos is a mixture of spiritual power and true energy, and has chaotic attributes. I wonder if it can be used to cast spells. Lu Xun decided to give it a try. Boolaroo Baraba Buzz, crash. Lu Xun activated the power of chaos and chanted a spell. Don't bother yourself, it's useless. Barbara said lazily.
Before she could finish her words, she, who was lying on Lu Xun's bed, suddenly transformed into a naked beautiful girl.
Forehead? Lu Xun was stunned. The spell worked. When I looked again, my nose almost bled.
Isn't Barbara's thunder a little too big, and those legs, that waist, that hips. The most special thing is the 2 cute furry ears and the tail behind the butt.
Is this a cat-eared girl? Lu Xun was stunned.
Across from her, Barbara was also stunned. It took her a long time to react.
Ah!
Then, there was a scream loud enough to pierce the eardrums.
Chapter 92, Holy Temple, Magic Visiting Group. I'm back?
After screaming, Barbara touched her body inconceivably, her delicate and exotic face full of disbelief.
How did you do that?
She looked up at Lu Xun, her ruby-like eyes beautiful and charming. However, as soon as she met Lu Xun's gaze, she discovered something.
Ah! Another scream. You're still looking.
Barbara covered her diaper and glared at Lu Xun angrily. However, because she looked so cute, her angry look had no power at all.
Lu Xun spread his hands and said, "It's not what I want to see. Besides, you didn't cover your private parts. You rascal."
Barbara quickly pulled the quilt over her exposed body.
How on earth did you do that if you have no magic powers? She immediately asked about this issue. It's no wonder she's so concerned.
Even if there's a spell to break the curse, it would be extremely difficult to break the spell on her. In fact, even a 6th level forbidden spell wizard would find it difficult to break the spell using the spell-breaking technique. But Lu Xun actually solved 1 level. This made Barbara completely confused.
Just untie it like that. Lu Xun hadn't expected that the power of chaos was so magical. He just wanted to try it, but it actually worked. That's all? Barbara's eyes widened. This is the most advanced spell, how could Lu Sun say it so lightly? Aren't there 3 curses on you? There are 2 more. Do you want me to remove them for you? Lu Sun prepared to try again.
Barbara has 3 spells on her body, one is a sleeping spell, and the other should be a transformation spell that turns her into a cat.
Lu Sun didn't know what the other level was.
Barbara was about to speak when she suddenly realized something and her face changed drastically.
No, don't try it again. She's noticed it. Don't try again, or she will find my location and you will die. Believe me, you will die.
Before she finished her 3 sentences, Barbara's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a short period of time, she turned into a milky white ragdoll cat. Then, the intelligence in her eyes disappeared.
Meow. The ragdoll cat looked at Lu Sun with its big, cute eyes, ran over and rubbed against him, then nestled into his arms. What's going on? Lu Sun frowned.
I clearly broke the spell and restored Barbara to human form, but she changed back again.
Could it be that the current power of chaos cannot be completely released? Or did something unexpected happen? This spell doesn't seem to be that simple. Do you want to try again?
Lu Sun stroked Xiao Bai in thought.
With the magic of the power of chaos, he felt that if he tried again, he might be able to break the curse again. Forget it, let's talk about it next time she wakes up. After thinking about it, he gave up. Lu Sun has always been a man who listens to advice.
His action of removing the curse probably touched something, otherwise Barbara's expression would not have changed so much.
Why would Lu Sun take such a risk? Although this is the East, the witch who cast the spell on Barbara is absolutely powerful.
If she wants to kill him, Lu Sun will be in great danger.
It's better to be steady. I didn't expect you to be like this, Barbara. Lu Sun picked up Xiao Bai.
When he thought of Barbara's appearance after she returned to her original form, his nosebleed began to burst.
Barbara is different from beauties in the East or even the West.
She has a petite figure, but has incredibly graceful curves. Her slender waist is not even thick enough to be held in one hand, while her full breasts and perky hips outline a breathtaking curve. The pair of furry animal ears and the fluffy tail add a touch of wildness to her beauty.
It's like she came out of the 2nd dimension. Meow. Xiao Bai rubbed his little head against Lu Sun and acted cute to him. Sleep. Lu Sun lay down and fell into a sound sleep. As for Barbara, there was a little accident at the end. However, this proves that his power of chaos is indeed powerful. Could it be because the power of chaos only mixes 2 powers and isn't chaotic enough? When Lu Sun was sleeping, he was still thinking about the reason. The current power of chaos, which is a mixture of spiritual power and true energy, can cast spells that require magic energy. The effect it produces is extremely good. Otherwise, Barbara wouldn't be so surprised. The reason why the curse breaking lasted for less than a minute was probably because there wasn't enough power mixed in with the power of chaos. Or is it that the witch can cause trouble from a distance? Lu Sun didn't know the specific reason. The answer can only be revealed when Barbara wakes up again next month. In all kinds of thoughts, Lu Sun quickly fell asleep. At this time, the west. 2 red suns hung in the sky, and the blazing light poured down, making the snow-capped mountains as clear as glass. The towering snow-capped peaks reflected brilliant golden fragments under the double sun, like the lost crowns of the gods. Dang! The vast sound of bells suddenly rang out from the top of the mountain. The sound waves spread like ripples, shaking the snow to the ground and raising tiny ice crystals in the clear sky. At the foot of the snow-capped mountains, people gathered like ants. After hearing the bell, they all showed pious expressions on their faces and crawled down. Dang! Dang! The bells kept ringing. The people at the foot of the snow-capped mountains kept prostrating themselves and bowing to the sound of the bells, as if they were worshipping gods. When the bell chimes 12. Sudden. On the top of the snow-capped mountain, a huge palace slowly emerged. The moment the palace appeared, heaven and earth fell silent. The light of the 2 suns seemed to be filtered, becoming clear and transparent, and transformed into countless feathers of light that gently fell. The top of the snow-capped mountain was shrouded in a holy halo, and even the whistling cold wind turned into a distant hymn. The temple, it's the temple. Oh my God, I see the temple. God bless. Millions of people below the snow-capped mountains were in a frenzy, wishing they could bang their heads into the ground. Boom! The palace gate slowly opened. A stream of light flew out from inside and headed towards the void below. Boom! Swish swish!
The light and flames emitted by magic illuminated the gray sky with colorful colors.
This is a very famous magic academy in the West, Holy Light Magic Academy.
In the West, the status of this magic academy is equivalent to that of Peking University and Tsinghua University in the East. It is a place that countless geniuses desire to enter. At this moment, the stream of light that flew out from the church penetrated the barrier, fell from the sky, flew into the principal's office, and turned into a white carrier pigeon there.
There was a letter on his feet. A letter from the temple?
The elderly principal took the letter down, tremblingly took out a pair of folding glasses from his pocket, put them on, and began to read them carefully. As he watched, the principal's expression gradually became serious.
What, a visiting magic group?
I heard they're going to exchange ideas with geniuses from the East.
Do you want to join? Of course I have to participate. This is such a great opportunity.
It's a perfect opportunity for those country bumpkins from the East to experience the magic of civilization. Soon, a piece of news spread in Holy Light Academy.
Holy Light Academy will gather some students to form a magic visiting group to go to the East for exchanges and visits. This news made the geniuses of Holy Light Academy eager to make a move.
After the advent of the era of high martial arts, the martial artists and immortal practitioners in the East shined brightly. Western magicians do not think that magic is inferior, and these magical geniuses all want to go to the East to show themselves.
Wow, Audrey is going too.
Another piece of news spread throughout Holy Light College. Among the young geniuses of the West, the extremely famous genius Audrey will join this magic visiting group.
Audrey's name is particularly famous in the West.
She was only 22 years old, but she was already a magician, equivalent to the 4th level. After learning that Audrey would join the magic visiting group, other geniuses signed up more enthusiastically. Soon, a magic visiting group of 12 people was assembled and set off the next day, hurriedly heading east.
Chapter 93. It's all Lu Sun's fault. Goodbye Fu Shui. Morong Wan broke through the 14th level of Qi Hai.
You gained 30 times what Morong Wan did.
Early in the morning, Lu Sun received another reward. Morong Wan was still rushing up.
I wonder how far she can grow with the help of Linglong Jiuxuan.
Lu Sun's martial arts skills still haven't made any breakthroughs. Morong Wan's several returns were all stored.
Judging from this, once he breaks through, Lu Sun's martial arts skills will probably rush directly to the 3rd realm by several levels. These returns were all caused by Morong Wan exceeding the limit, and the strength of the returns was much stronger than those below the 10th level of Qi Hai. I don't know what kind of martial arts power I can awaken after breaking through the 3rd realm. Shu Youqing's fireball technique breaks through the 1st level. You gain 30 times what Shu Youqing gained.
Not long after Morong Wan's return, Shu Youqing learned a magic spell. Fireball.
Fireball is the most basic spell, basic but useful, and both magicians and immortal cultivators can use it.
This time, for Lu Sun, the fireball spell did not turn into any other more powerful spell.
Instead, it keeps upgrading, from level 1 to level 2, level 3, level 4, until it stops at level 6.
Boom!
Inside the training room, a huge fireball fell, smashing rocks as big as houses into pieces.
This power is quite good.
Lu Sun was very satisfied. The stone in the training room comes from the starry sky and is very dense, but it can be shattered by a fireball from him.
The 6th level fireball technique is indeed powerful. This time, the fireball technique didn't become anything else. If Shu Youqing's fireball technique continues to improve, won't mine continue to upgrade? Lu Sun thought. Immortal cultivators actually don't pay much attention to basic spells like fireball.
For ordinary immortal cultivators, the fireball technique can only be practiced to the 2nd or 3rd level and will not go any further. The power of the fireball technique not only depends on the level of the fireball technique itself, but also on the strength of the immortal cultivator. A powerful person above the 6th realm can just roll a fireball with his hands and kill a group of cultivators at the 3rd or 4th realm.
Lu Sun's 6th level fireball technique should be unique.
I'm afraid this is not the end. Because Lu Sun felt that Shu Youqing would probably practice fireball technique 1 or 2 levels higher before stopping. As the level of fireball increases, the consumption will also become greater. However, given Lu Sun's current spiritual palace size and amount of spiritual power, the thing he is least afraid of is consumption.
Not to mention, with Lu Sun's recovery speed, as long as there is enough dark energy, the consumption will not be replenished too quickly.
He was only forbidden to practice, but not forbidden to recover.
After acquiring the fireball technique, Lu Sun finally had a powerful spell. This type of spell is very useful when dealing with alien species in the starry sky, because many star alien species are often very large.
In the previous realms, the flying swords of immortal cultivators were relatively small and not very effective against large creatures.
Let's go, Bai Ling. The next day. It is the day when Shenzhou Auction House holds an auction.
Early in the morning, Lu Sun came to Qingbei Street, picked up Bai Ling, and took a taxi to Shenzhou Auction House.
What's going on? There's a traffic jam on this road too. Is there some big event going on?
There was a traffic jam on the way to the Shenzhou Auction House.
The driver was a little confused. As taxi drivers in Beijing, they have the best news. If there really is any large-scale event, there is no way they wouldn't know about it. Wow, so many people are flying?
The driver looked up and was surprised. Because of the traffic jam, some monks couldn't wait and flew directly over from the sky. Naturally, there is a no-fly zone in the capital. However, monks from some large families often have flight permits for a few days.
That means there are only a few days in a month when you can fly. In addition, if the distance is short, don't fly too high. If you just fly a little bit and don't do anything bad, it's actually not a big deal.
Look, after the traffic jam, some people who came by car flew directly over. Such a scene made the driver suddenly realize that today's events were not simple. Thinking that Lu Sun and Bai Ling were also going to the Shenzhou auction house, the driver's sitting posture suddenly straightened up.
He is just an ordinary person. Lu Sun and Bai Ling are probably extremely powerful cultivators.
After more than half an hour, the taxi finally arrived at the entrance of Shenzhou auction house.
Lu Sun and Bai Ling got out of the car. Boss, there are so many people. There were quite a lot of people attending this auction. No wonder there's a traffic jam.
Lu Sun looked around and saw that many families had brought their families with them, and there were several people from each family, so it was normal to have so many people.
Father, it's Lu Sun.
At this time, someone discovered Lu Sun.
It's He Xiao.
Next to He Xiao were He Chang and some people from the He family.
He is Lu Sun?
Beside him, a cold-looking man cast his gaze.
Brother Huan, that's him.
He Xiao said excitedly.
Huaner, the auction is important. Let's not make things complicated for now. Let's talk about it after the auction is over.
When the head of the Yi family saw that He Huan was about to take action, he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Only then did He Huan suppress his anger. He is the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the He family. Only in his senior year, he is already close to the 4th level. The former head of the Yi family wanted Chu Yuqing to marry him. Miss, Lu Sun is here with that bastard.
The Yi family wasn't the only ones who discovered Lu Sun. There is also the maid beside Jia Yuwei.
Upon hearing this, Jia Yuwei turned around and saw Lu Sun and Bai Ling walking towards her. As soon as she saw Lu Sun, her stomach started to ache, as if her aunt was on the same side with Lu Sun. Although her opponent was Bai Ling, she was not paying attention to Bai Ling now. Instead, she wanted to pounce on Lu Sun and bite him a few times.
Damn Lu Sun.
If it weren't for him, how could their Jia group sponsor more than a dozen dark energies on a small stage at Beidou University? That is dark energy that cannot be bought back even with more than 10 billion. It would be great if these dozen cubes of dark energy were put up at today's auction. The last time she went back, if it weren't for the support of several elders, her status as heir might have been put on hold.
It's all Lu Sun's fault. There are so many people. Never mind, let's go inside.
Lu Sun originally planned to take Bai Ling to the backstage of the auction house.
But it has already been discovered by some people I know.
If I go backstage now, it is inevitable that people will notice something. So, he decided to take Bai Ling to the backstage of the auction house.
What is she doing here? As soon as he entered the auction house, Lu Sun spotted an acquaintance. Fu Shui.
The auction hall was huge, but Lu Sun had such good eyesight, and since there was no one around Fu Shui, he saw her immediately. When he saw Fu Shui, she felt something and looked over with her beautiful eyes.
Don't. Lu Sun secretly thought that something was wrong and quickly looked away. He didn't want to attract Fu Shui's attention. It was too late, Fu Shui had already seen him.
After discovering Lu Sun, Fu Shui raised her eyebrows and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Come to my place, or I'll go to Fei Taiye and ask for the person. If he doesn't give it to me, I'll beat him until he does.
The next second, Lu Sun received a voice message from Fu Shui. Oh no. It's over now. What are you looking at?
Lu Sun was overwhelmed.
Chapter 94, Invading Her Base Camp. Hello, Teacher Fu.
In the end, Lu Sun came to Fu Shui.
No way. Fu Shui was clearly being unreasonable, but Fei Tai's fist was not as big as Fu Shui's. In order to prevent his mentor from getting beaten and to avoid being snatched away by Fu Shui, Lu Sun had no choice but to compromise. Hello, Teacher Fu. Beside Lu Sun, Bai Ling greeted him obediently. Hello. Fu Shui nodded slightly to Bai Ling.
Immediately, she looked at Lu Sun and pointed to the seat next to her. Sit.
Lu Sun gritted his teeth and sat down.
Lu Sun thought Fu Shui was going to say something, but after waiting for a long time, Fu Shui said nothing.
It's good not to talk. Lu Sun breathed a sigh of relief.
Bai Ling on the side didn't feel any pressure at all, and was still looking around curiously. At this auction, there will also be elixirs refined by Bai Ling, which is the first-grade saint-level meridian opening pill. Bai Ling wanted to know how much her pills could be sold for.
There are so many people. Is Lu Xinghe here too?
At this time, Lu Sun saw Lu Xinghe.
He is here too. There are some people around Lu Xinghe, but I don't know if they are from the Lu family. This auction will be held less than half a month before the secret realm assessment.
After half a month, there would not be much progress in cultivation, so many people from large families brought their descendants with them. If they could grab a saint-level elixir at this auction, their cultivation would be directly improved by 3 months. Their descendants would definitely become much stronger and would be able to achieve better results in the secret realm assessment. Teacher, Lu Sun. A few minutes later, Lu Xinghe suddenly saw Lu Sun and Fu Shui in the distance. When Lu Xinghe found Lu Sun sitting next to Fu Shui, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Special physiques are also divided into levels. The Starry Holy Body is one of the 10 innate physiques and is the top physique. Xia Yu's Liuguang Battle Body cannot be ranked among the 10 days innate physique and is one level lower. As the owner of the Holy Star Body, Lu Xinghe is naturally arrogant. At the same time, he is also a member of the Lu family.
The Lu family in the capital is much larger than the He family.
It is one of the top families in the entire East. The Lu family originally planned to send Lu Xinghe to Wanlu College. The reason why Lu Xinghe came to Beidou University was that he wanted to compete with the real geniuses of Beidou University, instead of becoming a genius who was created by resources in Wanlu College.
Originally, he thought that with his talent, he would become the most dazzling person in Beidou University.
But who would have thought that Lu Sun would appear and suppress all his brilliance?
This is actually not the most uncomfortable thing.
The most painful thing is that Fu Shui chose Lu Sun at the beginning.
Moreover, even after being rejected by Lu Sun, Fu Shui did not give up and repeatedly tried to take Sun as his disciple. Isn't it here now?
Lu Xinghe felt uncomfortable and sat there uncomfortably.
He really wanted to go over, but Fu Shui didn't seem to see him at all, and Lu Sun was there, so what was the point of him going over? As long as I can snatch the chi boosting pill this time, I can increase my cultivation by 3 months. I'm sure I'll take first place in the assessment. Lu Xinghe clenched his fists.
He wanted desperately to win first place in the secret realm assessment and prove himself. Even though Lu Sun had performed outstandingly in the previous arena and had broken through to the third realm, he still had confidence.
With the resources of the Lu family, he can completely use money to pave the way and use money to destroy things. For example, if you buy a bunch of 3rd or 4th grade talismans and bombard them in the secret realm, won't the results come out quickly? However, Lu Xinghe still wants to win first place on his own. The prerequisite is that he can buy a saint-level 2nd grade chi replenishing pill, which can increase his cultivation for 3 months without any hidden dangers. We'll grab any elixirs below the 3rd rank if we can, but forget it if we can't. We'll focus all our efforts on the 3rd rank Pei Yuan Dan.
With the Pei Yuan Dan, Huaner should be able to break through to the 4th realm. Then we'll have a chance of taking first place. On the other side, the He family was also planning.
Their target was not the 2nd grade elixir, but the 3rd grade saint level Pei Yuan pill.
This is a pill that can directly increase the cultivation level of a 3rd level immortal cultivator by 3 months. For He Huan, it is of vital importance. Because He Huan is only 1 step away from the 4th realm, but this step is difficult to take before the secret realm assessment. If he had the saint-level Pei Yuan pill, He Huan would be confident of reaching the 4th realm. Not only the He family, but other big families who want to win first place in the secret realm assessment also have similar plans to grab the pills.
There are so many big families gathered in the entire Shenzhou auction house today. As expected of the capital, there are so many families here.
But today you have encountered me, a fierce dragon crossing the river.
It is time for you to see the shock from the Magic City. There are also families coming from the Magic City.
The capital is a gathering place for geniuses, and so is Shanghai. In the old days, the Magic City was the richest city in the entire East.
It is still the same now.
The advantage of the Magic City is that it is near the sea, and after the advent of the high martial arts era, there are many good things in the sea.
In the Magic City, there is also a nationally renowned training school, that is the Magic City University.
Unlike Peking University and Tsinghua University, Shanghai University excels in helping students who originally did not have the ability to open up their unique meridians to do so. There are not as many geniuses in it as in Peking University and Tsinghua University, and it started later, but it always produces some geniuses who come from behind.
Why at this critical moment? Jia Yuwei had a headache. At the last auction, the people competing for the saint-level elixirs were mainly alchemists.
This time, because of the secret realm assessment, so many big families came and the competition pressure was too great.
She couldn't imagine how crazy the auction would be. Amidst the eagerness of many families, Xia Yuyan finally walked up to the auction platform in the middle with enchanting steps. In the huge gymnasium, everyone fell silent. Everyone, the first Dan Mai Dan auction today is a first-grade saint-level Kai Mai Dan. Xia Yuyan started with 0 frames and got straight to the point. What? Jia Yuwei couldn't sit still anymore. Meridian opening pill. It's a saint-level meridian opening pill. This is an attack on her base camp.
Among all the elixirs of the Jia group, Jia's Kaimai pill is a gold-lettered brand. Many people gained enough confidence in Jia's pills after taking them and finding the effects so good.
Even if Jia's medicine is a little expensive, they are willing to pay for it.
In fact, the highest grade of Jia's meridian opening pills is only heaven grade, and there are also some earth grade ones. But now, this mysterious saint-level alchemist has actually made a saint-level meridian opening pill. Saint-level meridian opening pill, starting price 2,000 dark energy.
Bidding begins now. 1 million.
So, as soon as Xia Yuyan finished speaking, Jia Yuwei directly called out a sky-high price. From 2,000 dark energies, jumped directly to 1 million dark energies. This price shocked some families from other places so much that they almost jumped up.
As expected of the capital, this is so fucking exciting. A person from a grandmaster family was now convinced. The capital is the capital, its temperament is amazing. He surrenders. Chapter 95 Crazy Auction, Fu Shui's Purpose. You're crazy. Jia Yuwei's bid caught Lu Sun a little off guard. For a first-grade elixir, even if it is of saint grade, 1 million dark energies is a bit scary. After thinking about it, Lu Sun understood why Jia Yuwei was so crazy. If Jia's meridian opening pill is of heavenly grade, the price is generally around 1,000 dark energies, which is approximately equal to 1 million Chinese yuan. This price is naturally too high for ordinary people. But some families with monks can still go if they grit their teeth. Although the Jia group often uses hunger marketing, the annual sales volume of Jia's Kaimai pills is extremely astonishing. Hundreds of thousands of pills are sold every year both domestically and internationally. This is hundreds of millions of units of dark energy, which is several hundred cubic meters. Now that the saint-level meridian opening pill has been released, if it can be mass-produced, one can imagine how big an impact it will have on the Jia group. Even if it cannot be mass-produced, with the endorsement of the saint-level meridian opening pill, if the alchemy behind it can recruit some alchemists, a new brand can be created. The sales volume of Jia's Kaimai Dan will inevitably be affected. That's why Jia Yuwei was bidding like crazy, wanting to buy the saint-level meridian opening pill to study it. Bai Ling on the side was also a little surprised. Besides being surprised, she had a clearer understanding of the value of the holy grade elixir. At the same time, she felt somewhat relieved. The Jia family has excluded her in every way, and now they have to pay a high price to buy the pills she made. I wonder if the Jia family will regret it after knowing that this saint-level meridian opening pill was made by her. 1.5 million. Just when everyone thought that Jia Yuwei was sure to win, another voice rang out. When Jia Yuwei saw this, her face darkened. The person bidding the price was Zhao Fengcheng, the president of Jushin Group. 2 million. Jia Yuwei raised the price. 2.5 million. Zhao Fengcheng also raised the price. 4 million. Jia Yuwei was angry and directly added 1.5 million. This price made many people from big families present at the scene stunned. Zhao Fengcheng shrugged, "It's yours."
Jia Yue got what she wished for and obtained this saint-level meridian opening pill. But immediately, she vomited blood. Because, the second item of today's auction is also a first-grade saint-level meridian opening pill. Zhao Fengcheng bought it for 1.2 million units of dark energy. If Shenzhou Auction House had not secretly arranged for someone to raise the price would have been even lower. After all, it was only a first-grade elixir, and the major families present did not have much demand for it.
Why are you glaring at me?
Lu Sun noticed that Jia Yue glared at him angrily.
You want to raise it so high yourself, do you blame me? Lu Sun blared back without showing any weakness. The third item is here. This is a second-grade holy-level qi replenishing pill refined by Lu Sun.
Eating one pill can increase the cultivation level of a second-level martial artist by 3 months.
100,000. 200,000. 1 million.
As expected, this qi replenishing pill caused another frenzy of buying. The main bidders this time are from various big families.
These families didn't know if there were any more saint-level qi replenishing pills left, and were afraid they wouldn't be able to grab them, so they raised the price frantically.
In fact, with so many families present, even if there are more to come, there will still be many families that will not be able to grab them.
Boss, your timing is perfect.
This lively scene made Bai Ling admire Lu Sun even more.
If it weren't for the timing of the secret realm assessment, this second-grade elixir would not have been sold at such a high price.
The main force in the last rush to buy were several major alchemy groups and alchemist associations, and they basically got everything. This time they didn't rob much.
Hey, Bai Ling, there should be more behind. Let me see if I can buy one for you to study. Lu Sun reminded. How could Bai Ling forget that Fu Shui was by her side?
Bai Ling finally reacted and set him in cooperation.
The auction continues.
In the end, the first saint-level qi replenishing pill was bought by the Lu family for 3.2 million units of dark energy.
This price is several % higher than the first auction. With this qi boosting pill, first place will definitely belong to me. Lu Xinghe was confident of winning.
After the saint-level qi replenishing pill, there is a second-grade saint-level qi cultivating pill, which is used to increase the cultivation level of the second-level immortal cultivator. As expected, the saint-level qi cultivating pill once again caused a scramble, and its price soared. It was eventually bought by a family from Shanghai for 2.8 million yuan. There are several of each of the qi replenishing and qi cultivating pills. Although the quantity is not small, due to the large number of large families that arrived today, the price has never been lower than 2 million dark energy due to the fierce competition.
What did she buy it for?
When it came to the fourth qi replenishing pill, Fu Shui suddenly made an offer and bought a qi replenishing pill for 2.3 million dark energy.
Next, we will have the highlight of this auction, the third-grade saint-level secret acupoint pill.
After the second-grade elixir is auctioned, here comes the highlight.
Third-grade holy secret pill.
This is a pill that can help martial artists break through to the third realm. Although many geniuses can break through the third realm on their own, with the help of the secret pill, the breakthrough will be faster and the effect will be better.
2 million.
As soon as the secret pill came out, a big family took the lead and offered a high price at the beginning.
3 million. Unfortunately, no one present was short of money.
Such a huge amount of dark energy is a huge sum of money for ordinary families, but it is nothing to the families present who are determined to seize the Heavenly Dao Talisman. The Heavenly Dao Talisman is too rare, and it is difficult to buy it even with a lot of dark energy.
6 million. Fu Shui suddenly made a bid, stunning everyone.
In the end, she successfully obtained the saint-level secret pill.
Why did she buy this thing? Could it be that someone in her family also wants to take the secret realm test? Lu Sun guessed.
Soon, he found out the reason. Because after Fu Shui got the 2 items, she handed them directly to him.
Teacher Fu, what do you mean by this?
Lu Sun was puzzled.
This is what I bought for you.
It should help you break through the third realm before the secret realm assessment.
Fu Xuedo. Ah, this?
Lu Sun was stunned. Fu Shui spent millions of dark energy in one go, actually just for him.
No way. I rejected you twice, and you are still so nice to me?
The key point is, this thing was made by Lu Sun himself, what use would it have for him? Lu Sun shook his head repeatedly. Teacher Fu, this medicine is too expensive.
I can't accept it. Of course not.
If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief.
Over 8 million dark energy wallpapers.
A local master family like the Morong family would have to sell everything they had to get money out. Fu Shui invested so much money, it is impossible that he had no ulterior motive.
Haven't you given up yet? If you don't want me, I'll go find Fei Taie.
Fu Shui raised her red lips in a cunning arc, and her slender fingers deliberately waved the jade box containing the elixir in front of Lu Sun.
Here we go again. Lu Sun took it with a blank expression. I've applied to the school.
Fu Shui suddenly leaned closer, bringing with her a faint fragrance.
From today on, I'm your second mentor. These 2 pills are my welcome gift to you.
She deliberately dragged out the ending tone, looking at Lu Sun's instantly frozen back with satisfaction.
Ah? A second mentor?
That's possible.
Teacher Fu. I know what you're worried about.
Don't worry, I won't look for you if it's okay, but you must be my student.
Lu Sun's words were interrupted by Fu Shui. Chapter 96. The He family was angry. Well, I can't escape. Lu Sun knew that Fu Shui would not let him go so easily. But
in order to compete with Fu Yu, she has been targeting me and now she is spending such a huge price.
Is it worth it? Or for the powerful beings in the 6th realm, millions of units of dark energy are nothing? Or is there something else hidden here?
Boss, this sister is actually a very nice person, except that she's a little overbearing.
Ai Ling had a good impression of Fu Shui.
As for Fu Shui, she was gone. It seemed that she came to the auction this time just to buy 2 pills for Lu Sun as a gift. This greeting gift is very explosive in the whole of Peking University and Tsinghua University.
Is there any mentor who gave out more than 8 million dark energies as a greeting gift?
Fortunately, this time Fu Shui promised to let Lu Sun go, so Lu Sun reluctantly accepted it. Thus, Lu Sun became one of the rare students at Beidou University who had 2 mentors.
Teacher, how could she?
In the distance, Lu Xinghe felt extremely uncomfortable.
He didn't know what Fu Shui said to Lu Sun.
But he saw Fu Shui give the pills she had photographed to Lu Sun. This made him extremely jealous. Fu Shui did not express any opinion after accepting him as a student.
Now he actually spent a huge amount of money to buy the elixir and gave it to Lu Sun.
This made Lu Xinghe so jealous that he almost gritted his teeth. He is a genius of the Lu family, the owner of the Holy Star Body, and he is also quite handsome.
In what way is he inferior to Lu Sun? Isn't it just that Lu Sun's cultivation progress is fast?
But Lu Sun's dual cultivation of immortality in martial arts will cause problems sooner or later. This time, I will definitely take first place. At this moment, Lu Xinghe's desire to prove himself became extremely strong.
The auction continues. 6 million.
The head of the Yi family called out a high price, wanting to compete for a 3rd-grade Peiyuan pill. The price of Peiyuan Dan is not as high as that of Miqiao Dan, a pill that helps to break through the realm.
This price is considered extremely high today.
The head of a large family who was competing with him gave up after hesitating for a moment. The head of the Yi family snatched the elixir and was very proud of himself. With this saint-level Peiyuan pill, He Huan has the hope of breaking through the 4th level before the assessment and competing for the 1st place.
Oh. Lu Sun noticed this scene and sneered. The He family wants to buy his elixir? No way. 6 million once, 6 million twice, 6 million 3 times.
At the auction table, Xia Yuyan was about to strike the hammer when a voice suddenly came from the headset.
Her expression changed slightly, then returned to normal.
I'm sorry, customer number 28, the seller has clearly stated that they will not be selling you the pills today.
Customer number 19, is your previous bid of 5.5 million still valid?
After Xia Yuyan apologized to Patriarch He, she asked the patriarch of the big family.
It counts, of course it counts.
The head of the big family said hurriedly. He had just gotten into a heated argument over the price with Mr. He, but he didn't expect the seller to refuse to sell to Mr. He. Naturally, he had to cooperate well and annoy the head of the He family.
How could it be? Who is this seller? Why won't he sell it to us? The He family was confused and angry.
I had almost gotten the pills, but they refused to sell them to me. He also specifically mentioned that he would not sell it to the He family.
The He family suddenly became a big joke. You have to know that all the people present today are well-known families in the East.
The He family has lost face by making such a big fool of themselves in front of so many families.
Hateful.
The He family head's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. However, in such a situation, no matter how angry he was, it was useless. Shenzhou Auction House is the largest auction house in the East and is in no way inferior to the He family. As for the person behind the holy level elixir, even with the He family's ability, it would be difficult to investigate.
Shenzhou Auction House does a very good job of keeping secrets. As long as the seller doesn't want to, no one can find out the seller's identity. The auction continues.
Peiyuan pills and Buki pills were constantly bought by different families. The price of subsequent pills continued to fall, but remained at 3 to 4 million.
The first one is the highest because no one is sure whether there will be a second one.
Seeing that other families had already won the bid, but the other party refused to sell it to them, the He family looked extremely ugly.
Especially He Huan.
Among the other families photographed, the descendants of several families are his competitors. Originally he was in the lead, but now the other party has the saint-level Peiyuan pill, so it is very likely that he will catch up. This made He Huan feel very uncomfortable.
Next, we have the grand finale of this auction, the 4th grade Lingji pill. The highlight is here. The only 4th grade holy elixir at the auction came onto the stage. Wow! It's actually the Lingji pill. Very good. Below, the families with descendants of immortal cultivators all showed joy. Those whose descendants are martial artists are somewhat disappointed. Because Lingji pill is used to help the 3rd level immortal cultivators break through the realm. The 4th realm of immortal cultivation is the realm of spiritual silence.
In this state, spiritual power completely turns into liquid, and at the same time the sea of consciousness is opened up, and spiritual awareness is greatly enhanced. Even for a genius, it would take some effort to transform the mist-like spiritual power into the spiritual state and open up the sea of consciousness. If there were a saint-level Lingji pill, it would be much easier.
Spiritual silence pill? Second uncle, think of a solution quickly. He Huan asked the head of the He family for help. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd realm, and using Peiyuan pill only gave him a certain chance of a breakthrough. But if one has the saint grade Lingji pill, the chance of breaking through the 4th realm will reach more than 90%. The He family head's face was gloomy and uncertain.
Logically speaking, after suffering such a great humiliation, they should have turned around and left.
But for He Huan, the head of the He family endured it.
Suddenly, he thought of a solution and took out his mobile phone to send a message. Not far away, the head of a family looked at the head of the He family and made an okay gesture. Yes, Mr. He asked the other party to help take the photos.
2 million. 3 million. 5 million.
As soon as the auction started, prices soared wildly.
4th grade elixirs are inherently expensive.
Pills like Lingji Dan, which help to break through realms, even if they are of heaven grade, generally cost more than 500,000 units of dark energy.
If it is some rare 4th grade elixir, the price will be even more expensive.
In comparison, the price of 4th grade elixirs that increase cultivation speed or add a few months of cultivation is not very expensive. Because of their raw materials, there are many companies cultivating them. If it is a 4th grade heart demon pill or other pills that can restrain the inner demon, the raw materials are hard to find on Blue Star, so the price will be high, often selling for several million units of dark energy, or even more. Lu Sun spent more than 100,000 units of dark energy to buy the raw materials for this 4th grade holy spiritual pill. Under normal circumstances, selling 2 million units of dark energy would be the maximum. But now it has been soaring and will soon break through the 8 million mark.
10 million. A homeowner pushed the price up even further. 12 million.
The other family head was not willing to be outdone and directly added 2 million.
13 million. 14 million.
The two family heads started to compete with each other.
Hateful. Jia Yuwei was very depressed.
With these big families involved, she would have to pay a high price if she wanted to buy the Lingji pill for research. A while ago, Lu Sun had tricked her out of more than 16 million dark energies at Beidou University. If too much is spent in a short period of time, other shareholders may have objections. Therefore, Jia Yuwei could only give up in frustration. It's all Lu Sun's fault. She glared at Lu Sun hatefully again. This glare made her even angrier.
Because Lu Sun's glare was even more fierce than hers. Jia Yuwei was so aggrieved that she almost cried. Doesn't Lu Sun know how to be gentle and considerate to women?
In the end, the price of the 4th grade saint-level Lingji pill stopped at 15 million.
15 million once, 15 million twice.
Seeing that one of the family heads had given up, Xia Yuyan began the countdown for the bidding. At this moment, the voice sounded again in her headset.
Xia Yuyan frowned slightly.
The backstage told her that Lu Sun asked her to reject the buyer again. At an auction, refusing a buyer is very impolite and will offend the buyer. Such things rarely happen in the history of Shenzhou auction house. After all, it is the boss who pays the money. But this auction is different. Only Lu Sun has this unique holy level elixir. Therefore, even if Lu Sun refused to sell again, Xia Yuyan still had to cooperate. I'm sorry, customer number 33, since you're bidding on behalf of customer number 28, the seller has clearly stated that they won't sell to you. Xia Yuyan gritted her teeth and apologized. He noticed? Xia Yuyan's words made the old face of the Yi family head turn red. He didn't expect that when he asked someone to take the photo for him, the seller would find out. The people around looked over again, each with a look of gloating in their eyes. Damn it! He Huan's face turned pale, and the other members of the Yi family were not much better. Everyone was so angry that they exploded on the spot. Chapter 97, A Wealthy Family, A Glamorous One. Are you guys at Shenzhou Auction House still doing business? What's with you guys doing this for other people? Call the seller out and I'll ask him face to face why he didn't sell to me. When the Yi family members were getting extremely angry, customer number 33 quit. Sorry, the seller doesn't want to sell it, and there's nothing we can do. I don't care. I've already offered such a high price. You just say you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it? Despite Xia Yuyan's best efforts to explain, customer number 33 continued to be unreasonable. He is also the head of a large family, and his strength is at the 4th level. This does not mean that his family is weak. In such a large family, the head of the family usually handles trivial matters and miscellaneous matters. The real strong people are all devoted to cultivation and rarely show up. That's right, we've already made an offer, and you just say you don't want to sell it? What kind of business is that? Let the seller come out and clarify. I suspect there's something fishy going on here. Did you accept some kind of bribe and deliberately sell it to someone else? The people from the Yi family also started to make a fuss. He Huan, in particular, was the most excited. The secret realm assessment is just around the corner, and this Lingji pill is of vital importance to him. If you don't have a Saint grade Lingji pill, a Heaven grade one will do, but the success rate of a Heaven grade Lingji pill isn't very high, and the effect is compromised. Especially when opening up the sea of consciousness, the difference is huge. The people from the two families started making a fuss, and Xia Yuyan suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. These two families are not weak and are considered big families in the capital. One is the Yi family and the other is the Lin family. Both families have more than one 5th level strongman, and the Lin family is even rumored to have a 6th level strongman. People from other families just watched the fun, and no one said anything. They actually also wanted to know who came up with so many holy level pills. If I can get to know him, I won't have to worry about pills in the future. Boss. Don't worry. Lu Sun is not ready to show up now, even if Bai Ling comes to the fore. The time is not right yet. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure from him made everyone breathless. The huge auction hall fell silent in an instant. 6th realm. The head of the Yi family narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure slowly descending. Obviously, the other party is a powerful person in the 6th realm. When a strong man in the 6th realm releases his pressure with all his strength, the sense of oppression he brings is unparalleled. If the seller doesn't want to sell, we at Shenzhou Auction House can't make the decision. We hope you too can understand. The powerful being of the 6th realm spoke slowly. In that case, let's go. The Shenzhou Auction House invited a powerful person from the 6th realm to take charge. The head of the Yi family knew that it was useless to continue making trouble, so he took the people of the Yi family and left. They were so depressed this time that He Huan didn't even have the mood to cause trouble for Lu Sun. Let's go too. The head of the Lin family was not planning to stay any longer either. In fact, the auction is nearing its end. They didn't get any pills on this trip. The main reason is that the price of holy level elixirs is too high. Unless someone in the family is in a hurry to break through or has the hope of winning the championship, other families are reluctant to spend too much dark energy. Although these big families are rich, the dark energy required for cultivation of such a large family is also extremely huge. The amount of dark energy that can be directly taken out is still relatively limited. Just like in the old days, many wealthy people with assets exceeding 100 million yuan would find it difficult to come up with even 1 million in liquid funds. Lin Chang, where is the saint level elixir you mentioned? Lu Mei, I will definitely buy it for you next time. Lin Chang and Lu Mei were also in the Lin family's team. After they left, the auction continued. Although Xie Yuyan rejected the Lin family patriarch's offer of 15 million, this 4th-grade Lingji pill was still sold at a sky-high price of 15 million. This price is 6 or 7 times higher than the normal price. This time, Lu Sun made a huge profit again. However, there are not many opportunities like this, and this time it just happened to be stuck at the critical juncture of the Secret Realm assessment. If it weren't for the Secret Realm assessment, the price of this auction would be at least half off. Miss Ya, could you please ask the seller to come out and see us? We're willing to pay 2 million dark energy just for a chance to see you. We'll give you 3 million. As soon as the auction ended, just like last time, someone was willing to pay a high price to meet the seller. The price is even higher than last time. The reason is that a 4th-grade holy elixir appeared this time. The seller was obviously present, otherwise why would he reject the Yi family twice in a row? However, Lu Sun had already made plans and was not planning to show up now, so these people were destined to be disappointed. Mr. Lu, after deducting the handling fee and taxes, the total amount is 73 million dark energy. It has been transferred to your account. Please check it. After the auction ended, Lu Sun once again had a big harvest. A full 73 million units of dark energy, equivalent to 73 cubic meters. Including what he had obtained from the Jia group before and what was not used up after the last auction, the dark energy Lu Sun possessed exceeded 100 cubic meters. 100 cubic meters of dark energy is equivalent to 100 million units of dark energy. 1 cubic meter of dark energy equals 1 million units of dark energy. 1 unit of dark energy equals 1 cubic centimeter of conventional density dark energy. Lu Sun now possesses more dark energy than many large families. His old Lu family became a wealthy family owned by one person. Lu Sun utilized the value of the holy level elixir to the fullest extent. Comfortable. In the blink of an eye, he had so much wealth and was in a good mood. The only thing that worried Lu Sun was that Fu Shui didn't keep her word and arranged too many courses for him. Fortunately, Fu Shui did not come for the next 2 days. Morong Wan broke through the 15th level of Qi Hai. Morong Wan broke through her limit again. The Qi Si has reached the 15th level. Morong Wan's exquisite body is indeed the top-notch physique for cultivation. It was simply born for cultivation. Who would have thought that she could break through so many limits? Lu Sun felt that the 15th floor might be her limit. Morong Wan didn't cheat after all. Lu Sun didn't go out for the next few days. Fu Shuihua bought him the elixir at a high price, so he had to pretend. In this way, it seems natural for martial arts to break through to the 3rd level. That night, Lu Sun was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a warm and soft body pressing down on him. Dreaming of Tsubaki again? Lu Sun thought vaguely that he had already gotten used to it. His hand unconsciously covered a certain place, and a delicate touch came from his palm. Ah! A sharp scream instantly pulled him out of his sleep. Barbara, why are you human again? Lu Sun suddenly opened his eyes and saw that Xiao Bai, who had been sleeping soundly on his stomach, had turned into a human again. Take your stinky hands away. Barbara gritted her teeth, her cheeks flushed. And, that stick, don't push it against me. You're still touching. Barbara was so angry that she bit Lu Sun. Lu Sun quickly let go of his hand. God have mercy on him, it was a completely subconscious action. Who made Barbara have a cute furry tail on her butt? Before Barbara could bite Lu Sun, she turned into Xiao Bai again and lost her mind. What's going on? Lu Sun frowned. Could it be that, after he broke the curse once, the curse cramped? Chapter 98 Dan Fong, Martial Arts Breakthrough. Meow. Barbara, who had turned into Xiao Bai, completely forgot what had just happened. After taking a curious look at Lu Sun, it jumped to Lu Sun's hand and rubbed it with its little head. This is just acting coquettishly. So, Lu Sun placed his hand on its body and gently stroked its milky white little head. Xiao Bai fell asleep quickly. Other cats are active at night and dormant during the day, but Xiao Bai's habits are the same as humans. He is active during the day and sleeps at night. No, Barbara not only transformed into a human form, but she also stopped sleeping. The cramps are caused by more than just one spell. Lu Sun was thinking while stroking Xiao Bai. Barbara's triple spell, one is the transfiguration spell and the other is the sleeping curse. Originally, after getting close to Lu Sun, she had a few minutes every month to break free from the sleeping spell and wake up. But when she is awake, she still looks like a cat.
This means that the transfiguration charm is still effective. But just now, Barbara not only turned back into human form, but also woke up.
This means that both spells have just failed.
Same as last time. However, the last time happened to be the time of year when she was awake, so Lucen didn't think much about it.
So, the spell I cast to break the curse has affected both of her spells.
This situation shouldn't be noticed by the witch, right? Lucen thought. He felt that it shouldn't happen. After thinking about it, Lucen didn't worry too much. He is at Beidou University. Even if the witch knows Xiao Bai in his location, would she dare to take action here? No matter how powerful the witch is, this is the territory of the East, and it is not her turn to act rashly. However, magicians who practice black magic often have some insidious methods, such as curses. It's better to be cautious. If you can avoid exposure, try not to expose it. Otherwise, even if the other party didn't dare to come to Beidou University, Lucen couldn't have stayed here forever. Sleep. Lucen continued to sleep. However, perhaps it was the influence of Barbara's recent transformation, coupled with Lucen's youthful vigor. He didn't sleep very well this time. I had several dreams in a row. Sometimes I dreamed of Morong Wan, sometimes of Chu Yuqing, and sometimes of Barbara. Where did this kid go? The next day, when Lucen contacted Li Bufan didn't answer the phone. I don't know what I'm doing. As a good friend for many years, Lucen planned to give Li Bufan a saint-level qi replenishing pill so that he could improve his cultivation before the assessment in the secret realm. There were still more than 10 days left before the secret realm assessment, so Lucen was not in a hurry. He sent a message to Li Bufan, and the boy would probably contact him after seeing it. Have you heard? Several magic academies in the West have sent visiting magic delegations to participate in our secret realm assessment this time. Really? Why are Westerners joining in our secret realm assessment? Didn't our warriors fight with the Westerners on the ancient Starry Sky Road a few years ago? That day, a piece of news spread on campus. This time, the secret realm assessment was participated not only by students from the East, but also by students from Western magic academies. Brother Sun, I only heard about it. I don't know the specific details. Brother Sun, with your strength, you are the undisputed champion of the freshman year. Brother Sun, can I team up with you? Together, we can definitely kill people. I'll be in charge of the killing, and you'll be in charge of the killing. After hearing about it, Lucen went to inquire about the situation and was surrounded by a group of students. After Lucen broke through the third realm, his name resounded throughout Beidou University. He is hailed by freshmen as the most enchanting genius in the history of Beidou University. I don't know how many freshmen regard Lucen as their idol, and how many freshman girls regard Lucen as their dream lover. In the era of high martial arts, strong strength is a man's greatest charm. If a man is powerful and has a beautiful face, it will be a sure win for women. Junior, can you add me on WeChat? Not only the freshman girls, but also some sophomores and juniors who were a little confident about their looks couldn't help but run over to chat with him or flirt with him after seeing Lucen. These bitches, no matter how passionate they are now, they will be as ruthless in the future. Lucen, you'd better pray that you never get into trouble. He Xiao happened to see this scene and became extremely jealous. Even though he was a core member of the He family, he didn't receive such treatment. Even though the He family is a large family, students who can be admitted to Peking University and Tsinghua University are somewhat arrogant. There are women who are interested in He Xiao, but not many of them are of high quality. On Lucen's side, it's just the opposite. Those who take the initiative to talk to Lucen are all of high quality. Let's just lie down in the dormitory. Lucen couldn't bear it anymore. These senior students were so enthusiastic that they almost wanted to eat him. But Lucen has a girlfriend like Chu Yuqing, who is a school beauty, and he has also tasted the beauty like Morong Wan. He really wasn't interested in these ordinary senior schoolmates. She should be trying her best to reach the third realm, right? Morong Wan has been quiet for the past 2 days. She should be trying to break through to the third level. Chu Yuqing's fireball technique breaks through to the second level. You gain 30 times what Chu Yuqing gained. There was some movement on Chu Yuqing's side. Her fireball technique had broken through to the next level. After returning, Lucen's fireball technique did not change into anything else, but rose 4 levels to the 10th level. 10th level fireball. There shouldn't have been such a thing in the history of Blue Planet, right? Even if there is an immortal cultivator who is bored enough to practice fireball technique to death, it is not easy to reach the 10th level.
In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. In the past 2 days, all schools have become bustling with activity. Because a magic delegation from the West has come and is visiting and exchanging ideas with various schools in the capital.
I haven't arrived at Beidou University yet.
Lu Sun would go to Qingbei Street from time to time to guide Bai Ling in making elixirs.
He himself was also thinking about making more powerful elixirs.
Lu Sun is now a 4th grade saint-level alchemist, but that doesn't mean he can refine all 4th grade elixirs.
For some elixirs, the question is not whether they can be refined or not. The question is whether you have the recipe and the raw materials.
Even if you have the raw materials, it is difficult to refine it without the recipe.
Unless you have enough raw materials to try.
Recipe, that is, formula. The pills that Lu Sun is currently refining are all common, and the recipes are available from Bai Ling.
For some rare elixirs, it is not easy to get the recipe, let alone the raw materials.
These kinds of pills are often extremely expensive.
It's just like what Morong Zhan needs, the elixir that can repair his dantian. It is so expensive that even Morong Zhan, a 4th level master, cannot afford it. Dan Shu?
Well, the Jia group has a book of elixirs that contains many recipes for elixirs. They don't allow it to be passed on to others, so if you need any, tell me and I'll write it down for you.
Bai Ling gave Lu Sun an unexpected surprise. She memorized the Jia group's alchemy book. Bai Ling, is there any elixir that can repair the dantian of a 4th level master?
Lu Sun's eyes lit up and he asked. He wanted to refine a pill for Morong Zhan.
The purpose of doing this is naturally to help Morong Wan. Dantian repair pills.
Boss, yes, there is a pill called Huitian Zaohua pill that can repair dantian.
I'll write down the recipe for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Bai Ling. Boss, you're too polite.
Soon, Lu Sun got the recipe for the pill.
No wonder Morong Zhan can't afford it. As soon as he saw the recipe, Lu Sun knew why Morong Zhan couldn't afford it.
There are several kinds of spiritual herbs in it, all of which are only found on the ancient Starry Road. The price of one of these spiritual herbs is tens or even hundreds of millions of units of dark energy. It is not difficult to imagine how expensive the refined pills are. Moreover, this type of elixir is often difficult to refine, and it is common for it to be wasted, resulting in great losses and higher costs.
Lu Sun decided to give it a try. Morong Wan has broken through the Tonqiao realm.
You have gained 30 times what Morong Wan did.
Before I even started trying, Morong Wan came back.
She broke through the 3rd realm. The returned heat flow entered the body and went towards Lu Sun's eyes. Buzz. Under the impact of this heat flow, Lu Sun's first eye opened. His martial arts cultivation officially entered the 3rd realm.
Chapter 99, Heaven-Defying Divine Power.
Generally speaking, as long as one unlocks a secret, it is considered a breakthrough to the 3rd realm. The main task of a martial artist in the 3rd realm is to unlock one secret after another and make himself stronger. After each secret orifice is opened, in addition to gaining corresponding abilities, one can also gain a certain degree of physical enhancement. Qi and blood, muscle and bone strength, nerve response, and most importantly, lifespan can all be increased. Every time a new orifice is opened, lifespan is increased by several months to several years, depending on the effect of the opening.
As for the magical powers of martial arts, what kind of power can be awakened depends on the effect of the awakening in luck.
Some people awaken very ordinary martial arts powers, which can only be considered abilities, not supernatural powers. For many warriors in the 3rd realm, it is considered lucky to have a martial arts skill that can be named.
If there are 2 of them, they will be the best among men. Now, the first secret acupoint that Lu Sun opened was the Tianmu acupoint.
After opening the 3rd eye acupoint, one can gain the supernatural power of observing patterns from 100 steps away, that is, the ability to see far away. The returning heat flow comes continuously, and after opening the Tianmu acupoint, it collides repeatedly inside, continuously strengthening the Tianmu acupoint.
Finally, the heat flow was exhausted.
Lu Sun suddenly discovered that his eyes had evolved into 24K titanium alloy dog eye Pro Max Edition, and he could even see a mosquito 300 meters away. No, more than 300 meters.
Lu Sun's mind moved, and he saw farther away. For example, on the edge of a floating island more than 10 kilometers away, a couple was kissing in the woods. Clairvoyance. This is a magical power.
Lu Sun knew that he had obtained the martial arts supernatural power, clairvoyance. This magical power is extremely rare, and only a few warriors possess it.
Lu Sun awakened when he opened his first eye. System, I admit that this magical power is very powerful, but where are the rewards you accumulated previously? Lu Sun complained.
The return this time was indeed substantial, but not as much as Lu Sun had imagined. In particular, Morongwan had previously broken through 5 levels in a row, and the system had accumulated a large amount of returns. Soon, Lu Sun found out the reason. Because Lu Sun achieved another breakthrough in the Qi Hai realm, breaking through the 34th level of Qi Hai. The difference between the second and third realms of martial arts is quite large. The return of Qi Hai realm cannot be applied to Tong Qiao realm. The system gives an explanation. The return of Qi Hai realm cannot be used for the third realm? Lu Sun understood a little. Martial arts are different from immortal ways. The main reason is that what is cultivated in each realm of martial arts is completely different. Therefore, the return accumulated in the Qi Hai realm still cannot affect the third realm, and will only allow Lu Sun's Qi Hai to continue to break through the limit. After opening the Tianmu acupoint, Lu Sun's body was strengthened, so the limit of his endurance was increased again, which led to his continued breakthrough in the Qi Hai realm.
All right.
This is also good, because true Qi has always been one of the core elements of a martial artist. For example, when Lu Sun was in the arena, even though he was still at the second level, the quality of his true Qi was already comparable to that of a 4th level master.
Even the monster level geniuses in the late third realm didn't dare to fight against Lu Sun. Morongwan awakens her magical power of clairvoyance.
You gain 30 times what Morongwan gained.
You gain the ability to see far away from home. Suddenly, the return came again.
After opening her third eye, Morongwan actually awakened her martial arts abilities.
This magical power is also called clairvoyance. Now that's better. Lu Sun's clairvoyance was directly strengthened and turned into 10,000 li vision. That is, being able to see farther. Good. Lu Sun smiled.
The magical power of clairvoyance may not seem to add much to combat power, but it is actually very useful. Especially when on the ancient starry road, at distances on the scale of the universe, clairvoyance is extremely useful.
His 1,000-mile vision is even more amazing than his clairvoyance.
Morongwan opened the cave, and you gain 30 times what Morongwan gained. Not long after Morongwan awakened her clairvoyance, she returned for the second time.
Morongwan opened another eye.
She's about to open all 9 orifices.
Lu Sun knew Morongwan's plan.
If you want to awaken more martial arts powers, there is a simple way, which is to open all the secrets of one part of the body at once.
It's like the eye orifices, there are 9 of them in total.
If they can be opened at once, the chance of awakening martial arts supernatural powers will be greatly increased.
This is also the reason why Lu Sun gave the saint-level secret pill to Morongwan. That can help Morongwan open all 9 orifices. The return comes again. Buzz. Lu Sun's cave opened.
Once the cave is opened, one can gain the supernatural power of seeing the faintest details with a faint candle, that is, the ability of night vision, and be able to see things in the dark. The specific effect also depends on the effect of awakening the mind.
With a 30-fold return, Lu Sun's enlightenment effect is unmatched.
After this acupoint was opened, Lu Sun was unable to awaken new martial arts abilities. This is mainly because this secret itself does not have any magical power.
Morongwan has opened the illusion-breaking acupoint.
You gain 30 times what Morongwan did.
Morongwan is still constantly discovering new secrets.
Shaowan, after opening the illusion-breaking acupoint, if you can then open the bright light, soul-chasing, candle dragon, and sky-peeping acupoints, you may be able to awaken the divine eye. On the other side, in the training room, Fuyu is giving guidance to Morongwan. Since enlightenment is such an important matter, Fuyu naturally stayed by Morongwan's side all the time. For martial artists, the risk of opening their eyes is still quite high. If they fail to do so, they will suffer temporary blindness. If you fail too many times, you may become permanently blind. The ability to break illusions is mainly used to deal with illusions. It can allow the eyes to see through illusions. But it doesn't mean that one can see through all illusions. How powerful one can be depends on the effect of the enlightenment and the level of the other person's illusion. After breaking through the illusion, there is the bright light. After it is turned on, martial artists can ignore strong light and their eyes will not be hurt even if they look directly at the sun.
Then, there is the soul-chasing acupoint. Once this acupoint is opened, you will gain crucial dynamic vision. Dynamic vision plays an extremely important role in combat.
When martial artists deal with the flying swords of immortal cultivators, or fight against some cultivators with extremely fast speeds, they need dynamic vision.
Like when Lu Sun fought Xiaoyu before, if he had dynamic vision, the battle would have been much easier. Next is the Zulong. This secret can make the eyes fearless of fire. Opening the candle dragon aperture has a very small chance of awakening the fire eyes and golden pupils, but the chance is too small, 1 in a billion. If you can't awaken it, don't force it. After breaking through the 9 apertures, there will still be a chance. Fu Yu was afraid that Morong would persist in this idea. After all, the name Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils is taken from a martial arts power in mythology, which is really too awesome. Is this the Fiery Eyes and Golden Pupils? In the dormitory, Lu Sun successfully awakened his fiery eyes and golden pupils after opening the candle dragon acupoint. The function and effect of the fiery eyes and golden pupils are somewhat similar to those of the Monkey King in mythology. One is to see through illusions and understand the truth. No matter how sophisticated the illusion is, it will be difficult to work in front of the fiery eyes and golden pupils. Secondly, the eyes can emit golden light attacks, and the specific power depends on the strength of the martial artist himself. Even if a powerful martial artist does not have the fiery eyes and golden pupils, as long as he practices martial arts related to the eyes, he can still attack with his eyes. But it is far less powerful than the fiery eyes and golden pupils. On the other hand, Morong failed to awaken her fiery eyes and golden pupils after breaking through the candle dragon acupoint. She didn't fight to the death and continued to rush forward. Soon, she opened the sky-seeing aperture. This trick allows martial artists to anticipate their enemies and possess a certain degree of predictive ability. Success! Once the sky-seeing acupoint was opened, Morong successfully awakened the divine power of the sky eye with the help of the accumulation of the previous acupoints. The supernatural power of clairvoyance is also called the divine eye. Its most important function is actually to see through the essence, which will be extremely powerful when you come into contact with the laws of heaven and earth in the future. With it, Morong will make very fast progress after breaking through the 7th realm. Because starting from the 7th level of martial arts, martial artists need to master the laws of heaven and earth. This step has stumped many martial artists. The ability of clairvoyance can help martial artists achieve twice the result with half the effort. Morong has awakened her divine power of the sky eye. You gain 30 times what Morong gained. You have obtained the eye of heaven. Lu Sun also reaped the rewards. This time's harvest is extremely impressive just from the name itself. Eye of Heaven. Chapter 100, Double Pupils are the path to invincibility. Okay, once your clairvoyance is awakened, it will at least increase your chances of reaching the 10th realm of the way by 50%. In the training room, Fu Yu couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw Morong awaken her divine power of clairvoyance. She herself is a cultivator of the 7th realm and understands better than anyone the importance of clairvoyance to the 7th realm. The laws of heaven and earth are an unavoidable link, no matter if one is an immortal cultivator, a martial artist, or a Western magician. There is no need to go around it. After all, one's own strength is actually limited, while the power of heaven and earth is infinite. If the 7th level cultivators cannot mobilize the power of heaven and earth, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Fu Yu attaches so much importance to the divine eye, a magical power that seems to be of little use in the early stage. This is why having a good mentor is so important. As for some families in the 5th or 6th realm, even if they heard about the importance of clairvoyance, their level of attention would be greatly reduced because no one had personal experience of it. This will result in some geniuses who have opened the strange meridians of heaven and earth finding it difficult to awaken their clairvoyance. There is a huge difference between being prepared and being unprepared. Morong herself was not unprepared. Basically, all her resources were used to develop secrets. For example, if you want to increase the probability of opening the 3rd eye, you can use Bailey Morning Dew to drop into your eyes every day for 3 days, which can increase the probability by more than 30%, and can also increase the effect after opening the 3rd eye. Bailey Morning Dew is not ordinary dew, but needs to be collected from the leaves of spiritual herbs. Some companies that cultivate spiritual herbs specialize in collecting Bailey Morning Dew to sell. Its price is more than 100 times more expensive than dark energy. Ordinary Bailey Morning Dew costs 100,000 yuan per milliliter 1 cubic centimeter. If the Bailey Morning Dew is collected from the leaves of high-level spiritual herbs, people will only collect dark energy. For example, before opening the illusion-breaking acupoint, you can wash your eyes with the juice of the barrier-breaking vine. When the burning sensation is like fire, it can increase the chance of opening the acupoint by several %. The juice of the barrier-breaking vine is also very expensive, and the older it is, the more expensive it is. All of these require money to buy. Of course, it doesn't matter to Moron.
To her, the most precious thing was actually the saint-level secret pill given by Lu Sun.
The effect of the saint-level secret pill is to kill everything instantly.
Unless it is some priceless and peerless spiritual object on the ancient starry road, nothing can compare to Lu Sun's saint-level secret pill. The material cost of that secret pill cost Lu Sun tens of thousands of dark energy.
What is more expensive is actually the alchemist himself.
Currently on Blue Star, there are only 2 alchemists who can refine holy-level pills, Lu Sun and Bai Ling.
Xiaowan, the last 2 acupoints are a little difficult to open. This is Snow Mountain Ice Mist, which can help you open the Xianjiao acupoint. After awakening the divine power of the third eye, Fuyu took out a ball of Snow Mountain Ice Mist. Snow Mountain Ice Fog is quite rare, and Moron had not been able to buy it before.
Thank you, teacher. Moron took it, absorbed it, and concentrated it into her eyes.
Buzz. Not long after, she rushed to Zhuangzi Okio.
The basic effect after the Xianjiao acupoint is opened is to penetrate the fog, or to break through obstacles. That is to say, being able to see through the fog and obstacles. The confusion here refers not only to the external world, but also to the internal world. If the Zhuangzi Okio is opened well, the martial artist's state of mind will be affected, and the fear of inner demons, heavenly demons, and the like will be greatly reduced.
Martial arts emphasize willpower.
Martial practitioners do not have spiritual awareness like immortal practitioners, but after a martial practitioner opens the 9 eye orifices, his eyes will become extremely powerful.
This is something that even immortal cultivators cannot envy. Eyes that break delusion?
On Lu Sun's side, after Moron opened the Xianjiao acupoint, he gained a new magical power. The eyes that break through delusion are also called the eyes that break through obstacles.
With it, you can break through the confusion and not be afraid of the demons in your heart.
In addition, the Eye of Truth also has a certain effect of seeing through illusions, but this is not its most important effect. Moron awakens the Eye of Delusion, and you gain 30 times what Moron gained.
You obtained the divine eyes that can break through delusion. The system's return suddenly appeared. Moron also awakened the Eye of Truth, which directly led to a qualitative change in Lu Sun's Eye of Truth.
It turned into the divine eyes that could break through delusion. There is only one word difference, but the degree of severity is completely different.
Amazing. Lu Sun couldn't help but give Moron a thumbs up.
Generally speaking, it is already good enough to awaken a magical power that can be named.
This isn't just a single secret,
but the entire third realm.
From the eye orifices to the ear orifices, to the nose orifices, the foot orifices, the hand orifices, then to the internal organs, skin membranes, and bone marrow, and finally to the ancestral orifice, which is the brain. There are a total of 108 secret acupoints in 10 parts.
More than half of the people are able to awaken a powerful martial arts ability such as clairvoyance and clairvoyance.
Those who awaken the 2 gates are the best among men, exceeding 80% of the people. There are very few who can awaken the 3 gates.
Now, Moron has awakened 3 martial arts powers before she has opened all her eyes. With her speed of opening up the 9 secret acupoints, there is a high probability that she will awaken another martial arts power.
It all depends on what this martial arts magical power is. Xiaowan, this is the last acupoint. You must open it quickly.
Once it's opened, you'll have the opportunity to awaken even more powerful martial arts abilities, and there's a chance your eyes will undergo a qualitative transformation.
Moron only has one last eye left. That is to say, there is no form. The word Wuxiang in Wuxiankyo is very vivid. This trick doesn't have a very specific effect. If we have to say it, it is that it prevents interference and allows the eyes to adapt to various environments. There is actually some overlap with the previous one, but in essence it is not an overlap, but a sublimation. Moron calmed her mind and sprinted with all her strength. She used the last bit of medicinal power of the secret pill that Lu Sun gave her. Buzz. Then, Moron's success will open up the Wuxiankyo.
At this point, all 9 of her eye orifices were opened.
As soon as it was opened, a rosy glow appeared on Moron's body.
Her body is covered with colorful clouds and the color of jade, and her eyes are filled with the starry sky.
At this moment, Moron was breathtakingly beautiful. The next second, Moron realized something and suddenly closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, there was a glimmer of light in them.
Moron has awakened her fiery eyes colorful version. You gain 30 times what Moron gained. You obtain the source of fiery eyes and golden pupils.
On Lu Sun's side, he received another return.
After opening all 9 orifices, Morongwon also awakened her fiery eyes and golden pupils. Her piercing eyes were somewhat different from Lu Sun's.
What is the exquisite 7-color version?
After being returned to Lu Sun's fiery eyes and golden pupils did not change into anything else. Instead, it became Source Fire Eyes and Golden Pupils, with a prefix added. That's right, the fiery eyes and golden pupils are already incredibly powerful. No matter how powerful they are still the fiery eyes and golden pupils. Lu Sun was quite satisfied. The name of this martial arts ability comes from mythology. If it were changed to another name, Lu Sun would feel that it would lack some flavor. Just when he thought it was over, something unexpected happened.
Morongwon has awakened her double pupils.
You gain 30 times what Morongwon did.
You gain the Eye of Chaos.
What, double pupils?
Lu Sun didn't expect that Morongwon's eyes would undergo a qualitative change at the last moment.
Double pupils.
This is not a martial arts supernatural power. It's a qualitative change in the eyes. My sister is awesome. Lu Sun gave Morongwon a thumbs up. Lu Sun didn't know what the specific use of double pupils was.
But in legend, double pupils have always been considered extremely powerful. Without mentioning the specific functions of double pupils, having double pupils can integrate all the visual abilities, which is very useful. You should know that although some eye-opening magical powers are powerful, using them once will put a lot of pressure on the eyes. Using them continuously may cause damage to both eyes.
If you have double pupils, you don't have to worry about this problem. Double pupils are the path to invincibility.
A line of poetry from the old times emerged in Lu Sun's mind.
In the era of high martial arts, double pupils were indeed regarded as a synonym for invincibility.
If a martial artist has double pupils, his combat power will at least double at the same level.